After defeating the final monster with a single sword stroke, the young man could finally relax. He whispered to himself that he had finally escaped that exhausting hero destiny. This was the moment he had longed for, a dream where he would never have to hold a sword again. But strangely enough, he opened his eyes once more. What the? The guy was dazed and incredibly confused. What the hell? Didn't I die after completing the final gate? Putting that aside, he had to deal with the old man in front of him first. He's so full of energy. Look, he's even gripping my finger. The woman beside him laughed brightly and said, Ian, you can't wake a sleeping baby. Even the baby, Riley, couldn't cry. The whole scene was completely bizarre. The protagonist was startled. What the hell was with these tiny, cute hands? Riley? Who the heck is that? They seemed so happy as he started showing off his talent. The protagonist was the youngest son of the master swordsman, Count Iferetta, and it seemed like he had been reincarnated after death. They were still whispering as they saw him fully awake. A man stood in front of him, declaring, Are you ready to receive the sword's blessing? He was a sword master, and the protagonist was now the youngest son of the Iferetta family, the #1 family of swordsmen. And, the blessing of a sword? Yeah, he could have guessed that. Everyone was buzzing about this kid, saying they could already imagine him holding a sword. Did you polish Riley's sword yet? It will be the pride of its new master when he becomes a swordsman. Even though he was just a baby, the protagonist, definitely not. No way. He had lived a previous life and decided once and for all that he wouldn't hold a sword again. That was his promise to himself. So now, being reincarnated as the youngest son of a family famous for swordsmanship, he felt like, you've got to be kidding me. This has to be a joke. But no, nobody was joking. They had a bunch of swords hanging from the ceiling. They weren't toys, they were the real deal. It seemed like they wanted him to adapt to swordsmanship from a young age. As expected, they wanted the protagonist to pick up a sword as soon as possible. Look at young Master Riley. I bet he already loves holding a sword, they said. The guy was dumbfounded, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time, seeing them jump to conclusions while he couldn't do anything. Now, seeing a sword felt even scarier than seeing a ghost. Stuck as a literal baby, he could only wail, I've held a sword once already. I don't ever want to hold one again. Why couldn't I just stay dead? This reincarnation situation is truly ironic. 19 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Iferetta family was choosing a successor, and the important figures finally arrived. The Iferetta family was a clan blessed by the sword. To this day, many knew them for their swordsmanship, and that wouldn't be easy to judge just by looking at these candidates. The eldest son, Lion of Iferetta, carried pure and powerful strength. True to his fame, he was the one who made a crucial contribution in the battle. The second son was Lloyd of Iferetta. Unlike Lion, he was someone no one could defeat in terms of speed, a god of speed. They said he could cut through falling raindrops. Anyway, there was still one youngest son. But as the rumors went, the youngest son was completely useless. Even though he was an Iferetta, he didn't even hold a sword. People said he was lazy by nature. It was embarrassing for the Count's reputation to have him. He refused to touch a sword, and that reputation faded, leaving only a reputation for laziness. Upon hearing this uncle seemed incredibly angry. The third son of the Iferetta family, our protagonist wasn't born into this family just to be lazy. They told each other, he's just a good-for-nothing who shouldn't have been born into the Iferetta family. But he essentially said, don't you ever say anything like that again. The uncle was deeply frustrated, defending the young man who was still lying there whistling under a tree, perfectly at ease. According to him, they didn't know the young master was focusing on training even while they were busy flapping their gums. That's what he thought. But in reality, the guy was just enjoying life. He was enjoying it way too much. The uncle didn't forget to add a few more words to defend the young master's honor. He's far from revealing his full potential compared to the eldest and second sons. While he was defending him, the protagonist was just staring at the sky, craving a hamburger like crazy. This is good, but it's a shame there's no Coca-Cola. The old butler insisted that the young master once had superior talent. The more he talked, the more it stung. All that could be seen in him now was a desperate craving for Coca-Cola. He felt that recently, he had been dreaming about his past a lot. The young man thought he had managed to forget everything about his past life, now that he was around the same age. In his previous life, he had accidentally drawn a holy sword that no one else could pull out to prevent the destruction of the world caused by the Demon King. At that moment, when his former ego was lost, the protagonist had fought constantly like a warrior, and he had no choice but to live a life like that. That was precisely why, in this life, he vowed that he would never hold a sword again. Absolutely. Forever. Never again. As he was lying there, just relaxing, old Ian suddenly appeared right in front of him, calling out helplessly, "Young master, As expected, you are here. Today, it seemed that because he refused to practice, they would soon choose a successor. It was an event that other families would be watching. That day, he protected him with all his might and sincerely reminded him, but the young man didn't seem to care much. He yawned, then nonchalantly said, "Forget it. I'm just a lazy kid." At this point, it was hard to defend him even if you wanted to. The uncle was extremely angry. "If you know that, then why? Don't you try to prove those rumors wrong by using your sword? Why are you being so stubborn?" Once again, the protagonist let out words that couldn't be more frustrating and indifferent. Why should I fix the rumors when they aren't wrong? At this point, besides being speechless, there was nothing else to say. The uncle was becoming increasingly helpless. How can that be? When you hear about this, don't you have something better than the other young masters? The uncle still insisted that he was not lazy by nature, but very intelligent. It had to be so. But the protagonist looked back at the uncle with a look of complete apathy. "I'm hurt. I'll never hold a sword or anything ever again." Even after he had said that much, the protagonist could still act like that. Honestly, this uncle's endurance was extraordinary. If it were me, my blood pressure would have dropped already, guys. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the old butler, "Don't pay too much attention to other people's opinions. That's the biggest regret of my life." And just like that, the young man stood there spouting theoretical wisdom as if he were a person who had lived through deep experiences, driving the old man crazy. He helplessly asked, "You've only lived for 19 years, haven't you? What was meant to happen would happen. I wish you a hearty meal." They said to each other, "My lady, the selection of the successor is coming up. Young Master Riley must compete as an heir. Doesn't he know he can't just sit there like that?" They also felt the protagonist deserved as much. They believed he wasn't from any other family. He was the youngest son of the famous Iferetta swordsman clan. Standing before his mother, the protagonist felt helpless, because even she thought like the uncle. But his mother said something incredibly touching, hoping only that Riley would be happy. "I want my son to find his own happiness, without being burdened by the Iferetta name." This remark from his mother made the protagonist tear up and feel touched. True, he was lazy, and that just made him even lazier. Uncle Ian asked, "To be honest, my lady, aren't you angry? But why are you like this? The eldest and the second son are also the only ones. Don't you want to talk to young Master Riley once? I don't know if this is really for the best." According to Uncle Ian, the protagonist was a truly brilliant person. He had learned to speak faster than anyone else in the family by the time he was 1 year old. He had the most amazing qualities compared to any of them by age 2. At an age when he couldn't even walk, the uncle had tried testing him. The protagonist was the first person born with such amazing qualities. He was the only one who could read advanced books at that age, and he even kept demanding more advanced ones. But those books were professional medical texts. If he was that smart, he should be picking up a pen. He pleaded with the lady to help him, but Riley was completely nonchalant. He was actually feeling incredibly satisfied with this, having a poor Ian and a mother who could be a fence for the family. With this life, he would never have to hold a sword again. Suddenly, his mother coughed up blood and kept calling her son's name. She kept saying incredibly strange things. "My husband, please try your best. My husband, you. Can you hear me?" The protagonist was ice cold, calling out to his mother in agony. Something clearly went wrong. His mother was vomiting blood repeatedly. Everything felt so surreal. Why was this happening in this life? He wasn't holding a sword, nor did he have any real responsibilities. Yet everyone seemed so happy. However, his mother had suffered this incident, coughing up blood incessantly. The situation was truly critical. She needed emergency treatment immediately. Suddenly, a whisper echoed in his ear. "It's finally done. The things that bother me will disappear." It was a weak, faint voice, but he was certain who had poisoned his mother. She was threatening the peaceful life he desperately wanted. It was his father's first wife, Orly. Never since he was born had Riley felt this level of fury. The butler was still panicked, continuously crying out, "Young master, I've stopped the bleeding by applying pressure to the artery. I can't just stand here and watch anymore." The protagonist told the butler, "Leave my mother to me. Go call a doctor." Ian was flustered, unsure if the young man could really do anything for the madam. Nen didn't seem confident about leaving her in his care. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. The protagonist firmly insisted, "Don't you understand? You've seen me reading those advanced medical books, haven't you? I will treat my mother and take her back to her room." It seemed his mother's condition was getting worse and worse. The butler couldn't just stand by and watch, so Nen immediately rushed off to call a doctor. The protagonist asked for one thing, a wooden sword. He ordered the butler to get him one, which shocked the man. The protagonist had truly done everything he could for now, and the next step was to uncover the secrets behind this. Ian seemed to share the protagonist's thought that someone had definitely done this on purpose to assassinate his mother. He assumed, "They will come after her soon. I think we need to investigate further to find out who is really behind this. As of now, I don't think we can identify the culprit. I apologize if I didn't realize it sooner." This was also the first time the protagonist was this serious. He spoke with genuine sincerity. "Ian, you know about my dream, right? In that strange world, there was a saying, 'Never wake a sleeping lion.' I'm going to the training room." This decision of his left everyone stunned. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the butler, "Take care of my mother." He wished to live as happily and as long as possible while being next to the person who mattered most to him. But how dare they try to destroy his only wish? At that moment, he once again encountered his father's first wife. He called out loudly in a warning tone, "I was looking for you, and I didn't expect you to be here." Seeing Riley, she turned around and flashed a smile that couldn't have been more fake. She even offered a few superficial greetings that no one was happy to hear. "Oh, Riley, long time no see. How is our lazy young master doing these days?" Responding to her scornful question, the protagonist was equally sarcastic. "The only thing about me is that I'm doing very well, thank you, Auntie. Of course, not just me, my mother is also very healthy. We'd like to thank you for that." She seemed to grasp Riley's implication. Though annoyed, she had to force a confident smile. "Oh, kid, I am the madam of this house. That's the least I can do, right? Regardless, I'm more worried about Iris. The only son she had was someone called the Lazy Swordsman, but she guessed the Lazy Swordsman had grown up now, hadn't he? Seeing that wooden sword in your hand, perhaps there has been a change in your heart, somehow?" To counter all of her devious remarks, the protagonist replied nonchalantly, "I think I smell a scent on you, Auntie. The same scent that was in my mother's soup." She didn't hold back anymore and answered directly, "You have a sharp nose." "That's true. I was simply curious about today's menu." As someone everyone looked down upon, he was now standing up to protect his mother. It was natural for them to show such attitudes. However, Riley didn't seem to care about that at all. He laughed foolishly. "Haha, this doesn't sound like your habit at all, madam. A tiger will sleep peacefully if no one provokes it. However, you've disturbed the tiger's den." She replied calmly with a hint of challenge. "It's funny that you are the one saying that. I think the one acting strangely is you, Riley. People think others die when they change suddenly, so don't try to do anything stupid and just stay quiet, just like you've always been, until now." She seemed to still be tracking every move of the protagonist, and even had people following him. The protagonist arrived at the training ground after meeting her. That was the training area. According to their information, it seemed he didn't even know how to hold a sword. This made them feel extremely delighted because the nickname Lazy Young Master was perfectly fitting. She felt the protagonist was truly pathetic. "How could that useless brat say that to me? There's no reason to waste more time. Let's finish this tonight." She had sent people to do something shady and instructed them not to let Riley catch them. They became even more confident when they saw the protagonist lacking so many skills. But while her men were following the protagonist, he seemed to have sensed something. He felt as if he could see him in a truly marvelous way, as if he were quietly waiting for something else. She suggested this person go to Riley's room. While they were sneaking around, the protagonist welcomed them quite enthusiastically. "What took you so long?" The protagonist's innocent question left the man standing there completely stunned. Riley declared, "I've been waiting for you since I was at the training ground. Someone who didn't know how to hold a sword, according to their knowledge, was not supposed to be like this." The first wife's henchman turned out to be an idiot too. He wasn't even sure if he could feel any presence here. Riley really was as elusive as a ghost. However, the man was still confident that the protagonist would be no different than he was at the training ground. Perhaps he had done that on purpose. The guy froze completely when he felt a single sword strike shatter the floor. It was certainly not as ordinary as everyone thought. At this moment, Riley was ready to confront him, saying, "What are you doing? Why aren't you focusing on the battle?" The protagonist lunged at him and said, "You came here to kill me after receiving orders from Madame Orly, didn't you?" He had basically figured out everything and all her plans, but she had fundamentally wasted her money. Hiring someone who couldn't even hold a wooden sword? What was the point? The man was scared out of his wits. This ironic situation was truly unpredictable. I mean, really? He had everything figured out, all of her plans in the palm of his hand, yet she essentially wasted her money hiring someone who couldn't even hold a wooden sword. What good is that? That guy was terrified, shivering in his boots. This ironic situation was truly something no one could have anticipated. After quietly handling everything, the butler returned and found him still resting on his chair. seemingly in a relaxing position. He reported that a dead body had been found in the mansion. The old man expected him to be surprised, but he was so nonchalant, replying, "I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just a dead body?" The butler was frantic and replied, "Of course. Many people challenge House Iferetta, but this isn't just anything like that. It's not just a corpse, it's an assassin who snuck into the mansion." While everyone didn't understand why that person died, Madame Orly witnessed the scene of her man lying dead like that, even having his neck broken. She was extremely worried as people gossiped that the man was even in front of Madame Orly's room, meaning she could be a suspect. And above all, there was one thing. The news about the condition of Madame Iris of House Iferetta had been announced. The butler seemed to have sensed something and told the protagonist, "It seems you've done something. What I'm saying is that this is not the time to stand still like this, because we cannot guarantee that there is only one assassin, and you shouldn't be alone." It turned out they were worried the protagonist would be assassinated like his mother. The butler kept showing extreme concern, saying, "I don't know about others, but especially you. I don't think you can fight off intruders." Hearing him speak as if he were such a useless person, Riley felt a bit humiliated. He stood up, scratched his head, and said, "I can protect myself, so you should focus on my mother's safety instead." When the butler heard him answer like that, he was incredibly surprised. He even gave the butler, Ian, something and instructed him, "Use this to brew tea for my mother. It works quite well. And above all, don't lose it because it's very rare." He froze for 5 seconds before this action and also tasted it. Riley asked him like a declaration, "Do you think I'm just playing? I have busy moments too." Someone who spent all day just lying around and enjoying life, who would have thought he would change like this? He told the butler to return to his mother's room, but it seemed the man was still worried about the protagonist after the recent assassination attempt. He was actually planning something to do. The father gathered everyone in the family and asked, "Did you find anything, children?" The men stammered in their response, "My lord, we've searched every corner of this land, but found nothing unusual. Considering how he walked in unarmed, I think he underestimated us. Perhaps someone on the inside is helping him." The lord sat, silently analyzing the situation. From now on, decide to inspect the entire IPA village. One of the men suggested that, based on his attire, he was likely a thief or an assassin, a detail worth investigating. Lady Orly was the most anxious of all. Her plans had been going quite smoothly, until someone interfered, though she didn't know who. She gritted her teeth, cursing. How could everything turn out like this? As the household members discussed it, she grew increasingly nervous. They analyzed that the dagger he carried was missing, meaning someone in the villa must have picked it up. The more they talked, the more problems they found, and the person most anxious was her. The protagonist maintained his daily routine, doing whatever he wanted, but never forgetting to relax under the tree. He took the chance to ask, "How is my mother doing?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "She's doing well, sir. Thanks to the herbs you told me about last night, the lady is feeling better now." Riley, eyes half closed, replied, "That's good. As long as she's healthy, I'm going back to sleep." The old butler pleaded, "Young master, is this really the time to be idle? You can't just swing your sword a few times and give up. Ultimately, it should be used for things that need doing." Riley replied lazily, "It's better if everyone knows when to give up. Can't I hold a stick instead of a sword?" He lay down and saw a ripe apple on the tree, too lazy even to climb up and pick it. "Ian, I think that apple on the tree is ripe. Get me one." If there were a ranking for lazy people, he would definitely be number one. The butler was confused. "You mean that one? But there are plenty in the kitchen." Looking up at the tree, the protagonist felt the butler had realized something. It was a sword he had hidden there. The butler tried to look closer, threw a brick at the tree, and a sword fell down. Ian was shocked. "What is this doing here?" "It's a dagger. It has the same symbol and sheath as the one that assassin used." The failed operative was a member of the squad currently on the carriage. After receiving news that number 3 had died, they wondered if it was suicide. None of them had a real theory, only questioning how the body was disposed of. The veiled woman replied, "It's being kept at the Alpharetta estate." Orly was in a terrible spot. They decided to head to the IPA village. Her brother wanted to see her directly, but naturally, they couldn't get caught. They would resolve this as quickly and quietly as possible, so his daughter wouldn't face any more trouble. Orly, after that incident, was still in a messy situation. She cursed the foolish. Number 3. If you were going to die, you should have at least handled it properly. Why did you drop the dagger? Damn it. As she was pulling her hair out in frustration, her son, Royal, knocked on the door. She was still cursing, assuming it was that bastard Riley. Since when had the protagonist become such a huge concern to her? Orly maintained the calm demeanor of a mother and said, "I'm very busy right now, but who brought you here?" Her son replied, "Nothing special, I just wanted to check if you were okay. I heard assassins were coming to your bedroom." She felt another headache coming on. Royal saw her expression and felt things weren't right. He guessed she was annoyed because that assassin had died in front of her room. It seemed that way, but he didn't harbor the slightest suspicion. He didn't forget to advise her. "Anyway, you must be tired, mother. Rest well, I'll guard the door to protect you," she replied calmly. "All right then. Seeing you here makes me feel a bit better," Riley continued. "Anyway, have you heard the news? I heard grandfather's merchant fleet is heading to that village." Hearing this, she seemed a bit more excited. "The test merchant fleet is heading to the village?" Her son replied that that was what the servant who went to the village had told him. It seemed they were arriving in large numbers. She acted confused. "I haven't heard any news about them coming here. Anyway, thanks for telling me. I'm fine now. So you can go and do what you need to do." The news that they were coming in large numbers made her extremely happy. Perhaps father has come here himself. If he's here, it means he has a plan to end this once and for all. She grew wildly jealous, harboring a more sinister intent than ever, to make the protagonist and his mother disappear from this world. Meanwhile, Riley was still chilling under the tree like any other day. He looked relaxed, but his brain was constantly working. He thought they would have the same plan. Number 2 would go first, followed by 4 and 5. But ultimately, that wasn't what the protagonist wanted. He thought his father would handle it if they showed him the dagger, but it seemed the assassins would strike first. Though he fought with himself about whether he was ready, he didn't really want to act at all. They were trying to avoid being detected by the castle staff. Even the maids or the butler were warriors before working here, so they warned each other to be very careful. Even though he had figured out their entire plan, he didn't care what they did in the castle, but if they bothered him, he would act. So, it was best not to annoy him, and even better not to enter the villa. That was the wisest decision for them. They seemed to have heard the protagonist's intent. They were curious, asking each other, "Am I the only one who heard that?" But in reality, it wasn't just one person. It had been broadcast to every member of the group. They hadn't heard of any assassin inside the Iferetta estate. Where is he that he can spread this information so clearly? Should we order a retreat? They seemed fearful and hesitant. But in the end, they agreed that they had to end this as soon as possible and retrieve the dagger. According to the plan, number 2 and number 10 would retrieve the body, while the rest would distract the castle. If they encountered danger, they were to destroy all evidence by committing suicide. Even though she was just a concubine, she was still Count Sun's wife. She had no one to protect her. They seemed to have started executing the plan, ensuring it was completed without any flaws or witnesses. Lady Orly had ordered this, which was why they couldn't stop. They were even informed that her son, Riley, didn't even know how to use a sword. They discussed how this mission could be carried out easily if they just avoided the estate's people, take the chance, and get more money. Suddenly, they all heard a voice. "Didn't I tell you not to come inside?" They still couldn't detect who was broadcasting this. The protagonist continued, "Sorry, but that wasn't the right choice. I already warned you. A lion wanted to hibernate, but now you want to make the lion roar?" He sounded extremely angry. "Is this your decision? Didn't I warn you?" Riley laughed foolishly. "I think these kids shouldn't ignore the advice of a kind adult, so I need to punish you, don't you think?" As he turned around, they seemed to realize that the person known as the young Master Riley was indeed him. Far from being scared, they remained incredibly calm. "This is perfect. We don't need to waste time finding you. To show our gratitude, we'll let you die in the easiest way possible." They claimed that confidently, but they didn't know who would be the one to die. One in the back, and one is invisible. Is that it? Everything they did, the protagonist knew like the back of his hand. He finished them off by running his sword through them without a single wasted movement. Clearly, he hadn't moved, but his sword had pierced them. With a cold expression, he said, "That is why I told you not to bother me, and this is why you are killed by someone called a lazy shot." Every action of his left the group wide-eyed and stunned. No way, a man cut in two in the blink of an eye? They had been certain they were told he was the easiest target, but was that information wrong? Riley, having stepped out, added coolly, "I can hear you. So, just come here. I'm sorry, but you won't be leaving here alive today. I need you to suffer everything you deserve." Another one of them lost an arm. To the protagonist, they were just a bunch of noisy pests that needed to die. Dealing with them is as easy as flipping my hand. By now, they must be scared enough to run for their lives, but escaping won't be that simple. I already warned them, but they insisted on doing the wrong thing. We shouldn't be bothering each other. You're the one who decided how I have to act, Riley. With a single, clean strike, He wiped them all out. He thought this would be fun, but why is it so boring? He's looking for the rest of them. Some assassins are surrounding Ian and a maid. When did they sneak in? A bunch of good-for-nothings. He lunges in to finish them off. How dare you set foot in here? I thought it was someone significant, but it's just these nobodies. They were killed in an instant. Turns out they're just inexperienced amateurs. But according to reports, that's the 15th assassin the maid has seen since they infiltrated. If they keep coming like this, then they just have to keep fighting. He's still worried about the protagonist and the maid. Go. Protect Lady Iris's room. No time to lose. He runs for his life, praying that his young master is safe. Plus, the boy has a talent for hiding. The old man still believes he can escape. All these dangers. Please, let nothing happen. Just as he arrives, he spots an assassin. The old man declares, I don't want to talk much, but I'll let you go if you leave right now. With a super cool demeanor, he announces, I don't have time to play with you. They lunge at each other, trading blows without yielding. Given their skills, the old man judges them as way too green to step foot into the Iferetta household. Such arrogant fools, they don't want to live, they want to walk into their own deaths. But that guy doesn't seem fazed at all. A dagger suddenly flies straight toward the assassin. This wasn't a dagger from the assassin's group. He couldn't sense any presence or killing intent. How could it fly straight at him without the slightest sound? The old butler sees a golden opportunity. He immediately lunges at the assassin, quickly wiping them all out. After finishing them off, he suddenly remembers his young master. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands there, stunned. He thinks, why did I miss? I aimed for his heart, but it hit his shoulder instead. He actually meant to pierce the guy's heart. Well, that's normal, I guess, since this body is different from my past life, and so much time has passed. Plus, my skills have dulled a bit. Anyway, it's about time to wrap this up. Once the assassins are cleaned up, it's time for him to casually go back to his room to rest and play the part of the innocent young master. The old man rushes to his room in a panic, calling out, Young master. Seeing him, Ian quickly responds with a completely calm demeanor, sitting on a tree to enjoy the view. Seeing the protagonist safe, the old man is overjoyed. The young man pretends to be dim-witted, asking, What are you doing out in the middle of the night? He doesn't forget to mention that the man is sweating. Honestly, with this look and his acting skills, he's not bad at all. Ian desperately tells the protagonist, We don't have much time left. Please, come with me. He laughs, acting naively innocent, and asks the old man, What's wrong? Are the assassins appearing again? The old man freezes for 5 seconds. How did you know about that? Assassins have infiltrated the mansion. Well, since the old man is acting so urgent, the boy should play along. He acts bewildered, not fake at all. Really? That's terrible. Oh my god, is this the acting skill of a warrior who once saved the world? The old man buys it completely, even wondering, Is that why you were hiding here? Thank goodness. If anything happened to you, I would have really regretted it. I think the situation has changed. It's too dangerous to be alone now. He casually asks, How bad is the situation? The number of assassins Sierra and I found is up to 15. Riley. He suddenly realizes he forgot to ask about his mother. The old man is surprised that he's still worried about her in this situation. Everyone says he's lazy, but he seems incredibly thoughtful. He suddenly looks at the protagonist with eyes full of love and care. It's like he has a maiden's heart. He replies that there are people protecting her, and she is brave, so the lady will surely be fine. Hearing this, the protagonist can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Let's join them first. The energy is becoming more terrifying than I thought. The Count has already drawn his sword. The old man remains on high alert. Actually, the protagonist has already finished things here and just needs to leave, but he can't conveniently tell him that. In Ian's mind, he assumes that because the protagonist is the weakest in the house, they must be extremely careful. We don't know what might happen, so please stay right behind me. Well, if you're going to act, go all the way. He acts incredibly grateful and says, All right then, thank you. He's so touched he could cry. Suddenly, he calls the old man over. Now that I think about it, I found something strange. This might be related to the assassins in the mansion. He stops and looks suspicious. But what is it? He discovers it's just a piece of toilet paper. This makes the protagonist extremely annoyed. He argues back, I was just checking. It's not dirty, okay? Just inspect it first. The old man feels incredibly disgusted by the paper. But as he opens it, it reads, Rumex, Moon Glow Herb, Cocatin Mushrooms, and written in big bold letters at the bottom, Use before meals. Isn't this handwriting too familiar? The old man's hands start trembling. This can't be. These are the ingredients for the poison in the soup the lady drank, and Orly seems to be the main culprit behind this. At that moment, the assassins had infiltrated. The father was waiting there. I guess you really are just a rat, scurrying from place to place. However, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The assassin himself knows he can't defeat him. The father declares, I could have spared your life once, but you dared to oppose me twice. Anyway, the assassin had already achieved his goal of getting the dagger. Now he just needs to withdraw. If he has a little more time until the smoke bomb goes off, Orly will escape this predicament, and he won't have to worry anymore. The father declares, even if you kneel and beg now, you won't be forgiven. He lunges in, attacking the assassin directly. The father is extremely frustrated. You pathetic wretch. Is hiding the only thing you can do? I intended to take you alive, but not anymore. The assassin seems to be in an SOS's situation. It's really dangerous now. As a swordsman, I'll let you say your last words. Before he could finish off the assassin, Ian runs in, shouting, Count, we now know who secretly poisoned the lady. The Count stares at him with a blank expression. Ian didn't come alone. He brought Orly with him. The moment she arrived, everyone froze. They exchange unpleasant looks. It's just an ordinary assassin. I can kill him whenever I want. So, everything is fine. Anyway, who poisoned Iris? The father seems to have some suspicions, and after looking at the paper, his face changes completely. Ian declares, the owner of that handwriting is Lady Orly. Honestly, the fact that she managed to escape at this point is impressive. She just covers her face, acts utterly miserable, and sobs. Riley thinks calmly, Ian must have handed over the letter by now. This means what Lady Orly did will be discovered soon. You've been running around for a while now. Riley, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Suddenly, his mother stands before them. They stand around comforting each other. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Riley suddenly becomes unusually alert. I'm fine. Luckily, I'm doing just fine. The mother and son embrace as if it were a dream. Suddenly, someone runs in. My lady, young master, I am Ian. Riley speaks as if he already understands what he has done. The maid is confused. Where did they go? You didn't say much and left so suddenly. That's true. He has nothing to hide at this point. He immediately exposes her. The one who poisoned Lady Iris's soup is Orly. They have found the real culprit. Hearing this, Iris is completely shocked. She doesn't believe it's the truth. She repeats over and over that it can't be. This is just a joke, right? Young Master Riley found a note about the poison with Lady Orly's handwriting. The more she denies it, the more shameless she looks. She even thinks she misheard. Orly wouldn't actually do that. Even if she lived and died, she couldn't imagine a day where she would put poison in a bowl of soup. Iris collapses. Seeing her mother like that, the protagonist feels deeply sorry, even though he knows Orly hates Iris. But how could she do something so dirty? The protagonist was curious about what his father was doing at this hour. They were actually talking, but an uninvited guest was there. He took off his hat and declared that it was all over. They had the dagger, but the mission had failed. The father finally realized it was Orly's father, or in other words, his father-in-law. That was why he had only been hiding. Or was that it? How could he make others look like fools? Orly clenched her fists, looking deeply hurt. She said, the fool is actually me. The day you took another wife. Do you have any idea how much I suffered? If you had only looked at me with those warm eyes, I wouldn't have done such terrible things. But now, what was the point of saying such nonsense? In truth, she had become a cruel and wicked person. The father declared, what you wanted was the family status, not me. Stop being so duplicitous. The father then began to expose everything. On the day of your wedding, do you know what I checked first before meeting you? This engagement involved the test trading company. You were very satisfied when you followed this family name, but in reality, no. You brought filthy assassins into my mansion, and now you dare to say it's all my fault? With a cool, imposing demeanor, the father laid everything bare, leaving her speechless. There was no more talk of husband and wife. The father, completely fed up, ordered her to get out of there right now. Looking devastated, she left the house. Orly, appearing desperate, told her father that it was all just a dream. Father, I'm sure it's just a nightmare. If I blink again, I'll find myself lying in bed. And even if it's not, this must have happened on some other day. Because Orly had experienced failure, she was like this. But it was fine. Her father asserted, as long as the test trading company stands firm, we won't collapse easily. That was why they wanted to stand up and start over. Orly saw something and cursed it, turned out. The protagonist was right behind them, sitting blatantly, holding the dagger while provoking them. Is the fun over for you guys? He felt the fun hadn't even begun yet. Seeing the protagonist, the father was startled out of his wits. Why is he here? At this point, formalities meant nothing. The protagonist was there to see something interesting. He came because he had to continue taking revenge for his mother. Everything Orly did to his mother, he now wanted her to endure it all. Seeing Riley, she was extremely resentful. "You arrogant bastard. You are the most useless and pathetic person in this house. What right do you have to open your mouth so carelessly?" She raised her hand, acting as if she were powerful, intending to slap the protagonist, but he dodged it slightly. "What? You were going to hit me? How terrifying. Do you think that when my father returns, he will let it slide if he sees me beaten?" The more he provoked her, the angrier she became. But Orly's father had warned her to control herself. He harbored hatred, saying, "You insolent brat, I don't know where you get the courage, but that is your foolish mistake. Who said you could come back to the mansion?" He even felt this was good. If he took him hostage, it would be easier to carry out the mission. The protagonist looked like he was thinking, "Oh, I'm so scared." He even casually picked his ear as if nothing had happened. "Old man, because you didn't touch me today, I could let it slide. But that Lady Orly? No way. She threatened my mother and sent assassins, didn't she? She shouldn't have tried to kill my mother twice. At least she must pay for harming my mother. Don't make a scene to retaliate for this today." Seeing that, he intended to deliver a finishing blow to kill Riley. But the protagonist had anticipated his master strike and dodged it. Having hidden his skills, showing them now left everyone surprised. Orly was confused, and told her father, "Father, kill that bastard. Truly useless for anything other than ordering others around." They told each other not to leave any traces, tear him into small pieces. Oh my God. They thought he was someone they could just tear into pieces? The protagonist lunged forward with a wooden sword. This reminded him of what he had experienced in the past. Back then, he had saved assassins and said they were human. Truly, there was no saint like him. Now, fine, from now on, this is considered self-defense. The protagonist declared, "Don't say anything weird without cause." They surrounded the protagonist from all sides. "Sorry, but I won't live like I did in my past life anymore." He cleaned them up in an instant. The band of assassins met their ancestors. No way, it couldn't be, he only swung his sword once, right? He was extremely surprised that the protagonist, with just a wooden sword, could do that. The protagonist approached and told him, "This is the second time. You used to be a warrior, so I will give you a merciful death." At this point, he knew fear and pleaded with the protagonist. He was willing to die for his daughter and openly claimed that this child had certainly done bad things, but her nature was kind. She just did it the wrong way. So please, at least my daughter, I beg you, spare my daughter. But she was able to casually poison Iris, the protagonist's mother. How could that be easily forgiven? If it were that easy to forgive, killers in this world wouldn't be thrown into prison by the police. He didn't hesitate and struck. The protagonist felt his body was far different from before. He had actually rested for 19 years, so now there was no other choice. This hand had been stained with blood once again. What's done is done. Being swayed by emotions was a story of yesterday. Now he could safely return. Suddenly a maid ran in to inform the head butler that everything was in chaos. Everyone was extremely worried about Riley. They feared the assassins had taken the protagonist hostage because he was the weakest in the house. The uncle still held a belief that he was just hiding somewhere. The maid, still confused, said that the young master had suddenly disappeared from the lady's room. Even if it were the young master, he wouldn't be so carefree as to play hide and seek at a time like this. It was now even more certain that this was the work of the assassins. There was no other explanation. They couldn't just sit still like this. The uncle decided to search around the mansion again. The father felt they were in a frenzy over Riley's SOS situation and had witnessed everything. Ian also didn't know how to explain it properly. What would happen if he told the count, who was in a fit of rage, that the young master had likely been kidnapped by the assassins? Thinking the father would be extremely worried, he instead declared, "That kid was kidnapped by the assassins? How pathetic. No need to go find him, because my house doesn't need weaklings like that." This heartlessness left everyone in the house frozen for 5 seconds. Just after saying that, the protagonist appeared and casually said, "Is everyone looking for me?" Seeing him, the uncle was overjoyed. "Young master, where have you been?" The maid and Ian were deeply worried. The count walked over seriously and said, "Riley, follow me to the study. I heard you were the one who discovered that note." Before he could finish his sentence, the other son rushed in. "Were you kicked out by the lady of this mansion? Do you want to play hide and seek?" He continued to yell angrily at the protagonist. "Don't pretend you don't know. You definitely forged that note." He blamed the protagonist, saying that because of Riley, his mother had been kicked out onto the street. He seemed to have sensed something unusual. What is he plotting? I don't think he knows. This is just an outburst, right? I really don't like being bothered like this. That's enough. The son, Lloyd, kept making a fuss, but the father didn't seem to care much, only lightly reminding them, I won't say it again. Regardless, it is true that Orly poisoned Iris's soup, and it is true that she let assassins sneak into this mansion. The father told Riley to come in, not actually to interrogate him, but just to ask how he found that note. Such things certainly couldn't have fallen from the sky. So, without hiding anything, he spoke up. To be honest, I met the assassin who was targeting my mother. You must have heard, father, about me practicing with a wooden sword a few days ago at the training ground. I said I didn't even know how to hold a sword. That very day, the assassin ran towards me, and I tried to confront him with the wooden sword in my hand. I escaped, then returned. But by then, the man was dead. I found the note in his sleeve, and that assassin was sent by Orly. At this point, only the son, Lloyd, insisted on protecting her, thinking she wouldn't be the one to do such a thing. The father only gently replied, I understand how you feel, but she let an assassin sneak into this prestigious mansion. That is why I kicked Orly out. Standing here arguing won't solve anything. The father dismissed the two sons to return to their rooms, adding, Riley, come to the study tomorrow to meet me. He had something to say. Just as he opened the door, he saw his son, Lion. But it seemed that since childhood, the protagonist had been looked down upon so much that no one wanted to look at him or talk to him. To the protagonist, they were just a bunch of cheapskates. The two sons met, and one said, I don't think he's lying. As for mother, how unfortunate. But there's nothing I can do. We can't let our emotions cloud our judgment on this one. To be honest, I'm actually grateful to Riley. Even though we don't get along, we have to admit he made a massive contribution. After all, they're just trying to protect their mother. But the fact that she sent assassins is a crime that can't be excused. I feel bad for him, but what can you do? The son just wanted to protect his mother, but he couldn't stop her. She truly made a mistake. His older brother, Lion, patted his head and said now isn't the time. The heir hasn't been decided yet. What happened with their mother can be dealt with after the successor is chosen. Once he wins the race for the title and claims the Iferetta name, he'll set everything right. Honestly, that kid is a real pain. But you can't deny that father has placed high hopes on him. Think about the future. They both made a firm decision to topple Riley. Once they are in power, they will bring Orly back to the mansion. The day finally arrived when their father asked to see Riley privately. Ian was acting incredibly urgent, saying that the Count wanted a private meeting with him, right? I should have known sooner. I apologize for the delay. He kept fussing over the protagonist, trying to make him look sharp before meeting the Count. Good grief, he's overdoing it. After grooming him to look dapper, he didn't forget to praise him, saying he looks 10 years younger now. He was already a kid, and now he looks even younger? The protagonist just couldn't handle it. His hair was slicked back with gel, and he looked more like a middle-aged uncle than a 10-year-old boy. He didn't forget to give him advice. Master, this is your chance. Now that Lady Orly has been kicked out of the mansion, you can turn this into an opportunity to compete for the succession. Just thinking about it made the uncle's eyes shine. He felt like this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. But the protagonist didn't seem interested at all. Ian insisted that this might be the Count's way of testing his abilities. Didn't I tell you before? You are truly more talented and amazing than anyone else. Before entering the Count's room, Ian didn't forget to cheer him on as if he were heading into battle. That guy is truly too much. Their father had never spoken to Riley so seriously before. Everyone had been looking at him with nothing but contempt. Their father ordered the protagonist to move out of the mansion. Good grief. What on earth? He wanted to hide in a hole just hearing that. He didn't even give the protagonist a moment to think. Their father declared that this was a mandatory order that had to be followed. He was actually very confused, not understanding what was happening. Wait, what do you mean, father? Are you asking me to move out? Then, the father handed Riley a piece of paper, detailing the Royal Sword Fighting Tournament, to be held next month. The 17th Royal Sword Fighting Tournament will be held soon. I am extending an invitation to one of the children of the family, known for their exceptional swordsmanship. I hope you will participate and share your valuable experience with the tournament. From the royal family of Orlaya. This was the 17th tournament, starting in a month. The protagonist knew that even he could participate. It was like he was being told, you must participate in this tournament. But wasn't kicking him out of the mansion a bit too extreme? The young man scratched his head awkwardly and replied, well, father, you know what I'm going to say. I'll gain experience from the tournament, but I don't really need more experience, right? My brothers have all participated in that tournament before. Can't they go again? Isn't it a great tournament? This letter was sent to you. Don't you realize this is a call of love? The protagonist really just wanted to run away from these useless tournaments. He just wanted to lie around and enjoy his life. He thought about closing his eyes and crying just like he did in Chapter 1. Riley was firm. I'm not going. I won't participate in that tournament. I don't have the ability to compete. The father was helpless. How much longer do you want to delay this? Don't let this opportunity slip away. But the father was just as determined as he was. I've tried training with a wooden sword, and Mom was very worried about me. I even saw Ian's face that day. So, Father, please don't make me go there. The young man clenched his fists, determined and asserted, Please, Father, don't make me hold a sword anymore. Just as he said this, he thought his father would get furious and yell at him, but instead, he encouraged him, saying, Son, you can do it. I truly believe in you. Hearing those words, the protagonist's heart skipped a beat. Memories from the past echoed in his ears. You can do it. The warriors can't do it without you. You can do it. You can do it. You are a warrior. Isn't that your duty? Fight, warrior. In the past, she had looked at the protagonist with that exact gaze. Because of that, the protagonist didn't really want his father to look at him that way. It seemed like that look would make him waver. Every word felt like a conflict. He was determined. I won't compete. The father remained extremely firm and tried to convince Riley. This tournament is different. Things are different now. You are no longer a child, so you don't have the right to choose. You must participate in the tournament, at least for the sake of the family's interests and honor. But to him, he just wanted to live his own life. Why must he do this for the family's sake? Just as he said this, the uncle snuck in. There was something stuck on the door, so I came in. Seeing that, the protagonist bolted. The father ordered the uncle to catch him immediately and bring him back. Escaping them made Riley feel incredibly exhausted. He just wished he could have a normal life without any memories of his past life. Everything felt so present, making his head ache terribly. Forget it. Why was I born into a family of swordsmen? This is truly insane. He knew they wanted to train their son in how to fight, but why did even the servants know how to fight? He had been optimistic and happy just recently, but the protagonist felt he had truly changed. How can I get so angry just because of a few words? What must I do to find something that countless others cannot find? While he was hiding, he heard the maid looking for him. She told Iris that the Count wanted to talk to the young master about the upcoming tournament, so that was the reason he was avoiding the Count. The Count really hopes the young master will participate in the tournament, but he has already run away. I heard the lady has no heir. Does this bother you? His mother replied. Well, a little bit, but I think I'll be fine. Sometimes, Riley would show a sad face. I want to have a private talk with him and ask if he has any troubles in his heart. But every time, he just replies that everything is fine. He tells me there is nothing to worry about. I've never seen him like this. I don't know the reason, but as a mother, I need to understand him more. Even if everyone hates him, I will always support him, because more than anyone else in the world, I truly want Riley to be happy. Hearing that, who wouldn't be moved? Iris had another wish. She wanted a new room and asked the maid to prepare it. As if out of habit, it seemed Iris was very familiar with her son's hiding spot. Seeing his mother, the young man teared up as if he were a 3-year-old. The mother just smiled. I was just thinking about a few things. You did that when the assassins broke in. Many people were worried because they didn't know where you were. Is what you're thinking about related to the tournament? The protagonist still couldn't say a word. The mother asked again, and then he replied that because just holding a sword makes me feel terrified. So what about a date? I said a date with your mother. The mother replied, I will help you as a mother. The two were carrying everything necessary. They were busily preparing for this tournament. Everything had been arranged very carefully. Now, all that was left was to set off. The uncle seemed worried and turned to ask, Do you think just me and Sira are enough to help? Yes, that's right. I think the two of you are enough. The protagonist also seized the moment to add, Of course it's enough. I know how strong you two are. They finally finished, preparing everything. Riley gratefully told his mother she didn't need to go with him, but she had promised and made an agreement with her son. This is our first date. She also reminded the protagonist not to say things that would ruin the atmosphere or make others feel jealous. Though he thought, who would even be jealous? The father asserted that by going with the boy, he was sure he would participate in the competition right away. Iris's face suddenly tensed up, and she said, The agreement was about positive things, not negative, right? At this point, the mother decided to give her son some advice. The father let out a sigh and said goodbye to Sarah and Ian. He didn't forget to warn them. If anything happens to them, the two of you will be held responsible. Ian followed orders, bowing sincerely and saying he would swear on his own life that he would protect them thoroughly. That was his lifelong mission, and after much back and forth, they could finally set off. Iris was feeling incredibly excited. It had been a long time since she'd spoken to him. Riley looked totally confused. It was his first time ever stepping foot outside the castle. Since Solala was the name of the castle, he had lived there his whole life, only to realize the castle actually didn't have a name. Iris explained that because her father loved the castle so much, they named it after him. They were chatting away so happily, and the mother kept the conversation going very intimately. "Sarah, you're a native of Sorlia, aren't you?" She was someone who lived in the region to the right of Sorlia. Seeing they looked puzzled and didn't understand, the young lady explained further. "This is a map of Sorlia. The only thing at the peak of Sorlia is the castle, and this is the wall that protects us from intruders. Isn't Sorlia shockingly huge then? Well, it is a town belonging to a kingdom, so, after all, Sorlia was pretty much just as she had described." The male lead froze for a few seconds. The name Cola made the young man jump in surprise. It was a drink that made you feel like something was burning on your tongue, and it tasted even better with ice added. Just hearing that was enough to make his mouth water. To describe how it felt, it was like a taste of heaven that cooled you down in an instant. Hearing that back and forth, the male lead still didn't understand a damn thing, so he just snapped and growled. "Why don't you be a bit more specific?" The young lady started asking. "Sir, I said it tastes as sweet as wine but won't make you drunk." Not only that, he kept praising it even more. He said it was a divine drink, but when it came to that drink, its color was very common in fact. Its color was even darker. The more he talked, the more he felt like he was going crazy. The young man shouted the two words, "Coca." This confusing behavior of his made the young lady jump in shock. Was she trying to convince the male lead to drink alcohol or something? All of the male lead's confusing language could probably only be understood by Ian. Haha, what he's talking about is a non-alcoholic drink. It's a beverage that all children love, even 5-year-olds. If that was what she meant, then that was the taste of Coca. Just thinking about it felt like being on cloud 9, truly wonderful. But then, something happened. While they were in high spirits, the carriage suddenly shook. It was definitely an attack. Just as they stepped outside, the culprits were already gone. They seemed to have fled in some direction. In front of them were many goblins. Goblins? If it were Sira, she could quickly finish them off, right? But at this point, they had no choice. They could attack from behind. Ian would be in charge of protecting the sides and the rear. Riley declared that she had to trust her young master. Iris's face was just like, "Seriously?" she whispered. "Sira is really too slow." Her stance and sword-swinging technique were both good, but why were they so slow? The male lead needed a sip of coca right now. Seeing Sira so flustered, he was contemplating whether or not to help. But, thinking about it again, damn it, this was really annoying. The young man suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get out of my way!" Up until now, Riley had always stayed in the back to protect everyone, but now he had to rush forward. He didn't want to just stand there and watch. The young man charged ahead, surprising everyone, especially Sarah. She was incredibly panicked. "Young master, why are you here? It's dangerous. You need to go back." Seeing Riley using his legs while fighting, the young lady was completely shocked. He thought, "Finally, I have a chance to drink coca, but it's too late to buy it now." Because of movements like that, her strength and agility were meaningless. The young man began to swing his sword with high-quality precision. She needed to keep her distance and charge straight at the enemy to launch a surprise attack. If we don't finish this quickly, there won't be time to drink coca. Before long, the male lead had wiped out the goblins, to everyone's amazement. However, there were still a few left. He reminded Sarah to be really careful this time. He would take care of them. Ian still couldn't believe his eyes at what had just happened. What was that? The male lead, looking super cool, told them, "All right, let's keep going." In just a moment, he had handled the whole situation. Truly, you can't predict what will happen in a lifetime, especially his mother. Had the lady already known about the young master's techniques? While he was dozing off, they had been discussing this mysterious power of the male lead. The mother spoke up. "Perhaps so. I don't know much about swordsmanship. I'm just glad Riley didn't get hurt." When she saw him rush toward the goblins, her heart felt like it had stopped. She was really worried about him. But even so, his mother still had one wish: to keep this a secret and remind everyone not to tell anyone in the castle about it, including the Count. They all agreed to this, and finally, they reached Sorlia. The atmosphere there felt incredibly lively. The male lead thought to himself that the last time he was here was a year ago. Iris felt very sorry for Ian. She had actually told him to return to the castle, but Sarah thought that telling him to return was a right choice. He would definitely talk endlessly about yesterday. about everything he witnessed. But, my lady, when we step into Sorlia, we must follow Sorlia's laws. It's wonderful that a place like this exists, Sarah said. Now, they were incredibly excited but didn't know where to go. The male lead suggested drinking the non-alcoholic sweet wine. That was a great idea, and they all agreed. Sarah excitedly introduced a cafe she often frequented, adding that they sold many things the young master was looking for. Let's go there. While they were still excited and enthusiastic, there was a man watching all their actions, and that was his target for the day. He told the girl, "It's time to pay for your food. Go now. That's your job, you piece of trash." A woman with half her face looking ruined was despised and belittled by him to the point of being insulted beyond words. Standing in front of such a huge thing, the male lead had a chubby face. Does this actually exist? I thought I'd never get to drink it again. This amazing flavor with bubbles dissolving in his mouth and this smoothness, this was it. Coca-Cola VIP Pro Riley. After a long time of not being able to experience such ultimate happiness, he stretched out as if he were in heaven. His mother and Sarah looked at him with very confused expressions. The young man asked his mother for another cup. In front of Sarah, the male lead looked like a brat right now. The girl with the ruined half-face from earlier was still being bullied by them. She kept screaming, "I told you! I didn't do it! Someone, save me!" They thought she was a pickpocket, but it seemed there was some hidden complexity here. She still kept crying out, "I never did that!" Sarah felt this was unacceptable. She wanted to step up to stop the person bullying others, but the male lead stopped her and told her not to go. It seemed the male lead had realized something unusual, that it was all just an act. Sure enough, it seemed they were performing a play, and they were even acting very deeply. Riley calmly told Sarah to just sit down. "Young lady, young master. Actually, I still don't understand what's happening. What do you mean by acting? What are these people doing?" He had actually noticed that they were looking at Sarah's sword, and another very logical analysis. If that girl really wanted to be saved, she would be shaking her head constantly. But their eyes were glued to Sarah's sword. This proved they had other intentions. The male lead calmly sighed and reminded the young lady, "The uncle is coming back." He leaned down, looking like he wanted to announce something very serious. "To be honest, I wanted to do that alone if I could. I just wanted to get that ticket. But do you know what happened in the Sorlia castle just now? The Guangdong sword competition. Tickets for 4 people. After he introduced that he was from the Iferetta family, the girl at the ticket counter was incredibly happy and kept asking again if he was really from there. Ian continued to confirm, "That's right. Here is the seal and the letter from the count." He thought they would just agree, but who would have thought he'd only be allowed to watch and not participate? The uncle just started wailing miserably like a 5-year-old boy. Riley was speechless, his face completely blank. He didn't know how to console him. He continued to explain. Suddenly, while they were talking, a tall, muscular young man, with long, blonde hair, came to greet them very enthusiastically. "You're Ian, right? The mercenary hero Ian? Isn't that you? It's been a long time, hasn't it?" It turned out they were acquaintances. The uncle didn't even remember the last time they had met. The guy also asked if he was doing well and if he had come there for the sword competition too. It turned out they all came there for the sword competition. He even thought this uncle had a family already. But Ian was just the butler of the Iferetta family. He stood there stunned. "You're the butler of the Iferetta family? So who do you serve? Is it the greatest swordsman, Lee? Or the speed swordsman, Lloyd?" He said things like that, sarcastically implying that he must be serving the count. Given his age, this was highly likely. Haha. The uncle heard it and was quite bitter, but he still calmly replied, "Ahem. When will it be the audience ticket turn?" "I wonder how much more time this is going to take," Riley asked, hearing all this. "Are we paying for the audience's tickets?" Hearing the name Riley, the blonde uncle looked suspicious. Isn't his nickname the lazy swordsman because he's actually lazy, or what? The uncle started crying again. "You don't know how embarrassed I was. In front of my old friend, it was so shameful. How could he look at a famous mercenary warrior with such pity? Boo-hoo-hoo. If Lady Iris hadn't made me keep last night's events a secret, if she hadn't done that, I wouldn't be so humiliated today. Good grief, this is so frustrating." The uncle continued to wail miserably. Morning had arrived, and the group gathered once more. Upon seeing the protagonist, Sarah asked if he had slept well, but he didn't really want to talk anymore. It seemed coming here was a mistake. The protagonist completely collapsed when Sarah announced, "Tomorrow is the sword competition I've been looking forward to. It's my first time watching, so I'm really excited." Riley just wanted to go home, rest, and relax. His mother covered her mouth and giggled. "Oh my. I didn't know Ian had such a sensitive side." The protagonist helplessly wailed that for 30 minutes, the uncle had been like a drunk, repeating the same story over and over. By now, he seemed a bit more sober and shyly, wished everyone a good morning. They were actually quite confused about where to go today. It looked like they might head to the right side of Sorlia. If they didn't go today, they wouldn't have another chance. As the sword competition started tomorrow and would last for 3 days, the protagonist wondered why they weren't going to the lower region of Sorlia. According to Sarah, the lower region wasn't a good idea. It was dirty and dangerous. It was truly as rumored. Hearing this, Riley lost all enthusiasm. He didn't like going to places like that either. Seeing him go along with it, Sarah was overjoyed. "That's a wise decision, my lord. Let's get going then." His mother was also looking forward to the trip, so they didn't delay and set off immediately. However, the atmosphere felt very quiet. This was the Temple of Sorlia, which displayed its power by worshipping the goddess, Ines. It was a place for the wounded and sick to receive treatment using divine power, or to predict the future and upcoming disasters. Iris also owed a debt of gratitude to this temple, so she came to give thanks and take a tour. The protagonist was curious and intrigued by the temple. He started to feel that the atmosphere on this side and the other wasn't that different. Those people here also received prophecies by worshipping God. Would anyone really be willing to throw away their life in exchange for a prophecy? The protagonist's mother went to meet someone. He said that her illness was not something that would recover quickly, but just after saying that, he congratulated Iris, saying it seemed like Ines was protecting her. The mother seemed very grateful. "Thank you, High Priest." Riley was still curious and nosy about the place. "I think they'll be talking for a while, so I'll go for a walk." As he walked, he looked around. It was indeed built beautifully and thoroughly. The uncle introduced that many people traveled from afar just to see the Temple of Sorlia. In his previous life, while visiting the Temple of Sorlia from another place, the protagonist had accidentally met a saint in the temple. Right after seeing her, she had told him, "You were chosen by the sword saint." From that day on, his life began to become extremely complicated. This temple reminded him of his past life. He had met a saint and drawn a holy sword. Suddenly, a woman turned around and greeted Riley and Ian. Seeing her, the uncle greeted her very respectfully. "Greetings, milady," then turned to ask the protagonist, "Aren't you going to greet her?" But the protagonist thought to himself, "Why should I have to do that?" He added, "If she wants me to greet her, she should show her face first." Saying that, everyone around looked at him with very confused expressions. Ian felt embarrassed and whispered, "Young master, I think she is someone important here." Riley acted cocky and replied immediately, "I'm the son of someone just as important as that lady." The girl seemed to find the protagonist interesting, so she removed her veil to reveal her face. "Isn't it the saintess, Brycia?" Ian bowed respectfully. "Please forgive me for not recognizing you, saintess." "Young master, you should greet her. That's the saintess. She's the youngest saintess of Sorlia. Does this place even have an annoying system of worshipping saints and saintesses?" Seeing the protagonist unmoved, the uncle asked again, "What's the matter with you?" But the protagonist brushed it off. "Nothing's wrong. I was just talking to myself." Riley didn't like the word saint at all. More accurately, he despised it. He remembered years ago when he was chosen by the sword saint and told to use the holy sword to destroy the demon king. The saintess of the past had declared that only a warrior chosen by the gods could do it. The protagonist was their only hope and savior. He thought, "Why on earth would I agree to do that again?" And the young man just turned around and walked away. The uncle was extremely bewildered. "Young master, where are you going? At least introduce yourself." Riley showed no interest and said, "Introduce my foot. I don't even want to look at them anymore." The saintess heard this and was furious, but she only whispered, "Listen to me." After she said something, the protagonist was shocked and felt completely confused. Why would a saintess be curious about such things? She said, "Seeing your reaction, I guess I was right. So, that's the reason, huh?" How on earth could she be so certain when talking about that? She nonchalantly replied, "Because your reaction was still very bland, even after recognizing me. What kind of saint is this? The saints I know at least don't talk nonsense like this, but I am still the saintess of Sorlia, even the youngest one. I'm proud of that. Is there something unusual about it?" The protagonist had a completely helpless look on his face. Yes, truly a great saint." Then, "Great saintess, think whatever you want." She went crazy. "Excuse me? You already knew I was a saint. How dare you talk to me like that?" He still replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so you're a saint. So what?" Upon hearing this, she froze, feeling extremely frustrated and not knowing what to do. The uncle was stiff as a board. Should I kneel and cry in front of a saint? Should I do that? The protagonist didn't seem to have ever been as serious as this moment, while the saintess didn't like this at all. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Everyone around was shocked by the situation. The protagonist didn't hesitate to share. Sorry, but I hate all kinds of saints. I'm still holding a grudge against them, so let's just go our separate ways and stop bothering each other. Hearing this, she felt both embarrassed and hurt. Was she crying? And after talking to Riley, what kind of saint was so unreasonable? Someone handed her a handkerchief, but she slapped it away and said, "Don't speak like that to a saint, it's blasphemy." Seeing her so upset, the protagonist still didn't back down one bit. He kept twisting the knife into the young woman's heart. So what? I don't believe in any religion at all. She seemed increasingly hurt. You're really funny. You're the one who started saying those ridiculous things first. Why are you making me the bad guy? Just keep picking fights and crying. It seemed Riley was fed up. That was the reason why he didn't want to come here and wanted to go back immediately. He also said, "We have no reason to linger here any longer." Since she became a saintess, she had never encountered such a shameful situation. As a saintess, how could he dare to show such hatred? They started gossiping. The fact that someone hates us is unbelievable. The more the people around gossiped, the angrier she became. You call that comforting me? To calm things down, they had to say, "That guy is just a young master who hasn't experienced the world. Don't pay it too much mind." Seeing them all panicking, she asked further, "Anyway, have you ever had thoughts like that?" Hearing this, they were shocked. "Of course not. You are the saintess who has received the most blessings under the protection of goddess Inez. I even have to wonder if you are her incarnation. You don't need to care about what that guy just said." They all comforted her, and she seemed to calm down a bit. "That's right. Just ignore it, and continue praying for all the best things." Just then, something seemed to have happened. A beam of light struck down directly onto her. The saintess seemed to have realized something about the protagonist. She turned around, extremely surprised. This can't be. Could it be that person? The uncle was curious about what the saintess had just said to Riley. Actually, at that time, she had leaned in and whispered, "Could it be that you like men?" But it seemed the protagonist didn't want to tell the uncle much, so he distorted it into, "She asked what my type was. I want to ask that too. Forget it, it's not important anyway. That bothered me, but since I'm a decent person, I'll let it slide. Being close to a saintess won't bring him any benefits, anyway." His mother was incredibly puzzled, wondering what on earth could have happened to her son while he was there. They'd gone on, but it wasn't exactly like that. Next, they were heading to the magic tower. "Come to think of it, you once said you were interested in magic, right?" The young master didn't hesitate to answer right away. "That's right, moving objects without even having to lift a finger. How convenient is that?" Hearing this, the old man's jaw dropped. "You shouldn't learn magic just for a reason like that. A mage from the Iferetta family? Honestly, it's just impossible. Looking at this tower over and over again from the eastern side of Sorlia, it feels a bit strange. They say that if you get close to the tower, the air itself changes. They say it's because of the pure energy surrounding it. That light over there is a magical artifact." Riley appeared quite surprised. "Is that magic?" This is truly interesting. And the truth is, he doesn't know anything about magic at all. In his past life, all he received were curses and blessings, like being chosen by the sword saint in his previous life. And now, this world is better than that one, where he was forced to accept those curses and blessings, the pressure of having to live a life that was already fated from the start. He didn't want to experience that ever again. But magic isn't like that, is it? It's about an individual making their own choices to move toward the future. The young man was even wondering if he could use magic to heal the wounds of the past. Sarah suddenly thought of something and asked the male protagonist if he wanted to try that out once they arrived at the magic tower. There's a magical artifact capable of detecting the energy within each person. Everyone who dreams of becoming a mage tries using it at least once. Because of that, if he wanted to, Riley could totally give it a try. The eldest young master and second young master of the Iferetta family, Lion and Lloyd, had also used it to practice the radiant sword technique. That's a move created by utilizing the energy of a sword. Lion learned it when he was 12, and Lloyd at 14. After all, they rarely get opportunities like this, so his mother was extremely eager for the male protagonist to try it out. Ian also looked dangerous. This was the moment the young master's ability would be revealed to the whole world. Having been a mercenary who possessed the most proficient energy manipulation skills of the previous war era, he was the one who had sensed the potential in young Master Riley. He was eagerly waiting for the day when the male protagonist's power would be revealed, shattering his lazy swordsman nickname. They just headed straight to the magic tower. This place was much larger than they had expected. Surely, The magical artifact must have made this place feel far more spacious than what they observed from the outside, although they didn't know much about these things. This was truly amazing. Regardless, this place was special. Everyone here is weird. Suddenly, a young man came up to greet them. "Excuse me, could you tell me what brought you here?" The old man replied, "We're just here for a quick visit. The tower isn't a place just anyone can enter. Do you have anything to verify? Your identities?" After taking one look, he realized they were from the Iferetta family. They would allow the male protagonist's family to tour the first floor. However, they were not to go up to the second floor or touch anything without receiving permission. No sooner had he finished speaking than the male protagonist touched a giant, super-sized, shimmering stone. That guy immediately came over to stop Riley, stammering to explain that because its color was so beautiful, it enchanted people's hearts. Even though he was the Count's young master, they couldn't allow him to do that. This thing, in reality, isn't something you can just touch. The more he said, the more curious Riley became. What on earth is that large stone? But they couldn't tell him. The objects you are allowed to touch have all been marked, so please pay attention. For items without marks, please do not touch them. Please observe only from a distance. Saying this only made him even more suspicious. Iris asked them to guide their tour of this place. They didn't really know much about the tower, so they were very interested in seeing it. The young man managing the place was named Feta. He started introducing them. Mages, wizards, alchemists, there are countless types of mages. If you wanted to list all their characteristics, you wouldn't have enough time even if you stayed up all night. They often use this type of magic book. You can pour water into this spherical device. Once you pour the water in and wait long enough, the water will turn into ice. This is thanks to the magic circle drawn inside the device. It sounds magical, but Riley didn't seem to find it very special. So, it's no different from a refrigerator? Wait, what's a refrigerator? They didn't actually understand this definition. Feta didn't forget to remind them, do come visit again. If you follow the proper procedures, you might even get to tour the second floor. But what on earth is so sketchy about the second floor? The second floor is where mages practice spells like Fireball. That was also something the male protagonist was curious about. The more they talked, the more interesting it sounded. Everyone looked extremely excited at this kind of magical artifact. Only Riley looked troubled in a way that was hard to fathom. Previously, he had been extremely curious and wanted to try it, but now, he seemed very hesitant and indecisive. Seeing him like that, the old man flew into a rage, looking at the male protagonist with fiery eyes. He asked again exactly what this stone was used for. Feta explained that he just needed to place his hand on that crystal sphere. The crystal sphere would glow, and the water level would rise based on the energy he possessed. It didn't sound like anything special, just putting your hand on this sphere. Before he could even try, the old man looked dangerous, and he even had the audacity to ask the guide, what if the artifact shatters because of the excessive energy? Feta continued to explain, if that happens, I guess everyone would be eager to recruit him, the younger, the better. However, until now, the crystal sphere has never shattered. Just making it crack would already make one a genius. In history, no one has ever been recorded as having broken it, unless they were a dragon. This object can never be broken. If I had to list a few people who have cracked the sphere, it would be the Archmage of Magic, Master Ostrua, and the person known as a mercenary hero. What was that person's name again? I don't remember his name, but he was one of them too. It seemed he was eagerly waiting for something from Riley. The moment the male protagonist placed his hand on the sphere, a stream of light began to radiate. My heart is pounding, folks. I don't even know what I'm waiting for myself. He placed his hand on it, and within a split second, it seemed it was all over. Everyone was extremely curious to see how the result would turn out, but it seemed a bit disappointing. Riley was completely normal, and even average. Ian was totally disappointed. He couldn't believe it. Average? Not at all. Beyond the regulated threshold? Or belonging to a category that couldn't be measured, just average? Really? The male protagonist seemed very excited about the average result. So, can I become a wizard now? This didn't seem bad at all. Still, learning magic every day would be better. No one paid attention to this result, except for Ian, who didn't seem willing to accept it. What do you mean by average? That can't be the truth. He just lunged at the sphere, squeezing it with all his might, so much that the guide couldn't even stop him. He assumed this sphere must have a problem and misjudged Riley's strength. Riley remained very calm, whistling. While the old man was going crazy, he felt very hungry, so he invited everyone to go eat and have a meal with Syrah. She had said she would prepare everything and had booked a table at a restaurant. At this point, no matter how much you cry and scream, it's useless. Ian was exactly the type to have high hopes and big disappointments. Is there really nothing wrong with this sphere? It seemed something had happened. Sierra called out loudly. Master Ian, behind you is Master Riley's magic. His face turned extremely surprised. No way. Is the young master actually proficient in other things? If the magic power is this strong, I think we should move somewhere else before it hits us. If we keep talking here, who knows when we'll get to eat. He was so stubborn that Sierra had to grab Lloyd by the head and neck to get him to leave. The old man was still unsettled, clinging to what he sensed that the young master had immense potential, countless envious eyes of others, and the prejudice of the world toward a lazy swordsman. Feta breathed a sigh of relief when they left. He swept up the place. That old man was old, but he had the strength of an ox. He felt helpless because the male protagonist had touched everything. Now, he looked incredibly exhausted. But just as he turned around, a group of people were gathering in one spot. What on earth happened? Oh my god, the blue stone just cracked wide open. Is that the energy measuring stone reserved for wizards? How could that be? Who is the one who shattered the stone like this? They are in trouble, although they don't know who did it. If Astrua discovers this, it will become a huge danger. The only way to handle everything now is to find the culprit. If things go the wrong way, they might be blamed as if they were the ones who did it. Besides that, they have to think of a way to catch the culprit without any evidence at all like this. Someone touched the stone. Ordinary people couldn't do things like this. They started asking around. Who all visited the first floor today? Are there really no witnesses? They started asking Feta if he saw anyone suspicious, but he didn't seem to dare answer yet. They still don't have a single lead. No sooner had he said that than the rock couldn't hold on anymore and shattered into pieces. The noble swordmaster family finally headed out. Iris asked Riley if he was having a hard time. There were many interesting things in the tower, but even his mother didn't know what they were. Seeing her son so absent-minded, she couldn't help but worry, but he was just deep in thought. He was thinking about what happened today. He had visited the temple for the first time in his life and ran into a saintess he really didn't want to meet, just like in his previous life. He worried about what he would do if he had to take on the responsibility of a hero, and after that, he had headed to the tower. He absorbed mana in a slightly different way than he had in his previous life. Naturally, he had to be careful not to get caught. Still, he was glad that nothing major had happened. He couldn't exactly tell his mother everything he did. The old butler kept scratching his head in confusion. How could I have just seen nothing? He had been dazed ever since they walked out of the tower. Iris worriedly asked her son if he knew what had just happened to him. Riley wondered if his mother felt disappointed that her son was just an ordinary person, but she actually seemed incredibly excited. His mother thought she was lucky that her beloved son Riley had achieved an average score while still putting in the effort. Hearing this, he just froze. They both seemed happy as they held hands, walking off to see more interesting things in the area. A group of people were still busy working away. They were trying their best, but it was all useless. Since today's business was a total bust, they had to go back and try again. By that, he meant telling the guy to play 2 more rounds. But they suddenly remembered that today was the Sorlia festival. It wasn't even midnight yet, and if they messed up this time, they'd be going hungry until the next festival. He noticed a young man dressed differently from everyone else. They whispered to each other, "Didn't you see the whole squad of guards behind him? That kid might be a count or something." But they had recognized the protagonist, the same guy from yesterday who didn't care to help the girl in their play. They even looked down on his group, which only had a lady, a maid, and an old butler, just 4 people in total. They plotted to teach Riley's family a lesson, thinking that 2 nobles and 2 attendants would be a piece of cake. But the guy still felt something was off. The group started their plan and lunged forward, intending to rob them, but the old butler smacked them silly. "What do you think you're doing? Where did you come from to dare pull a stunt like this? You thought it would be easy, but you failed miserably." They covered their mouths, realizing they were truly screwed. Ian was furious today. He walked over seriously, thinking, "How dare you touch young Master Iferetta and expect to walk away safely?" As soon as they heard the name Iferetta, they shivered. Was that the noble family that had made a name for themselves with their swordsmanship? Is that a name I recognize? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Sarah looked at them with a look of pure disgust. "You real scumbags. Did you come from the Sorya slums? I can smell the stench on you." Even though she was a maid, her roasting skills were top-notch. She left the guy confused and embarrassed. "That can't be. I remember putting on perfume. Was there some kind of perfume in this place that could cover up that stench? Well, I'll let you off this time because of your characteristic stink. You'll pay the price if you try to steal again. Next time, choose your targets wisely. My master doesn't like being bothered." This girl seemed pretty cool too, but when he looked around, they were already gone. The old butler said she went to the restroom and would be back soon. "Do you want to check on her, young master?" But what could he possibly want? He was just curious because she wasn't there. Just let me know, and you can go wherever you want. The young man just continued enjoying his life, eating the most delicious and cheap food in the world. Suddenly, fireworks went off. The scene was beautiful. Sira was completely surprised. It's time, isn't it? The royal swordsmanship competition had begun. Finally, right here, the competition for the swordmasters was about to start. They had prepared a feast, and this year's contestants were quite strong. The old butler asked the protagonist if he remembered the list of contestants they had looked at before coming here, but with so much good food, he couldn't focus on anything else. Ian looked completely disappointed. According to the match schedule, there would be 3 matches today, and they were expected to end before dinner. Even though they're quite strong, they lack certain standards of the Iferettas. Looking around, it didn't seem very crowded. There were fewer spectators here than outside. There weren't many people. Iris had thought it would be packed, but it was very hard for the commoners of the Sorlia Temple to get in. Those people had to have an invitation to enter, which is why it was so empty. However, there were still matches between the children of noble families. His mother wondered, so, commoners don't get to watch the matches? But that wasn't really the case. That glowing orb floating there was from the magic tower. With it, they could watch the competition. Riley looked quite excited. Really? Then people can also watch the stupid moves those nobles make? Sarah was completely helpless. That won't happen, sir. Because there's a delay, we can watch them a day in advance, like watching a replay on TV. That recording is handled by the magic tower, so if anyone requests to cut out unnecessary parts, they'll do it. Just as he thought, the magic tower was quite interesting. The eras were different, but things that were only possible in his previous life could be solved here with magic. The final match was about to begin. Someone was getting very irritated. Stop screaming. Why don't you shut your mouth? Where's your home? My son is about to go into the arena. These nobles were so loud, he couldn't understand why they were getting so worked up. Even though he said that, the old butler was actually the one who was most worked up. He still insisted that if his young master entered the arena, he would show them all. Everyone looked at him speechless, imagining that if Riley actually entered, Ian would definitely be the loudest one there. So loud that it would make everyone around him feel embarrassed. Ian was still very focused on watching the match. The person who stepped down there was from the Voron family, and the one entering the ring was from the Dry family. According to the information, both families were famous for their swordsmanship, even if not as famous as the Iferettas. The official match began. The most decisive sword strikes started to show their power in the arena. They didn't hold back, putting all their strength into clashing with each other. Riley was calm, just like someone watching a piece of entertainment, admiring whatever strange swordsmanship styles they were using. It was pretty good, he thought to himself. I thought there was no swordsmanship, I didn't know, but watching these new techniques isn't half bad. It seemed like he was the only one treating this competition as a place for a bunch of kids to dance around. It sounded a bit funny, but it was nice to watch. Even if he was a little disappointed, it was still worth watching. After all, he had no interest. It made sense. He'd only be interested if he had to slash and kill a goblin in one hit. Ian turned and asked, "Then why don't you participate?" But he actually found it incredibly troublesome. He liked the nickname the Lazy Swordmaster. This sounded absurd and funny. Even though he had a lot of potential, he liked people calling him a lazy person. He was always in a state of boredom. He hid his true ability and nature. Why do you like that disgusting nickname, the Lazy Swordmaster? Iris turned to Ian and asked, if Riley wants to live such a carefree life, maybe it would be reasonable to find him a wife. Don't you think? Hearing that, a young man who was sitting there relaxing and drinking water almost choked to death. Seeing his son so shocked, she smiled. Mom is just joking. Ian looked so serious, so I just teased you a bit. This was the first time the protagonist felt this embarrassed. Why did his mother suddenly bring up getting married? Suddenly, someone called out to them. That person was incredibly angry after hearing those nonsensical words just now. This purple-haired guy felt extremely annoyed when Riley said he felt disappointed watching them dance around when they had worked so hard to participate in the competition. It seems you don't know a damn thing about swordsmanship. If you retract that statement, I'll let it slide. In reality, the young man had no energy to argue with them. He apologized without a shred of sincerity. Yeah, I'm sorry, okay? I was thoughtless. I apologize. He apologized, but the way he did it only made them feel more furious than ever. It was truly an apology without a single bit of sincerity. He snapped and said, I am the eldest son of the Aranum family. I will punish you for that disrespectful attitude toward the participants in this tournament. Riley tried to ignore it, but the guy kept provoking him. If you're here, you must belong to some family. Identify yourself. The male protagonist felt incredibly annoyed. He finally regained his composure. Well, it's my fault. I should have just walked away quietly. This bad habit of his has carried over from his past life into this one. Ian looked confused, wondering what his young master was planning to do. What was he even talking about? At this point, they should have run as fast as possible, but just as the male protagonist tried to leave, the old man blocked his path. Excuse me. Before Ian could finish, the blue-haired guy brushed past the old man. It wasn't a big deal to an old man, but unfortunately, it was 2 against 1. The old man just kept advancing, grabbing Riley by the shoulder and then grabbing his wrist. I wanted to live in peace, but you just love picking fights. I already said I'm sorry. The male protagonist squeezed harder, which completely shocked the guy. Why was he this strong? But it was nothing compared to my mana. The male protagonist continued to stop him with just one hand. The guy didn't even realize what he had done a moment ago, and it didn't look like he was using any mana at all. But how? Riley really didn't want to touch anyone, but they kept making him lose his temper. The guy's wrist was the one that had to pay the price for all that trouble. At this point, the male protagonist was genuinely annoyed. He finished it by throwing both of them flying straight into the wall. They got a real taste of his power. Not stopping there, he stepped forward to warn them. I'll only say this once, so listen closely. You're using drugs, right? I can smell it. If you don't want to get caught red-handed, stop bothering me. Understood? They seemed terrified, their faces pale and covered in sweat. The male protagonist added, and if you don't know how to keep your mouth shut about today, then don't blame me if I don't warn you first, whether it's iridium or uranium. The guy who was acting tough earlier was now as obedient as a puppy. The old man standing behind him was dumbfounded. Young master, what did you just say? What could he even say? The young man patted the old man on the shoulder as if nothing had happened. I'll leave the cleanup to you. If anyone asks, tell them you did it, okay? The old man was still hesitant and wanted to ask, but the young man just ignored him. I'll take responsibility, please. After that, he just walked back to his seat as if nothing had happened. His mother wondered why he had been gone for so long, and where the old man had disappeared to. Riley made an excuse that the old man didn't look so well, adding that he might be sitting in there for a while, so he came out first. They wondered if he had heard the explosion from earlier, but the explosion was caused by him, not anyone else. The young man pretended to be innocent, not understanding what was happening. I'm not sure. I don't think I heard anything. Maybe it was Ian? Well, the old man was having a stomachache anyway. Your hearing is quite sharp, Sarah. The young lady was still lost in her own thoughts. The male protagonist drank water like he had never tasted it before. It felt so refreshing. The tournament resumed, though he didn't know if it was worth watching. It seemed like one of them was a favorite to win. A lot of people were counting on him, and Sarah was one of them. Hearing this, the young man became curious. That guy using dual swords was a worthy candidate. He didn't look like much, but if Lloyd were his age, the two of them would look quite similar. It turned out he was a dual-wielding user just like Sarah. She was rooting for him. He belonged to the Jenner family, and this was his first tournament. If you're considered a championship contender in your first tournament, you must be pretty famous. But wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Before the tournament, he had shown some impressive swordsmanship in a private sparring match between the contestants. And one more thing. He said he wanted to surpass the Iferetta family. That was the main reason he had entered this tournament. They were very surprised to hear that. After all, the Iferetta family had always been considered the strongest in swordsmanship. Aren't you rooting for him then? The young lady laughed gleefully. What's wrong with that? It's good to cheer for someone with such big ambitions. The referee announced that the match would end when one of the two contestants was pushed out of the arena or was no longer able to continue fighting. Contestants were allowed to use mana, but using it to threaten the lives of others would result in immediate disqualification. The final decision belonged to the referee. This match seemed like the most anticipated one so far. It looked like you could tell who was going to win just by looking. After stopping Apolock and the maid, Ian was kind enough to stay and help them up. Fortunately, thanks to their mana protection, their internal injuries were minimized. When they left, Ian realized that they were not normal people. But at the end of the day, no matter how talented that guy was, Riley was on another level, or in other words, he had reached the pinnacle of strength. But it was also possible that his mana measurement had been intentionally suppressed. Ian suddenly thought, could the young master be a dragon participating in this game? A ranking race that has supposedly existed for 10,000 years, occasionally turning into a human to enjoy the game? No matter how much he thought about it, from north to south, from east to west, the old man couldn't figure it out. Ever since Riley was a child, he was the one who had witnessed those moments. He had also been the one following the male protagonist everywhere. This also explained his unusual strength. It was spontaneous. Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind. Since Iris vomited blood, what was this all about? Could a supreme dragon be bleeding due to poison? Or was it because he turned into a human that this happened? The thousands of thoughts racing through his mind made it impossible for him to stay calm. Either way, Riley was still an amazing person. He carried the two people who had just been beaten to a pulp. Ian felt extremely excited to spread the news about Riley, but he suddenly remembered he had promised the lady not to. He could only lament. A group of people from the church suddenly arrived. Among them was the Saintess Bricia. They had come there because of a visitor who had visited the temple yesterday. The old man was completely bewildered. Don't tell me they're looking for young Master Riley because of yesterday's incident? Sarah stretched lazily, finding it strange that the contestants she cheered for were eliminated immediately. As for the tournament, the number of contestants had decreased compared to last year. However, there would be no opening ceremony tomorrow, so they could participate in more games. According to the information received, maybe tomorrow or later, the quarterfinals and finals would be held at the same time. To be fair, the previous match was a surprise raid by the Aranum family. The power of that sword must be on par with young Master Lion. However, Iris was just wondering how that sword's power compared to Riley's. At this point, Sarah looked thoughtful and pensive. Compared to the young master, since we don't know his true skill, it's definitely impossible to compare. Sarah was very surprised when she saw Riley fighting the goblins heroically. In other words, his strength made others feel overwhelmed. Unlike the two young masters of the Arenzium family, Riley didn't hesitate at all when holding his sword, and it wasn't like the rumors about him at all. However, what surprised the young lady the most was the male protagonist's strangely calm demeanor. After all, it's better to test it yourself than to keep talking about it. The mother felt very happy and proud. Iris told her son to go pick up Ian. This was also the first time she had let her son go alone. The mother hoped her son would have the chance to find a virtuous wife. Hearing this, Sarah choked on her drink, feeling like the mother wasn't serious at all. Just as they went outside, they felt a large crowd. Iris wondered what must have happened. They were gathered as if someone was blocking the road, and that person looked like Ian. Sarah peeked, and what on earth? Why was Ian here? They were mentioning the young master's name, and even the priests and knights of the Orlia temple had come. The saintess declared that they were looking for someone from the Iferetta family. Fortunately, the male protagonist had bought a black mask yesterday. Ian must have been at Arenzium by now, but was Orlia there? Riley had warned them before, and he wouldn't go, forcing them to use that medicine again. In a dark room with only a single lamp trying to maintain its light, a young man woke up and felt lucky to be alive. He didn't know that the 4 people from yesterday were from the Iferetta family. He didn't know if it was day or night outside. Only one torch was still burning brightly. He thought back to how he had arrived here at night and woke up at sunset. He was trying to think about what had happened yesterday, but he had been sleeping all day. Beta was sitting there shivering. She was extremely resentful and felt that things were really not okay at all. After falling so hard yesterday, both her hands and arms hurt so much that she just wanted to meet her ancestors. She looked completely desperate now. Although they could go to the temple and ask for healing, they thought, thinking that no noble would ever heal the lowly, Beta couldn't keep his cool anymore. He was determined to get revenge for his comrades. The young man thought about using waste from the tower to do something. Beta approached with an extremely furious expression and told Nen, the girl with the scarred face, to wake up. After their deceptive plans failed, they felt backed into a corner. Beta, with a face as hard as stone, said, "I have a favor to ask of you. I can't do this without you." Nen was the only one Beta trusted right now, and that was why they agreed to commit to another scheme. If that's the case, fine. Nen tried to pull herself up. She was the only one they could trust at this moment. It seemed that anyone who messed with the Iferetta family never had a happy ending. After the match, the 2 young masters of the Arenzium family got into their carriage to leave. The younger brother bragged to his older brother about the feat he had achieved. "I blew his dual swords away with just one strike. Then I lunged straight at him and held onto his blade." Despite his enthusiastic boasting, his older brother kept trembling. The younger brother was very worried, wondering what had happened to his brother. The older brother still tried to pull himself up and replied that he was fine, but in reality, he looked far from okay. The younger brother kept asking over and over until the older brother got so angry that he shoved his brother away and shouted, "I told you I'm fine." Seeing them being so noisy in the carriage, their supplies, Butler, who was driving, turned back to eavesdrop. Riley was sitting calmly in their carriage. He was planning to flip the whole carriage over if they kept arguing. Luckily, those guys knew when to back off. Riley felt it was time for him to leave, when suddenly, a beam of light struck his head. The male protagonist was furious. What kind of jerk is that? Are they trying to block my path? Suddenly, hearing whispering behind him, Riley realized they were actually talking about him. It turned out to be the group that planned to rob Kia. They wondered who the masked person on the carriage was. It seemed that this was different from what they had thought. In their memories, there was no one escorting the great Kia family. Why was there someone sitting on the roof of the carriage? Nen replied, I don't know why he's escorting me either. I'm not sure why he's sitting on the roof, but he's the person Beta mentioned. Now, they planned to finish Riley off. But did they think it was that simple? Who did they think they were? In truth, she wasn't simple at all. Nen used a lightning spear and, in an instant, blew the carriage away. Riley, watching from afar, found it truly interesting. In his past life, he had never seen such a large amount of magic, and it looked like they had used a forbidden magic. Looking closely, that girl was the same one who had acted so well that he had run into at Sorlia. Nen was definitely not someone to be trifled with. She felt very excited when Beta said he trusted her, and that he was the one who asked her to do this. A crucial point was that he said he needed Nen. This made her feel very valuable, even that she was the only one who could do this. So, Nen would have to reward his expectations accordingly. Riley felt that the light from before hadn't stopped, but was getting stronger. This is getting a bit dangerous, isn't it? On the other hand, Sarah was completely bewildered. Just a moment ago, the male protagonist was sitting right beside her, and now he was nowhere to be seen. The Saintess wondered, was he even sitting here? She didn't know where he was, but Riley was so elusive that nobody could stop him. Sarah was extremely frustrated and had to lie. My master said he wanted to go to the restroom, and he said he went to look for Ian. She looked at the old man with such a murderous glare that he turned pale. The Saintess felt she also needed more eyes and ears here. Her mother didn't hesitate to say that she could stay and wait a little longer. Seeing the Saintess walking in circles as if looking for something, they were very confused about what she was doing. Was she planning to use holy magic? Everyone thought that as a Saintess trusted most by the god Ines, she only needed a little holy magic to find Riley. However, the Saintess's face looked very tense. Suddenly, she crushed the cup she was holding in her hand, to the surprise of everyone. Realizing everyone was paying attention to her, Nen tried to compose herself and asked, I'm sorry, what did you just say? Iris saw her reaction and didn't say another word, just hesitantly asked, Are you okay? Ian's face was still pale. He kept thinking about the incident that happened a few days ago. Clearly, his master was still holding a grudge about that day. It would be better if his master didn't run into these saints. While he was still in panic mode, a maid reported to the Saintess that something was happening in the central square. It was something extremely bizarre. 7 screams echoed continuously. Cries for help filled the sky, and Riley was there witnessing everything. The male protagonist had actually only seen such things in books before. This was the first time he had seen it in person. Nen was still continuously activating her power. For Beta, she was ready to sacrifice herself. Riley was increasingly astonished. At this age, she could master magic in such an amazing way. He wondered how Sarah was doing, but he thought the old man should be here. Or perhaps the siblings of the Orenzium family should be here too. Why were they all fainting at such a critical moment? The young man was getting a massive headache. Riley was really hesitating whether he should stop her, as she kept going crazy, continuing to use fireballs to attack everyone. He really couldn't just stand by and watch. Even so, Riley still couldn't fight comfortably. He felt this magical power was truly too strong. He was very hesitant about whether he should learn it. It looked more convenient than using swordsmanship with physical strength. With magic, he could also move much more easily. Nen continued to use ice spears. She acted too slowly and didn't know how to observe the situation at all. Beta saw that Nen couldn't do anything, and the male protagonist immediately called her useless and was about to use physical force. Riley stood there observing the situation, thinking Ian and Sarah were always wasting their time with unnecessary things. If they had dealt with Beta earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Therefore, he should also do something to resolve this mess. Riley stepped forward to stop her in the holy area. Everyone was still in chaos, trying to find the culprit who broke the mana measuring stone. Before the Saintess found out, the young man had greeted the great Iferetta family, sighing in frustration. What would happen to him if he were kicked out of the tower? He cried out in helplessness because how could he find the person when he didn't even know who they were? And he didn't think anyone would consider Riley the culprit. After all, he was the only one who touched the stone. Recalling the memory, that person was Riley, the sword of the Iferetta family. His mana was weak and had nothing special about it. That stone couldn't even be scratched by an archmage, and that lazy sword saint had shattered it with just a touch? This absurd story was truly ridiculous. Even if you asked the children, they would say the same thing. Either way, there was no more time to think. The young man had to find clues related to the culprit. Just stepping outside, he saw smoke and fire billowing from the city. It was fireballs. The sound of burning and this energy source, it was definitely fireballs. It couldn't be anything else. Just then, a crowd ran up and shouted, "Everyone, run away quickly, it's a mage. A mage is going berserk." The young man wondered what kind of insane person was in the square using magic to fight without permission. He decided to run over to stop that person. Just as he arrived, he felt extremely stunned. Why was she here? Nen, in their eyes, was just a discarded piece of trash, and she was using fireballs very proficiently. Riley just happened to come out to stop her power with just one sword. This made the young man very surprised. Why could a sword deflect magic? Nen was extremely surprised that a common iron sword could block her power. Not only blocking, but it could slash away all the magic. Theoretically, this was possible, but it wasn't simple at all. She collapsed, bleeding from her mouth. It seemed something bad had happened, but she told herself that since Beta had placed his trust in her, she had to work with all her might. She had to repay that trust. Nen had to keep trying until her last breath. Instead of pouring all her magic into one strike, it would be more effective if she attacked Riley continuously. Nen tried to pull herself up and use magic arrows, but her health was declining. This time, she used a different type of magic. They were lighter than the projectiles from before, and even the mana amount was less. Was she trying to buy more time? The situation was getting worse. In this world, she only had one friend, Beta. She kept asking, "Nen, can you win? Answer me. You can win, right?" She tried to reply in an extremely weak voice, saying to trust her because this was a request from her only friend. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she would definitely defeat Riley. The male protagonist felt it was really strange. The color of this magic was very rare. Was she a special mage? In his past life, he's also witnessed this kind of thing before. They're all exceptional mages, but something still feels off here. Usually, dark magic is stronger than the dark arts, but this source of mana is something that makes his power unstable, and he's feeling uneasy about it. Riley feels like he can't even control his mana anymore. Nen must have lost her mind. He can't just abandon her like this. Suddenly, everyone crowds around to watch the protagonist fighting her, believing that Riley will easily take care of that mage. They look at Riley as if he's a warrior. Hoping they'll be saved, they see him as a warrior. And a warrior is expected to solve every problem. Since he's a warrior, he can't afford to lose. Nen seems to have sensed the danger and tells Beta to retreat immediately because the protagonist looks like he's about to kill everyone here. They've stopped moving. They need to run right now if they want to survive. Beta grabs Nen by the neck and even calls her the worst name, useless bitch. Beta screams at her, "You haven't finished him off yet. You can't die when this is just getting started. If you die this early, you're just a piece of trash." Hearing words like that is truly hurtful. Nen actually thought Beta trusted her, which is why she sacrificed so much. Beta continues with the malice. "You lunatic. I give you food. I give you clothes. I give you shelter. You need to pay for those meals. What do you think I invested my assets in a disgusting creature like you for? Huh? Trash like you was even thrown away by the tower." Riley can't just stand by and watch anymore. This troublesome guy, who doesn't even have to worry about his own meals, just keeps spouting nonsense. Every word out of his mouth is foul as trash. Seeing the protagonist, he turns pale with fear. Nen activates her power to wrap tightly around Riley. What is she thinking? It's unbelievable that she's still standing by his side after being insulted like that. She's not just a fool, she's incredibly dim-witted. On top of that, she even asks Beta to run away. Riley warns him, "I'm not a generous person. So, Nen, once you dared to mess with me, I couldn't let you go. Everything that happens next is on you." Suddenly, an old man standing on a magic platform blocks all of Riley's power. He is someone who possesses very strong mana. A massive source of energy is forming from the left wing, Sorlia, and from the Sorlia Palace. This energy source is different from the guards. It seems he comes from the Sorlia Temple. It's the Archmage Astrua. Turns out, this guard came to inform him about the situation at the central square. He didn't intend to go at first because he's about to become a great mage representing Sorlia. He didn't want anyone to call him for trivial matters. This young man continues, looking extremely urgent. "Transporting medicinal herbs isn't important anymore, sir. The experimental subject that the tower discarded is running wild everywhere, sir." Hearing this news, The old man finally decides to go to the square. The young man adds that there is someone fighting that experimental subject. It's none other than Riley. He is very curious about the protagonist, yet he says sternly, "I don't care where you crawled out from, but if you dare to run around in the Sorlia Palace, the territory of Archmage Astrua, I won't let it slide." Riley looks at him, totally confused. Is he really trying to act all dangerous just because he calls himself an Archmage? With the fireball he's charging up, anyone would be scared, but he's just trying to test Riley's level. His final decision is to use a fire gem to battle the protagonist. Riley has 3 ways to block it. First, split it into 3. Then knock all 3 away at once. The old man is completely shocked. He continues to use water orbs to attack, but the result is truly pathetic. Riley can easily defeat his magic. Before he can even blink, he doesn't realize where the young man has gone, who knows what corner he hid in. Suddenly, a sword flies from out of nowhere, piercing straight through his arm, causing him agonizing pain. For the first time in his life, someone dared to attack him so decisively, but the only evidence left is a sword, nothing else. The group from the Holy See, along with the Saintess, walks over. She sees the holy shield and guesses this must be Astra's magic. She is extremely surprised. Is the tower's archmage attacking a holy follower? What the hell is going on? Based on observations, he isn't looking in this direction. His gaze is fixed on the central square. They tell each other to leave. Nen. According to the prophecy of Lady Ines, the Saintess thinks something very important has happened. Iris is still worried about his son, and wonders why they are looking for Riley. Ian coughs as if to cause a distraction. The protagonist finally returns and stops everything he was about to say. Upon seeing Riley, the uncle asks with great difficulty, "Where have you been all this time?" Riley doesn't seem to want to explain anything at all. He just says, "I already told Mom. While everyone was looking for me, I wonder if my mom checked the bathroom yet." Ian thinks to himself, could he know that the holy follower was looking for him? Regardless, he's here now. Sierra is extremely happy, and tells everyone it's time to head back. Before leaving, the protagonist asks the uncle, "Did you pay attention to what I told you?" That concerns the young master of the Arenzium family. The uncle runs into the middle of the crowd of holy followers and asks what's going on, acting all innocent, as if he's done nothing wrong. Riley thinks he will come back to check later. The habit of being a hero still lingers, so he will definitely do something. 2 Arenzium brothers are walking when a soldier blocks them. They claim they have an appointment with someone there and refuse to tell the soldier the reason. The 2 brothers insist that they have no connection to the recent attack and that they know nothing about it. This soldier seems to have been holding them up for a long time. The headmaid is extremely frustrated and shouts, "At first, you said this disaster was caused by magic, so you're implying that Arenzium, a family of swordsmen, is involved in this magic?" She just flares up, shouting, "We are victims too. Among the dead, there are even our own servants." The soldier still insists on giving her a separate notice. She tears it all to pieces. Even a common soldier can't stand trash like them anymore. Nen, after waking up, no longer sees herself at the square anymore. Nen is extremely bewildered. In her current memories, there are many insulting words from Beta. She is actually very afraid of the feeling of being abandoned again. She hates being called a useless bitch. She cries in pain, believing that is the reason she was kicked out of the tower. Before she finishes crying, she looks up to see Riley standing right in front of her. She asks, "Who are you?" She was so unconscious that the protagonist thought she was really dead. She asks, "Where is Beta?" Riley thinks she wants to change the subject. Nen asks him the reason for the attack. Nen is stubborn and refuses to tell Riley any reason. The protagonist continues to ask curiously, "You're not just a witch, are you? Your color is different, isn't it? You're one of a kind." Riley guesses that she must not know what's going on, even though it's nothing major. Nen falls into despair once again. Is she finally going to die here like this? Remembering the past, on a day when the snow was mesmerizingly beautiful, her mother complimented her, saying she was the most beautiful white-haired girl in the world. Her mother also said that if Nen participated in the tower's research and experiments, they wouldn't have to live in poverty anymore. In that moment, Nen was excited and asked, "What if I become a mage?" From that moment on, she had to endure so much in life, just like an experimental subject, and only by doing so could she have money. There were even times she wanted to die, and the moment they succeeded in obtaining mana was also the moment she was kicked out of the tower. That was also when she could stop taking medicine after such a long time. She also got to meet her mother, but how ironic on a day when the snow was still as beautiful, only the person had changed. Nen no longer had the beautiful white hair she once had. This is the reason her mother didn't recognize her daughter, and at that moment, she was completely stuck. That horrible moment, This little girl had no one left in the world to rely on. In this world, she felt like the only unfortunate soul. Riley, after hearing Nen's story, is moved to tears and offers to help her. Perhaps the protagonist is the first person to offer help to Nen, when she thought she had been abandoned by the whole world. Looking at the girl, she sees a glimmer of hope that she could have a new life. Riley promises her that he can fulfill all her expectations. The young man advises Nen to leave everything behind and start a new life. Riley reaches out his hand with a sincere heart that truly makes both of them stand frozen. Nen is both puzzled and a bit surprised, as this is the first time a young noble like him has spoken to her. But in reality, this is nothing special, just because she reminded him of Riley's own past. The Holy Elder, after being skewered in the left arm, is absolutely furious. He can't even find any clues about the person who destroyed their mana stone. He is angry at anyone who says there is no evidence of the incident. The old man, he currently harbors two grudges, one against the masked man, and another against the person who destroyed the mana stone. He declares, "Let's assume there are no traces of the masked man or the stone destroyer, then why haven't you found that piece of trash? Didn't I place a seal on her? They report that the ADET seal on Nen has vanished. It is no longer on her. It has been dispelled. If he doesn't believe it, he can check for himself." The old mage continues to ask whether the matters at Sorlia Tower have been settled. After hearing their reply, he becomes more enraged than ever and curses them, calling them pathetic losers. Ever since he lost, he has been taking his anger out on everyone. He intends to head underground once again. Someone tries to stop him. Aren't 7 circles more than enough? This isn't even about passion anymore. Why don't you stop now? Nen has now decided to follow Riley. She is extremely confused when the protagonist talks about having old memories. Is he also a test subject? Riley suddenly stops. He can smell it from a kilometer away. This is Kenza leaf. Why would it be inside the tower? Just then, the 2 old mages appear. He laughs triumphantly and calls Nen a piece of trash. He gloats. Aren't we having uninvited guests? How did you manage to break the seal? As soon as he sees him, Riley speaks up. The old man is surprised by his presence. Riley exposes what he has been doing inside the tower. He is keeping many illicit items at Sorlia, inside this tower. The young man is truly the type to say, "Don't ask who my father is, when I'm already in deep." He came here to find everything related to Nen, but it seems he just caught a big fish. Everyone will surely be shocked if the protagonist exposes this to the public. The old mage loses his cool and launches a fireball straight at the protagonist and the girl. In a split second, Riley blocks his power again. Riley feels deeply frustrated by how he has treated Nen. Aren't you a bit pathetic for coming back to look for her and treating her like that after abandoning her? The Archmage of the tower is extremely curious about the identity of the masked person, but Riley decides not to reveal his face, only provoking him, "You can consider me a former hero." It seems the young man is trying to goad him into losing his mind. He calls the protagonist scum and uses all his power to attack him. Once again, Riley stops the blast, leaving the self-proclaimed wizard stunned. A tiger that doesn't roar is mistaken for a stray dog. The arrogant old man only kneels when his arm is sliced clean off by Riley. Nen covers her mouth, frozen for 5 seconds. She cannot believe her eyes. Riley delivers a reckless, heavy blow, then tells him, "You should hurry and treat that wound. Otherwise, you'll have to live like that for the rest of your life." The old man is furious but can't do anything to Riley. Riley adds fuel to the fire. "I only tore a large blood vessel a little bit, that's all. If you leave it like that, it will rot away." The old man is more bitter than ever, thinking that he had let his guard down. At this point, the protagonist has no interest in trading blows with him anymore. Nen tells him, "I won't bother you anymore, Nen. Move out of the way, quick." But the young man still teases him about the previous transaction. The protagonist is certain that this staircase leads to a basement somewhere nearby. The old man is in total shock. Impossible. Has the way to the basement been exposed? Holding a blood-stained sword, he releases a faint, casual aura. It seems Riley has found the place where a biological experiment is being conducted. Now, the old man turns and blames everything on Nen. He claims that the girl is a traitor because he gave her a chance and taught her magic, yet she dared to stab him in the back. Upon hearing the old man say that, Riley is a bit taken aback when he claims to be the one who taught Nen, but the girl immediately denies it, stating that Feta was the one who taught her magic, not him. This is a grudge from long ago. Perhaps Nen will never be able to forget it. Feta promised to give Nen a chance to start over, even though her life felt like it was coming to an end. For Nen, now is the time she wants him to pay for everything he has done. 2 against 1. Even if one is blind, the other is crippled. Since he already lost an arm, he doesn't dare to talk trash anymore. He just sneaks away when nobody is looking. As soon as the old man leaves, Riley muses that if he had his arm cut off like that, he surely couldn't handle such excruciating pain, because he is a wizard. Nenhel probably stopped her own bleeding by now. Nen wonders why the protagonist could have killed him, but why did he only cut off his arm? That is for the bigger picture. Riley originally only wanted to live a comfortable life, but if anything draws attention to him, surely, he will step forward and then take a step back. Because no matter what happens, even if the world is destroyed or devils appear, he will light the fuse before the bomb explodes, then just sit back and watch, without letting anyone know. And what they are doing is the same. Astrua revealed what he did. Riley found the door leading to the basement. Just after entering, the young man asks the girl, "Did you use the drugs in that experiment?" In truth, Nen doesn't know exactly what kind of drug she used. Riley asks further, "The thing I saw in the plaza yesterday wasn't magic, right?" In reality, it wasn't magic, but something like a red scar covering half of Nen's face. Her power is that by thinking of a person's appearance, she can determine his location. It's like a radar. Ultimately, black magic. Tracking skills everything Nen has stems from this place, and they are all the results of biological experiments. And now is the time to light the fuse until the bomb explodes. All that's left to do is back off and enjoy it all. And now is the time for her to be free. Hearing this, Nen is stunned, reeling back as she asks, "What do you mean? I will be free?" The moment this coin is tossed is also the moment that brings the freedom she has dreamed of. The final match took place, and the protagonist was still dozing off, despite everyone watching intensely. The mother feels it's rare to see things like this, yet he is sleeping like the dead. The person on the stage now is the second son of the Arenum house, and also the last one. Ian recounts that yesterday he had a match, and the dual wielder that Sarah expected had lost to him. In reality, no one thought the match would end so quickly, and the person he defeated was the dual wielder, Genie. However, that match seemed a bit strange. Sure enough, speaking of sense, the scent that day was very different. In today's match, with just one strike, he fell onto the floor. His older brother is enraged after his younger brother's crushing defeat. It seems they really played dirty, like a pigsty. In the previous match, the older brother was frustrated because something that should have been delivered yesterday was delayed. The butler said that she went to Sorlia Tower early in the morning, but they said they would no longer provide anything to the Arenzium family. This also means Sorlia Tower will turn its back on them. The butler even threatened them, but it was all useless. This is exactly the karma for those heartless people in the legends. Remembering, Riley, through their meeting, had told him that he smelled like rotting trash. Not only that, but he also mocked him, telling him to know his place, "You piece of garbage." After remembering all those bitter words, he felt like thousands of bugs were crawling all over him. He was so angry he drooled and thought that if he didn't take that medicine, it could be solved in a simpler way. Just clean up a few beggars at Sorlia Tower. Even though they are people of the Arenzium house, the two brothers just sob in helplessness. Finally, the swordsmanship tournament ends, and it's time for the Iferetta family to prepare to return to the mansion. They still seem a bit reluctant. The protagonist thinks, why hasn't Nen arrived at the meeting point yet? According to their agreement, 10 minutes after the tournament ended, they were supposed to meet at the temple. They will bring everything crazy happening here to light. Riley wants to take revenge for her for everything, including that disgusting archmage. However, Nen is still a bit worried. Even her mother abandoned her, so the people at the temple would be the same. However, now the girl is not alone, as there are many people in the same situation, being test subjects of that evil old man. The first plan will be to set bait to lure them out, and Nen is confident to do this. She brings the poison leaves with a group of people. They will get a hold on the evil old man to continue surviving. They believe that when everyone is united, they can solve this. As soon as they reached the temple, they were blocked. Their insecurity still loomed, preventing them from looking at the truth directly. When she regained her courage, Nen spoke up. "We are. Sure, this is where we need to be. The temple, not the palace. Please let us in." The guard in front of the temple indeed abandoned them and said, "Looking like that, you are definitely beggars. Get out of here." However, having come this far, they can't give up so easily. Nen gathers all her courage to introduce that only she is from Sorlia Tower, and she is very smart by saying that the people accompanying her are residents from the north and south of Sorlia. To increase credibility, Nen used the bunch of poison leaves to explain that. "I have something to tell the Sorlia Temple. It is incredibly important, and I must report it. I've come to expose the inhumane experiments being conducted by the tower and the damage they've caused." Upon hearing this, Everyone in the temple is completely shocked, and the saintess steps forward. Standing before the saintess, Nen is trembling as if it were below freezing outside. The saintess seems to know Nen, and she gently asks, "Tell me, how many people from the temple can come right now?" Meeting the saintess here makes everything much easier. The eldest son of the Arenzium house steps out, and even though everyone shuns him, he is furious but can't actually do anything. Just then, he runs into the unlucky mage, who had his arm cut off by the protagonist. As soon as he sees him, the old man asks, "Aren't you the arrogant one I've been looking for?" As soon as he finds the mage, he panics. "It's good to see you here. You're the one who ordered the tower to do that, right? You must stop selling that herb." Before he can even finish his sentence, the old man slaps the young man across the face hard. He sternly says, "I have something to ask you. Do you think I don't know anything?" It turns out he thought this young man was the one who betrayed him. The old man further asserts, "Isn't this what you wanted? Why are you making that pathetic face?" The young man still looks clueless, but he really is clueless. The old man assumes that his nod was a clear answer, and even worse, he drops this coin. Riley is basically outclassing everyone in orchestrating all of this. The young man is incredibly confused as to why the old man has that item. It clearly isn't just a coin, but a badge he usually pins to his clothes. At this point, there's no denying it. The old man is even more convinced that this guy is the one behind everything. "Well, I guess your luck has run out, Nen. You're leaving Earth earlier than expected." However, sensing something strange, the old man is extremely surprised that this guy is actually this weak. From what he observed, the person who cut off his arm had terrifying strength. The more he thinks about it, the more he shudders, and he is even more shocked to see the saintess standing behind him. Everything is about to be exposed. "Lady Astrua, we have received reports about those inhumane products. Can you give me an answer?" The old man turns around, trying to keep his composure, and replies with fake courtesy, "What wind brought you here?" The saintess asks again about the illegal production and distribution of the drugs. Is he involved in these illegal activities? The old man freezes, speechless. The saintess uses a spell to strip him of all his magic, turning him into a useless old man. He tries to run away, but it's too late. The saintess has already heard everything from Nen about the drugs and the experiments. Once again, the saintess asks if he is the one behind all of this. Sarah feels the atmosphere is tense, and this surely isn't normal. Riley feels incredibly excited. It seems she convinced the temple quite well to spare his life. At this point, the old man denies it completely, saying, "How could that be? Could the master of the tower really make that kind of drug? How ridiculous." The saintess remains calm and asks him, "Do you dare to swear by the name of Saint Inez?" At this point, he seems to hesitate. After witnessing everything, Riley is surprised that she could detect the lie with her own eyes. However, the young man doesn't want to face her. After all, she is a saintess. The old man seems intent on not answering. By now, the saintess is furious about the drugs Nen mentioned, and the experiments they were all orchestrated by him. "Right, Lord Astrua." After his pathetic act, he looks up and confirms, "Yes, I did it. I created those drugs in the tower's basement and sold them to the nobles. I paid for it myself, and it was just a very small experiment." He committed wrongdoings and acted as if it were nothing. Nen is furious to see him lying through his teeth. "It was just a small experiment? You're a bastard. It's just that simple?" Standing from afar and watching, Ian is even more frustrated than the people involved. The old man is so frustrated he wants to run out and eat that wizard alive. Years ago, a great war broke out just because of that damn drug. You think only a few people shed blood and tears? You dare to think that? His attitude attracts everyone's attention, including those involved. Ian adds, "I've hated wizards for a long time." An old onlooker getting support from a young man standing there. They are quite the comedy duo. The old man is still furious and adds, "Those bastards are the cheapest, most pathetic kind." Just listening to him curse makes life feel a lot less boring. Anyway, the serious situation is being distracted by the meddling onlooker. The saintess regains her composure. Manufacturing and distributing opium in Sorlia is a crime. The most serious crime in the world. So, Nen, you need to come to Sorlia Castle with me. The saintess orders someone to arrest him, but he looks motionless and unafraid. He adds, "Did you forget? I am the Archmage of the 7th Circle. Losing me won't be easy, right? Isn't that right, my lady?" He relies on his status to act arrogant, despite doing wrong. It's despicable. The more he talks, the more disgusted Nen feels. "That trash is my fault, Nen. I will clean it up myself." The saintess declares that even so, That would only be the case if she hadn't received enlightenment to save the living. According to her, someone will appear in this very world and immediately arrest that wretched wizard. He begins to cast a defensive spell, using all his power to block them. The swamp spell made the soldiers sink. He confidently claims that if the saintess opposes him, many people will die. The saintess is extremely disgusted by his actions and immediately uses a healing spell, telling the holy knights to evacuate the nearby civilians. If they don't stop Astra here, there will be more victims. Riley is just acting like a bystander, wearing sunglasses and watching the drama. It seems this is only the beginning. Astra activates his full power, a massive fireball. He warns that if they go to hell, all the sins lie with you, standing right in front of me, are the one who pushed them to their deaths. The saintess isn't messing around either. She uses a holy barrier to block his power. They are really evenly matched. The old man grows more energized. At this moment, he is determined to kill them. He fires thousands of arrows toward the saintess, and she realizes the shield can't hold for long. They decide to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Ian also steps up to help. He's truly a high-quality bystander. With just a few casual moves, Ian slashes all the arrows in everyone's astonishment, not living up to the name of a famous swordsman family. While Riley is watching intently, his mother and Sarah call him by the most humiliating name. "O weakest one in the world. Young master, follow me." To save their lives, they definitely have to avoid this. But the protagonist tells Sarah to take his mother and leave first, and he will follow in 5 minutes. His family still doesn't seem to trust him, thinking he is too weak to fight anything in the world. Astra laughs loudly like a madman. Sorlia has so many talented people. Why have I only met a bunch of trash until now? The wizard thinks that what happened so far was just a warm-up, and now he will make them pay. The saintess is extremely frustrated now. It seems arresting him by normal means is impossible. He shamelessly says that, if he eliminates all the witnesses, he will be innocent. Because of that, he activates hellfire without chanting, and ironically, they can't dispel the spell. Is there anything Nen can do? Wouldn't that be more promising? Suddenly, the protagonist's voice echoes in her head. I know what you're thinking, but do you have time for that right now? Will you let it end like this? She talks as if she's truly challenging Nen. The warrior will save this world, and those who crave a new life will still have to overcome a few challenges in the end. Riley decides to put on his mask once again. The destructive power of the wizard's hellfire is so great that even the saintess is intimidated and amazed. Astrua possesses such powerful magic. Why is he doing this? Before Lloyd lands the finishing blow, the old man still wants to send his regards to Inez. Nen can't hesitate any longer and immediately rushes forward, regardless of life or death. She tells everyone to run and says she will stop it alone. Since meeting Riley, the girl has been determined that she can definitely do it. Nen has endured great hardship all this time just for this day, and now, she feels the greatest loss at an unexpected moment. It's just like the snow falling as white as her hair back then, at the time when she arrived without a glimmer of hope for survival. Riley, in a miraculous way, planted hope in Nen. In this moment, she feels that if she is left behind here, it doesn't matter. Riley finally steps out with a very silly reason. If you die, all my effort will be in vain. And obviously, with the protagonist's power, just one sword strike can destroy the hellfire. The moment Astra caught sight of him, he froze for a good 5 seconds. He simply couldn't forget the guy who had severed his hand. Even though he had blocked the hellfire, Sarah showed no intention of running away. He originally wanted to just relax and stay out of trouble, but this old geezer had truly pushed Riley to the edge. He felt incredibly annoyed. Even in the middle of battle, the young man didn't forget to look down and mock the saintess, saying, "Hey, you fancy lady, how can someone titled saintess not even block something like this?" Riley didn't even forget to pat the saintess on the head like a puppy, telling her, "I've already destroyed the hellfire. Take your people and go." What on earth? Yet, she and a few soldiers just obediently snuck away like it was nothing. Nen was stunned to see Riley. "Why are you here? You said you wouldn't come." And indeed, he had said that. He hadn't planned on stepping in, but just watching from the sidelines was starting to get on his nerves. Astrua wasn't done yet. He had the nerve to ask the protagonist, "How could you destroy the 7th Magic Guild's hellfire so easily?" He really was wasting so much time. He was a loser, yet he still had the energy to run his mouth. Well, no point in beating around the bush with this damned old man. Feeling that Nen's mother had almost gotten hurt, he decided to end this quickly. Nen pondered, feeling very strange. Why was that person so strong that he could block Astrua's magic? In the blink of an eye. Just who on earth is he? But then again, why overthink it? The thing to do now was to settle it all at once and worry about the rest later. He even called Ian by a name that couldn't be more arrogant. "Hey, old man, get over here for me." Riley grabbed Nen's shoulder and told her to take a deep breath. "Lloyd, enough stalling. Let's end this here and now." Ian didn't know what on earth he was doing, standing there posing. Riley needed him to prepare an arrow. No one had any idea what the masked youth was planning. Astrua continued his trash talk. "I was looking for you anyway, and now that you've crawled here yourself, I'll tear you into 100 pieces." At this point, he could do whatever he wanted. Riley didn't forget to challenge him. The old wizard used a wall of fire to surround them. The protagonist said he would dispel his magic. Nen. Ian tried to keep everything under control, but it didn't look feasible. Nen, the old wizard, continued to use bone poison. At this point, he was going to show everything he had. The Saintess couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Nen also rushed in, saying, "Let me help you guys." But what was she planning to do? The protagonist and Ian looked at her with such confused expressions that the Saintess felt incredibly embarrassed. "Why are you looking at me like that? You don't like my help? If it were me, I'd be grateful." Astro just considered them a bunch of brats. He said, "I have no time to waste on you all anymore." However, he was also panicking because he only had half his energy left. At this point, he had to use it all to kill them. He began to activate a blizzard. Riley looked at Nen with a gaze full of confusion. "Look at those bloodshot eyes of hers. Nen, have you taken a deep breath yet? If you have, are you ready to go all out?" The girl didn't hesitate and agreed, activating her extraordinary power. The protagonist decided to go for a heart-piercing strike on the old man and told Ian to block the ice pillars from afar. You're always so eager." Nen does whatever she's told. Astrua tried to muster his remaining strength, bragging that he would pierce through everything. At this point, he just needed to focus on that extraordinary power. The protagonist told Nen that, but she looked confused and started stammering. He added that Ian would handle everything for Nen, so she didn't need to be distracted. Besides, there was even a saint here. I don't know if Riley meant that seriously or as a joke, but it made the Saintess go crazy with confusion. Thousands of ice blades rained down on Ian. I don't know if he could hold out on his own. The Saintess also poured in her strength. They wanted Nen to just push a little harder. Seeing them like this, the protagonist thought he'd have to take all the dangerous hits, and he was currently standing on a mountain of ice. The young man removed his mask and didn't forget to ask the Saintess, "Are you okay?" This question made her look up and become incredibly shocked. "Aren't you the person I met last time? Forget about knowing who's who. Just focus on the fight." The protagonist asked if Nen was ready. The Saintess realized that this must be the person who received the revelation from Lord Inus at the temple. Riley kept focused on his expertise and told Nen to try and hold it until he gave the signal, then fire immediately. After all, this was all of Nen's remaining magical power. Everyone had helped to this extent. She thought that even if she couldn't destroy Astrua, she wouldn't have any regrets about anything in this life anymore. The moment Riley shouted fire, Nen used all her strength to activate her extraordinary power. She felt like her body was being torn apart, while the old wizard found the whole thing ridiculously laughable. He still poured all his strength into the attack. Just as expected, Nen didn't really have enough energy, but she wouldn't leave a single regret behind. Now, she just told herself to try a little harder. Riley told the old wizard, "I guess I can throw this now, right?" It was only then that the old man was caught off guard. That sword pierced his heart. And now, the beautiful scene, he was so stunned, he forgot he was in a life-or-death battle. Nen was exhausted and just fell to the ground. The fate of that pathetic, evil wizard was surely to go meet his ancestors. Seeing Nen collapse, the Saintess was incredibly worried. Even though she was a Saintess, she was also easily moved. She burst into tears. "You can't just die like this. I beg of you." This scene was both tragic and full of emotion. The Saintess took Nen back, and even sat guard all night. The Saintess asked the uncle if he had seen where he threw the sword or where he went. Everyone had only been watching him from afar. As for Nen, she didn't know where he had gone either. He appeared as abruptly as he vanished, like a ghost. Honestly, if he hadn't helped, they wouldn't have been able to stop Astrua. Ian didn't even recognize his own young master. The Saintess also asked, "Didn't he come from the Iferetta family? I saw him at the temple." Just then, Nen woke up and was incredibly surprised to find herself lying in the temple, with the Saintess in front of her. She said, "You're okay. That's good." The Saintess didn't forget to apologize, saying she had tried her best. She said Nen's condition was more serious than predicted, and the energy accumulated from the experiments in the tower was making her body mutate, making it increasingly difficult to sustain life. Besides, too much time had passed. Even so, Nen didn't seem sad at all. She only asked, "All of this, I suppose. It's irreversible, isn't it?" The moment the saintess replied, while bowing her head, the space became even quieter. "You bravely exposed Astroa's evil deeds. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you." Nen was truly a strong girl. Even so, she still resiliently replied, "I'm fine. I've already prepared myself mentally." The saintess still couldn't control her emotions because, thanks to the girl, they were able to stop Astrua. Anyway, Nen didn't dare to take the credit for herself. She said she hadn't done much, and she had one more question for the saintess. "How much longer do I have to live?" The saintess didn't dare to say anything, as tears kept falling, soaking the pillow. "I cannot cure you completely. I can prolong your life, but long would probably be until winter, and short would only be until summer. Perhaps you can live until autumn." She thought, autumn, that's quite a long time. That much was enough for Nen. That was already incredibly generous. Even though the outcome was tragic, she didn't forget to thank the saintess. Receiving this thanks only made the saintess feel sadder and more touched because she hadn't done anything for Nen. Nen didn't dare accept the credit. As a saintess, Nen made this expression, feeling very shy. Nen said that exposing and defeating Astrua's evil actions was all done by someone else, not her. If anyone deserved praise, that person was definitely the one most deserving. "If you intend to grant me one wish, please fulfill this desire. That is also my only wish." The saintess was startled and asked her, "Do you know who he is?" Nen didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes, I know who he is." The city today was truly bustling. Riley, after a period of fighting without using much energy, was stuffing his face with food. He asked Sarah, as if nothing had happened. The young man also mentioned that they didn't use their feet at all, only focusing on their hands. His mother said, "I'm glad, Riley," as if enjoying something. Ian, on the other hand, looked as hollowed out as a lost soul. He was making everyone very worried. He said, "My body isn't what it used to be anymore." Anyway, the uncle was still very happy that his young master had returned here safely. Very soon, the award ceremony would be held for Prince Daniel of Sorlia Castle. Before the award ceremony, Daniel announced that the tower's dark secrets had been exposed by a noble rumored to be someone currently in this very room. Riley feared being exposed, and Nen looked deathly pale, only for her to freeze even more when he shouted the name of the Iferetta family. Everyone looked on in complete confusion, full of questions. Daniel added, "I know Count Iferetta is watching today's competition, but where exactly is he?" As soon as Sarah turned around, she realized Riley had already vanished. He was truly fast. The young man was actually terrified of his identity being exposed, so he ducked into the restroom and clutched his head in panic. Daniel declared that the person who exposed the tower's dark secrets, including the forbidden drugs, and helped the Sorlia Temple end the crisis, was our hero, the Iferetta family's Riley. He stomped his foot, frustrated. He thought he had disguised himself so carefully, even changing his voice. He had calculated the angles perfectly so that the sword would be destroyed by Nen's magic. So why was he exposed so easily? Suddenly, Nen and the saintess opened the door to find Riley sitting peacefully on the toilet. The young man thought to himself that he should sue them for sexual harassment. Riley couldn't fathom how she had found him so easily. Nen had accidentally let it slip that the saintess possessed an eye that allowed her to find anyone just by thinking of their appearance. He felt like this radar cheat was totally unfair. A proper saintess, acting like the men's restroom was her own personal hangout. Was the divine realm truly this rotten now? Feeling incredibly awkward, the saintess indignantly retorted that he kept harping on about things she didn't like. It seemed teasing girls was this guy's hobby. The saintess turned serious again and said, "Look, I didn't want to talk about this in front of the men's restroom, but you are the one chosen by the goddess Ines." To Riley, that meant nothing. He'd been chosen by gods far too many times. "Can I just say no?" he asked. The saintess was about to tell him to do something, but the young man cut her off. She was surprised. How could Riley have known what she was going to say? The young man's luck was truly abysmal. Were they going to ask him to be a hero again? What was so great about that? Riley wanted to run away. He just hoped they wouldn't ask him to go defeat the Demon King. The saintess declared, "According to the divine revelation, the reason you were chosen is because of a dragon." What on earth? A dragon? Sooner or later, a dragon carrying disaster would appear to destroy the entire Sorlia region and the world. That was why Goddess Inez decreed that Riley was the only one who could catch that dragon. He thought to himself, the gods are supposed to be omnipotent, right? In this vast universe with countless planets, why are they tormenting me just to save a few cities? The family called him the lazy sword saint. "I won't risk my life to do anything. Why do you want me to go dragon hunting?" The young man added, Besides, did you forget? You like men, don't you? She stared at him, fuming, but couldn't do a thing about Riley. Nen, witnessing this, was also confused. Did the Saintess like men? The Saintess grew shy and vehemently denied it. You don't need to know that. After all that bickering, why did she need his help now? Riley wondered why he should cooperate with her after what happened. He didn't hesitate to refuse. He told her to find someone else. The Saintess lost her cool and called him back. You're the one who stood against Astrua, aren't you? The Saintess just laid it all out there, leaving the young man stunned. I heard the secret lab and the forbidden drugs stored in the tower's basement were actually discovered by you, Riley. What the hell? He turned around, annoyed, asking who was blabbing about all this nonsense. It seemed Nen was the one who had let the secret slip. Riley scolded her. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? As Riley tried to run away again, the Saintess blocked his path. Riley felt like Nen's actions were no different from betraying him. In reality, Nen had only told the Saintess about it. They hadn't mentioned Riley's true abilities to Daniel. Daniel actually just wanted to praise the protagonist for his role in stopping Astrua. Furthermore, Nen herself had opposed revealing it. She wanted the Saintess to keep Riley's secret. Even so, those few techniques were enough to show everyone just what level the protagonist was at. The Saintess continued to explain. According to the revelation, if you catch the dragon, there will be a generous reward. The young man acted completely indifferent to everything, she said, total silence. The Saintess was incredibly confused, as he could handle the dragon easily, given he defeated Astrua with just a single strike. Nen's style was truly one of a kind, easy to understand, yet so hard to pin down. He arranged to meet them again as soon as possible. At home, the father was reading the newspaper and saw the news about the forbidden drugs found in the Sorlia Tower last night. The culprit was revealed to be Astrua, the Seventh Circle Master. The Count had discovered this while out for a stroll. Prince Daniel had awarded a medal to the third young master of the Iferetta family. After reading the news, the Count was bursting with pride, his face radiant and excited. He suggested sending a letter to Iris, while Riley's mother still didn't understand where her son had gone. The young man just vaguely replied that he went to relieve himself. Ian was sobbing uncontrollably. He couldn't believe the Saintess appeared where Astrua was because of his young master. Since being in the news, Riley had become quite famous. Everyone looked at him with an entirely different perspective. Everyone felt his demeanor was far different from the rumors. But Riley was just his usual bored self. He didn't want the attention. This was also why the young man didn't like being exposed. Everyone was just as shocked as when he first swung his sword in his previous life. This state of affairs made Riley fed up. Iris was incredibly proud of her son. His father must be happy too. Now, they were all a bit lost. But Iris didn't know Nen's status. The young man was also awkward, not knowing how to explain it. Sorry for being so abrupt, but I have something to tell everyone. He introduced Nen as the young lady he picked up at the tower. Sarah and Iris both noticed the distinctive mark on Nen's face. The protagonist continued to explain. I was wandering around yesterday and discovered that this girl is very skilled in magic. Iris was incredibly bewildered, not knowing what her son intended to do with the girl. Riley explained further that when he calculated his energy levels at the testing stone, he had actually said he wanted to learn magic. He added another reason. I need a servant for my days off. Nen must be clueless about swordplay and shouldn't complain. It seemed only Ian knew Nen's identity, and that she was just an experimental subject from the tower. The protagonist's mother also felt this wasn't a big deal. Nen, obviously, wouldn't refuse the young master's decision. This was the first time she had seen her son choose something for himself. Nen, Iris really hoped everyone would respect her son's decision. If the lady had already said so, the uncle had no choice but to concede. Riley told Nen to introduce herself and meet everyone. Hurry up and greet my mother and the ladies accompanying me. The young man was acting like he was introducing a girlfriend to everyone, just like the legendary meeting the mother-in-law and the in-laws. Sarah, as it turned out, was very hard to please. She judged Nen, saying that someone from the center of Sorlia shouldn't have such a lack of dignity. She started to lecture her. I once owed a debt to the center of Sorlia, so for you, Nen, I will pay special attention to you. Get yourself ready. It was classic new bully meets old bully. The protagonist told Nen, catch you later. I don't even know when you'll go running off again and start chirping. Oh my, the girl looked truly pathetic. Riley told Nen to go with him to meet his father, Count Iferetta. The protagonist thought he should stick by her side to keep an eye on her every move. Only then, if something happened, would it be easy to resolve. The Saintess suddenly blocked him, asking, what are you saying? Riley nonchalantly said that if she kept quiet, nothing would happen, so she shouldn't make such a big deal out of it. The protagonist asked Nen what she wanted to do now. If she refused, their deal would be off. Nen decided decisively, without hesitation, that she would go with Riley because she had things she needed to do, too. Only this way could she start a new life. Nen could see a path ahead, even if it was very faint. Sierra announced she had just received a letter from the Count. He was urging everyone to return quickly. It seemed he had read the news. From now on, Nen would probably have to call Riley young master, though it felt a bit awkward. Regardless, she was extremely happy because she never thought in her whole life that she could escape that place. They were very happy and left together. The surrounding scenery felt strangely beautiful because of that. Suddenly, the Archbishop appeared to greet them. Today, he had come looking for someone. They were doing a small favor to show their gratitude. They said that, as honorary guests, perhaps the two of them had forgotten what they needed to bring when leaving the temple. They had come to bring a reward to the protagonist. They added, "We can't explain directly here in public, Nen, but these are what remains of that person. We want the two of you to personally look after them." Nen wondered if they really had to accept these things. But anyway, Riley. Nen and her companion were the ones who publicly revealed his identity and punished him. It made sense that they didn't want to accept this, but they desperately begged Riley to take it, believing it would be much safer in his hands than kept at Sorlia Castle. Nen seemed quite hesitant. However, they swore that these items were completely normal. The protagonist wondered why the Archbishop would take it upon himself to decide this. Something felt off. Nen asked Riley if he wanted to accept them, noting that they had already checked them. This gift box had no magical effects. The protagonist turned to inform the bishop that they would accept the gift and cherish it. When he left, they assessed him, noting that Riley seemed different from the others. The bishop asked the saintess, who had seen the revelation, if he truly was the hero who would save them from the sea of fear. The saintess sensed something unusual. She didn't know what the bishop was planning, but having received 3 revelations, she offered a warning. "My child, this will be the first test. Pay attention to the one who brings you there, and beware of the divine dragon. It will appear. That young man will stop everything." And the first revelation was about that bishop, a message that he would thwart the bishop's goals. No matter what savage schemes he harbored, they would all be in vain. Upon returning home, his father met him at the gate, and Riley showed off his medal. He claimed it was a personal gift from Prince Daniel. Seeing a strange girl by his side, his father looked curious. Just then, Iris chimed in. "Let's go. We have much to talk about. Nen, go inside and get some rest." The protagonist was completely flustered. He had been on edge earlier and now felt a sense of relief. He thought he would just sleep like the dead in the carriage. As soon as he got home, the pink-haired jerk started mocking and sneering before Riley could even rest. He sarcastically asked if it was a mistake in the awards announcement or something of the sort. "My brother is blathering everywhere again. It's truly annoying. I wanted peace, but he just loves to pick fights. Fine, I'll just show him the medal." The moment he saw it, his eyes lit up, and he blabbered on, wondering how the protagonist got his hands on it. At this point, "I really can't stand this crazy guy anymore." Riley said if he liked the medal that much, he could just have it. Seeing his brother's stunned reaction, Riley teased him. "Looks like you really want it, huh? Anyway, I have so much stuff I don't use piling up. It's quite a nuisance. It's great to have a brother who loves to scavenge, right? Now that's a proper burn." The brother was furious, but angry as he was, there was nothing he could actually do. Riley just kept dangling the medal to provoke him. "Oh well. If you don't want it, I guess I can't help you." Lloyd was so incensed, he grabbed the protagonist by the collar. Just then, he acted out so rudely in front of their father. The Count told Lloyd to stop. Iris didn't forget to step in and ask after him, and he replied very politely, "Was your trip to the capital pleasant, my lady?" Turns out his mother did that to distract everyone for her son's sake. Iris really is a savior for Riley. Lloyd took the opportunity to say, "It seems nobody cares about the family succession anymore. I find that shameful. But it's good to know one's limits." He was clearly taking a jab at Riley. Nen couldn't stand it anymore. She used magic to shut him up, and he collapsed. As he was walking home, his forehead swollen like a guava, he told his other brother that the ground felt very strange. He also added, "Riley is also very close to a strange girl, and she looks incredibly grumpy." He didn't feel like she was the high-class lady type. They started getting suspicious, sensing something off. He added that she smelled really weird. They guessed Riley might be up to something. All sorts of people were flooding into Sorlia. They knew Riley wasn't a playboy. He just climbed trees during training. They decided to keep an eye on his every move and observe carefully. The eldest brother wondered, "How did our lazy brother win the heart of Sorlia? He just went to watch the sword tournament. He didn't even register to participate. I don't understand why he was awarded that medal." He felt his succession plan was looking shaky. Nen wore her servant's uniform and looked quite bright. After all, the young master had taken her in so she could learn magic. Before Nen could even have an opinion, Sarah stepped in. I know you understand, but you must do your job well, right? She scared the poor girl so badly that she turned pale. Before coming here, Sarah threatened to grade every one of Nen's actions, saying the Iferetta family was incredibly strict. You must fulfill your duties while here. Hearing that, Nen looked incredibly solemn and obeyed immediately. She felt this person was even scarier than Beta. To make matters worse, Sarah intimidated the newbie right in the protagonist's room, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Ian figured, Sarah must be in high spirits since it had been a long time since she took on an apprentice. Turns out that was why she had been smiling since they were at the mansion. It was fun for her to feel powerful and superior for once. Besides, Ian was very curious about what Riley would do with the items the bishop gave him. Riley honestly didn't know what these things were for, but he had an idea to just sell them off. At least they had the title of Great Mage's equipment, so he might make some money. Selling them felt a bit odd though. He decided to ask someone who knew about these things. Meanwhile, Sarah was busy training her new apprentice. After tidying up everything in the young master's room, they headed out and ran into the young master, Lloyd. Sarah reminded Nen, remember clearly that this person is extremely hot-headed. When you meet him, stay relaxed and smile. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Even though she didn't like this guy one bit, Nen still greeted him sincerely. The reason he came here today was because of Nen. He was curious because this was the first time Riley had brought a girl home. He started probing Nen, asking, tell me why that lazy bum got a medal. Nen felt he was truly a scum. Why did he keep obsessing over that? She forced a smile that couldn't be more fake and sycophantic. At first glance, this guy didn't seem like someone superior at all. This guy wasn't anything special, completely unlike Riley. Seeing Nen didn't answer, he felt insulted. Since when does a maid have the right to ignore her master? He started threatening her, saying if she didn't want to get fired, she had to learn how to behave. Nen dropped a line that couldn't be more embarrassing. You aren't my master. It was the first time someone had dared to say that, causing Sarah to panic. She insisted that Riley was her only master. Lloyd was so frustrated he went mad. Your father really knows how to annoy people, doesn't he? Ha ha. Nen didn't just fear him, she glared back. At that moment, Nen used magic to make him collapse and sleep like the dead. She knew a maid shouldn't do that, but he, despite being a young master of a noble lineage, was far too arrogant. Nen now possessed 6 circles of magic. Sarah looked miserable. Young master, did you bring home someone extremely dangerous? All they had to do now was toss him back to bed, and he would think everything that happened earlier was just a bizarre nightmare. Nen told Sarah that she had said the quality of a servant is judged by how they serve their master. Actually, Nen wanted to curse and ask why she gave such useless advice, but she knew that would just lead to more trouble. Regardless, things would work out. Riley walked out and was shocked. Why is Lloyd lying on the floor like that? The protagonist dragged Nen back to his room. The time for magic training had finally come. Riley told Nen, from now on, keep all these items. I know someone who knows a lot about this stuff. I'll ask them for information. Nen wondered. Couldn't you learn magic from them instead? Why do you need me? Even though she had 6 circles, it was only thanks to the medicine, and she wasn't as strong as other mages. Now, Nen was very confused about why the protagonist needed her. Riley replied, you want to escape, right? Aren't you exhausted from being looked down upon and discarded? Some have called you a masterpiece, others forced you to work, to your limit, but no one ever cared about you, did they? The harder you try, the more haunted you become by them. Others are forced to find you because they need you. People only do what they want. The protagonist wanted the girl to understand that. He just wanted her to know she reminded him of his own past. Nen, don't overthink it. In that moment, as she pondered his words about humans only doing what they truly desire, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. For no one had ever spoken to her like that before. Riley added, I chose you because that genius over there claimed that even if I died, I could never learn magic. Of course, I challenged that dragon to a sword fight too. But if I master both magic and swordsmanship, sooner or later I might even be on par with the Demon King, right? Nen gave a helpless smile. Consider it as if I never showed you any respect, you jerk. On the carriage ride, the male lead began to learn how to wield magic. First, he needed a magic ring, or let's just call it a magic belt, to keep it simple. If you have one inside your heart, it's called one ring. And if you have 6, it's 6 rings. Nen had 6 rings in her heart. Light is the source of everything, at least that's how it is in this world. Hearing this, Nen wondered and asked, if he had ever been to another world. After all, this was the first basic thing every mage could do. The miracle of creating something from nothing is also the foundation of magic. Hearing this, the male lead was extremely surprised. Nen continued, explaining that to wield light magic, you need to know your aptitude. Nen didn't have one specific aptitude. She had mastered them all. Every aptitude in the world was already in her hands. It seems she survived those experiments because of that. She boasted, puffing out her chest with pride. It seemed every event led to this trip. Regardless, the male lead needed to learn more about these things, and there were some matters he needed to verify. The male lead asked Nen if she knew his friend, the one he mentioned earlier that morning, the person who refused to teach him magic. Nen thought to herself, my luck is truly terrible. But since she had reached the 6th ring, she didn't have to bow her head to anyone. Finally, they arrived. Now, she would see with her own eyes just how good he was. A man, the one and only Endon, stepped out, scratching his head and yawning, saying, what kind of blind idiot can't read the closed sign? On the door? I'm closed today. Riley told him that the sun had already set, asking, are you awake yet? Endon saw the male lead and gave a mocking smile, replying, the lazy young master has deigned to visit and talk like this? Are you trying to play the hero or something? Riley explained that he came there today to ask him something. As soon as she saw Endon, Nen stood frozen. Why was he here? The girl seemed to know him. The male lead announced that he had recently been to the Sorlia temple and heard something very interesting. Riley said that the people there told him to go catch Endon. It turned out he was the dragon they were talking about. The people at the Sorlia temple told the male lead to go catch a dragon. In other words, there were no other dragons out there besides Endon. He began to grin savagely. Riley said calmly, I was surprised too. Endon asked if those people at the temple had lost their minds. And he even wondered why they would ask the male lead to do such a thing. Riley couldn't figure it out either. Endon thought they were trying to turn the male lead into a dragon slayer, a nickname that sounded truly ridiculous. He added that it was because dragons were easier to deal with when they weren't moving. Riley calmly asked, Endon, you're the only dragon in this region, right? He didn't hide it, and replied right away that he was indeed the only member of the dragon race in Sorlia, and he hadn't met any of his kind for a long time, about 3,000 years or more. Endon was actually quite polite. He didn't forget to prepare a drink for Nen and even told the girl, there's no alcohol, so feel free to serve your master. Riley asked if he had ever intended to attack Sorlia, but Endon insisted that only a madman would do that. Not only would it bring no benefits, but it would also cause immense trouble. Seeing Nen completely stunned, he said indignantly, don't give me that look. Nen was frozen because it was her first time seeing dragon eyes, which she had only ever seen in books. Riley took out a few items that the bishop had given him, making the excuse that he had recently found these things, but didn't know how to use them. He asked Endon to take a look, but according to him, a tavern only serves food and drinks, so why would he care about these things? Riley insisted, what are you talking about? Is there any fool who doesn't know about this? Endon flared up, showing his anger and disagreeing. However, he agreed on one condition. The male lead had to act cute. Are we watching a BL, folks? On top of that, he demanded payment after checking them, thinking they were friends. Why would he need a fee? Just by glancing, it seemed Endon had already guessed everything about these items. Now, starting with the cloak, because Nen was the most curious about it, Endon explained that it wasn't anything too special. If you wear it, the magic released won't be affected by the climate or weather. In other words, the magic will always maintain its full power. As for the bracelet, it's like a container. The user can use energy to summon a small box. It's also like an inventory. And right now, there's nothing in this ring. If the ring breaks, it means all the items stored inside will be lost. And, obviously, they could never be recovered. These are magical artifacts crafted by a 7th ring mage. How could they be this simple? He boasted that because he was a dragon, it was natural for him to know all these things. He also told Nen to put on the ring, which had the ability to absorb the energy around the wearer. Nen also felt like she was being recharged with energy little by little. Riley wondered why he didn't feel anything unusual when he wore it last time. Endon calmly said that it was because Riley was already a monster. Nen, being naive, still didn't understand what was going on. She was completely unaware of the terrifying power the male lead possessed. However, Riley didn't like long explanations. The male lead said that Nen should take all those things because he didn't need them. Riley ended up telling her to keep them for him, because they were an eyesore for the time being. Riley asked if Endon knew how to measure energy. In fact, some guardian had once given Endon an energy measuring stone. Now, Riley wanted to use that stone to measure his own energy. Endon looked straight into the girl's eyes and said that she was an extremely special person. Especially in her eyes, there was something blended. Riley asked, "So, is that why her magic is gray?" Gray magic is all spellcrafts of all elements. Whether it's a fireball, ice bullet, or lightning, they are all gray. Endon felt this girl was a very interesting person. He could even see that she didn't have much time left in her life. Riley told him that since he had brought it up, he wanted to measure his own as well. Endon didn't really understand why the male lead wanted to learn magic. Endon even thought Riley wanted to conquer the whole world. Riley gave a reason that couldn't be any more ridiculous. "I'm just too lazy to pick apples." With that reason, it wouldn't be wrong for them to think Riley was a madman. Standing before a rock, Riley felt, "Isn't the reaction a bit slow? I haven't touched it in a long time. Has it broken?" he thought to himself. Endon watches it every day. There's no way it could be broken. Nen suddenly spoke up, saying the master's ability was related to time. The rock just crumbled because of the influence of time. It had even weathered away completely. To put it bluntly, the male lead couldn't use any magic other than controlling time. Endon felt that explaining was useless. Now, he would just let the young man experience it directly, so he would understand better. Endon didn't use his full power. But regardless, this was a normal fireball that mages use, and Riley would see it once he possessed the fire attribute. Nen felt completely confused. Oh, the mage dream is so vague. Endon even advised Nen to give up. Riley flatly said, "Living everywhere and anywhere is more convenient than the internet." No one understood what he was talking about. While at the tower, the girl had heard that mages possessing time magic were rare. She thought, isn't there any magic that can turn back time? Although there wasn't, if he used time acceleration magic, maybe the apples would ripen faster. Everyone wondered, apples fall when they're ripe, so he can just go eat them. Why bother trying so hard? Nen said happily. Then the master won't have to wait for the apple season anymore. Riley clutched his face, feeling helpless. All of this was just to pick apples. Back home, the male lead was still dazed, not knowing what his exact attribute was. Nen asked, "Can you create a spark now?" As for that, it hadn't become a spark yet. It had only flickered for half a second. Astrua was already dead. Nen thought, Nen won't use much magic again, right? Just as things were peaceful, his two older brothers arrived and teased Riley. "Did you go anywhere fun?" The male lead didn't hide anything and said directly, "I went to Iba village. Ian and Sira stayed at the mansion all day." The male lead went by himself without taking a servant? The red-haired one wondered. Riley calmly replied, "I went with Nen." Suddenly, the male lead's mother arrived and announced that there was a guest. It was Lord Libera. Did he come to see my mother? Everyone was wondering and didn't understand what was happening. The two older brothers couldn't understand why the bishop was so polite to a servant. He replied very insincerely, "Perhaps the young masters. It's incredibly strange to see how they're acting." He even refers to Nen with such deep respect, calling her Lady Nen, and publicly credits her with playing a crucial role in the battle against Astrua. They even introduce her as a sixth-circle mage. Hearing that, both of his brothers are absolutely losing their minds. Nen feels that there's no harm in revealing her secret at this moment. This bishop seems to be plotting something. A man who looks so kind-hearted, only to turn out to be the ultimate villain. How cliché. And today, he just shows up at the mansion for no reason at all. That makes it even clearer that he's up to something, a well-thought-out scheme. Before he leaves, the entire Riley family gathers to see him off. Lady Iris kindly invites him to visit whenever he's free, and he bows deeply, earnestly agreeing. "May the best of fortunes be with you. Now, Nen, let's go." The moment Libera gets into the carriage, Riley realizes he can see through the situation. On paper, he claimed to be visiting to check on his mother's chronic illness, but in reality, he was only eyeing Riley and Nen. Holding the box in her hands, Nen wonders aloud what the Saintess said last time. Bricia had announced that the revelation of the dragon would soon appear at the Orlia castle. She ordered Riley to capture it himself. This confirms that Libera's purpose wasn't just to visit Iris, but to present him with that gift as a form of bribery. Riley looks visibly annoyed. When you eat the fruit, remember the one who planted the tree. He seems like the type to preach morality. Nen is curious if she could ever receive a revelation herself. As soon as she asks, Riley snaps and curses at her, calling her crazy. Of course not. Can't you see what I'm having to grit my teeth and endure? Riley feels like he's going to be sick. He wants to say a few things about the Saintess, but realizes she's not the same as in his past life. Nen doesn't really understand what Riley is referring to. The young man keeps rambling. "What could possibly happen when I go to Orlia? It'll be fine for now. No trouble." Nen is a bit worried and reminds him that if he keeps saying things like that, it won't end well at all. The two head in to see his father. The Count looks at his son with a very dangerous gaze. Riley, is this child you brought back really a six-circle mage? It turns out Ian had already reported everything, and the Count is furious. Originally, he only knew Nen was a mage, but he never expected her to be a six-circle one. Astrua possesses 7 circles. While she hasn't matched that yet, 6 circles is already extremely high level. The father turns to Nen and asks, "The question is, why? Why would you want to become a servant when you are already a 6-circle mage?" His voice grows louder as he sees Nen remain silent. A mage who contributed significantly to the battle to capture Astrua in Orlia should have received a worthy reward. "For what reason did you come here?" Nen stammers, sharing that she just really likes the atmosphere of this mansion. If she had to give a reason, that was it. She became a servant for that one reason alone. It seems Nen has found something she once lost while being here. The Count is startled for a moment, looking suspicious, and asks further, "Very well. Did you follow Riley from Orlia, seeing the girl?" Nodding repeatedly. The father shifts the conversation entirely, and asks, "What do you think of my son?" Riley is stunned. He has no idea what his father is doing right now. Nen innocently and enthusiastically replies, "I think the young master is a very good person." Afterward, the two just look at each other and smile, in a way that is puzzling, leaving Riley terrified. "What do you two mean? Why is this getting so sappy all of a sudden?" Nen then sadly bows her head and says that 6 circles is just a part of her past. She is living her life to the fullest in the present. Brycia mentioned that by autumn, perhaps everything will come to an end. Before summer fades, Nen doesn't have much time left. Nen wants to live a full life during these simple, peaceful days. She feels happier now than she ever did as a 6-circle mage. The Count asks if she finds it inconvenient, but the girl immediately replies that everyone here is kind, and she doesn't find it inconvenient at all. The father sighs, appearing satisfied, and tells Nen to keep taking care of Riley. As he closes his eyes, thinking about a 6-circle mage, Riley speaks up, wanting to talk to his father. Summer has arrived. This year, Nen, he wants to go back to Rainfield. Riley's 2 older brothers are also discussing Nen. How on earth could Riley find someone like that? Surely it has something to do with the medal he was awarded at the castle. The red-haired brother feels a sense of urgency and thinks that he can't just sit by and watch like this. "We have to do something. I need to contribute too. Only then can I win this succession race." The eldest brother also thinks and stammers, "Yeah, of course, it's thanks to her that Riley's position has been elevated significantly." He flips through some documents and sees a wanted poster for a dark mage in Rainfield. The 2 brothers get excited, thinking this is a perfect opportunity. After all, it's summer, and they remember that every summer, Riley goes to Rainfield. This year is no exception. The Count has allowed Riley to go, and the young man is as excited as if he'd struck gold. The 2 brothers plan to use this opportunity to make sure Riley never comes back. Before leaving, Ian is extremely worried, even more so when Riley says he will be gone for about 3 weeks. Seeing the old man looking so tense, Riley pats him on the shoulder to comfort him, insisting that he will return safe and sound. Nen is also coming along on this trip, and she carefully casts a communication spell on Lady Iris's hand mirror so they can keep in touch to ease the worries of those back home. Lady Iris gives her praise, saying, "Thanks to Nen, I'm much more at ease now." Even just hearing that, Nen sheds tears of emotion. After all, it's rare for her to be praised. Now, they are about to depart. Lady Iris runs over and gives Nen an item as a thank you gift for taking care of Riley throughout the previous holiday. "It seems to be something I used to wear. I've repaired it a little, but I don't know if Nen will like it or not. Open it later. I hope you like it." Nen is deeply grateful and promises to keep it in her heart. At the moment of departure, Riley is the most excited. He laughs crazily, looking forward to ending these boring days. Riley seeks out Endon, asking him to help with teleportation. Seeing this, Endon flips out and even loses his temper, attacking Riley. But as luck would have it, every time Endon has an outburst, Riley manages to dodge everything. Endon gets even more frustrated. How annoying. How is that jerk so good at dodging? Riley has to humble himself and sweet-talk him. All right. I'll pay you back later. Please, help me just this once." The ancient tree protected by the red dragon is fiercely awakening. Endon agrees. "I'll teleport you, but in exchange, you owe me one. As for Nen, leave her to me." Endon seems to treat Nen like a bargaining chip, and Riley will never agree to that. "I've told you over and over, don't treat people like objects. Especially Nen." Riley feels that there is something about this girl that is very similar to him, and he doesn't want to hand her over to anyone else. Riley tries to think about Nen's past life, but he isn't sure about anything. Riley asserts that everyone's life has its own story. As a dragonkin, Endon wouldn't be able to understand. He isn't bothered enough to be curious anymore. Nen asks directly what Riley's current problem is. After all, if he keeps popping in and out of Rainfield, he'll get caught. I'll take you somewhere in the woods. Riley smiles and agrees immediately. Just as he's about to pack his things to head out, Endon calls out, startled, "Riley, there's something I want to tell you about Nen's lifespan." Endon hesitates for a few minutes, still unable to say it. Riley acts as if he already knows everything. Even for someone as strong as Riley, it would be strange if he didn't know. Endon wonders what he will do next. Nen sits in the carriage, waiting and waiting, but doesn't see Riley coming out. Nen decides to open the bag Iris gave her. As soon as she opens it, she sees a mask. The girl is a bit startled, her hands trembling as she whispers a thank you to Lady Iris. She is truly grateful for this thoughtfulness. While Nen is choked up with emotion, she coughs up blood. The girl remembers the words of the Saintess. If it's a long time, maybe until winter, but if it's short, it will only be until summer. Perhaps you will live until autumn. Even though it's tragic, Nen doesn't feel afraid right now. She is genuinely very happy. Just then, Riley comes out, and they all set off. Thanks to Endon's teleportation spell, in an instant, Riley and Nen are in the forest. However, ironically, he lands right where the giant serpent is standing, even right in front of it in the rain. Under the rain, this supermassive giant serpent is more furious than ever. Riley can only curse Endon under his breath for being a crazy jerk. The giant serpent frantically picks up a tree and waves it around. Riley looks up at it with a look of pure contempt. What the hell is going on? Picking up a tree and swinging it around like that? Is its strength infinite? Nen, seeing this, panics and runs over. "Young master, leave this to me." To Riley, at this moment, it's just like watching a circus. He finds it entirely unimpressive. After all, it's just one giant serpent. He rests his sword on his shoulder and reminds Nen lightly. "Blood will splatter everywhere. Put up a shield." Nen obeys, but doesn't forget to warn him, "Young master, please be careful." Riley, even while standing in the eye of the storm, is strangely chill, thinking that Nen is just worried for no reason. Having said that, the giant serpent swings the tree to attack Riley, but at that exact moment, the young man leaps onto the tree, acting like a teacher, telling the giant serpent to just calm down. Being all worked up won't solve anything. And then, saying he's going to die anyway, so why bother trying? The eyes of the spirit started glowing deep red. As his anger peaked, he began to attack frantically, knocking over trees and losing all sense of his surroundings. Riley calmly dodged his attacks. By the way, while striking a pro-model pose with his hands on his hips, he was fighting like a water puppet show. After some dizzying tosses, the creature's body snapped in two. Riley jumped up, declaring, "I just wanted a quiet vacation. This is way too much. There's no reason for me to get dumped in a godforsaken place like this." And then, things escalated quickly. With lightning speed, Riley slashed repeatedly, leaving millions of wounds on the creature's body until it bled out. Nen's barrier didn't seem to block all of Riley's attacks either. After finishing the job, he had to deal with a body reeking of blood. The young man complained, "I just took a bath, and now it's come to this." He was certain that Endon had thrown him here on purpose. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Nen rushed over, urging, "Young master, first, use a purification spell." Riley listened, but there was no sign of purification, just mud getting smeared all over his face. Nen stammered, "Oh, what happened? I thought it would work." "Young master, it's just mud. It's not actually dirty." Riley, annoyed, snapped at the girl. Meanwhile, the creature let out a scream that echoed through the forest. It looked like its body was about to explode. Riley, still grumpy, yelled, "Explode? What the hell? Who's the one really about to explode here?" Nen offered to finish it off if she could, then activated her power to completely wipe out the creature. Once everything was settled, Nen went to look for wet wipes for Riley. High up in a tree, a red-haired guy was watching everything. Riley was confused, not knowing where he was. Nen opened the map to check. It seemed they were near their destination, but it was hard to pinpoint the exact location because there were no signs. Nen sensed something wrong and had placed a spell on Riley, just in case, and sensing someone nearby, Riley calmly replied, "That's good. Just go to them. We have no other choice, right?" On another note, the creature had broken Nen's mystical circle and awakened. They both thought they would get some help, but to their surprise, they were surrounded by guys with bows. Riley was curious about their identities. He'd been in Renfield for years, but had never seen these people. The red-haired guy shouted for Riley to stop pretending, saying he had seen it all. He then aimed at Nen. I saw the black magic born from your hands. You're a dark mage, aren't you? Nen looked blank, seemingly not understanding what they were saying or what they were doing. A dark mage had been running wild near Renfield lately, and they were a group of mage hunters. They insisted that Nen was a dark mage, and Nen had no way to deny it. You used black magic. That's the proof. Then, turning to Riley, you say you used a purification spell? You think I don't know your accomplice has been tainted by black magic? Riley stood there with a blank expression, feeling a headache coming on because this was supposed to be a relaxing vacation. Now, it had turned into a chaotic mess. With an icy face, he turned and asked them, Black magic? What are you talking about? Before he could even finish, they insisted that Riley was their accomplice. This made the young man snap. Losing his cool, he warned, Don't you dare point that arrow at me. This warning made the red-haired guy gulp hard, suddenly terrified. Now, Riley wanted to know what was going on. Explain. You just run up here and call us dark mages? Are you idiots? They didn't understand the situation. But in Riley's anger, everyone felt a certain pressure weighing down on them. The red-haired guy pointed straight at Nen and asked if the magic she just used was black magic. Riley asked back, So what if it is? They started claiming that such signs were proof of dark mages. Riley turned to Nen. So, if the magic flow is black, it's all dark magic? Nen shook her head repeatedly, saying no. The reason she could use those things was that she had been an experiment. Riley, fed up, didn't want to explain anymore. Nen turned to challenge them, demanding they explain why she was a dark witch. Asked this. They all went silent because they didn't know what to say. What else could it be besides black magic? Riley warned them that from now on, they should think twice before speaking to avoid falsely accusing others. He then reaffirmed firmly, I can bet the reputation of the Iferetta swordsman family. She is definitely not a dark witch. What do you have to bet? They started to panic. This is big trouble. She turns out to be an aristocrat. Why is an aristocrat wandering around here? Riley immediately put them in their place. I don't know about Renfield, but in Sorlia, if you're disrespectful to a noble, the lightest punishment is life imprisonment. I'm trying to have a vacation here. Nen tried to be as conciliatory as possible, but these jerks didn't know their place. Riley drew his sword. He didn't want to let this slide anymore. If you really think so, fine. I'm suspected of being a dark wizard? Then I'll just wipe out all the witnesses and move on. Before he could act, Nen stopped him. Young master, please wait. Just listen to their story. The moment Nen revealed her full face, they were very puzzled. Why do you look like that? After hearing the story, the red-haired guy sobbed. He finally understood what happened at the Soria Tower and what the bastard Astrua had done. She cried louder and louder, repeatedly apologizing to Nen for accidentally uttering rude words. Riley found the whole thing ridiculous. Good grief, what a sight. The one who wanted to kill us is now sobbing here. The most annoying thing is that this miserable crying reminds me of that kid. The kid he was referring to was none other than Ian, even though he was half a generation older than him. Everything could be forgiven. Riley asked if they were done doubting them. Everyone bowed. Yes, please forgive us, Master Riley. Riley still didn't understand why they insisted on making him admit it earlier. The blue-haired guy explained. The captain's eyes never lie. The previous captain was the same. Nen said they were very similar, didn't she? We don't need any more proof. After hearing everything, Riley noticed the mage and asked for the person's identity. Recently, a notorious dark mage had been spotted around the Renfield area. Their previous captain was also a victim of that person. They gave Riley and Nen a wanted poster containing information about the culprit, including the trait of using black magic to control corpses. The red-haired guy's father was also killed by him. What concerned Riley was the information that the culprit could control corpses. Suddenly, they all heard heavy footsteps coming from the forest. It was the body of the creature, and it appeared right behind Riley. The young man felt so unlucky because just after, a moment's respite, it almost bit him. The young man angrily turned and slashed across its body, and once again, it collapsed, motionless. The person in the black cloak was likely the dark mage. He was extremely surprised that the creature he had just revived was motionless again. Then he started complaining that no one in this day and age was any good, and went to find the basil. Nen was afraid Riley would get wet, so she used an umbrella to cover him. The young man just stood there, imagining that the rain had stopped and it was cool. Riley turned to be optimistic, saying, It's fine. If it's raining, we have to have an umbrella. That's the only way it's romantic. The red-haired guy started wedging himself between Riley and Nen. What a relief. We all came to the same place. In a situation that was supposed to be romantic, this guy was a total mood killer. Not only was he clueless, but he also acted impressed when he found out the mercenary hero Ian was Riley's butler. Riley turned to mock him. I'm also surprised to see someone sobbing like Ian. He was so embarrassed, and Nen shut up too. Then he handed over a piece of paper. I really owe you too. Nen, just take this. I'll stay in Renfield for a month. Nen, just come find me if you want. I'll treat you both. Riley didn't hesitate to take it, and then it was time for them to say goodbye. Although a lot happened, they finally reached a safe place. Riley was optimistic, thinking that after the rain, there would be a rainbow. Finally, the vacation started. The thing to do now was to figure out their destination and where Nen wanted to go first. Just as they were passing a restaurant, Nen stammered. Riley subtly understood Nen wanted to ask her out for a meal. The girl suggested eating hot soup. Riley was excited, thinking, I get it. On a rainy day like this, having a pajong meal with rice wine is the best. He really couldn't predict the young man's intentions. Nen actually didn't even know the definition of pajong. The moment the food was laid out on the table, Riley marveled and praised it, while Nen looked completely blank, not excited at all, even saying, What kind of food is this? It looks like vomit. Riley froze for 5 seconds and was extremely surprised. Oh, please apologize to everyone who loves pajong on a rainy day. What the hell? Nen hesitated when Riley kept inviting her. Just try it. Once you try it, don't ask for more. The girl picked up the chopsticks gingerly. In the capital of Sorlia, people called this the most terrible thing. Nen managed to get this terrible thing into her mouth, and her life blossomed. It wasn't just delicious. It was delicious beyond belief. Delicious enough to swallow your tongue. Riley ate while looking satisfied to the extreme. This is the flavor from the old days, back when I was young. Nen looked confused because they weren't old yet, and that young definition was something only Riley understood. Nen, he told the girl, don't pay attention. Just eat. He then started flirting with the young lady, encouraging her to take a shot. Iris had actually warned Nen about drinking this on the festival day earlier. Nen suddenly remembered Iris's words and hesitated, but Riley kept pushing her, saying, Just try it. 1 sip is fine, right? Today was truly a day for breaking boundaries. Nen felt the drink was absolutely delicious, gulped it down, and exclaimed, That's awesome. Just as the two were chilling, someone at the next table started complaining. Damn it, everything is a mess. Riley looked over and noticed the person didn't seem to be in a good mood. That person kept muttering, I have to craft more, and more. I have to create so many. Once Nen and Riley finished, they left, but Riley couldn't stop eyeing the figure in the hooded cloak. He then thought, why should I meddle in other people's business? After the man gulped down more alcohol, he didn't seem very sober anymore. When a staff member came to ask for payment, the man hesitated. Payment? What is payment? Oh, right, I have to pay, don't I? Not paying after a meal would be a sin. The staff member smiled and said, Sir, your total is but before they could finish. The man snapped and slapped the staff member right in the face. How unlucky. I only have one of these here. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from him. He intended to use a vegetable stem to pay for his meal. This person killed the staff member without a shred of hesitation. Riley and Nen went on their way, relaxed. They were companions now, Nen and Riley. Being clever, he told Nen not to tell her mother. As they reached Renfield, Nen had brought a raincoat instead of an umbrella, but she realized she had forgotten it. Riley suggested they go buy 2 umbrellas, but she thought that walking together under one umbrella wouldn't be so bad. The moment she said it, she jumped in surprise. What did I just say? Am I drunk? She reminded herself to stay calm. After all, she would have to leave when autumn arrived. Libera had someone scout Riley's location and received information that he was on vacation in a place called Renfield. Libera clutched his head in panic. Damn it! Why did he go there? Surely he hasn't met that guy yet. There's still time to gather the pieces. If it's wiped out before then, it'll be dangerous. Libera looked grave. This is bad. Bracia trusts him. Nen, we must go and bring him back. He told his servant there was no more time for this. Nen quickly got ready. At that moment, Saintess Bracia arrived and asked, Are you planning to meet young Master Riley? Then the Saintess warned him. I have told you many times, meddling with him will not lead to a good ending. He laughed foolishly, acting dismissive. Is this a divine revelation? If not, perhaps it's your doctrine, Saintess? If you have received a divine revelation, shouldn't you two meet more often? He has to believe in the existence of dragons in Sorlia, or else he will decide the fate of this entire world. Why do you keep pushing him away when he is our savior? Bracia felt as though Libera had some other hidden agenda, but there was nothing she could do. In any case, I've warned you many times. You cannot touch young Master Riley. She was deeply confused about what Saintess Inez's revelation regarding Archbishop Libera actually meant. On the other side, Riley was still very relaxed, heading to a library. Even though it had been raining all day, it was still very clean inside. Rainfield must have upgraded its protective magic. Nen wondered why it rained in Rainfield every single day. Regarding this, Riley wasn't sure either, and he just wanted to enjoy it. Reading a book while listening to the sound of rain is the best thing in the world, he said. He told Nen they should each pick a book and meet in the center. Nen was here to escort Riley. She couldn't leave his side. However, the young man insisted he didn't need that. He told Nen to go choose a book, saying whoever finished first would get the seat. She had to obey. The girl started to ponder. The book I want to read, even if you say that, I don't know what to choose. She wondered what genres were there. I've only read books about tower mages. Now, she wanted to look for a guidebook on making tenoring. Pajong. While she was busy choosing, she bumped into Nara. He was there looking for books on dark magic, and was incidentally curious about the book Nen was holding. One was about combat, the other about food and alcohol. Nen blushed from embarrassment. Suddenly, they heard a piercing scream. Nara asked where Riley was, then panicked and immediately ran to Riley. Even though he didn't know what the scream was about, Nara had a bad feeling. They rushed to the central reading room to find Riley. As soon as they arrived, they saw nothing but corpses. Nen was absolutely terrified. What is going on? Who did this? At first glance, Nen realized it was magic. These slashes had traces of magical power. Furthermore, they hadn't heard any explosion. It seemed the culprit had used magic to muffle the sound. So, what was the scream from earlier? One thing was certain. The perpetrator was someone extremely formidable. Nen took off her mask and told Nara, "Right now, think of young Master Riley." Nara hadn't adjusted to this sudden situation, but Nen urged him, saying not to talk, just act. Nara listened, closed his eyes, and imagined. Through this data, Nen figured out Riley was on the second floor. Nen desperately looked for the stairs to the second floor. Nara opened his eyes and froze upon seeing familiar traces, like the black marks left on the corpses and the moving bodies. That proved a dark mage was here. As he spoke, Nara was trembling, unable to believe his eyes. A dark mage, my father's enemy. He's the scoundrel who made everyone end up like this. He is definitely here. Nen reasoned that it was too dangerous for Nara to act on his own right now. First, we need to find Riley and get to a safe place. Nara suddenly hesitated. If Ian, that mercenary hero, is here, he would evacuate others first. My father would surely do the same. Then, Nara told Nen to go find the young master first while he searched around the library. Nen ran as if her life depended on it to reach Riley. The young man was still leisurely looking for books, until Nen informed him that something happened in the library. It seems a dark mage has appeared in the library. Riley didn't understand. Nen explained. You remember that monster, right? The one you defeated in the Renfield forest? Riley only then realized, I thought I had finished it off, yet it came back from the dead. Nen urgently said that the corpses were also coming back to life inside this library, and they had to leave as soon as possible. Riley remained deep in thought, observing the corpses below. Zombies. Just zombies. It made the young man's head ache. A disaster while trying to chill? It's never been this tiring. Riley laughed foolishly, feeling helpless. Is this a zombie movie? Does the scream I heard earlier have anything to do with this? Nen stammered that it probably did. At this point, Riley mostly understood what was happening here. Before them now, there were zombies everywhere. Riley disagreed and asked Nen, when you heard that noise, you rushed to find me. Did you think that was important? On the other side, Nara was still determined to find the dark mage. He remembered in the past, when attacked by dark magic before he died, his father had told him that someone had to stand up, to stop him. Nen, just run away yourself. In this moment, Nara became even more determined to find the one who killed his father and destroy him. Suddenly, he heard a voice echoing, and Nara realized this voice was extremely familiar, and the person was wailing to the heavens. Damn it. Too many. It's terrible. The Renfield Cloud book, where is it in this hellish library? You ungrateful wretches. I just want to find one book. Why can't you find it even now? Once the zombies in the library found the book he wanted, he changed his tune, and praised them. You aren't ungrateful. Good. Very good. Nara looked down and realized it was the dark mage. The mage was muttering, with this book, you can mix a little acid into the clouds. Nara was shocked to hear these words. Then, the dark mage excitedly declared, we can create hundreds of billions more. Nen was looking foolish and dazed while walking back with Riley, repeatedly apologizing. Riley was quite angry and told her to stop talking. I came here just to go on vacation, not to catch some dark mage or whatever. He even made a cold, heartless declaration. Is that a mistake? We'll just run away. Like normal people do. There's no need to get tangled up in trouble for nothing. Nen was stunned into silence. Riley once again affirmed, neither us nor Sorlia can turn a blind eye to this, but this time, don't get involved, just leave it alone. Nara walked out of the library, saying words that were hesitant and weak. Young master of the Eiffel family, I still remember you were the one who defeated the star last time. Just now, I saw the dark mage in the library. I saw what he did. Before disappearing, he took the Renfield cloud book. They will use magic to mix a quantity of acid into the clouds to create acid rain. They will turn hundreds of people into living corpses just because of a contract with some scoundrel. You don't need to prove your strength to me anymore. For Nen, I beg you, please help us, young master. Nara approached with a desperate look. In contrast, Riley was looking at everything with empty eyes. If the dark mage creates acid rain in Rainfield, as the ones in the library said, they will turn into puppets. Riley sighed helplessly. What kind of luck is this? Whenever I go anywhere, guys like this suddenly pop up. The young man thought he hadn't even been on vacation for a full week yet. Nen flatly rejected Nara's pleas once again. Tears streaming down her face, Nara begged the black mage, he's the one who killed my father and my former commander. Before she could even finish, Riley cut her off, feigning a look of indifference that couldn't have been more fake. My condolences, but I'm on vacation. Deal with your own problems. With that, Riley turned his back and walked away. No matter how you look at it, Riley was being a real jerk here. Even though Nen went with him to the market to pick out flowers and acted like he didn't care, deep down, he was actually incredibly annoyed. This was a vacation he'd been looking forward to for a long time. After all, Riley didn't want to get tangled up in any trouble. He just wanted to unwind. Nara, pale as a ghost, rushed past him, clutching wanted posters of the black mage, begging everyone for help. Riley, holding his grilled meat with a look of pure bliss, finished his break. Nen hesitated, then asked, Master, are you having fun? Riley pursed his lips. It seemed he was forcing himself to pretend, and he wasn't having any fun at all. After a long struggle, Nara's team finally tracked down the black mage. The moment she found him, Nara used all her strength to warn him. You aren't ready to cast acid rain, are you? You'll be headless before you even lift a finger. The black mage chuckled, mocking her. Headless? Who do you think you are to touch me? Nara ripped off her hood and declared, I'm here to kill you, the one who slaughtered all my people. Seeing her face, the black mage realized who she was. I remember you now. Those eyes, what a masterpiece. The eyes of someone who clawed their way back from that day. No matter how hard I try, I could never forget them. I didn't expect a survivor from your kind. The killer knew exactly why Nara was standing there today. He even scolded her, claiming he had kindly granted her eternal life. Yet here she was, ungrateful and seeking revenge. Nara bit her tongue, as if she were at her breaking point, and told the black mage to shut his mouth. But a guy as arrogant as him wouldn't know fear if it hit him. If anything, her anger only amused him. I'm only looking for that one thing right now. But I can't pass up an opportunity like this, can I? With that, amidst the drizzling rain, he resurrected the corpse of Nara's father. The killer used this weakness to taunt Nara. The moment she saw her father, Nara could barely contain her emotions. He continued to provoke her. Father-daughter reunion. How touching. Well, he looks a bit ragged. But you recognize him, don't you? Is it because you share the same blood? Nara gripped her sword and lunged, desperate to finish him off. But the closer she got, the more he tormented her with his vile words. Oh my, look at you coming at me. I'm so scared. In her loss of control, he used her father's corpse as a shield. Nara accidentally pierced her own father from behind. See, I let you meet your father, didn't I? You really are ungrateful. Fireworks suddenly exploded in the sky, painting it with vibrant colors, making the night look beautiful. Everyone was excited, marveling at the display. Riley, who was watching, suddenly turned and asked Nen, Are you having fun? Nen froze, then smiled brightly and replied, I think I expected too much. Honestly, there's nothing fun about this. Riley tried to act innocent, asking why. But Nen believed he knew the reason better than anyone. Because of that, Riley decided it was time to move. Well then, let's go, Nen. I wonder if that little bug in front of me will dare to bite randomly again. Elsewhere, the black mage was still playing with Nara, while she poured all her energy into frantic slashes. The killer felt thrilled. Just as I expected. You're good. That speed is truly magnificent. Let's crank it up a notch, shall we? Nara didn't stop, determined to kill him at any cost. With a terrifying smile, he asked, "Are you regretting it?" Then, he once again used her father's corpse as a shield. A painful cry for her father echoed through the sky. In that moment, Nara felt like everything she did was wrong. Her hands, which once held the sword firmly, were now trembling as she pointed her spear at her own father. The black mage kept provoking her. "No matter how much you want revenge, how dare you point your spear at your father?" Nara's teammates, standing nearby, quickly shot an arrow into the zombie's arm and shouted to snap Nara out of it. "Captain, stay calm. Your father is already gone." After the mage noticed Nara's teammates, he unleashed a magic circle, firing dozens of arrows at the blue-haired youth, but Riley blocked them all. The killer laughed loudly, thinking, "Those Duffnaclast archers are actually quite annoying, aren't they? Your friends seem a bit busy, don't they?" They were surrounded by swarms of zombies. In this situation, the blue-haired guy suggested it was best to retreat, but Nara hesitated, seeing her father still there. She turned away, but still didn't dare to act. On the other side, the demon continued his taunts. "Ha ha ha. Can you drive your spear through your father's heart?" Nara gritted her teeth, turned around, and lunged straight toward the black mage once more. He used the father's corpse as a shield again, and this time, Nara fully drove her spear through and destroyed her father's body. She screamed in agony and collapsed. Her teammates rushed over, deeply worried. At that moment, the black mage declared, "Nara has reached her limit. But where has that immortal life gone?" Now the black mage was fully prepared to act. "After so many years in this town, we are finally about to achieve our wish." Through his magic, suddenly the rain stopped, and the raindrops hung suspended in midair. The black mage started counting down. Only 3 seconds left until his wish succeeded. With 2 seconds left, Nara screamed in helplessness, begging him to stop. However, what was bound to happen, happened. The killer raised his hands to the sky and declared, "The moment of destiny has arrived." Shortly after, some absurd things happened that made his face look incredibly frustrated. Right at that moment, Riley found the black mage. Appearing from behind, he shouted, "Found you, you scumbag. You're ruining my fun." Everyone in town was shocked by the sight of water droplets hanging in the air. However, looking closely, they were just falling incredibly slowly. The raindrops suddenly exploded into fireworks, making the space become radiant. Even the rain began to fly back toward the sky, drop by drop, glistening. Riley praised Nen. "You're doing great." At that moment, the black mage turned around. "Who are you, waving your sword at me like that?" Riley didn't even bother answering him, simply replying, "Me? Who knows? Why do you care?" Nara stood frozen, completely surprised by this arrival. Riley smirked. "How does it feel to have your good time interrupted by such a magnificent sight?" Only then did the black mage realize that this interruption was caused by Riley. "The rain, the mist, and my prayer, did you mess with all of them?" Seeing the look of disappointment on the black mage's face, Riley asked flatly, "Why? Do you look so disappointed? If you hadn't ruined my vacation, things would have been different." Then he called Nen out to act. Nara's jaw dropped when she realized the rain was Nen's power. The black mage couldn't believe it. He panicked, demanding to try again blindly, and even cursed at Riley for being ungrateful. Riley looked at him with an expression of pure boredom. "Ungrateful? You're the one who ruined someone else's vacation, and you're the one yelling? Seriously?" Ignoring everything, the black mage kept trying to retry, appearing like a madman, constantly cursing everyone as ungrateful. He summoned the zombies to rise from their graves. Riley didn't care how many he slashed. They wouldn't die, but he felt no fear, only amusement. He confidently asserted that he was stronger than this trashy mage, and that, too, was a kind of talent. All the tricks the mage was pulling with the zombies were just cheap parlor tricks. Having said that, the youth finished him off. With one slash, he blew the heads off the entire group of useless monsters. The mage realized he had run into a real opponent. He summoned every zombie he had, determined not to let Riley off the hook. The corpses he summoned included elves and even other mages. Riley felt things were getting more thrilling, but unfortunately, they were just puppets. He handled each one without flinching, which drove the black mage insane. "How dare you? How dare you ignore them?" Riley thought that if the mage still had more tricks up his sleeve, he should at least show some real skill. The youth landed every strike, not sparing a single corpse. Meanwhile, Nara and her teammates felt their bodies frozen, unable to move. Everything Riley had shown so far was just a warm-up, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. The black mage, who was already dark, now turned pale, and then even darker. Riley didn't hold back, landing a final blow that sent the black mage to hell. Finally, that damn pest was eliminated. The evildoer was vanquished, dissolving into black flames that carried away the souls of the innocent who had suffered. Nara fell to her knees and sobbed, knowing her father could finally rest in peace. Having taken care of business, Riley looked off into the distance, deep in thought, full of praise. Nen, you did well. Beside this success was Nen, standing powerfully, controlling everything. She had even drained all her energy and shed blood to push the dark clouds away. Despite the struggle, she finally succeeded. A small girl had finally accomplished the extraordinary. After that day, the press wrote a lot about the phenomenon of rain flying back to the sky and the strange scenes of fireworks covering the heavens. Everyone thought this was the most spectacular fireworks show ever held on Waterphone Street. Nen ran over with the newspaper and handed it to Riley. Even though the Black Mage had been defeated, the news still reported that the Black Mage hadn't been captured yet. Riley sighed and thought, Basilisk seems to know how to keep his mouth shut. This is a true silent hero. Nen only hoped that one day, everyone would know what Riley had done for them. This wish of Nen's made Riley look at her with a confused expression, wondering if she had been possessed by Ian. Nen emotionally shared that whenever she could help someone, she felt happy and incredibly proud. She hoped Riley could feel that too. Suddenly, Riley waved her over, making the poor girl freeze, thinking she must have said something wrong. Before anything else, she started apologizing to avoid getting yelled at. However, it wasn't like what she imagined. Riley patted her shoulder and smiled proudly, then gave her serious praise. I haven't even said anything yet, have I? You did a good job. Keep it up. Honestly, I'm pretty satisfied. But it seems like you enjoyed this vacation even more than I did. After he said that, Nen didn't even have a chance to be happy before she thought she had messed up again. Well, it was time to head back. Riley figured everyone must be worried sick by now. At that moment, Nen suddenly remembered something. It sounded terrible. The girl had been so excited, but then she became overwhelmed with disappointment when Riley acted like he didn't remember a thing. The most unexpected event of all. Ever since arriving in Renfield, Riley hadn't contacted his mother at all. Just as one crisis passed, another arrived. Riley blamed everything on Nen, making the poor girl apologize for the 1,000th time. After that, they immediately told each other they had to call home right away. As soon as the door opened, they saw a dark, murderous expression. Oh, Riley, my precious son. Is that you? Both of them stammered and pushed the blame onto each other. When Iris asked why the call was so late, they both fell silent. Riley even put on an act, pretending to be reading a book and leaving Nen to handle everything. Only after they both confirmed they were fine, did Iris finally let out a sigh of relief. But the crisis wasn't over yet. The old man Ian immediately poked his head into the mirror, shouting and demanding, Young master, how is your body? Riley informed him that he was about to return to Sorlia and apologized to his mother. His mother said she would be waiting at the estate. Just as they were about to cut the connection, Sarah offered to speak with Nen for a moment. As soon as she looked, Nen felt Sarah's overwhelming power. Another person poked their head into the mirror and barked, Nen, if the young master forgets to call home, you're the one who's supposed to call instead. Why did you forget? Riley is the one who loves to play around, but Nen is the one getting in trouble. What rotten luck. They scolded her, saying that Riley was the one on vacation, not Nen. Nen stood there shyly, not knowing what to do, only able to nod and apologize repeatedly. Seeing Nen so pitiful, Sarah's anger subsided. So, did you see the brow? Waterphone view? And what about the fireworks? Nen replied that she had seen it all. Sarah seemed very excited to hear Nen's story. Nen just smiled, saying that it was the most beautiful scene she had ever witnessed in her life. Under the persistent drizzle, Libera walked toward the cliff, where the Black Mage had been defeated. He looked frustrated. I knew it. Hirio, this is why I warned you not to act recklessly. Everything we have done was for that prayer. Nen, you must be careful. Surprisingly, the final boss was none other than Libera. Nara hesitantly found where Riley was hiding. He came there because he had something to say. Young master, I may look like a human, but I am not. During the Great War, my father was indebted to Sir Ian, the only surviving mercenary hero of the Basilisk Guild. Riley took a sip of water and wanted Nara to get straight to the point. Nara started his request. If you agree, could you let me return to Sorlia with you? Before he could finish, Riley flatly refused. Nara actually only wanted to go there to see his benefactor, Ian, one last time. That was his father's dying wish. He just wanted to meet Ian once. Nara wanted to bury his father after meeting that hero. After saying that, the young man knelt before Riley. Please, allow me to go to Sorlia with you. And then, he sobbed so hard that the carriage carrying Riley finally had to take him along too. The young man even volunteered to be the driver. Riley was at a complete loss for words. Look at that. Just by thinking of seeing Ian, he was already that ecstatic. Thinking about it, these two actually have something in common. Both Ian and Nara are crybabies. Suddenly, Nen started trembling. It seemed like she had used up too much energy earlier. Riley called her name repeatedly, but it took a while for Nen to become clear-headed enough to answer. The day before, Nara had mentioned the Basilisk Guild. Riley just happened to be planning to ask Nen about the powers of each person. He heard they could perceive the tendencies of others' energy. That was similar to the nature of magic. Nara believed they categorized people by their inner selves, not by appearance. Red, blue, and white. For some, it was purple and black. The Black Mage Inn. Rainfield last time emitted a purple light. As they were going, the carriage braked suddenly when they bumped into a bald, muscular man. As soon as he saw Nara, he shouted, "Oh, look who it is! Isn't this the leader of Thunderbone? It's a small world. It's been half a year, hasn't it? Did you come here from Greenfield?" This bald man was named Caban, and it seemed he was on his way to Renfield. He had heard an old friend of his had stopped in Renfield. Then, he looked at the carriage, curious about who Nara was waiting for. "Looks like a noble, huh?" Seeing Caban rambling on, Nara told him not to poke his nose into other people's business. Riley appeared annoyed, looking out with a contemplative gaze. As soon as Caban looked, he recognized the emblem on the carriage as belonging to the Iferetta family of Sorlia. Nara once again warned him not to stick his nose into other people's business again. "Get lost." Seeing Nara, angry, he left, but not before saying they would meet again soon. Nara felt he was a purple-dyed freak. Riley wondered, he's purple too? Is purple that common? In reality, that wasn't the case. Up until now, Nara had only met 4 people. First, someone he accidentally bumped into in an unnamed village, a priest in Renfield, Caban, and the Black Mage a few days ago. Those were the only ones he had met. Who knew how many more of them were out there? Caban traveled to Renfield to meet Libera. He was extremely angry when he saw that Hirio was nothing more than a puddle of black liquid. "This guy is overdoing it. How long will it take?" Libera replied that he wasn't sure. Caban was even angrier. "Now that guy has lost his left arm." He couldn't keep his cool and slashed his blade wildly. Caban asked where the other 2 were, but Libera acted dismissive and said the leader was busy with important matters and couldn't come. Caban screamed and cursed that they were a bunch of ungrateful rats. Then he turned to ask Libera what he intended to do next. He replied that he wasn't sure, but first, he would have to move slowly and temporarily postpone the secret garden plan, then wait for an opportunity to fix the left arm. Riley finally returned home safely. Just as he arrived, Ian anxiously ran out and hugged Riley, crying his eyes out like his father had passed away. Riley was hugged so tightly he was suffocating. Yeah, I'm back. Let go of me, then we can talk." Ian was still overwhelmed with emotion and kept scolding him, asking if the young master knew how worried this old man had been. The old man's tears were about to form a river. Nara witnessed this man and couldn't believe his eyes, that this was the legendary mercenary hero. Riley felt it was too embarrassing and told him not to cry like a child and to control himself. After that, he introduced Nara, who had been looking for Ian for so long. Ian looked at Nara with a questioning gaze. Nara introduced himself, saying he was also a mercenary, then bowed before Ian. "It is such an honor to meet you, noble hero." After looking closely for a long time, Ian realized Nara seemed to be from the Basilisk family. After hearing the whole story, Ian understood the situation. He felt saddened and bowed his head, saying, "It seems he killed those I cherished too easily. I swear on my honor, Gaff of the Basilisk mercenary clan was once a very skilled man." Then, Ian delicately encouraged Nara, saying that because of that, he should be proud of his father, even though he had faced many difficulties out there. Hearing this, Nara was moved to tears. Ian said seriously that when the Count returned, he would tell him that a guest from the Lining Jock Mercenary Guild had visited. Riley only then realized, and asked where his father was. 2 days ago, after receiving a letter from Sorlia Castle, the Count had immediately left the estate. Word was that the Sorlia border had just been attacked. Riley asked how his 2 older brothers were doing, and Ian replied that they were still at the estate. After all, they couldn't leave the place empty. Even Lady Iris was in her room. Riley was walking toward his mother's room when he suddenly heard a crashing sound. He rushed to open the door and entered to ask what happened. Nen was there, her hands trembling and standing completely stunned. Riley immediately ran over and supported her. "Nen, is your body okay?" Although she was already very weak, because she was afraid of worrying Riley, Nen still said she was fine and would clean it up immediately. Riley didn't accept her cleaning up while her hands were still shaking like that. Nen broke into a cold sweat, not knowing what to say other than, I'm sorry, I will try my best, please don't discard me. The little girl seemed too haunted by the indifference of people, only wishing that for the rest of her life, she would not be thrown away again. After saying that, the girl, faint and nearly collapsing, Riley had no choice but to take her to see Endon. According to Endon, Nen's current condition is critical. She likely won't make it past autumn. Naturally, even though she can't control her body's decline, she still insists she's fine. Nen always tries to act strong like that, never wanting others to worry about her. Riley is genuinely deeply concerned now. Honestly, I can't understand her if it hurts. Just say it, and rest. Isn't that what people usually do? Endon believes there are many types of people these days. People who suffer in silence and foolishly shoulder everything alone that is Nen. To Riley, Nen is just a silly girl. Riley once vowed to save humanity and the entire world, swearing he would live up to their immense expectations. There were times when he only focused on charging forward without a care for himself. In the end, if you had to summarize the conclusion of his sacrifices in 2 words, it would be shattered. Regardless, humanity is quite interesting, and its fascination lies in its fleeting, finite lifespan. Riley recalls what Nen used to say. She always wanted Riley to be proud of himself. It seems Nen's lifespan was shortened after she exhausted too much magic at Renfield. Riley turns to ask Endon if he remembers what Nen pleaded for last time. Back then, she said teleportation. That was fine, but there was one condition. Please give me that thing. No one knows what Nen was referring to, but Riley only has one request. Please, save her. After resting for a while, Nen regained consciousness. As soon as she woke up, she looked out the window and saw Riley slumped under the apple tree, fast asleep, looking so lost. She felt incredibly worried. It's so windy today. If he sleeps like that, the young master will catch a cold. Suddenly seeing Riley sweating, the girl grew even more anxious. He kept groaning as if he were having a nightmare. In his dream, Riley saw a small town and Nen in danger. In that moment, the young man was truly panicked. Riley woke up in a panic just as Nen rushed out. But luckily, Ian pulled her back. He told her to go back to her room and rest. Nen insisted that she was completely normal, but her hands and feet were still trembling uncontrollably. Ian told her to calm down and talk, and he went over to check on Riley instead. Young master, are you okay? The young man said he was fine but didn't understand why he had such a nightmare. Nen stood there, coughing up blood incessantly, feeling as if she were in immense pain. Once again, in this state, Riley was panicked with worry. Nen was taken back to her room, and Riley's 2 older brothers wandered into her room only to see her coughing up a lot of blood. The second brother, Lloyd, cried out in shock, calling for someone outside to help Nen. The eldest brother told him to ignore her. Lloyd thought he had misheard. Since when had the people in the mansion become so heartless? If their father were here, he wouldn't be this indifferent. After witnessing this scene, the eldest brother slapped Lloyd hard. Think carefully. She's going to die anyway, so leave Nen be. In this situation, they were truly cold-blooded. Lloyd didn't seem like himself anymore. Just then, Endon walked in, wearing a doctor's coat. Wearing glasses, he jumped in, pretending to treat her. Let's see. Her condition has worsened quite a bit. He then turned to ask the 2 brothers what they were doing there. The eldest brother asked who he was, but Endon kept talking about Nen's condition. The brother became even more annoyed and asked again. Despite that, Endon pretended to be deaf and continued to comment on Nen. There's no energy opposing her innate attributes. Perhaps the issue lies in her spirit. The eldest brother finally lost his patience and put his sword to Endon's throat. Only then did he stop and reply, I am Endon. Then, Endon bared his sharp teeth in a sinister grin and approached the 2 brothers. The person you were curious about? I'm a physician. So, what do you want? Just then, Riley walked in and asked warmly, as if it were real. Ah, the doctor is here. He then introduced Endon as a talented physician from Renfield. The 2 brothers were left stunned, completely blank-faced. Riley started spinning a tall tale. I invited him here to examine Nen but forgot to tell you too. The 2 brothers, despite acting very surprised, tried to play along as best as they could. Endon stammered, Ah, yes. Didn't I say so? I'm a physician. The eldest brother still didn't seem to believe it and tried to make things difficult for Nen. If you really are a physician, then why have you been talking nonsense this whole time? Endon wasn't a patient person either. He was slightly annoyed and shot back. Funny. You're the one, Nen should be lucky, is still alive after pointing that sword at me. The eldest brother, still arrogant and power-tripping, gritted his teeth, pulled his sword out again, and cursed. Endon, you arrogant jerk. I've had enough of you. Endon couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying surge of energy left the brother unable to move. This overwhelming pressure accidentally affected Nen's body, making her clutch her head and beg, "Please, please stop it." After that, the girl jolted awake and asked how long she had been asleep. According to Riley, she had been unconscious for half a day. Barely a minute after waking up, the girl demanded to get back to work immediately. Everyone stood frozen, watching her walk outside. Nen couldn't stay in that place anymore. 2 hours before leaving, Sarah burst into tears. "I didn't know you were this sick, and I was always scolding you. I'm so sorry, Nen." Then, Sarah gave Nen a very warm hug. An hour passed, and they were still hugging like that. Riley helplessly told them to stop crying. "Oh my God, you people. You said you wanted to give her something, right?" Having just used it to blow her nose, Sarah offered to give her favorite handkerchief to Nen. Nen didn't hesitate to take it. Even Ian gave her the precious sword he always carried with him. "Take this as well. Remember that you are always a member of the Iferetta family." Ian said he would protect Nen, not for his own sake, but for young Master Riley. Iris also rushed out to give Nen a silk ribbon and then tied it in a bow for her hair. Nen thanked everyone for the gifts, the care, and the affection, things that only existed in her dreams. The remaining gaze turned toward Riley. Sarah was very expectant, wondering if Riley had anything he wanted to give Nen. The young man was shy, stammering, and awkward. Well, would this be okay?" He gave Nen an apple and asked naively, "Is this okay?" In reality, under this apple tree, the two of them had a conversation. While sitting aimlessly under the tree, Nen pleaded that she wouldn't live much longer, and until that time came, she wanted to follow Riley. In that moment of apparent despair, Riley declared that he could cure Nen's illness. The girl was stunned, and then Riley pointed to the red apple on the tree and affirmed that she could live. "I want you to live on and pick that apple for me." From now on, Nen would have to follow Endon. He seemed quite pleased that Nen was his disciple. She would have to call Endon teacher from the moment she followed him. Nen called him teacher with a face full of question marks. Her face was so blank that Endon found this expression increasingly amusing. Nen made a promise that she would soon return to the mansion. On the border, everyone was still negotiating the final battle. They had reached a ceasefire agreement. After all, no one expected Ansirium to attack the border first. The border being attacked was one thing, but the bigger problem was the identity of the mercenaries participating in this battle. Rumor had it that he possessed extraordinary power, causing their troops to suffer extremely serious losses. They believed that if not for Count Certain, they wouldn't have had a chance of winning this battle. The commander demanded that everyone take this opportunity as a lesson and not ignore these mercenaries. Regarding Count Certain's condition, it is currently not looking good. He lost his right arm, and it's unknown if he will survive. Because of this, they decided to issue a wanted poster for the mercenary Caban to ensure the Count's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. He was truly struggling with agonizing pain, and they were very hesitant about whether or not to inform the Iferetta family. The Count hadn't even chosen an heir yet. The second son, Lloyd, was still lost in thought about what his older brother had said. Lloyd couldn't understand why his brother had changed so much. The eldest brother's change made Lloyd feel confused. The young man thought that if his father were still here, things would be different. After a moment of reflection, Lloyd reminded himself not to think too much. Lloyd looked out the window and saw Riley and Ian standing outside. Suddenly, Libera and a group of people rushed in, announcing that the Count had returned, but the situation was very serious. Nara watched from afar and saw a purple light emanating from Libera. She couldn't believe her eyes. They had represented the effort to bring Count Certain back in a state where he had lost an arm. The eldest brother panicked and acted indignant. "Who dared to make my father's arm end up like this?" Lloyd stood frozen for 5 seconds, extremely worried for his father. Certain dropped the wanted poster. "In the recent fierce battle, I faced a mercenary. His name is extremely famous, and he possesses extraordinary power. That is the warrior Caban, from the Caban Mercenary Guild." Riley's face darkened, his eyes sharp. He was certain that if it was Caban, it was definitely him. The reason he returned to Renfield? He possesses extraordinary power. A sudden strong wind blew right in the middle of the battle. If it were a one-on-one fight, it would be much easier to handle. While external forces were at play, the Count was unfortunately injured by him, losing an arm. At this moment, Riley seemed to wake up. He had moments of reliving his past. His family had been hurt. Stop caring about major issues. Just be carefree and lazy. No need to lift a finger. Living a comfortable life is exactly the kind of life he had always dreamed of. Now, the young man has realized that he must not lose his loved ones. However, in his previous life, He never imagined this would happen to his father, the Count, who has now made such a public announcement about how things have turned out. I believe it is time to decide on the heir to the Iferetta family, the Count declared. To find the successor, he assigned a mission to each of his children. Due to the recent border invasions in Ansirium, many villages in Sorlia have fallen into dire straits. The Count wanted his children to find those villages and help the people. During this time, the three sons would compete to become the heir of the Iferetta family. Before leaving, Ian rushed over and told Riley that he had something to say. The person standing next to the Count is the one who possesses the dark arts I saw before. The magical color is just like that guy Caban's, that sickly purple glow. It is the clearest proof that they are accomplices. A nationwide arrest warrant had been issued, and naturally, Libera was very worried about him. Riley was pondering whether it was the right time to compete for the succession or if there were more important things to do. The place he was heading toward was a small village with fewer than 100 people. It was a village near the forest. Lately, it is said that the actions of the monsters near the village have been very suspicious. While Ian was speaking, Riley was just absent-mindedly looking up at the sky, seemingly not taking in a single word. The young man insisted that he hadn't missed a single word, but when Ian tried to test him by asking the name of the village, he replied Orliver. Ian was at his wits' end with his young master. Finally, they arrived at the village. As soon as they got there, an old man came out to greet them. When Ian introduced them as being from the Iferetta family, the old man's eyes lit up. It really is the Iferetta family. You've finally come. Thank you so much. This old man was the village chief, Manto. At first glance, it felt incredibly desolate. Riley thought the place needed more residents. Even though the villagers were all hiding in fear, the village was still far too empty. Manto replied with a sad and stuttering voice. Yes, well, I have mentioned that before. Recently, about 10 villagers have gone missing, starting 4 days ago. At first, it was just 1 or 2 children, but then the number kept increasing. The missing people here are mostly children. Riley felt the situation was truly not good. It was actually quite troublesome. He would have to handle 2 things, not just the monsters, but also the case of the missing children. In his previous life, there were children left behind in the middle of the city. The deranged children were drowning in a sea of blood, and they looked at Riley as if he were a hero. The moment he appeared, it was painful to watch the innocent children begging him to kill them gently. They wanted a painless death. Some were even pleading to die. Those children had begged Riley like that. Those haunting memories seemed to be the biggest drive for Riley. The young man did not want to repeat that ever again. He kept thinking back to all those things, and went blank. Ian asked his young master if he had found a way to save the children, but now Riley was also confused. There were not even any traces. The movements of the monsters, hiding in the forest, seemed unusual. Although it was really troublesome, Riley still hadn't found the answer. According to the village chief, the children disappeared 4 days ago, not all at once, but one by one, over several days. If it is true that a child went missing just today, then surely they are still nearby. This meant the children, the villagers, the unusual movements of the monsters, and the kidnapped children had to be dealt with immediately. The moment Riley drew his sword with such coolness, the village chief knelt and begged him for help. He thought Riley was going to slaughter the whole village. Nen was extremely panicked. Ian stood there helplessly. After all, only Ian understood Riley. Riley's way of speaking was a bit cocky, so it was inevitable that the old village chief would misunderstand. Riley didn't bother with many more words, and immediately went to deal with the kidnapping and the monsters. Ian was still a little worried. Even though Riley knew how to use a sword, it was still extremely dangerous. This old man always liked to hover around to protect Riley, to the point where the young master felt very annoyed. Just stay by my side and protect me then. Ian sighed. There was no other way. The two of them rushed like crazy toward the monsters. As soon as he saw them, Riley leaped onto the trees. With these monsters, the young man was confident that it would be over in just a minute. He rushed forward, using his super high-tier speed that even normal people couldn't see, and just like that, he sliced off the heads of all the monsters. Ian hadn't even had a chance to help when he was left stunned, standing there with his jaw dropped. Young master, you are really fast. This way of moving isn't even recorded in the Iferetta sword curriculum. In the moment, Ian stood there, dazed, thinking, He then discovered that his young master could communicate using telepathy, transmitting thoughts through energy. Riley kept reminding Ian to be careful. Riley sliced through them, counting the order of each one. According to Ian, there should have been about 150 monsters, but now there were a few missing. They seemed to have escaped. Just as Ian was standing there speechless, a giant monster appeared behind him. Its red eyes showed extreme anger. This human has killed our comrades. Now witness my wrath. A few monsters had run back to call for reinforcements and report that there was an intruder. Riley was still enthusiastically slashing and counting. Now the 90th one had been wiped out. Riley's sword showed signs of cracking, and it was literally sending out an SOS. It seemed it wouldn't last much longer. Then, he had to quickly find the children before it was too late. Riley went to search. He started using his own sensory abilities. He discovered there were about 14 children, but his sensory power was gradually weakening. He rushed ahead, hoping he was still in time. His sense led him to a cave. This energy was also gradually weakening. Riley began to have dozens of suspicions regarding the old village chief, but it was really too early to conclude. He started to step inside the cave. Besides skulls and bones, there were slimy things inside that looked like mud. However, after getting closer, it gave off a super foul smell. This was definitely not mud, but the corpses of monsters. Riley was extremely curious. He didn't know which bastard had done this. He moved deeper inside and discovered the sounds of the children. They were extremely worried, afraid that they would die here, but there was still hope that adults would come and save them, even though there were many monsters outside. When the kids saw Riley, their eyes brightened. The children had more hope when Riley introduced himself as the one who came to rescue them. However, first, he needed to ask for some clear information. "Did anyone come with you?" They all innocently replied, "Yes, Epidemic Nim. He's a beggar uncle. He hid us in here and left something at the entrance." Riley started to take a piece of paper from the crack of the cave door. On it, it was written, "To the person coming to rescue the children, please forgive me for my limited strength. I could not do more to rescue the children kidnapped by the monsters. I tried my best to keep the children from getting infected while in this cave, but their immune systems are too weak." Riley understood the problem. He turned to look at the children, and it seemed they were all infected with the disease. Everyone's face had black, itchy, slimy marks. Riley would first get them out of here, and then figure things out later. The children were finally safe. Riley wanted more information, so he asked them, "Do you guys know anything else about that beggar uncle?" Everyone praised the person for being very kind, with hair reaching his waist, and he didn't even breathe. Hearing this, Riley was startled and widened his eyes, accidentally making a little boy start crying, thinking he had done something wrong. After being reassured, the boy added that the uncle didn't breathe and never even opened his mouth. "I once asked why he didn't breathe, and he wrote on the wall that if he breathed, you would all be in danger." Riley finally understood. Perhaps the scene he saw in the cave was the consequence of that person breathing. However, he still couldn't figure out what the dark purple liquid was. Back home, the masked man was still extremely worried about the children, wondering if they had been rescued. However, he still thought optimistically that they would all be fine. This man turned out to be K-Ban's left hand. K-Ban also didn't expect that Sorlia would be on the verge of destruction. If he had known everything would turn out like this, he would have just let Libera handle it. The moment Epidemic walked in, Cabin looked at him with a shocked expression. Except for Libera, no one could survive if they touched that contagion. A definitely fatal contagion. K-Ban lashed out, scolding him. "Hey, you smelly bastard. In the same group and all, did you really have to show up like this?" Epidemic bluntly replied that he didn't want to join their secret society, so no one should bother him anymore. Kaban heard this and blew up, covering his nose. "As expected, I had a bad feeling about you." On another note, after the children returned home safely to their parents, Riley was considered to have performed a huge merit. The village chief bowed to thank him. After that, Riley reminded him to take the children to the temple for treatment. The kids, not only not afraid, were scrambling to get on the carriage to go get treated. Riley recently had been having busy days like that, and he planned to spend the next 2 days catching up on sleep. After they left, Ian turned around with a curious look. "Young master, I want to ask a few things about your sword." Ian had actually never seen his young master practice, so he had no idea when Riley learned swordsmanship. Replying to this was genuinely difficult. Riley just clutched his head and blurted out that he had just imagined it all. That sounded both absurd and plausible at the same time. Ian was half doubting, still in shock. He asked, "But what about the energy control technique? You used telepathy on me just a moment ago." Riley heard that and burst into crazy laughter, telling Ian he was just spouting nonsense, trying to dodge the question. Ian remained persistent. "Young master, I don't know what you're hiding from me, but I have always trusted you." Talk about a total flip-flop. 1 second he was fuming with rage, and now he had turned around, smiling like a blooming flower. Riley didn't want to deal with Ian's nagging anymore. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon landed. It had been sent from the outskirts. The note read, To young Master Riley. Young Master, it's me. The dark mage you defeated in Renfield has been resurrected. Just as Riley had suspected. He thought that Libera was really suspicious, and he needed to find more information about him. Now, there was this note too. A dark mage in Renfield? Something was seriously wrong. Ian saw Riley deep in thought and asked, Young Master, what happened in Renfield? He put on an incredibly pitiful expression. Young Master, are you trying to hide things from me again? Riley was too tired to answer, so he just replied, What do you mean? Ian insisted he knew exactly what he meant. Riley knew exactly what he was up to. Once again, Ian started acting up, shaking Riley until his head was spinning and his ears were ringing. He couldn't mess with this old man, so he just answered to get it over with. Ian, it's nothing worth worrying about. Ian was truly the king of stubbornness, but he insisted on hearing the whole story. Finally, Riley told him everything from start to finish, everything that happened in Renfield. At this point, if Ian still didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. Ian had no reason not to believe him anymore. He said, Young Master, you will have to make a decision. I think we should return to Sorlia first. If the content of that letter is true, we must get back to Sorlia as soon as possible. Riley felt Ian wasn't wrong. However, right now, he was busy fighting for the succession. He asked Ian jokingly if acting so recklessly was really okay. Ian saw this and became fired up. Young Master, don't you have more important things to do? From that moment, they decided to set off together. Being the heir to the Iferetta family was something Ian had looked forward to for a long time, but he gave it up without hesitation. He chose another path for more important matters, stopping the dark mage from slaughtering everyone. Ian realized that. In other words, he prioritized human lives above all else. Riley was still troubled by one thing. He felt bad that he hadn't spent enough time with his loved ones. A group of monsters summoned from a conference over 1,000 years ago was gathering today. They met up, and even Endon was part of this group. That guy hadn't arrived yet. He had brought his disciples with him. The bald, devil-faced guy didn't even understand what a disciple was. Don't you know? The things humans usually do, training and such. In their eyes, Endon was truly bizarre. Speak of the devil, he arrived. Endon opened the door and walked in with Nen. As soon as they arrived, they complained, Ugh, I can't stand Renfield. This humid weather is the worst on Earth. Everyone was almost there, except for one person. The reason was that they couldn't make contact, and the cave was completely empty. They finally noticed Nen. By the way, that's her, right? What kind of disciples did you bring here? The devil-faced guy, Arthur, was excited, thinking it would be fun to have Nen fight his guards. Endon confidently replied, Don't be ridiculous. Your guards couldn't even touch a hair on her head. Arthur burst out laughing. Endon, it's been thousands of years, and you still love to brag, huh? Anyway, looking at a girl who seems so weak, no one would think she has that much power. Endon challenged her, saying it would take at least 5 demons to even have a chance against Nen. If we let these guys chatter on, it'll be nightfall. The female demons started getting to the point. All right, stop it already. I summoned everyone here for another reason. Today, I gathered everyone because I felt a strange power. A few days ago, a power appeared in Renfield. It's quite similar to mana, but its essence is completely opposite. This strange power feels much more unpleasant. 3 people had arrived in Renfield with that strange power. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes what happened with the help of the spirits, perhaps I wouldn't have believed it myself. That is the main reason I gathered the great demons here. Arthur immediately got worked up, saying that 3 humans lurking around couldn't possibly do anything. Not only can they not do anything, but they are also threatening the balance of the world. They are directly interfering with the fate of life and death. At this point, everyone gasped in surprise. Immediately after, they wanted to ask Nen about what she had witnessed. Thanks to the spirit's guidance, I know you were in Renfield at that time. Tell us exactly what happened that day, Nen stammered. That day in Renfield, we suddenly ran into the dark mage. He was a mage who used dark necromancy like I do. Not only that, but he also had the power of soul calling. Before she could finish, the brown-skinned demon chimed in. Oh, for heaven's sake, that's no big deal. To break the dragonkind's soul-calling spell, we just need to wave our hand. Even so, the problem is the soul hidden in that body. It means he can resurrect souls. They started yelling at each other again. Quiet, Nen continued. My young master Riley stood up and defeated the dark mage, and the corpses disappeared along with those souls. The white-haired demoness asked Nen, That eye helps you find the presence of anyone you imagine in your mind, doesn't it? After confirming, the demoness asked, Then, what about someone who is already dead? To put it simply, now try to imagine that dark mage and tell me where he is. Nen listened and followed suit. After imagining it, Nen froze and broke out in a cold sweat. She couldn't believe it, the dark mage was still alive. Ian, while tending to the horses, said to Riley, "Based on the letter from earlier, this situation seems serious." The old man was criticizing Riley. "We've reached this point, and you still can't stop thinking about food." Riley was always chill with life. He thought that rushing into fire was fine, but one needed to prepare properly first. Moreover, he was still stuck in the middle of a succession war. Nen still wanted to hold back a bit. Riley and Ian went shopping together. Suddenly passing by a mask shop, Riley couldn't stop thinking about Nen. It felt like the young man had fallen into the web of love without even realizing it. Why am I thinking about her all of a sudden? Just thinking about that made him flush bright red, which made Ian worried, thinking his young master was in pain somewhere. The young man barked at Ian, "It's none of your business." After that, he bought 2 of the most beautiful masks. He tossed one to Ian and kept one for himself. Suddenly, Ian pointed toward a group of people. The guy wearing glasses was Feta. Looking like that, it seemed they were on their way to Sorlia. Riley decided to follow them to see. As they walked, Feta shouted, "Mages from the magic tower here. Please move aside. Please make way for us." Standing in front of the tunnel entrance to the cave, they warned the people and told everyone to back away. "This is a dangerous area. Everyone, please stay away." From inside, a monster lunged out, face covered in grime, radiating dark energy. In reality, it wasn't a monster, but humans. They were like a bunch of zombies controlled by dark, magical energy. After the bald guy, a series of corrupted people crawled out one after another. Riley thought they were just corpses moving on their own. However, he still needed to monitor them. Feta was now going to seal the entrance to keep everyone safe. The dark mage, after regaining his form, was extremely delighted. Bricia warned him seriously, "It's best if you don't lose this body again." He also responded gleefully, Yeah, I understand. I won't sacrifice it in vain anymore." He even patted the old body he was inhabiting. Hirio then used the power of the Left Guardian to wake up a group of the dead. After the Holy Tower members arrived, they were puzzled by Bricia's appearance. He smiled sinisterly and told them to pay attention to the zombies first. Right now, they were surrounded by an army of the undead and really needed reinforcements from both the Magic Tower and the Kingdom of Sorlia. The Holy Tower members were already being whipped around by the tentacles. It seemed the time for a great slaughter had arrived. Feta was determined not to let the evildoer do that, but he couldn't hold on alone. The dark mage was annoyed, calling them a bunch of insolent creatures, and kept cursing them. He scolded Bricia, confident that they would sooner or later be swallowed by the dark mage. Nen just stood there. The saintess stood before the Lord, Ines, extremely worried and helpless. "What should I do, Nen? With my current strength, Libera, and the apocalypse, I'm truly powerless." After hearing these pleas, Ines appeared and gave instructions, showing the way to her holy children. "My child, if you lose the battle, go find the black butterfly. That child of the black butterfly will show you the way." Ian's face was extremely pale, and he didn't seem well. They sat together discussing with Nara. Riley felt the zombies were exactly the same as the ones in Renfield. They also moved on their own without needing to use energy. The young man, while chewing his food, asked for information about Libera. Nara thought that he usually looked after the temple in the morning, and toward late afternoon, he would head to the outskirts of Sorlia until late at night. This meant he was involved with the zombies. Ian whispered to Riley, wanting to tell him something. "Long ago, I once saw those undead creatures. They weren't exactly like the ones we just fought, but their pitch-black eyes were identical. It was 26 years ago, and even now, the memory still haunts me. I was a soldier sent to a small village. In that village, there was a woman whom the villagers whispered was a witch. She also had those pitch-black eyes, just like the undead we encountered in Orlia. I once thought that was the reason the villagers called her a witch, but after meeting her, I realized all those assumptions were baseless. She also wielded a sword, and that woman with the pitch-black eyes was the very master who taught me back when I was just a drifter my first lessons in swordsmanship. I once asked why her eyes were so black, and she told me she had been blessed, even though she had never prayed for it. This proved that it was a power not of this world." Hearing this, Riley froze for 5 seconds. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The magic tower was collapsing completely. They had no idea where Feta was, or why he allowed the magic tower to fall. Not only that, but the way the tower fell, it crashed right into the temple. This was truly alarming. This was the time when the saintess would be praying in the evening. Riley put on his mask and said he would head to the temple immediately. He had to act before it was too late. At the collapsed tower, The undead were rampaging and attacking people. Soldiers were trying to guide the crowd, but unfortunately, some were trapped. Luckily, Ian arrived just in time to rescue them and get them out of there as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to save a kid, a light emanated from someone wearing a half-mask, standing right behind Ian. It turned out to be the Saintess, and she wasn't hurt at all. Ian was wearing his mask, and the Saintess didn't know who he was either. However, now wasn't the time for introductions. It was time to save lives. They guided the people to gather near the soldiers. Ian, Riley, and Nara all had their faces covered, hidden, yet not really hidden. However, the Saintess couldn't recognize them. I know you are here to save the people, so I will not ask for your identities for now. Above them, many undead creatures leapt down from high above. Riley looked up, and with one strike, he slashed them all to pieces. Seeing this slaughter, the Saintess intervened, telling him, "Don't kill them." Then, she cast a mystical light upon the undead. Ian felt extremely frustrated having to hold back the zombies without being able to kill them. Moreover, these zombies could even use ice bolts and fireballs. It seemed they were mages. In this critical situation, Ian told Riley they needed to retreat immediately. Just then, the dark mage appeared alongside Libera, revealing his true face, which shocked the Saintess completely. Riley realized the person standing before him was Astrua. He couldn't believe that bastard was still alive. Libera smiled, suggesting it would be best to start the curse now, as talking back and forth was a waste of time. Feta had been slammed hard into the ground by them. Feta informed them that the guy wasn't Astrua, but something completely different. Riley felt it, that sensation, a source of dark energy, inhabiting Astrua's body. The Saintess turned and displayed her utter outrage at Libera upon learning he was on the side of evil. Libera calmly declared that he didn't need anyone to know anything, because everyone was going to perish here. Riley took off his mask and, cold-eyed, gripped his sword as he stepped forward. Finally, the truth has come to light. Astrua's body began to tremble violently. The dark mage began to realize from the body's reaction that Riley was the one who had killed Astrua. Riley laughed foolishly, scratching his head. "I already killed you. Didn't you forget that?" The dark mage's eyes widened, continuously cursing Riley as an ungrateful bastard who ruined the prayer session. Libera spoke up. "Is that young Master Riley?" "Just as I thought. It is the young master. It was just a guess, but this is a surprise." The Saintess was also left in astonishment. "Lazy sword saint, I can't believe you hid such godly swordsmanship." After revealing his identity, Libera didn't fear anyone anymore, and boldly declared that he would let Riley taste death. Riley replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, "Ho ho, I have no intention of that. But if you want to open the door to the underworld, you wouldn't be doing these things, would you?" At the mention of this, the whole group stood there blankly. It seemed Riley had seen right through them. The foolish dark mage, feeling guilty, snapped back, How do you know? You shouldn't have been able to know that. Even if you leave now, I'll kill you." He began to activate his full power, surrounding all of Riley's companions. The young man realized he had been too careless. In a moment of negligence, he was tightly bound by the dark mage's tentacles. Feta shouted for the Saintess to run quickly because he didn't have much energy left. However, it seemed it was too late. In this moment of despair, the Saintess shed tears and thought, "Lord Inez, is this the end?" Just then, she received a message. "My child, follow the child of the black butterfly." The girl's voice echoed, and at that moment, the Saintess realized she had just escaped a death trap. That girl was Nen. She had appeared just in time during the most hopeless moment. "Forgive me, young master. The training took longer than expected." The reappearance of Nen left Riley heartstruck. Even the dark mage and Libera hadn't adapted to what had just happened. Nen had just reversed the space. It was seventh circle magic intended to create an eternal boundary in space. They couldn't believe Nen could do that. Feta was extremely surprised because last spring, the girl was only at the sixth circle, but now she had reached the seventh circle. Nen remained as composed and polite as ever. "Lord Feta, long time no see. I truly wanted to talk with you longer, but I have work to do now. Please excuse me." Nen wanted Riley to explain briefly what was happening there. Riley said only one thing: "That guy is the enemy." Nen got straight to the point, asking for her instructions. Whatever Nen did, Riley just replied bluntly, "Those undead are immortal. For the rest, you decide." Nen heard the order. For her, defeating him now was as easy as pie, so she intended to act fast and end it as soon as possible. Nen said this, flew up, and swung her sword. She tightened her legs around the two undead. They were the mages. The girl's speed was so fast she could handle any critical situation. Even the zombie that tried to ambush Ian was pierced to death by Nen. The girl didn't forget to praise the sword that Ian had given her before he left, calling it top quality. Ian looked full of pride. Nen, it really is you. The remnants were now completely confused, not knowing what to do. That bitch, how dare she? Nen's energy coiled tightly around the dark mages from behind. Libera felt annoyed that Riley didn't bother to intervene and just stood there yawning. He told the dark mage to blast fire at Riley, thinking they had wiped them all out. But they didn't expect that Nen had used her cloak to block all the fire. Nen continued to activate a swirling storm of power. They started to panic, feeling that at this rate, they would lose. Libera didn't discuss further but decided to use his ultimate move. They only needed to hold out for 30 more seconds. Libera's final boss would appear. Libera suddenly deployed a suspicious magic formation. Riley realized something was wrong and told Nen to quickly stop him before it was too late. Nen immediately took the order and continuously increased the power of her attacks. The old man Astra was struggling immensely to fight back, urging Libera to act quickly. Immediately after, the magic formation was completed. Libera launched a move that made the entire ground shake violently. Everyone was extremely confused, not knowing what the hell was happening. Unfortunately, before they could even do anything, Libera had achieved his goal, successfully summoning a black dragon to this place. Riley hadn't expected this move from Libera either. How could a human summon a dragon? This was insane. Now, the old man Astrua was incredibly arrogant, like, "You're dead meat today, kid." Libera, standing next to him, was impatient, urging him to quickly deal with them and stop grandstanding. Initially, the old man Astrua used tentacles to control the black dragon, then used a secret art through the tentacles to manipulate it. After that, the black dragon opened its mouth to suck everything around it inside, not even sparing the air. Nen, by this time, had also realized something. She remembered the words her master had once said. No matter what happened, she had to avoid the dragon's breath. There was only one way to stop a dragon's breath, and that was to use the breath of another dragon to counter it. And if you couldn't stop it, you might as well say your prayers, because not even your ancestors could save you in this mess. Earlier, those two had blocked Nen's 7th circle attack, and were even able to manipulate a dragon. It seemed they were willing to trade everything to destroy this place, as long as there were enough sacrifices and losses. Then, the black dragon prepared to unleash its attack for the second time. At this moment, Nen could barely breathe. It seemed like she was about to meet her maker. But whatever is difficult, Riley is there to handle it, he reassured Nen, saying there was no need to worry, because he was there to carry the team through this ordeal. Just forget about those two bastards. Riley hugged Nen in true CEO romance style, then said something like, "What the heck are you doing, man?" By this point, it seemed Nen had let everything go, preparing to embrace death in the arms of young Master Riley. But how on earth could the protagonist just kick the bucket like that? Just as Astrua and Libera were gloating that this trip would finally send Riley to the underworld, the author pulled a wild plot twist. Nen's master, in the form of a fire dragon, suddenly appeared and breathed fire into the black dragon's face, neutralizing its breath. Thanks to that, everyone was safe. Riley told Nen to open her eyes, saying everything was fine. Nen felt quite embarrassed and quickly let go of Riley, because in the heat of the life-or-death moment, she had been a bit out of character, hugging her young master so tightly. Then, the fire dragon suddenly turned and spoke to them both. "What the heck are you two doing, huh?" "Nen, I told you not to push yourself so hard." Witnessing this scene, Libera was shaking like a leaf. He didn't know where that fire dragon had come from to ruin his perfectly laid plan. Then, he suddenly remembered the Saintess's prophecy that a dragon would appear in Sorlia, but it was too late now. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. Astrua, standing by his side, was also scared out of his wits, and hurriedly asked him what they should do now. But Libera couldn't even stand still. His whole body was frozen stiff under the fire dragon's oppressive aura. Libera tried to move a finger to cast a spell, but, before he could even do anything, the fire dragon glared right at him. You can still move? You'd better not twitch. I'll deal with you later." Hearing that, Libera was so terrified his face turned ashen. Astrua called out loudly and intended to run over, but Libera barked at him to shut his mouth, telling him not to move or budge an inch. Otherwise, they would both end up being swallowed whole by that fire dragon. In contrast to the cowardly display of Libera and Astrua, Riley and Nen casually walked right past them. Then, Riley asked the fire dragon, Enden, what he intended to do with the black dragon. As Enden didn't even know this creature, he decided to just delete it from existence for the sake of efficiency. With just one attack from Endon, the black dragon was instantly burned to charcoal. Finally, it was crushed into nothingness with a single stomp. Seeing that the commotion was too loud, Riley reminded him to be a bit more gentle. This was already enough. After the black dragon, it was definitely Libera and Astrua's turn. Riley was going to clean up this pile of trash himself, scaring the living daylights out of them. Astrua, who was just about to run his mouth, was already being poked by Riley. He was about to kick the bucket, yet he still dared to talk back. The old geezer. However, that still wasn't enough. Compared to all the terrible things he had done, Riley wouldn't let Astrua die so easily. First, he repeatedly carved some basic patterns onto the old man, making him feel the agony, then cast a magic circle to keep him gasping for breath inside it before finally finishing him off. After that, Riley turned to Libera and told him that he would be dealt with just like the old man. Nen, you'd better prepare yourself. It seemed like this guy realized he had lost so badly that he just snapped he was about to be sent to the grave. Yet he suddenly started laughing like a maniac. My gut instinct tells Riley that this bastard is hiding something. So, before finishing him off, he wanted to ask a few questions. What exactly was the prayer he mentioned earlier? Where did that dragon's carcass come from? And finally, what exactly did he mean when he spoke of the other world? Naturally, Libera wouldn't tell Riley the truth, but unexpectedly, Astrua didn't even need to be tortured. He spilled it all. He explained to him that it was about collecting human souls to open a gate to the other world. Even the dragon's carcass was sent to them by someone from that realm. Immediately, Libera told him to shut up, but Riley ignored him and continued asking Astrua, "So, what exactly is this other world?" Just as the old man was about to answer, strange lumps suddenly appeared on his face, quickly spread across his whole body, and he exploded into a puddle of blood. Riley, standing next to him, was stunned, while Libera was now so scared that his words were unintelligible. "Why would you old fool, dare to reveal that secret? I should have let you die right there, you treacherous, vile mage." Riley guessed that this might be some kind of magic that prevented them from revealing secrets. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to pry any more information out of them. The old man was dead, and as for Libera, if he didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force him, because now he would handle him personally, right here, right now. He was useless anyway. However, before Riley's sword could descend to send him off, a magic shield suddenly appeared, saving his life. It turned out this was done by a strange girl, who stepped in to stop him. Even though this guy was a piece of work, she still needed to keep him alive for a few tasks. Riley sensed a familiar source of energy and guessed she was a dragon. Then, the girl landed on the ground to greet them. "That's right. It's nice to meet you, Riley Nim. I've heard a lot about you from Endon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Isuder, leader of the dragon tribe." Then, she expressed to him that their tribe was responsible for maintaining the world's balance with the Wheel of Fate. Therefore, they had to ensure the safety of Libera, who was connected to the secret of the other world. Isuder tried to persuade Riley to hand him over to her. Anyway, it wasn't too late to deal with him after gathering all the information. But Riley didn't give a damn. Libera was a bastard who deserved to die. So why should he spare him? What was the meaning of letting him go? Isuder continued to explain that if they dealt with Libera now, they might be safe for the next 100 years. But after 100 years, it wasn't guaranteed, and keeping him was a precaution for the future. Riley felt like his skin was crawling. He suddenly slashed at the shield, forcing Isuder to increase her power to protect Libera. From start to finish, Riley didn't care about this issue. After all, he wouldn't even be alive 100 years from now. Those who think they can live, that long had better find a way to deal with it themselves. As for Riley, he was going to live the way he wanted, to hell with the rest of the world. Isuder saw that she couldn't convince Riley, so before the shield completely shattered, she had to stop him. Then, she immediately cast a spell to bind his hands and feet. At this point, Riley wasn't holding back anymore. "So, you've chosen death." With a slight exertion of force, he broke through Isuder's chains. Tired of this whole mess, Riley was determined to skewer that bastard Libera to end everything once and for all. No matter how much Isuder begged and pleaded, he didn't care. However, before Riley could act, a mysterious force suddenly appeared to stop him. The voice of that person echoed as if it were coming from the afterlife. "I'm quite disappointed, Rebecca. You woke me up a bit too early." Immediately after, a giant hand reached out, catching both Isuder and Riley off guard. Luckily, Riley reacted in time to block that arm with his sword, but the thing was terrifyingly strong. He had to pour all his strength into resisting it, to the point where his sword nearly snapped, but he was only able to hold it off for a moment. But it's real. Target wasn't Riley, it was Libera. Seeing that they were about to escape, he quickly wanted to chase after them to root out the problem. However, before Riley could run a few steps, he fell into another dimension controlled by a suspicious character. Even more surprisingly, this person even knew about Riley's past life, which shocked him to his core. More accurately, he could see the subconscious and the deep memories in his mind. It seemed he found this quite amusing. He promised to give Riley a gift the next time they met, then suddenly gave him a punch that made him cough up blood and fly dozens of meters away. Isuter, on the side, was also desperately trying to stop that person from taking Libera. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Nen saw that both sides couldn't keep grappling like this forever. She had cleverly left a tracking mark on that person before he completely vanished. Endon immediately ran over to support the severely wounded Isuter, and hurriedly asked Nen if she could track their location. Of course, Nen could sense their direction, but she was absolutely stunned to see familiar landscapes that had appeared in Riley's nightmares. There's no way he was also heading to that place. Now, Nen didn't understand why these images kept appearing before her eyes. How were they connected to Riley? Even things like the other world were just like the scenes she often saw in his dreams. She suspected that Riley was hiding some sort of secret, or perhaps even had some connection to that other world. Back there, Riley returned to where Isuter and the others were, but the moment he showed his face, he was mocked by Endon. "Oh, you're still alive? I thought you had gone to meet the Lord. Guess your head is as hard as a rock to survive this disaster." More accurately, Riley was incredibly salty. "Hard head my foot." Then, he turned and asked Nen if she had discovered anything. She immediately grabbed Riley and whispered about what she had seen identical to the scenes in his dream. Strange vehicles with black wheels, skyscrapers, pitch black, hard pavement, and even scenes of people fighting a type of monster she had never seen before. More importantly, that world was so realistic that Nen couldn't believe it was just an ordinary dream. She even saw those things again, through the location of the person who had taken Libera. So, Nen was certain this couldn't be a random coincidence. Nen had to ask him point blank. Riley knew well about that world, didn't he? Or perhaps he came from that very place. Immediately, Riley demanded that Nen erase those memories from her head. This was an order. Only he himself knew how important this secret was. If the wrong people found out, there's no way he and those around him could live in peace. It might even spark a bloodbath and throw the entire world into chaos. However, Riley is unaware that a mysterious figure is hiding in the shadows, eavesdropping on their conversation. By the next day, the events in the city had made the news. Fortunately, everything ended peacefully. At this moment, the Saintess, Nen, and Ian are chatting happily. Ian feels a bit regretful that the scar on Nen's face can't be healed, but she is still very carefree. She isn't bothered by it at all. Riley, who is sitting nearby trying to listen to everyone's gossip, is suddenly startled when Endon yells out loud, "Hey, Riley, are you even listening to me?" As expected, Riley hadn't heard a word from the start. Endon has to repeat himself, demanding that he open his ears and listen carefully. Because this matter is directly related to Nen's condition, it's nothing to joke about. Riley is quite surprised to hear this, as he thought her illness had been completely cured. But in this world, such a good thing rarely happens. Currently, Endon can only prolong the life of Nen through magical means. He cannot fully heal her yet. He had to purge all of Nen's mana circuits and teach her how to use them from scratch, incorporating techniques from the dragon race. She looks fine on the outside, but she was rotting from within. After Endon thoroughly removed the decayed parts, Nen's health improved significantly. However, that wasn't the difficult part. The real concern here is Nen's right eye. The tumors inside her body could be easily removed, but her right eye is not that simple. To put it clearly, it's like a massive knot of tangled hair, and they have to carefully separate each strand. Of course, it requires extreme caution, because if they make even the slightest mistake, Nen will be brought closer to death's door. Endon explains further that the blood vessels of a normal human cannot withstand the pressure of this process. So, they need to replace it with a stronger one for Nen. Only then will she have a chance to survive. It's like someone losing their real arm and replacing it with a prosthetic. After hearing about the seriousness of Nen's condition, Riley asks Endon in a worried tone, exactly what kind of replacement does she need? What should Nen do? Endon speaks directly. Nen must give up being human. Because Riley is her master, he must ask for his opinion and get his consent before he dares to treat Nen in this way. The choice of whether to let her stop being human or let her die as a human depends entirely on Riley's decision. After a moment of silence, he asks Endon what would happen if Nen were no longer human. He then summons a spirit that looks like a fairy for Riley to meet in person. "Hello, Riley Nim. I am Helion, a spirit serving Master Endon." Then, he continues to explain that if Nen gives up being human, she will be reborn as a spirit like Helion. Because she is so excited to see Riley, Nen as Helion keeps flying around him and babbling incessantly, which makes him quite annoyed. But when he reaches out to grab Helion, she vanishes like an illusion. Endon explains that spirits don't have a physical form. They cannot be caught or touched. This is also a characteristic of spirits from the spirit realm. In short, the benefits of becoming a B4 spirit are that Nen can be reborn and retain the memories of her past life. However, there is a limitation. It requires a lot of mana to sustain her existence. But for Riley, he doesn't need to worry about this issue because, according to Endon, he will be by Nen's side. Hearing this, Riley feels that everything will be fine if they do this. Endon advises him to think about it more before making a decision. For now, he has to head west for a while to check on some suspicious activity. Before leaving, Endon tells Helion to stay with Nen and Riley, and he gives her permission to do that thing. At this moment, Riley is extremely confused, not knowing what that thing is. Endon replies, "It's exactly what I mentioned earlier, obviously." Regardless, he is only Nen's temporary mentor. Riley is her true master. So, Riley can't shirk his responsibility now. If he has any questions, he should ask Helion. She will explain it more clearly. With that, Endon leaves, leaving Riley and Helion standing there, bewildered. Sometime later, Endon and someone else are traveling through the western desert to find the cause of the commotion caused by Libera and Astra. He still can't believe that a human could summon and manipulate a dragon, or, more accurately, a dragon's corpse. This is ridiculous and absurd. But if there is someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, that's a different story. This time, Endon is determined to catch that person. Meanwhile, the Saintess is acting spoiled, insisting on coming along, but the tough guy Riley says no. She keeps pleading, but she can't show her face in public due to the special situation. Furthermore, the temple in Sorlia has collapsed. A Saintess like her has nowhere else to go. Even so, Riley does not change his mind, because that is her problem, not his. A few drops of her crocodile tears have no effect on Riley. Even when Ian and Nara intervene to persuade him to let the Saintess come along after all, she has a noble status in Sorlia. Riley remains unmoved. He believes that the Saintess has grown up in the temple since she was a child, but now she needs to get rid of the mindset that everyone will be ready to cater to her needs. You have to work to eat. Suddenly, she throws a tantrum, crying and wailing, apologizing for being so useless. Nen says she couldn't protect the temple and the people, and then blames Riley for not helping, which is why she was pushed into a corner. Seeing the Saintess's unstable mental state, Nara comes over to comfort her. "Bricia Nim, are you okay? You know how the master always speaks like that. Don't take it to heart." And so, under pressure from everyone, Riley has to let the Saintess come along. Next, the group returns to the castle. Upon getting out of the carriage, Riley asks Nara if she has done what he told her to, and upon hearing that she has, he sighs with relief. Afterward, Riley meets his two older brothers in the hallway. The eldest brother, Lion, acts friendly and welcoming when he sees Riley return, but behind his back, he wears a cold, indifferent expression. Surprisingly, the second brother, Lloyd, had secretly followed Riley to Sorlia and witnessed everything from beginning to end. Although he often follows the orders of his eldest brother, Lion, it seems that this time, Lloyd did not tell his brother about this. In the Patriarch's office, their father is praising his three sons for what they accomplished in Sorlia during this time. First is the eldest, Lion, who is credited with saving many villages and towns. Next is Lloyd. And finally, the youngest, Riley. After applauding his three beloved sons, he announces that the results of the succession race will be announced in 2 days. At the same time, he reminds his sons to be careful and not get distracted during this period. For now, all three can go back to their rooms to rest. It seems Lloyd has something he wants to say to Riley, but stops himself. Very quickly, 2 days pass. The banquet to announce the winner of the succession race is held grandly, with the participation of nobles and influential figures. However, Riley, at this moment, is not in the mood to join the festivities, because he is preoccupied with the words of that mysterious figure. In truth, he doesn't want to be reborn while retaining memories of his past life. Things like his incredible predictive abilities or the massive, endless supply of mana mean nothing to Riley. Because, in the end, what awaits him at the end of the road is hell. Riley feels a massive headache when thinking about how Nen knows something about the connection between him and his past life. Even though Riley often laughs and chats happily about his dreams with everyone, in reality, he doesn't feel comfortable at all. Many times, Riley has wanted to forget those memories, but annoyingly, they always linger and appear in his dreams. Just then, Nen suddenly approaches Riley, making him jump slightly. Afterward, the two of them confide in each other on the rooftop. Riley talks about Nen giving up her humanity. In the end, it all depends on her decision, but no matter what, he will fully support her. Indeed, Nen was once worried about one thing, that if she were no longer human, he would no longer keep her by his side. However, now Nen is no longer bothered by this, because Riley has promised that no matter what form she is in, he will keep her by his side. That alone is enough to satisfy Nen. Riley is extremely touched by Nen's sincere heart. Returning to the banquet, the guests are very surprised to see the Count of the Iferetta family and Lady Iris walking together, because they thought he had been seriously injured in the border battle last time and could not appear. There are many people whispering and gossiping around the patriarch, along with speculations about who will win the succession race. Some think that surely the eldest son, Lion, will win, but others feel that the third son, Riley, is no pushover, especially after he kicked Lady Orly out of the Count's mansion. There is even a level 6 follower there. A young lady, seeing everyone gossiping so excitedly, cannot hide her sarcasm. She feels that these people are like clowns looking for amusement, because as nobles, it is truly humorous for them to spout such nonsense. Just at this moment, the Count of Iferetta. The announcement of the winner of this succession race had begun. The Count was very proud that all three of his sons had put in so much effort to complete their assigned tasks perfectly, and he had evaluated each result fairly to uphold the pride of the Iferetta name. But nobody could have expected that the ultimate winner, who would inherit the entire fortune of the Iferetta Swordmaster clan, would be the most unremarkable one, the second young master, Lloyd. As soon as this result was announced, all the guests were completely bewildered. They were stunned. Even Riley himself couldn't believe he was the winner. Only when Riley clapped his hands in congratulations did everyone else snap out of it and immediately applaud the new master, the young Count of the Iferetta Swordmaster clan. By the time Lloyd stepped onto the stage, he was still dazed and confused, unable to believe this was real. Perhaps the Count saw the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces when he announced the result, so he brought out a precious sword and began to explain why Lloyd had become the winner. Not long ago, an unfortunate incident occurred in the capital, and this precious sword was something Lloyd had actively strived to obtain. Furthermore, he had heard that a brave young noble had teamed up with mercenaries to fight against the riot led by fanatical cultists, and that person was none other than Lloyd. Meanwhile, down under the stage, Lion was extremely bitter about being upstaged by his own younger brother, but he couldn't do a thing about it. After the party ended, Lion grumbled to Riley, asking why he had handed over that sword to the second young master, Lloyd, when it was clearly something he had obtained earlier. But for Riley, the reason he did that was because Lloyd had tried his best to fight to protect the people, and he completely acknowledged that contribution from his older brother. Part of it was because Riley had absolutely no interest in the position of heir. Just thinking about the scene of having to work like a dog from morning till night, having to be present whenever summoned, and secretly struggling against other nobles, was enough to make Riley terrified, let alone craving the Count's seat for the Iferetta clan. More importantly, Riley's mother had agreed to let him decide his own life and do whatever he wanted. So, Ian didn't need to worry about this anymore. Just then, Riley and Ian unexpectedly caught Lion questioning his father about why he had granted the succession to Lloyd instead of him, even though the father was trying to explain that Lloyd had received the sword from the Sorlia Tower. But Lion was completely out of control and wouldn't listen to a word. Seeing his eldest son, fully grown yet still throwing a tantrum like this, the Count demanded he reconsider the situation. "Can't you see the difference between you and Lloyd?" He knew full well what Lion truly cared about: honorary medals, the power of a sword, and the number of people saved, all frivolous and useless things. The most important thing the Count wanted to see was mindset and a pure purpose before picking up a sword. But what he saw in Lion when he held a sword was just the position of heir. Actually, last night, he had a conversation with Lloyd about announcing the succession race results early. Lloyd had honestly admitted that the Sorlia sword belonged to Riley, and wanted his younger brother to be the heir because he was worthy of what he had done for Sorlia. But the Count refused Lloyd's request and chose him to be the heir of the Iferetta clan, because Lloyd possessed all the virtues of an exemplary head of the family: clear thinking, humility, and consideration for the clan's interests. He also demanded Lion take a look at himself now. It was shameful for an eldest brother to be jealous and petty, comparing losses and gains with his two younger brothers. This was the huge difference between Lloyd and Lion. One was noble, humble, and calm, while the other was selfish, small-minded, and calculating. Even though the Count had explained everything he could, it seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears for this guy. Moreover, because he was so bitter, he grabbed his sword and lunged at his father to attack him. You have to hand it to the Count for raising such a filial son. He didn't get his way, so he decided to stab his own father. Unfortunately for him, the Count wasn't carrying his weapon, but luckily the youngest brother was quick-witted and tossed him a sword to counter the unfilial son. Even though the Count was getting on in years and had been seriously injured from the last battle, he was still more than capable of straightening out his son. How disappointing. Lion. Lloyd isn't as weak as you think. Truly. You've been blinded by power. So, all the training you've done has been for nothing? How ridiculous. Now, the Count gave Lion 2 choices. 1, stubbornly oppose him, and the Count would send him to the afterlife. 2, accept leaving the Iferetta clan. Naturally, he knew well enough that he didn't have the skill to solo his father, so he had to gloomily choose the second option and leave silently to avoid bringing more disgrace upon himself. After Lion kicked the bucket and left, Ian dared to approach the Count. He asked if Ian was the one who had tossed him the sword, and seeing Ian's awkward look, the Count immediately guessed that the person who really did it was his youngest son, Riley. At this moment, Riley had intentionally stayed out of the way to let Ian handle the Count's business. He accidentally ran into a girl who was struggling to ask the servants for directions. At first, he didn't intend to care, but she suddenly ran over to ask for help. Well, Riley decided to play the good guy this time. How can I help you? He tried to ask which room she wanted to find, the guest room or the restroom. But after some hesitation, she finally said straight out that she was looking for the room of the third young master, Riley. Now, he was extremely confused as to why this girl was looking for his room, and when Riley introduced himself as the third young master of Iferetta, she was very surprised. Very quickly, the girl came out to greet him and introduced herself to Riley and his parents. She was Lady Leochina of the Felicinian clan. In reality, the daughter of Duke Felicinian had never appeared in public. Therefore, there were many rumors circulating that this lady didn't have a fiancé because she was unattractive, not beautiful, or suffering from some terminal illness. However, the thing that made Riley wonder was why Leochina had come to find him. Wasn't the Felicinian clan planning to marry into other clans? Leochina didn't hide anything when asked about this issue. She honestly admitted that she and her family had considered an engagement with someone else, but she hadn't even met that person yet. Not long before that, the Felicinian clan had received an invitation to the Iferetta estate to announce the winner of the succession race, and Leochina really wanted to know more about the third young master of Iferetta, the one who had received the crest of the Sorlia Tower. Oh, not only. The third young master was excellent, but the second young master Lloyd was also very talented for receiving the Sorlia sword. I heard that the Count was seriously injured in a border conflict, but it's fortunate that you are now healthy and have 2 outstanding sons. Congratulations, my lord. At this point, the Count had to try hard to remind his son to say something to Lady Leochina. Don't you see the young lady is actively trying to talk to you? Even Lady Iris encouraged him. Go for it, my son. However, the stoic Riley, who had lived through 2 lifetimes, was now completely immune to women. Even so, under pressure from his parents, he had to find a topic to talk about. He was quite curious about what the invitation from Iferetta that Leochina mentioned earlier was really about. She frankly replied that it could be considered a matchmaking event, or simply a meeting. Riley guessed for sure that this was the old man's doing, arranging this for him. Seeing that Riley wasn't interested in continuing the conversation, Leochina hesitantly asked if he didn't like her. Of course, Riley couldn't just say, "I think you're a pain in the neck," so he had to be polite. Before ending the conversation, Leochina hoped Riley would give her another chance, because she thought he might be a little disappointed with her stiff manner. But either way, a first impression couldn't fully judge a person, so she would try to do better at the next meeting. Finally, both sides greeted each other politely before leaving. Outside the Count's estate, Nara and the Saintess Bricia had finished preparing everything and were about to leave. Nen was quite regretful to see her 2 friends go. She asked where they planned to go, and if they needed anything, she would come to help later. Saintess Bricia recounted that, last night, she had dreamt of some scenes in the western region. She felt this might be an omen of something, so she decided to head straight to the desert with Nara to clarify everything. Besides, Bricia knew well that Riley felt uncomfortable when she was near, so she thought it would be better for both parties to leave quickly. Indeed, Nen also thought her master was a bit harsh for not even bothering to come and say goodbye to them. Even so, Nara still felt this trivial matter didn't need to bother Riley, so she and Bricia didn't take it to heart. After that, Bricia warned Nen that Riley was currently chatting with the Duke's daughter, They could even get married if Nen didn't do something, and she might lose her man just like that. However, Nen remained very calm when hearing this. She thought this depended on Riley's choice, and she was just his servant, so all she could do was serve and support him until the end. Brycia saw Nen's firm attitude and didn't say anything more. Since it was getting late, the two of them immediately said goodbye to Nen and hurriedly set off. Although Nen said she didn't care about Riley's marriage, in reality, she was quite sad when thinking about it. The next day, Riley and Leochina, they were set up for an afternoon tea together. While she tried her best to strike up a conversation and liven things up, he remained dead silent, answering only when asked and not even warmly keeping his head buried in his book. Ian, who was nearby, felt utterly helpless about his young master's insufferable attitude. He even suspected that Riley might not be interested in women at all, or that his tendencies were a bit off. After observing for a while, Leochina decided to pull out her trump card to win his heart. First, she didn't hesitate to call out Riley's true thoughts. "I hope this ends soon. It's such a pain meeting this girl, right?" Seeing his sleepy, bored expression while reading, she guessed that he hadn't been sleeping well lately. Because of that, Leochina was very curious about what kind of nightmares were haunting Riley. Hearing that, Riley was startled. She had hit the nail on the head. Leochina grew even more excited, seeing his flustered, guarded expression. More accurately, she was gloating, taking revenge on him for ignoring her earlier. Leochina then changed the subject to the tea, ignoring how angry he was. After all, no one had ever dared to tease him like that before. However, the angrier Riley got, the happier she became. Then, Leochina told him about the rumors of a lazy swordsman from the Count Iferetta family, who supposedly just sleeps all day instead of practicing with his sword. She was quite skeptical about the truth of these stories. Thus, a wager was proposed. Leochina would tell Riley how she was able to read his thoughts, on the condition that he had to defeat her bodyguard in a duel. This man was one of the strongest guards of the Philistine family and had never lost in any friendly match. But the difficulty for Riley lay in the fact that if he made a scene to challenge a guard, even if he won, it wouldn't be anything to brag about. Furthermore, the Count and everyone else would only see him as petty and narrow-minded. But if Riley lost, he would be the one humiliated. Leochina was dying to see what choice Riley would make. Be clever or be a fool. Switching to another scene. Leochina was speaking privately with Count Iferetta. She thought that what the Count had said about Riley was completely accurate because even she felt that he was hiding his true strength. Returning to that day's conversation, when Leochina mentioned the deal between the two sides and forced Riley to choose between two difficult options, instead of getting angry or choosing one of the options, Riley calmly handled the situation, replying to Leochina with wit. "A high-ranking bodyguard like you doesn't know your place or position?" A simple sentence, but filled with provocation, it infuriated the guard accompanying Leochina while drawing a line between the noble class and servants. He warned the man not to overstep his bounds, as they were on the grounds of the Iferetta family. Therefore, he should know his place. Ian also stepped in to remind the guard about his insolent attitude toward the master of the Iferetta estate. At this point, Leochina stopped bothering Riley. Instead, she said she would tell his father everything that happened today, leaving Riley speechless. He didn't understand if she was a child or what, constantly tattling to his parents. Furthermore, Leochina wanted to tell his father about Riley's insomnia, and this woman even claimed she wanted to be his body pillow every night to improve his sleep quality and to let the Marchioness and the Count have a grandchild soon. Hearing Leochina say this, Riley was speechless, but he couldn't stand her rambling on about him anymore. A bit agitated, he told Ian to referee the duel with the Philistine family's guard. But because Riley had been under long-term pressure and was haunted by the memories of the cultists who worshipped the hero of the sword in his past life, he couldn't bring himself to hold a sword to fight and had to quit. Obviously, him abandoning the match halfway made his opponent very upset. The guard demanded a reasonable explanation. Riley didn't show any respect and said bluntly, "It seems my body rejects disgusting things, and I feel nauseous, so I can't stand before my opponent." Hearing Riley insult him, the guard was furious and wanted to charge at him to teach him a lesson. But touching the main character isn't that easy. The bodyguard hadn't even touched a hair on Riley before he was frozen solid by his killing intent, stuck standing in one spot, unable to move. He had already said, "Don't make me angry," but the man didn't listen. In reality, Riley just wanted to rest for a moment because he was tired and nauseous. But this guy wouldn't let up like a rabid dog, so he had to use this method to intimidate both master and servant. Afterward, Riley ignored Leochina's questions about his strength, played dumb, and walked away. Thus, from Riley's unusual behavior, she guessed for sure that he was deliberately hiding his true strength. After all, the Count had personally asked Leochina to come and test Riley's strength, which is why she dared to mess with him. But now, it's a mess she ended up falling for him. The Count had to apologize to Leochina and asked if she could consider his second son, Lloyd, instead, since the youngest, Riley, was a bit difficult. Although she agreed that Lloyd had all the qualities to be chosen as the heir, it was a pity that he wasn't her type. Before leaving, Leochina informed the Count of one more important thing, which was the invitation to the year-end party of the Philistine family. Usually, the heir of the Iferetta family would attend, but she wanted to reserve this slot for someone special. Back here, Riley was leaning his head on Nain's shoulder to rest. He still couldn't believe he had lost his cool just because of some nonsense reasons and had to go that far. Luckily, everything had temporarily stopped. Nain had also heard Ian talk about today's incident, so she partially guessed it was due to his memories and nightmares. However, Riley didn't want to bring up this issue anymore. There were more important things to do. He summoned Helion to prepare for Nain to become a spirit. Afterward, Riley asked Helion about the location, the time, and how to carry out the process. She explained that the deadline for this was the following spring. With the help of Master Endon, it would be fine until the winter of next year to reach the perfect spirit form for Nain. She thought it would be best to conduct it in the spring before the butterfly breaks out of its cocoon. Next, they needed to move to the western desert to carry it out. Riley felt that Helion's description of this place was quite vague, so he told her to explain more specifically. However, Helion explained it in such a confusing way that Riley just had to deal with it. Heaven knows what she was talking about. He asked Nain for her opinion on this matter, and she had prepared everything in advance. As long as she could be by her master's side, she didn't mind trying even more complicated methods. From beginning to end, Riley always respected Nain's opinion, so he didn't want to interfere too much or affect her morale. Right at this moment, Helion suddenly asked Riley about the young lady in the garden with him this morning. Is she prettier than Nain? Riley, hearing this question, suddenly froze completely, but Helion's mouth kept blabbering. Is she prettier than Nain, or does Nain look prettier? Immediately, Nain became very agitated and grabbed Helion, not letting her speak anymore. So this was the reason Endon frequently scolded this little one. With a mouth like that, who could stand it? Afterward, Nain hurriedly apologized to Riley, promised to watch Helion's words more closely, and ran off, leaving Riley alone, still bewildered and unable to process the information. A while later, Riley was called to his father's office to talk. When he arrived, he met Lloyd, who had just finished discussing something with their father. Suddenly, his brother looked at Riley with affection and confided that he would be very lonely when he went away. This made him extremely confused about why today his brother was being so sentimental. After Lloyd went out, only Riley and his father were left in the room. He told him to sit down and handed him a black letter, asking him to open and read it. And as soon as he saw the contents of the letter, he immediately slammed the table and declared he wouldn't go anywhere. His old man had already anticipated that his rebellious son would react violently, so he wasn't very surprised. It turned out this was a personal invitation for Riley to the year-end party of the Philistine family. He absolutely hated these annoying parties, full of fake people, which made him disgusted and uncomfortable. Therefore, Riley stubbornly refused to attend. At this moment, his father spoke up to persuade him, because, after all, they had a secret meeting with the young lady of the Philistine family yesterday. But hearing this, Riley became even angrier, reacting more violently than his father, so he asked for his son's opinion on the matter, even if just once. The Count was very surprised to see Riley get angry for the first time like this. He had to tell him, "First, calm down and listen to what I have to say. As a father, I want to seriously ask you a few things." The Count took out the sword and asked why Riley was hiding his strength. At first, he stubbornly denied it, saying he didn't understand what he was talking about. But playing dumb was useless now, because the Count had clearly asked everyone around Iris. Ian and Sierra both knew that Riley was the one who threw the sword to his father in the hallway, but they couldn't understand why he kept such incredible skills hidden. Riley himself was also deeply suspicious of why he did that. Why was he reborn with the cursed memories of his past life, making it impossible for him to relax and constantly annoyed by everything and everyone around him? Why do such unfortunate things always happen to him? Riley reminisced about his terrifying past life. He could only hear curses, insults, and heartbreaking wails. At this moment, Riley seemed too unstable to listen to his father, beginning to imagine dark, demonic shadows manipulating him. "Don't worry about that, hero. We all believe in you. You can do it, right? Everything will be fine. Even if those people died, it was because of you, wasn't it?" Riley couldn't bear this psychological torture, to the point where he screamed out loud. Even so, horrific images of slaughter and bloodshed kept flashing through his mind. Seeing his son's unstable state, the Count approached to comfort and reassure Riley, then told him to go back to his room and get some rest. Actually, the Count had only called Riley there today to praise him, not to force him to attend the party. The Count couldn't understand why his son reacted so violently, and wondered what he was hiding. Was it his strength? Or something else? A few days later, Riley, Ian, and even Sierra had everything prepared and were about to head to the western region. They decided not to travel by traditional means like carriages, but instead used a magic teleportation gate opened by Nen. Riley was the first to step into the gate. However, since this was likely the first time Ian and Sarah had seen this method of travel, they felt a bit uneasy. Nen immediately reassured them and guaranteed their safety. It would be quick and smooth. Soon, Riley's group arrived in a region filled with cold ice and snow. They had to walk a distance from there to the western wasteland. At that moment, Sarah noticed that Ian seemed to still be stuck in the teleportation gate and was slower than the others. Things were getting tense, because Nen would have to wait at least 2 weeks before she could open the gate again. But instead of worrying about Ian, Riley told everyone to keep moving, saying he would contact him in the evening. Staying in one place wouldn't solve anything anyway, and besides, Ian would surely be out of the gate soon, so Nen shouldn't worry. Nen was quite curious why Sarah had suddenly decided to accompany them on this trip. In truth, it was a request from Lady Iris, who was quite worried about her young son, as Nen lacked experience and Ian wasn't exactly subtle. So, Lady Iris would feel more at ease if Sarah went along with them. Before the group set off, Lady Iris had also instructed Riley to be careful and take care of his health. By evening, they found a cave to rest and looked over the map together. Sarah was very curious. She didn't understand why they weren't stopping at the Duke of Philistine's territory. After all, he had sent a personal invitation for young Master Riley to attend his year-end party. When she heard that, Nen felt so agitated that she carelessly cut her finger without even realizing it. Luckily, Sarah was by her side and noticed. She helped bandage Nen's wound, while not forgetting to complain about what would happen if a beautiful person like her let herself get hurt like that. This remark from Sarah made Nen feel uncomfortable, because Nen was often insecure about the large scar on her face. She thought she was ugly. However, in Sarah's eyes, Nen was a very beautiful and talented girl. She was not only ready to fight her heart out for young Master Riley, but could also make tea, do laundry, handle household chores, and cook amazingly well. Sarah had never seen a girl as talented and meticulous as Nen. So, when Sarah saw Nen feeling insecure about her appearance and abilities, she advised her, "Nen, looks have never been the problem. And even if they were important, it wouldn't change the fact that you are very beautiful. What is truly valuable and wonderful is the heart. A kind nature outweighs beauty. Even if one's outer appearance is gorgeous, if the inner soul is rotten, it's useless." After hearing Sarah's advice, Nen felt enlightened. She asked Sarah if Riley thought the same way, but that was hard for Sarah to answer. She suggested Nen ask him directly. Actually, Sarah was just joking, but to her surprise, Nen went to ask him for real. However, when Nen approached Riley, she hadn't even asked yet before she was startled by his pale and weary face. Even though Riley said he was fine, Nen was still very worried about his condition. She asked if he had lost sleep again due to nightmares. Facing Nen's concern, he suddenly flared up. Suddenly, the three of them heard the sound of wolves howling, and it seemed they were approaching their position. Riley wanted to grab his sword and finish them all off, but Nen immediately stopped him. She confessed that this time, she absolutely would not let him shoulder everything alone. Nen knew for sure that holding swords and shedding blood like this was not what Riley truly wanted. Instead of using violence, she advised Riley to try talking to resolve some matters peacefully. At this moment, 2 wolves had come very close to the cave. Nen slowly stepped outside to the wolves and successfully calmed them down with gentle words, without using force. Facing this scene, Riley was extremely surprised and couldn't understand how Nen could do that. She explained that she had learned this while staying with Master Endon. The black markings on these 2 wolves were similar to the phenomenon she had seen in the wasteland near the Sorlia Tower. If Nen guessed correctly, these black marks belonged to the person whom Endon and Isuder were tracking, the same person who took Libera to summon the dragon's remains. Next, Nen helped treat the black markings that were tormenting the wolves. She suggested that Riley could keep these 2 wolves for travel, because she had once read in a book that wolves were very useful in snowy terrain. In the end, Nen showed him that solving things through peaceful measures was much better than killing 2 innocent animals. Riley agreed with her opinion, but Sarah, hiding to the side, was scared out of her wits and asked if she could release the wolves. What if they took the opportunity to eat the whole group? Regardless, the two wolves were allowed to stay in the warm cave and slept soundly with Nen. Sarah was quite spooked because she had been bitten by a dog when she was little, creating a psychological trauma regarding all animals of the canine family. Afterward, the two of them, Sarah and Riley, talked to each other about some trivial things from the past. Sarah asked Riley if he had anything like a psychological trauma, or not. She shared that she was always careful because there were many things related to dogs. Sometimes she thought she had overcome her fear, but when interacting with dogs, she found it difficult to accept them. Riley guessed that maybe Sarah had encountered something in Sorlia, because he had seen her eyes darting back and forth as if she were afraid during their entire time in Sorlia. Now, Sarah confessed to him that in the past, she had lived in a poor town in Sorlia and begged for food there. Her senses were much sharper than an average person's, to avoid being captured by human traffickers. Even now, Sarah still had a fear of loud noises and confined spaces from those unpleasant experiences in the past. After hearing Sarah's story, Riley asked if there was any chance for her to overcome those psychological shadows. The answer, of course, was no, because, as he could see, she still shook like a leaf when seeing wolves. But the important thing was that she was living very happily. After all, in this world, everyone has their own weaknesses and fears, including Riley. Sarah saw that her young master had many flaws. For example, he didn't like troublesome things, slept in a lot, and was very afraid of his mother. And although Ian always complained about Riley, saying he could be a bit troublesome at first, in the end, he was always the one ready to help him through difficult times. This might actually be a blessing for him. So, Sarah thought it wasn't so bad to have flaws because you could ask others for help. In short, there was nothing to be ashamed of for having flaws or secret fears, because in this world, who doesn't have them? No need to get a headache over such trivial things. After hours of listening to Sarah's lecture, Riley seemed to have understood something. At the same time, the bald guy was struggling in the snowstorm when the mysterious figure suddenly appeared, announcing that his left arm, that is, old Astrua, was done for, and Libera had been beaten within an inch of his life. Therefore, the mysterious figure ordered him to quickly find a replacement for that man's position, and gave the bald guy a dark orb to handle everything from now on, because his own heart had been injured during the clash. Upon hearing this news, the bald guy's first reaction was utter shock, then it turned into fury, because his two henchmen had been sent to the afterlife by someone else, and his boss had even lost a chunk of flesh. He didn't know who was bold enough to do something so outrageous. Back to Riley's group. Sarah now knew that Nen hadn't fully recovered from her illness and that the purpose of the trip from the very beginning was because of Nen. Only now did Nen dare to tell the truth because she was afraid everyone would worry. But actually, Sarah had been suspicious since Nen mentioned the journey. Even Lady Iris was very concerned about her and the young master. So she sent, Sarah accompanies them to look after the two, while Nen is currently deep in turmoil, unsure of what she has done because she knows this won't end as a simple concern. Besides that, she is also very worried about Riley's insomnia. He hasn't been able to close his eyes for days and looks incredibly exhausted. Even so, whenever Nen asks about it, Riley brushes it off, claiming it's nothing important and that he's just feeling a bit sleepy. Helion, watching from the side, immediately realizes that Nen is very troubled. She comforts Nen a little and shares some tips on how she can soothe Riley's mood. Soon after, all three continue their journey, but a massive snowstorm hits. Traveling becomes quite difficult for them. Sarah notices the weather getting worse, so she tells the young master, Riley, to stop for a while, but he doesn't seem to care and just keeps on going. Determined to move forward, Sarah has no choice but to ask the convert Nen to persuade him, but it seems Nen misunderstands her intention. Nen immediately threatens Riley that if he continues like this, she will use a resistance spell on him. Seeing that, Sarah is terrified. I asked you to stop the young master. Why are you talking such nonsense? She says it and does it. While Riley's brain hasn't caught up yet, Nen teams up with Helion to cast a spell that knocks him unconscious. She explains to Sarah that it's nothing serious. She just used a sleep spell on Riley. She lied about it being a resistance spell because it would be better if he didn't pay attention to this. After all, Riley hasn't been able to sleep well for quite some time, so Nen had to force him with a spell. She even knows that Riley has been pretending to sleep by closing his eyes, to hide his severe insomnia from everyone. Because of the terrible weather, Nen and Sarah brought Riley back to a cave to rest. A full week later, Riley is still fast asleep with no sign of waking up. Just then, a super huge jetty suddenly appears at the cave. Sarah isn't afraid. She grabs her dual blades, intending to fight it, But before she can even make a few basic moves, Nen finishes off the jetty in the blink of an eye. However, Nen couldn't find anything to eat while out today, let alone herbs. Hearing that, Sierra is quite worried because Riley's high fever hasn't subsided, and the sleep spell has lasted a long time now. But why won't he wake up? Nen herself is now extremely remorseful. She is afraid that she made a mistake somewhere while casting the spell that left her master in this state. And if he can't wake up because of her fault, she wouldn't have the courage to go on living. Immediately, Sarah snaps at Nen, telling her to calm down right now. This is when the young master needs her the most. She cannot let herself fall apart like this. Instead of sitting here waiting for death, Sarah suggests they take action and find help. Let's go to the territory of Duke Philistine. But very quickly, reality slaps Nen and Sarah in the face. Even though they reached the gates of the Philistine estate and brought the patient along, the guards wouldn't let them in, because they don't have an invitation or anything to prove their identity. Faced with the current situation, Sarah feels completely stuck. She and Nen went to all this trouble to get here, and they were just a little bit away from saving Riley, but she couldn't have expected this to happen, crushing all their hopes. Now, Sarah truly has no specific plan for the situation ahead. She is so desperate that she bursts into tears, repeatedly apologizing to Nen and Riley for bringing them here without a plan. At this moment, Nen decides to go big to save Riley. She hands Riley to Sarah to hold, then approaches the guards and threatens that if they don't let them in, she will turn this place upside down to get inside. Of course, the guards know they are no match for a mage like Nen. They intend to call for reinforcements to suppress her, but before they can do anything, they are stopped by Helion. At this point, Nen no longer has the patience to beg or persuade. She uses strong measures and asks them one last time, "Are you going to let me in, or what?" Meanwhile, inside the magnificent, splendid mansion, an elite social party is taking place. People are drinking and chatting about rumors of recent events in Sorlia, or just making small talk. Leochina is also at the party, hearing everyone discussing things animatedly. But with her superior personality, she would never participate in such nonsense. Moreover, the only person Leochina is interested in, Riley, is not here. She is bored to death. Just then, a guard rushes in to report that some uninvited guests are insisting they are from the Iferetta family, and they have even reached the front hall, because the soldier couldn't persuade them. And there is also a patient. He had to arrange for them to stay in the waiting room. Sure enough, upon hearing Iferetta, Leochina becomes extremely interested. Over here, Riley is being cared for in much better conditions than in the cave. Now, only one problem remains. When will he wake up? When Nen witnesses Riley grimacing in discomfort while sleeping, she feels heartbroken. He must be facing terrifying nightmares, which is why he can't wake up. The person she cares about most is in agony, but Nen can only watch and wait in hopelessness. Not long after, Leochina personally comes to the waiting room to check on them. Sarah immediately bows, but Nen just sits still and motionless. Irritated by Nen's rude attitude, the guard accompanying her gets angry and intends to go up to teach her a lesson. But Leochina stops him because, after all, this is a sick room. It's better for Nen to stay quiet. Afterward, she orders the guard to go outside while she checks the identities of these people herself. At first, he didn't want to leave for the sake of the lady's safety, but with just one look, she scares the soldier. So badly he nearly wets himself, not daring to disobey. Finally, only 3 women are left in the room. Leochina immediately recognizes Sarah as a maid from the Iferetta family. She recalls they met once in the main hall. Leochina says she heard there was a small clash when the two arrived. She is very sorry about the incident, partly due to the complex issues currently in the kingdom. She hopes they will understand this situation. Then, Leochina guesses that because Riley's group doesn't have an invitation, it means they didn't intend to attend the party. And it seems there are some things hard to say. Here, she says that if Nen and Sarah need anything, feel free to tell the servants in the mansion to get help. Don't be shy. Sarah, seeing someone being so enthusiastic, feels a bit confused. Leochina then exudes a green tea vibe, saying she is very fond of the young master. That Riley's actions for Nen were completely voluntary. The woman doesn't forget to emphasize a person who once killed the old Astrua, and also served as a level 7 mage, and as we all know, that person is Nen. At this, Nen reacts. "How could you know about this?" Leochina replies calmly. "Just like the secrets you two can't reveal, I have my own secrets." Immediately after, Leochina says she must return to the party because she can't leave her seat empty for too long. Before leaving, she casts a meaningful glance at Nen. Afterward, Nen and Sarah are forced to stay at the Duke Philistine estate, waiting for Riley to wake up. Perhaps because being in the room for so long is stuffy, Sierra tells Nen to go outside to walk and breathe some fresh air to relax. Initially, Nen intends to refuse, but Helion at her side keeps chirping, demanding they go out, so she finally agrees. Even so, Sierra cannot relax or unwind at all, because she keeps dwelling on the unpleasant talk at the party. Sure enough, the appearance of young Master Riley here, instead of Iferetta's heir, Lloyd, has sparked rumors and speculation among the nobility. They even know that a maid with a terrible appearance from the Iferetta family helped stop Astra from destroying Sorlia. There are many who don't believe this because it sounds too absurd, but others argue that the maid is no ordinary maid, but a level 7 mage. Perhaps because of that, the young master of Iferetta used her as a weapon of destruction to gain power and a standing of his own in the family. Someone suggests that if they appoint a new mage as the master of the tower during this time, surely no one would have the ability to defeat that maid. Not stopping there, they even make malicious jokes about the flaw on her face. At this point, Sarah can no longer listen. Nen, Riley, and many others risked their lives to save Sorlia and those bastards, but now these elite people are saying malicious things about Nen's flaw and about using humans as weapons. How ridiculous. It's lucky that Nen didn't hear these things, otherwise she would be very sad. Elsewhere, Nen accidentally meets Leochina while walking. While chatting with Nen, she asks directly if Nen likes Riley. Because she was hit right where it hurts, Nen is very confused. Seeing Nen react that way, she knows for sure that she guessed right. Then, she adopts a tone telling Nen to give up that thought because the Iferetta family is the sword of the Sorlia Empire. Carrying such a massive and honorable burden a girl of such humble origins like Nen could never reach. That green tea BT/ even maliciously emphasized the flaws on her face, and those scars too, right? Even if one tried to view the situation in a positive light, they couldn't be healed, huh? Helion was furious hearing this, but Nen stopped this little one before her words spiraled out of control. It's true that the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Leochina continued to body shame her, claiming that no matter how talented or prominent Nen is, those scars can never be hidden. If the two of them were to hold a wedding, what would the guests think when they saw that? They probably wouldn't even want to attend. Ultimately, Leochina claimed that everything she had said so far was just a joke, telling Nen not to take it to heart. What the hell was that? Who asked you to do that, you demon? Helion was beyond pissed at this woman. What kind of person is ugly inside and out? Nen is obviously 100,000 times prettier than her. That's because Nen is gentle. That's why she gets bullied. If she were dealing with Riley, she'd be in for a real lesson today. Helion encouraged her to ignore Leochina, telling her to treat it like a dog barking in the distance. She said that once she becomes a spirit, all the scars will vanish, so she shouldn't worry. Even though Nen didn't say anything from start to finish, she was actually deeply hurt and saddened by those malicious words. Afterward, Nen and Helion returned to the room with Sarah. As the three of them talked and discussed the prophecies about the location of the soul Nen needed to find, Nen suddenly asked Sarah to take care of Riley for a while. She had decided to personally go and find that soul. Although the location was unknown, Nen would use her ocular powers to search. Then, she asked Helion to recall the details from her encounter. As soon as she gathered the necessary information, Nen got to work. Since this was her first time searching for a soul, she had to exert a lot of effort, and it was incredibly painful. Seeing her like this, Helion was extremely worried. But Nen insisted she was fine and continued to try a second time. She was so close to finding that soul, and Nen couldn't just give up halfway. However, using her ocular powers at such high intensity caused Nen excruciating pain. Sarah, standing beside her, also advised her not to overexert herself like that. But luckily, she succeeded in finding the soul's location. Both Sarah and Helion were astonished to hear this, and asked Nen where the soul was. She immediately pointed toward Riley, who was lying there. The two were very confused by Nen's action. Nen immediately explained that Riley was the key. However, Helion disagreed with her opinion because Riley didn't seem to have any connection or signs related to the prophecy. The black wings, the silent hymn, and the invisible eyes. But Nen actually thought that the invisible eyes, which they couldn't see, only existed within dreams. By now, Helion felt that everything was becoming even more confusing. How could the soul she mentioned months ago appear in Riley's dream? But to understand this mystery, they needed to find a way to solve it themselves from now on. Therefore, Nen planned to enter Riley's dream. After all, it was the only way she could think of right now. Seeing this, Helion immediately tried to stop her, because if Nen did this, her condition would worsen, and she could even get lost in the labyrinth of memories and face serious consequences. But by this point, Nen had made up her mind. She wasn't just doing this for herself. She wanted to find Riley to redeem herself. As her master's sword, she could only stand by and watch him suffer, tormented by nightmares. So, Nen thought she had to take action, before it was too late. Witnessing Nen's resolve, even at the risk of death, Sira could only wish her a safe journey. Helion, on the other hand, was extremely frustrated, shouting, "What the hell are you saying, Sira? You should be stopping Nen." But no matter what Sira said now, it was useless. Helion warned Nen that this was a high-stakes gamble. If she failed, she would become a puppet controlled by others, and she might even get scolded by Master Endon. Even so, Nen didn't flinch in the face of the risks. She also told Helion that she knew for sure that her master would understand and sympathize with her situation. In short, Nen was now determined to go all out. This made Helion incredibly frustrated. She had wasted all her breath trying to talk sense into her, and Nen just wouldn't listen. She was dead set on throwing herself into the fire. Helion still hadn't given up, wanting to try and persuade her one more time, but Nen's mind was made up. She thought she should have done this sooner, for herself and for Riley. More importantly, from the beginning, her goal in becoming a spirit was to be by Riley's side. So, if anything were to happen to him, she wouldn't care about living in this world anymore. Finally, Nen asked the two of them to understand and to support her from behind so she could overcome this hurdle. Immediately after, Nen cast her technique, the Dreamlink magic, to enter Riley's subconscious, and it seemed to have been successful at first. Meanwhile, Leochina was having a huge headache over Nen. She couldn't understand how Nen could reach the 7th level in such a short time, and she regretted not reading her mind more often. At that moment, a raven brought Leochina a letter, and as soon as she read the content, she couldn't suppress her excitement and swore that she would definitely make Riley hers. 2 days later, both Riley and Nen still showed no signs of waking up, which made Sarah, beside them, panic, while Helion told Sira to stop whining and instead pray to God, the Virgin Mary, or any god or saint. Don't humans usually do that when they're in trouble? If not, pray to your ancestors to help you through this ordeal. After all, these were the things they could do at this moment. At the same time, Leochina suddenly knocked on the door to ask about their situation. She said she hadn't seen Sira and Nen for days, and came to see if Riley was doing better. Of course, Sarah didn't intend to let Leochina into the room. Nen had said that the young master's condition was the same, and if anything was needed, she would tell her later because it wasn't convenient to go out and talk in person right now. However, somehow, Leochina opened the locked door and walked in naturally, as if she didn't care what Sira had said. And as soon as she saw Riley and Nen lying in the same bed, hand in hand, she completely lost control. Sira stepped forward to explain everything, but was kicked flying out the window by her. Obviously, this crazy woman couldn't stand her crush having physical contact with another girl, especially Nen, someone she considered low-class and ugly. To her, this was no different than being slapped in the face. Leochina was even crazier. This BTCH intended to enter Riley's dream, to see the memories and thoughts deep in his subconscious without caring about the risks, the danger Riley would face. In another development, Nen was in Riley's subconscious world without knowing the danger approaching. Everything around her was just a gloomy, dark color. Nen wanted to light it up a bit to see the way, but she discovered she couldn't use magic here. Finally, Nen could only walk while calling Riley's name loudly. This was truly an endless labyrinth of shadows. She guessed her young master was lost somewhere in this place. Nen decided that at any cost, she had to bring him back to reality with everyone. Just then, Nen suddenly heard someone sobbing, and along with that, a flock of mysterious fireflies appeared. While Nen was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, a voice suddenly called her name. Nen apologized for startling her, but first, she wanted to show her a few things about the world he used to live in. Immediately, a strange scene appeared before Nen. Skyscrapers with black smoke billowing like black wings in the snowy sky, and billboards shining like music players. As soon as she saw these things, Nen realized these were the things mentioned in Helion's prophecy. The mysterious person who brought her here had now transformed into a black butterfly, explaining that what she was seeing before her was just a manifestation of Riley's past life, and somehow, he could clearly remember his previous life. Nen was extremely surprised to hear this. More importantly, she was very curious about who this person in front of her really was and why they knew about these things. The mysterious person had many things to say and wanted to show Nen a few things, but unfortunately, they didn't have much time. She wanted to know if her young master was here or not. That person replied, maybe or maybe not. Nen didn't understand what that meant. That person immediately gave her a glowing orb, containing the memories of Riley's past life. Actually, The world Nen was seeing was even more dangerous and desolate than her own world. Although it looked beautiful and strange to her, everything had its reasons. The only reason this place was peaceful as it was now was thanks to Riley's efforts, because in the past, it was truly horrific. Seeing that Nen didn't understand, the mysterious person showed her a scene to help her better understand what they were saying. A man was walking down the street when he was suddenly grabbed by dark hands and dragged into the ground. Just like that unfortunate man was logged out. And even Nen, it's hard to believe such bizarre things happen in this world. The mysterious figure continued to explain that those hands were entities that Riley had to fight against in his past life, or more accurately, Riley had to battle the things emerging from the earth. Even though humanity tried to fight back, the results weren't very promising. So, when they reached their breaking point, they could only put their faith in the idea that a reincarnated hero would save mankind. And the one who had to shoulder that heavy burden was none other than Riley from his past life. Nen saw that even though Riley was hailed and praised by everyone around him as a savior, she could still feel the extreme exhaustion in his eyes. And it was true, because from the moment Riley was chosen by the Holy Sword at the age of 3, he had to take up the blade and fight without a single day of rest. At 7, he took a human life for the first time, a bandit. At 9, he was betrayed by the master he trusted, and due to a heinous crime, he lost his beloved sister forever. By the time he turned 11, he was even forced to personally kill his own master. By age 12, the number of souls under his blade, including demons, had reached the thousands. At 54, Riley lost his parents due to his friend's betrayal. However, shackled by the title of hero, Nen couldn't even attend their funeral, and instead, he had to set out on a mission to slay demons. Once, while seeking revenge, he accidentally endangered innocent people, leading to many deaths. Public opinion at the time placed all the blame on Riley, forcing him to halt all activities. Consequently, more than half of humanity was wiped out due to the lack of the hero's protection. The absurdity was that people still continued to blame and punish him. Nen didn't understand why Riley had to suffer such irrational punishment. It was clear he was forced by everyone to do as they pleased. Yet when problems arose, Riley was the only one standing there to take the blame. The mysterious figure replied that it was because the hero who saved the world had been cursed instead of receiving God's blessing. This prevented Riley from deciding his own life, turning him into a puppet manipulated by God, ordered to slaughter both demons and innocent souls. Eventually, Riley reached his limit and could no longer bear the weight of his responsibilities and the curse on his shoulders. He couldn't save anyone anymore. However, people certainly wouldn't let him be. They continued to pressure Riley to pick up the sword once more. By the age of 26, he defeated the demon lord in exchange for his own life. The mysterious figure still couldn't believe that Riley managed to stay sane instead of going insane until the very last moments of his life. In truth, deep down, the mysterious figure truly wanted him to have a happy life in the next one, but the situation in this world was no better after he reincarnated. At this rate, everything here would quickly collapse and be destroyed. Therefore, even though it was quite outrageous to ask for Riley's help, that person had no other choice but to bring him back, because many more innocent people would die unjustly if they just sat idle not just in this world, but in Nen's world as well. After telling her the whole story and the purpose behind it, the mysterious figure slowly took off the hood, revealing a face identical to Nen's, but without the scar. Upon seeing this, Nen was shocked to realize the person standing before her was not the soul she was looking for. Now, the person with Nen's face stopped hiding, and openly admitted it. Actually, she didn't intend to deceive Endun and Helion, but the urgent situation forced her to do so. Nen asked if she was the god of this world, and the one who gave her the eye. She frankly admitted it. However, calling her God wasn't quite accurate, because she could stand here to talk to Nen only thanks to Mother Ines. So, she was more like a messenger of the divine than a saintess. Naturally, everything she did, including giving Nen that eye, was for Riley's sake. After understanding everything, Nen indignantly questioned, "In the future, will you continue to manipulate my fate? Are all my choices truly my own, or am I just a puppet of yours and God?" Faced with Nen's rapid-fire questions, the girl, or let's call her the messenger of God, gently addressed her concerns. In reality, Nen's destined path had ended long ago, so every path she had taken since meeting Riley was decided by herself. In other words, Nen's fate was determined by Nen alone, not by anyone else. Even God had no right to interfere with her destiny. What surprised the messenger was Nen's extraordinary courage in daring to travel all the way here alone to save Riley. Next, the messenger said that Nen first needed to resolve her own issues. Although she couldn't help Nen become a spirit, she could resolve the difficulties Nen was currently facing. This meant Nen would be cured without needing to become a spirit. She would remain a perfectly healthy human. Because they didn't have much time left, the messenger told Nen to close her eyes, and when she woke from this dream, she should ask Riley to pick up the sword and fight once more for the peace of both worlds. Besides that, she revealed to Nen that the mysterious figure who clashed with Riley's group in Sorlia, and others like Libera, had used dark power. Since only Nen had appeared in this world, if they let them continue like this, both worlds would fall into imbalance and collapse. A doomsday catastrophe was certainly inevitable. Although the messenger knew this was a shameless request, she had no other choice but to ask for Riley's help. She genuinely wanted to save the world. Hearing this, Nen understood somewhat. Thus, she made an important decision to share the burden on Riley's shoulders, because she knew the cause of his suffering was the haunting memories of his past life. In other words, Nen wanted to take away all those memories from Riley. Previously, he had taught her that sorrow could be cut in half if shared with others. At the time, she didn't really understand what that meant, but now she did. Finally, the messenger gave in to Nen's stubbornness and gave her all of Riley's memories from his past life, including emotions like joy, sorrow, loneliness, and even despair and regret. Unfortunately, while explaining to help her understand in preparation, the messenger reached her limit in maintaining this form. Before fading away completely, she only had time to remind Nen to find Riley's holy sword, at all costs. Certainly, one of Libera's cohorts was holding it, and Basilic would be a key clue. The messenger hadn't even finished speaking before she vanished, and Nen was transported back to the real world. But as soon as she woke up, she didn't see Riley, Sarah, or Helion by her side. Nen panicked. At the same time, the horrific memories of Riley's past life began to manifest in her mind, causing her immense pain. After a while, Nen managed to calm down, and she was extremely astonished to discover that the scar on her face had disappeared. She immediately channeled the mana in her body, and felt everything flowing smoothly without any obstruction. Indeed, Nen had been completely cured by that messenger. However, just as she was about to start searching for Grad and her friends, she suddenly heard the ear-piercing scream of that green tea girl, Leochina. But even hearing that, Nen was still sharp. Forget everyone else. For now, she just had to go find her beloved Riley and her two friends. She was sure the window in the room had been broken before. It seemed that because her power hadn't fully recovered, Nen had teleported to the wrong coordinates. How the heck did she bump into the gate guard from when she first arrived? But surprisingly, this guy didn't recognize who Nen was, which made her quite confused. Could it be that this guy lost his memory and didn't recognize her? He said he had never heard of any beautiful witch coming to the mansion today. Besides, he had always been guarding the gate, so how could she have entered? Seeing that the situation wasn't stable, Nen immediately teleported elsewhere, leaving the guard still looking puzzled. Perhaps because the scar on her face had vanished, he didn't recognize her identity. This meant the way others looked at Nen had changed significantly. Afterward, Nen found where Sarah and Helion were. Even they, at first, didn't recognize who she was. Nen was very curious to see how Riley would react when he saw her current appearance. It would surely be interesting. However, this wasn't the time for idle thoughts. Immediately, Nen took Sarah away and said she would explain everything later. In another development, that green tea, Leochina, had entered Riley's subconscious world to sneak a peek at his memories. It seemed the place she went to was a monastery on Earth. Nen was sure this was a fragment of his past life. Indeed, very soon after, she saw the Riley of the past life and the stranger standing opposite him. Leochina heard those two talking about things like the curse, God's blessing, Earth, the hero, and the demon lord. To sum it up, she didn't understand a damn thing. But unfortunately for Leochina, she was discovered right before the two were about to clash. Instantly, she was punished by the Demon King, which made her. The pain was so intense that she had to break out of Riley's subconscious realm immediately. If she had been a moment later, she would have definitely kicked the bucket. Even after returning to reality, Leochina was still haunted by that agonizing sensation, while Nen kept screaming at the top of her lungs like a pig being slaughtered. It was so annoying that Riley, who was trying to sleep, had to jump up and cover her mouth. "Please, just shut up for a second." Just then, Nen and Sarah found his location. The moment Nen met him, Riley realized something was wrong. But when she heard him call the girl in front of him, Nen, the two, Sarah, and Helion finally realized this was their friend. What a pair of ride-or-die besties. Afterward, Riley told Nen to make Leochina be quiet because it was hurting his ears, and as soon as she used her magic, the girl went silent. Riley could finally breathe a sigh of relief. while Nen was deeply moved to see her beloved master had finally woken up and returned to normal. However, he felt quite confused as to why he was here, because clearly, before going to sleep, they were all in that stone cave. Sarah had to explain the whole story to him. After all, he had been fast asleep for an entire month. Just then, soldiers from the Duke's estate were about to reach this room. Nen and the other two had to teleport to a different location. When the soldiers entered, they only found their young mistress in an unconscious state. Since this incident caused quite a commotion, the Duke's estate had to investigate everything clearly to find the culprit who left Lady Philippnian in this condition. A soldier came to take statements from Riley's group, asking where they were at the time. Naturally, he couldn't just blurt out the truth. He had to play it off, claiming he was just lying around in bed because he was sick. Not stopping there, the man continued to ask them about how the maid flew out the window that day. Riley bullshitted, saying the reason Sarah did that was because the Iferetta family is a family of swordsmanship. Nen, everyone, including the maids and servants, has to train for their lives just to be able to carry the noble responsibilities bestowed upon them by the Empire. Finally, unable to get any useful information, the soldier had to leave. Even though Riley told her it was best to keep this quiet, there were still some parts Sarah couldn't understand, because Leochina had acted very strangely that day. Nen kept ruminating on it, especially the fact that she had kicked her right out the window. After thinking for a while, Sarah guessed that Leochina had been possessed by a ghost, which is why she had a seizure and screamed so horribly. This girl even deduced that it could be the ghost of the Philippnian Duke family that had been trapped in the mansion for a long time, and now it had risen to take over Lady Leochina's body. Riley was left speechless upon hearing that. He couldn't tell if Sarah was truly dumb or just pretending, because how could a normal person have such a ridiculous train of thought? A while later, he decided to go outside for some fresh air. After all, today was the last day of the Philippnian family banquet. During the ball, everyone turned their attention toward one special woman. As for the men, they were chasing after her like fans after a young idol. Everyone wanted to invite the beauty to dance. It was none other than Nen. Indeed, after the scar on her face disappeared, she was like an ugly duckling turning into a swan, becoming a stunning beauty. Currently, many people wanted to get to know and flirt with her. However, Nen didn't feel comfortable with this change, or the stares from everyone around her at all. She even found the dress she was wearing to be strange. Perhaps because it was the first time she had been noticed by so many people, our introverted Nen was a bit tense and didn't know what to do in the face of these invitations. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Nen ran away at full speed, but was stopped by an arm in the middle of the way. At first, she thought it was just some guest, so she intended to resist, but when she realized it was Riley, she froze. Of course, his sudden appearance made all the guests present very surprised. Along with that came whispers about the good-for-nothing youngest son of the Iferetta house, or the lazy swordsman of the sword-wielding family. What surprised them even more was the intimate atmosphere between the two. Some even regretted not building a good relationship with the Iferetta family sooner. Riley saw that the party was too loud, so he invited Nen to a quieter place to talk. When they were alone, he asked her why Lady Leochina had acted so unusually, and what her true purpose was. Nen thought she was likely one of the mysterious people who appeared in Sorlia a while back, like dark magic. Besides, Leochina was trying to do something, but perhaps she had failed, which was why she fell into a catatonic, unconscious state. And when Nen arrived, she had already found her in that condition, so she wasn't the one who caused it. Even though she told Riley that on the outside, in her heart, she knew that the real reason behind it might be that Leochina couldn't process his memories, which is why she ended up like that. Luckily, Nen was helped by that messenger. Otherwise, she might have ended up like Leochina. At this point, she thought about how her beloved young master had to endure those terrifying memories of his past life, and Nen felt a bit heartbroken, unable to hold back her tears. Riley saw Nen suddenly crying, and was quite flustered. "Did something happen to you? I didn't make you cry, did I?" In reality, seeing the young master's caring demeanor like this, she wasn't sad anymore. Afterward, the two continued to discuss Leochina's case, but it seemed, with the way things were going, they couldn't do anything to improve her catatonic state. Nen decided to observe further to see if there was anything unusual. Then, Riley remembered another important thing. He had to resolve Nen's issue, which was the preparation to become a spirit. However, she told him she had already handled everything while he was asleep, so he didn't need to worry. At this moment, Nen gathered all her courage to ask Riley directly if she had changed that much, since both the guard and Sarah couldn't recognize her at first. Nen was quite worried that people around her would think she looked ridiculous with a changed face. She didn't know if Ian and Madame Iris would recognize her, but Riley's reaction really surprised Nen. He said he hadn't noticed she had changed that much. Even if her face was a bit different, it didn't matter at all, because, in Riley's eyes, Nen was still Nen, exactly the same as always, a beautiful and strong girl. Surely their friends wouldn't notice this either, because they all loved Nen very much. Today, Riley's mouth was sweet as honey. Everything he said sounded so sugary. With his level of flirting, it would be a surprise if Nen didn't fall head over heels for him. In another development, the bald guy seemed to have found something important in the desert. On this side, Riley's group was also about to continue their journey after Riley had fully recovered. Sarah was especially excited and happy to know that the scar on Nen's face had completely disappeared after the young master woke up. She guessed that Ian, the madam, and everyone at the Count's estate would be very surprised to see this beautiful appearance of Nen. However, at this moment, Nen told Sarah and Riley to go ahead, saying she would follow them later, with the excuse that she wanted to go thank the doctor who had treated her face. Neither of them doubted her words. In fact, Riley even wanted to go with her to thank the doctor himself. He walked over to Nen and revealed to her that the real reason he started this journey wasn't just that simple. But just as he was about to say something, he forgot. It seemed his memory had gotten much worse than before. Nen guessed that this was related to her absorbing his past life memories. A long while later, Riley finally remembered the reason. It was related to those mysterious people, among whom was a mercenary named Kaban, who had said that he was the one who lightly took an arm from his old man previously. As the beloved son of the Count, Riley absolutely could not let this slide. He had to find that bastard and send him to his ancestors. Thus, Riley told Nen to use her eyes to find the location of that mercenary. However, as soon as Nen saw him in the desert, she couldn't handle the pressure on her eyes. This made Riley, standing next to her, very worried, fearing that she had used them too much. Nen was in pain, and especially when she saw Nen crying, he became even more flustered. Actually, Nen shed tears because Riley's painful memories suddenly appeared in her mind, but she couldn't tell him the truth. After stabilizing her emotions, Nen said she had found the location of that mercenary, and immediately opened a portal for the three of them to head out and settle the score with him. At the same time, Saintess Brescia and Nara were also present in the western desert. It seemed Brescia wanted to resolve a certain issue herself. She asked Nara to protect her for the next 5 hours, because the content of recent prophecies had been very unusual. She had to investigate this clearly and be present to handle it in time. Nara asked what the content of the prophecy was that made the Saintess of Sorlia so worried. Brescia didn't hide it, and said straight out that someone with evil intentions was planning to approach the saint, so they must be careful. Afterward, Nara stayed behind to protect Brescia, while she channeled her power. But Kaban, that bald guy, Kaban, and his underlings found their location. This trip looked like it was about to get intense. On the other hand, when Riley's group reached the western desert, it was already completely dark. They had lost the trail of that bastard, and Nen, since he couldn't use his eyes to search, he decided to try using magic to track them. Luckily, he managed to find some crucial clues. The scene looked like a bloody brawl had just taken place. Meanwhile, Kaban's group successfully captured Nara and Brescia, though he was still feeling anxious. He was waiting for a reply from his accomplices, while his 2 henchmen were impatient to sell Nara and Brescia to human traffickers. They were convinced that such high-quality goods would fetch a high price. However, Kaban got angry and punched each of them to snap them out of it. Those idiots. Don't you guys get it? Do you have any idea who this white-haired girl is? She's a saintess. Only then did the 2 henchmen realize they were holding onto something extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, the entire Sorlia Empire would hunt them down. At the same time, Kaban warned them once more to be very careful because, in the future, these 2 girls would be very useful. But life is never that simple. While the 3 were talking, Riley arrived and overheard everything. He never expected these guys would dare to touch both the Saintess and his friend. He decided to settle both old and new scores at once. This time, he would make them pay for everything they had done. When he saw Riley, Kaban was still stubborn enough to provoke him about the incident where he'd taken the arm of Riley's father during a battle near the border. Naturally, those words successfully awakened the demon inside him. "Oh, so you've chosen death?" Riley was all talk, but the moment he activated his haki, the whole group was scared stiff, frozen under the overwhelming pressure he emitted. In just a blink of an eye, Riley approached Kaban, intending to take this bastard out first. However, just at the most intense moment, the plot took a sharp turn. Riley suddenly fell into an indescribably unstable state. After waking up from a long sleep, he had been constantly agonizing over why he even held a sword, and he even started having hallucinations about being sliced to bits. Then, images of his past life self appeared, begging him to protect his family in this life and never let that tragedy happen again. At this moment, Riley was battling his past self in his subconscious. He doubted the true reason for holding a sword and why he had turned himself into someone viewed as a troublemaker, a coward, a good-for-nothing, a lazy person, and a disgrace to the swordsman family. Was this really what he wanted to hear, or was he just trying to escape reality by brushing everything off as troublesome? Outside, in the real world, Kaban also realized something was off with Riley. Furthermore, he was furious and swung a fist at him. Unbelievably, even though he was in a daze, Riley still dodged the blow with ease. However, the next second, Kaban grabbed his collar. Thankfully, the author sent Nen to rescue him just in time. Otherwise, the story would have ended there. Afterward, Nen was very frustrated, asking why he didn't draw his sword to fight back. She asked point blank if it was because of what happened in his past life that he didn't want to touch a sword. Riley was shocked by her question. It turned out she had known everything for a long time. She knew about both his past and present lives, and the reason behind his lazy swordsman nickname. Even though he always acted indifferent, lazy, and avoided holding a sword, she knew deep down in his soul he still longed to fight with his blade. Seeing Riley so conflicted made Nen feel hurt and distressed. In the past, he had told her that if she was afraid or disappointed by something, she should step back and slowly observe everything. However, what Nen concluded was a little different. She believed that no matter what happened, and regardless of the outcome, she just wanted Riley to do what he truly desired. If he wanted to hold a sword, he should. If he didn't want to, then don't. But he shouldn't struggle over it, because no matter what Riley chose, Nen would always support him. As the young couple talked, suddenly, the bald guy appeared out of nowhere to launch a sneak attack. But there was no way to beat the protagonist that easily, especially after Riley got a waifu power-up. I tell you, it was absolutely badass. In a flash, his sword strike had cleanly taken one of Kaban's arms. The guy even froze for a few seconds before realizing he had just become Yang Guo. How's that? Does it feel good? The words Riley just spoke obviously triggered Kaban's rage. He grabbed his axe, wanting to chop him in half, but this guy was suffering from a severe case of power delusion. How on earth could he have the skill to defeat that sword genius? After swinging his axe wildly for a while, Kaban couldn't even touch a single hair on Riley's head. He was like a mosquito trying to bite through stainless steel, totally oblivious to his own limits. Finally, Riley got bored of playing cat and mouse with him. In your next life, try living properly, old man. Immediately after, he returned to Nen. Both of them looked affectionate, but it wasn't a touching scene. It was more like things had just gotten cold. Riley pinched Nen's cheek, telling her to come clean about everything she knew regarding his past life. Nen had to honestly confess everything she knew, including her meeting with the god's messenger and the fact that the messenger had apologized to Riley, hoping he would help save that world once again. At this point, Riley admitted that the world on the other side that Ian had mentioned was actually Earth, his homeland from his past life. He had experienced many unfortunate events there. When the messenger apologized and asked for help, he hadn't been able to accept it immediately. However, Riley still had one more question. Why did he suddenly fall asleep in the cave? Hearing this, Nen felt guilty. Finally, under the pressure of the young master, she admitted that she had used a sleep spell on him. Naturally, Riley was usually too doting on Nen, and she knew it, which is why she did that. So now, he had to punish her by pinching her cheeks. After that, Nen asked if he wanted to find the twin swords as the messenger requested to save Earth. Of course, his answer was no. Who has the time to worry about their past life? Nen wasn't surprised by this at all because she understood the young master's personality too well. In another development, at the Iferetta estate, Sarah was incredibly bored after her trip with Riley and Nen. In the end, she still didn't understand why Lady Iris had sent her along to solve their problems, and clearly, she hadn't accomplished a single thing. Even though Sarah was useless, Lady Iris didn't blame her at all. Instead, she shared that not long ago, she had talked about this with Ian, and was worried about what might happen if Sarah reacted similarly. Just then, Lady Iris remembered she had forgotten to tell Ian, so she immediately went to look for the letter he had left behind, and discovered that Ian had already set off to support the young master and Nen a long time ago. Well, that's it. They were really in trouble now. Elsewhere, Nara and Braicha had woken up, and fortunately, neither of them had any serious injuries. Nara thanked Riley for saving their lives, but he said that it was Nen who helped them wake up. At first, seeing Nen's new appearance, Nara couldn't recognize her immediately and had to be reminded by Bricia. Of course, she was extremely surprised to know that the beautiful girl standing in front of her was the seven-circle mage with the huge scar on her face. Afterward, both Nara and Bricia were very happy for Nen, as she had fully recovered from her illness and regained her original appearance. Nara even noticed that Riley had changed slightly. The colors around him seemed clearer and brighter. When she first met him, she felt his aura was always dark and dingy. Hearing this, Riley was speechless. "Are you saying I looked filthy before?" Of course, that wasn't what Nara meant. But the important thing Riley wanted to ask them was how many of the mysterious group members had appeared recently. Kaban, Hakma the Mage of the Rainy Fields, the head of the Sorlia Temple, Ribera, along with the masked person in the countryside, there were 4 in total. But based on the 6 great believers, Riley guessed there must be 6 people, including the 4 mentioned above, plus Lucina, the daughter of the Philistine family, which made 5. There was one missing, whom they didn't know yet. At that moment, Bricia said that she had recently encountered a suspicious person. Although she couldn't see the face because the person was hooded, she clearly remembered the woman had long, platinum-colored hair. It seemed she wasn't a noble, as she had no guards accompanying her. Riley realized the situation was becoming complicated with 3 more people they hadn't encountered yet. It was best for the group to be more cautious from now on. Then, Bricia shyly asked if it would be a bother to ask Riley for a favor, but before she could finish, he immediately refused outright, leaving the Saintess frozen. So, Nara had to step in and explain Bricia's reason. It was about a prophecy from not long ago, follow the child of the black butterfly. Bricia thought the child of the black butterfly referred to Nen, which was why she wanted to join the 2 of them. Nen also whispered to Riley that this might be related to the black butterfly he had seen in his dream the other day. Besides that, Nara also wanted to follow, with the excuse that she had to escort the Saintess, so wherever Bricia went, she would follow. Even though the 2 girls tried their best to persuade him, and Lloyd even dragged Nen to agree, the stubborn Riley still refused to let them come along, no matter what they did. He didn't care. Bottom line, tomorrow, Riley would set off with Nen. So, if Bricia and Nara had anything else to say, they should just say it now to save time for both sides. That night, Riley arranged a private talk with Nara because he wanted to know if this desert region was linked to the impending catastrophe. Naturally, Nara shared the same concern, and rumors of this catastrophe had been spreading, causing public panic. According to witnesses, whenever it appeared, it always manipulated people into logging out of their own lives, or something similar. Recently, because the catastrophe seemed to be heading toward Ansirium, an evacuation order was issued, but it wasn't very effective. Nara asked, "Are you heading to Ansirium?" And Riley replied, "Why would I? I've been asking you just so we could avoid that troublesome spot." Riley then woke Nen up, asking her if Endon's lair was in Ansirium. Fortunately, the 2 locations were quite far apart, so Nen was fine. The next morning, the 4 of them parted ways to attend to their own business. Bricia stubbornly asked Riley one last time to let her join them, but of course, his answer was still no. Nara and Bricia said their goodbyes, feeling disheartened as they parted from Riley and Nen. Once they were gone, Riley told Nen to hurry to Endon's lair. However, Nen was quite worried about Helion, as she hadn't seen her for days, and it was strange that she had disappeared without saying a word. Hearing this, Riley reassured her, saying that perhaps Helion was just having too much fun and had temporarily forgotten the way back, as she was a spirit, after all. For now, their priority was to reach Endon and ask him about Helion later. Next, the 2 teleported to a frozen, snowy forest. Riley didn't understand why they couldn't just teleport directly to their destination instead of having to walk. Nen didn't know why either. Just then, she spotted Azuki, the guardian bear, tasked with protecting Endon's cave. Nen immediately ran over to ask for help, but as she approached, the bear went berserk and suddenly swiped at her with its claws. Luckily, Nen was still sharp and managed to block the attack. It seemed the bear didn't recognize her, so she had to use forceful magic to subdue it. Afterward, she calmed Azuki down, telling it that it was her, Nen. A moment later, Azuki finally cooled down and recognized her. "Nen? Is that really you? What wind blew you here?" she immediately stated. Her purpose, to find Master Endon. She asked Azuki if something had happened here and why she couldn't teleport directly into the cave. As soon as she released Azuki from the spell, it told them the reason they couldn't. Enter the cave was the protective barrier. Recently, Endon had told it to be more vigilant about anything approaching the lair. Nen was certain he must have set up a massive barrier around the mountain. Azuki also mentioned that while guarding, it had spotted a group of 3 or 4 people who kept loitering around. Even though Azuki tried to chase them away, they were incredibly stubborn and refused to leave. This was the main reason it was so irritable and had attacked Nen by mistake. Hearing Azuki's story, she realized immediately that something very unusual was happening, as her master had never set up such a large barrier before. First, they needed to reach Enden to get the full story. Before leaving, she reminded Azuki to watch the place carefully. However, the entire mountain had been encased in an invisible barrier. They had no choice but to walk up to the cave on their own. If they accidentally used teleportation magic here, the result would be their limbs ending up in different places. Just thinking about that gruesome scene made Riley's skin crawl. He asked Nen how long it would take to reach the cave. At first, she estimated it would take at most an hour, but 2 hours had already passed and they still hadn't arrived. This is insane. To make matters worse, on the way, they encountered many more guards like Azuki, and they were all unfamiliar with Nen's new appearance, wasting even more time explaining who she was. Finally, unable to stand the misery of climbing the mountain like a dog anymore, Riley decided to use his mana to hack the game. However, just then, 4 strangers appeared. They came out of nowhere. A white-haired young man among them saw Nen and Riley, and immediately demanded to know who they were and what they were doing in the dragon's territory. They were clearly the suspicious group Azuki had mentioned earlier. These people claimed to be warriors on a quest to destroy the dragon that was threatening their village's peace. Riley could tell at a glance that these idiots were high on something. He told Nen to go on ahead and to hell with them. But the white-haired kid got furious at hearing that and insisted on slaying the evil dragon of the mountain. At this point, Nen couldn't take it anymore and turned to ask them if they had any proof or if they were just spouting nonsense. The kid immediately shut his mouth. Naturally, given their insolent attitude and the realization that their intentions weren't pure, Nen was enraged and unleashed her magic to attack, intending to stop them from going any further. When the group realized they were dealing with a real mage, they panicked and stopped talking back. But Nen was determined to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. However, just as the white-haired boy was about to get hit, a young girl in the group suddenly jumped out and deflected Nen's attack, leaving her stunned. Taking advantage of that, the girl bowed, apologized profusely on behalf of the other 3, and dragged the whole bunch away. Although surprised at first, Nen quickly reacted, feeling that the girl's technique looked familiar, as if she'd seen it somewhere, but she couldn't quite remember. A while later, Nen caught up to Riley, who was traveling using mana. He was left stunned seeing her flying in mid-air. Why didn't you do that from the start? It turned out Nen was a bit scatterbrained and had forgotten about it. Just as she was about to tell him, those idiots showed up to ruin the moment. Riley could only sigh. She deserved a cheek pinch for that one. Afterward, Nen used her magic to help Riley fly so they wouldn't have to walk anymore. They zipped over to Enden's location, but when they reunited with him after some time, both Nen and Riley were shocked to see him back in his dragon form, his entire body infected with poison. It turned out, he had encountered one of the 6 great disciples in the western desert and had been hit by a sneak attack. In reality, Enden had nearly been mind-controlled into logging out. Even now, he found it ironic that he, a powerful being who held the power of life and death, had been duped by a tiny human. Especially when Riley asked if he had lost, the prideful dragon couldn't accept the truth and made excuses, saying he was a bit dizzy and needed a nap. Nen was confused as to why her master didn't use purification magic to cleanse the toxin, or if it simply wasn't working. Just then, Helion appeared. First, she apologized for leaving without saying a word, but given Enden's emergency, it couldn't be helped. She then explained the situation. As they could see, even though she had used purification magic many times, it was a pity that it couldn't cleanse the poison. Because Enden's condition was deteriorating, they were forced to reinforce the protective barrier to prevent anyone from raiding them. When Riley heard Enden say that the poison he contracted was similar to the one in the desert, he immediately thought of the Saintess Brycia, who was currently cleansing the toxic residues there. Finally, Riley found a solution to the problem. They had to kidnap Brycia and bring her here to detoxify Enden. Through the magic mirror, they could see Brycia purifying the environment in the desert while Nara was talking to someone in a cloak. Nen suggested they directly ask for her help, but knowing Riley's stubborn nature, he wouldn't have it. After all, he had already acted high and mighty and refused her earlier. Asking for help now would be like slapping his own face. So, Riley decided they would kidnap Brycia in 3 days, once she had finished cleansing the poison in the western desert. However, Nen said she was still worried about her master. Riley immediately reassured her that Endon was a giant, thousand-year-old gecko who was tougher than a cockroach. He couldn't possibly kick the bucket just like that because of some human poison. She shouldn't worry herself sick. It was best for them to go rest and regain their strength to prepare for the next steps. Elsewhere, the girl who blocked the attack that morning was being punished for sneaking up the mountain. Her family member next to her was furious, but then she called the girl over and whispered, "I know you're worried, because the moment of parting is drawing near, but I don't want you to die in vain, because you are my final disciple." All the grandmother and granddaughter could do now was wait for the savior to appear, but if not, then it was simply fate. 3 days later, Riley observed through the magic mirror that Bricia had cleaned up everything in the desert. Now was the perfect time to carry out the kidnapping. Before doing so, Nen handmade a mask based on Riley's memories from his past life, as she noticed that people in those stories wore masks whenever they did stuff like this. Afterward, Riley convinced Nen to go fetch Bricia herself, while he stayed behind at the lair. Helion, watching from the sidelines, started grumbling. He couldn't figure out why Nen liked someone like Riley, a guy who didn't have a gentlemanly bone in his body. A moment later, Nen dragged the tied-up Bricia over to Riley. She even had to brush past Nara, but she certainly wasn't one to be pushed around. Bricia was caught off guard and dragged there, looking panicked. She warned them, "I am a saintess of the Orlia Empire. If you dare to do anything, God will punish you." Nen quickly explained to Riley that she had used a sound-dampening spell, so Bricia couldn't hear them. Riley, standing by, was like, "Oh, so you guys are good friends now?" They were acting like besties, and for her first time doing something like this, Nen was acting like a total pro. Even Riley was stunned. Bricia was then forced to purify the poison from Endon. She immediately recognized it as the type of toxin from the western desert. Nen took a gamble and asked the two kidnappers, what was their real reason for wanting her to heal this dragon? In reality, it was simply because the dragon was their friend. Of course, both Riley and Nen were wearing masks, looking like a couple of dog thieves. Bricia couldn't recognize them, but she could use the Saintess's power to sense malice. After confirming they didn't have ill intent, she finally got to work. Using her blessing, she treated Endon. A moment later, Endon woke up and seemed to have fully recovered. They prepared to take Bricia back to Nara, but they didn't expect that before she left, the troublemaker Endon would accidentally call out Riley's name. Riley, panicked, slapped Endon and tried to cover it up, but the stubborn dragon started bickering, blowing Nen and Riley's cover completely. At this point, there was no point in crying over spilled milk. All three of them just froze in awkward silence. Bricia took the opportunity to show off to Riley about how capable she was. Endon, meanwhile, expressed deep gratitude to her for saving his life. Afterward, Bricia just wouldn't let Riley off the hook, constantly nagging him about why he chose to kidnap her and so on. Naturally, Riley wasn't in the mood to chat. Nen just nodded along to get it over with, but as soon as he turned around, he caught Endon's fiery gaze. It scared the living daylights out of him. "What the heck are you doing, man? You scared me." And just like that, the two big mouths started bickering again. Riley criticized Endon for his rude attitude after he'd just cleaned up his mess, and mocked him for almost kicking the bucket from a human's poison, a dragon failing that hard. Pathetic, just a winged gecko. Endon, with his own big mouth, didn't back down. He mocked Riley for sleeping for an entire month and having to be protected by a girl, saying he wasn't acting like a man. In short, neither would give an inch. Having seen this 1,000 times, Nen didn't even bother to stop them. Just sat there, sipping tea, not caring about the world. After a while, they finally calmed down. Riley asked Endon if he planned to hunt down the culprit and give him a beating. Of course, the answer was yes, because he knew this wouldn't just stop at the western desert. It would likely spread to the surrounding regions. They needed to get to the root of the problem quickly. However, Riley started doubting Endon's capability. What if he got poisoned again? Was he going to ask Bricia for help again? Don't even dream of it. Afterward, they asked for Bricia's input on the matter and what she thought of those behind the plague and the poison. The truth was, she hadn't seen them yet, but they would clash soon, just as the prophecy had warned. That was also why she wanted to join Riley and Nen, but unfortunately, she was turned down flat. Nen couldn't defend her young master's stubbornness anymore, because, after all, Bricia had shown sincere intent and trusted Nen and Riley. Even Endon stood on Bricia's side. But while they were discussing, Riley's drowsiness hit. Nen and the others left, and Riley took a nap, leaving them to do whatever they wanted. In another turn of events, the last disciple of the mysterious faction appeared. It seemed he was struggling, in immense pain from the wounds Endon had inflicted. At this rate, he would lose control of this place soon. and in the worst-case scenario, he might even die. While he was in despair, Libera suddenly appeared, scolding him for accepting the master's power but failing the mission. Even though the disciple tried to argue that he never wanted this kind of power at all, Libera didn't care. His goal was to punish the sixth disciple and teach him a painful lesson. At this point, the white-haired guy struggling was useless. He had no choice but to endure the pain caused by his own accomplice. Elsewhere, while dazed, Riley suddenly realized he was no longer in the cave. It turned out that while he was asleep, Endon had carried him to the border, the culprit's hideout. Nen explained that they had no choice because Master Endon insisted on doing it that way. Riley started regretting saving the dragon's life. If he'd known this would happen, he would have let this bright red gecko go see the afterlife. As soon as he said that, it ticked Endon off. He demanded Riley get his butt up to prepare for the next step. At the same time, Bricia arrived to inform everyone that checking the entrance of the pit was done. The group quickly went down to investigate the situation and find the sixth disciple, the one causing the plague. Endon mentioned that during their last encounter in the western desert, he had left his flames on the guy. This meant the guy was no pushover. Not only did he dare to face a dragon, but he could also endure dragon fire. It didn't stop there. Endon added that even if his head was blown off, his body smashed, or he was burned by dragon fire, he could still survive. He was a complete freak of nature. Because during the fight, Endon couldn't even see a will to fight in the guy's eyes. Even though Endon dealt with him many times, it was all useless. He just kept coming back and spreading the plague and poison. He thought this might be some kind of divine power. Otherwise, no normal person would be this monstrous. The reason Endon brought Bricia to this place was to try and purify the filth from him. According to Endon's impression of the guy's appearance, he had long white hair, a sharp gaze, and especially, a terrible, rotting stench about him. Very quickly, the four of them, Riley, Nen, Bricia, and Endon, encountered the sixth disciple. Both sides immediately entered combat. Even though the energy and poison on him were strong, Bricia's divine power wasn't weak either. She told Endon, "If he rushes towards me, get me close enough to touch him." Sure enough, a moment later, the guy lunged like a maniac toward Bricia. Seizing the moment, they coordinated their actions and successfully touched his forehead. Bricia didn't waste a second and immediately unleashed her divine power to purify the disciple. Riley, watching from the side, realized the guy's ability was a plague. He told Nen that maybe she would know this if she had received his past life memories. To be precise, superpowers like this on Earth were called calamities. According to Riley's past life memories on Earth, there was no concept of mana, but there was another kind of special power. Humanity there had evolved and awakened various supernatural abilities to fight against demons. Some could see the future. Some had the ability to heal wounds, and others could control natural elements like fire, water, lightning, and so on. However, a very rare case occurred. Someone lost control and couldn't regulate their own ability. As a result, he turned into a plague human. The more the person used their power, the weaker their health became, and they had to struggle daily in pain. Besides that, anyone who was forcibly injected with a new ability would also fall into an uncontrollable state. And once in this state, you couldn't handle that person no matter what. Riley was the one who knew the truth about this better than anyone else here. At the same time, he also knew the only way to end this disaster. He told Bricia to quickly channel her divine power into his sword, and for Endon to hold him down with magic first. As soon as Bricia channeled enough divine power, Riley took the sword and launched it straight into the guy's throat. Just as predicted, although the move was effective, the guy was still able to regenerate. This meant he had fallen into the uncontrollable state. He guessed that someone had intentionally forced those powers into this guy. Seeing the situation going south, Riley called for Endon and Bricia to retreat immediately because divine power wouldn't work on him anymore. At this point, Bricia was still bewildered, not understanding what he meant, but there was no time to explain. Riley urged everyone to quickly run toward the teleportation gate to escape. In truth, there was only one way to finish him off. That was for Riley to use his holy sword from his past life. Fighting for the sake of both worlds finally, he had to go find that damn sword. How annoying. After successfully retreating to Endon's mountain, Riley told the three of them about the information he knew regarding the disciples' uncontrollable state. The group sat down to discuss the situation, trying to find a solution to this problem, since ordinary methods are no longer enough to deal with that guy. If this were a standard case, Bricia could have easily handled it, but things have taken a turn, and the only way to end this is a path that Riley wants to avoid the most. Nen feels that staying here forever isn't the answer, and they should at least do something to mitigate the damage. He proposes asking his own kind for help. As soon as he says it, Nen teleports to his tribe, leaving Riley and the others on the mountain. At this moment, drawing on Riley's memories, Nen has figured out how to defeat that believer. She wonders how he feels about this whole ordeal. In reality, Riley couldn't sense the energy of the sword in that enemy's breathing at all. This means he isn't the clue they need to find the sword. Suddenly, Bricia remembers that Nara is still looking for her in the western desert. Oh no, we're in trouble. Very quickly, all three of them, Riley, Nen, and Bricia, return to the desert. When Nara sees her friend, she couldn't hold back her tears and rushed to hug Bricia. Bricia apologizes for leaving without a word and making her worry all this time. Riley thinks the matter is settled and Nen intends to return with him, but suddenly, Nara calls out to him, asking if he has met Ian. She explains that he has been looking for him very hard. Only then does Riley realize what's going on. Nen is extremely surprised and immediately asks Nara about Ian's whereabouts. In fact, Nara had encountered Ian while purifying the environment in the desert a short while ago. Perhaps because he was dressed so suspiciously, Nen didn't recognize him at first. So, the hooded person Nara saw through the magic mirror was actually Ian. Riley asks Nara if she knows where he went. She thinks he might have headed to the rainy fields because she mentioned that Nen's doctor is there. So, Riley decides to head to the rainy fields to find Ian first, to prevent this middle-aged troublemaker from causing any more messes, which would be a headache. At the same time, he invites Nara and Bricia to come along, as it will make it more convenient to track down the remnants of the 6 great believers. Near Endon's village, young Ajin is on guard duty as usual, when suddenly she spots a mysterious figure in a cloak approaching. Immediately, Ajin runs out to block the stranger. If you want to step into Romela village, you have to fight me first. In truth, this person is a professional swordsman, and Nen doesn't want to bother with a kid like Ajin. But this little firecracker won't stay put, daring to provoke a much larger opponent, and even taunting him to draw his sword. Then, they both rush at each other to test their swordsmanship. Even though she's a bit foul-mouthed and smaller than her opponent, Ajin doesn't hold back, matching him blow for blow. At times, she even takes the upper hand, leaving the cloaked man incredibly stunned. To possess such advanced skills at such a young age, there's no telling how much she will develop when she grows up. After exchanging a few basic moves, she introduces herself as Ajin. At this moment, the man takes off his hood and introduces himself as Lion. It turns out this person is none other than the banished eldest son of the Earl Iferetta family, Riley's half-brother. At the same time, Riley's group has arrived at Romela, the largest village near the desert. Their goal is to ask the villagers if they know anything about Ian, but unexpectedly, Riley senses the familiar power of the holy sword that God mentioned. He guesses it must be somewhere in this village. He then asks Nara for a favor. That is to collect all available information about Romela village, including recent events, important locations, and anything suspicious. In short, gather everything. Nara is traumatized upon hearing this, but under Riley's pressure, she dare not refuse, and sadly goes to work. Not long after, the two arrive at a pub to discuss things. Riley feels very refreshed, finally getting a satisfying drink, while Nara, next to him, is nearly exhausted from having to process such a massive amount of information in such a short time. She informs him that, among the useful tips, there is 1 piece of good news and 2 pieces of bad news. She asks which he wants to hear first, and Riley chooses the 2 pieces of bad news. The first bad news is that Ian never came to this village, as she asked the locals, and sadly, no visitor looked, like him in recent times. The second piece of bad news is that a major crisis has occurred in Romela village. Specifically, diseases and miasma have spread, causing many monsters living in the border regions to migrate elsewhere, especially since the migrating monster groups are extremely dangerous and aggressive, to the point that both the Sorlia and Ancium empires have agreed to a temporary ceasefire, and they are about to reach this village. However, the joyful atmosphere here doesn't look like a disaster is impending. Everyone is still eating, drinking, and partying. It's really strange. But Nara thinks this might be related to the good news she is about to mention. The fact that people here can rest easy and continue their normal lives despite the storm about to hit is all thanks to the witch living on the outskirts of Romela village. Usually, people elsewhere have a bad impression whenever they hear the word witch. However, the witch in this village is uniquely different because she seems to live in harmony and actually helps the village a lot, so everyone loves her. Nen thinks the woman is called a witch because she uses magic, but Nara immediately denies Nen's opinion. She never heard that the woman can use magic. The real reason behind the nickname is that she uses a sword. More accurately, people call this woman the Witch of the Sword. This person is definitely one of the ones they need to find. Afterward, the group starts searching for the witch's specific home. This is quite difficult because Nen notices there are many houses on the outskirts, and he doesn't know exactly which one is hers. So, Riley and Nen choose one at random to ask around. After knocking on the door, a blind woman comes out to greet them and invites them inside to talk because her body cannot handle the cold outside. Following that, Riley chats with the woman. Despite saying she has no children, she doesn't actually live alone because there is an apprentice by her side. Just then, Nen suddenly receives a telepathic message from Riley. He asks her to bring Nara there immediately because he has a feeling this woman is the witch, and he suggests that since she is blind, Nen can quietly slip away through a portal while the two of them chat. The woman introduces herself as Inarin Esodems, but Riley can't believe that despite being blind, she still knows Nen just left. She even asks him where the woman beside him went. This old lady is quite something. Riley makes up an excuse that she left to use the restroom, so she stops being suspicious. A moment later, Nen teleports back into the room with Nara. Although the two of them tried to be quiet and not make a sound, by some miraculous way, this woman still knows that Nen has returned and even brought someone else. She even correctly guesses that Nen is a mage. At this point, Riley is astonished. He is curious to know if she is really blind, and the woman explains that it is precisely because she is blind that her other senses have become more sensitive, helping her know what is happening around her. Then, Riley urges Nara to quickly use her power to check what color the aura around her is and whether it is purple. However, the surprise is that Nara cannot see any color on this person, or more accurately, she has no color at all. Hearing Nara say that, both Nen and Riley are shocked, while the witch calmly takes off her blindfold, revealing a long scar over her eyes, and explains to them that her body took its last breath 30 years ago, and this scar is the mark left by a hero. However, Riley still cannot believe his eyes. How the hell can someone who kicked the bucket 30 years ago sit here talking and acting as if they were still alive? Are you kidding me? He would rather believe that behind her blind eyes lies black magic, because reviving the dead is something that even God cannot do. But instead of feeling angry at Riley's rude remarks, the woman named Inari is happy because she has finally waited for him to arrive, and she can finally complete her mission before fading away. Then, Inarin reaches her hand into the glowing fireplace to find something, even though Nara and Nen try to stop her for fear of her getting burned. But when she opens the secret compartment in the fireplace, she discovers that her item has vanished without a trace. She immediately thinks of her apprentice. Surely that girl has stolen Riley's holy sword. Meanwhile, young Ajin is still unaware that she has caused a huge problem, and has even given the holy sword to Lion, telling him to hurry up and combat an old man. However, this old man is none other than the butler, Ian. At first, Ian tries to persuade Lion because he does not want to attack the eldest master. But Lion says he is no longer part of the family. I have no words for Iferetta anymore. I really don't. And to make matters worse, I don't know who told him that Ian used to be a famous mercenary. Now, he wants to challenge Ian to a sword duel, charging at him with his weapon out, completely ignoring whether Ian agrees or not. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Nara is searching for Ajin and has been asking the villagers about her. At first, they were pretty unfriendly, but as soon as they saw Inarin, they completely changed their tune and shared the info right away. A girl mentioned seeing Ajin take the shortcut in the village and turn into the alley behind the shop. But, just as Nara finished thanking her, those people, Riley had already slipped away. The truth is, a long time ago, Lion came to Romella village and had a small sparring match with the sorceress Inarin. Naturally, the match ended with Lion being soundly defeated, so he begged her to teach him swordsmanship. At first, Inarin had no intention of teaching him, but after sensing Lion's sincere and desperate desire to learn, she agreed. Returning to the present, Ian is locked in a fierce battle with Lion and Ajin. Ajin realizes that the sword techniques Ian is using are exactly the same as her master's, so she loudly demands to know who Ian really is. Why does he know these techniques? Ian, however, doesn't want to answer Ajin's questions because he is under no obligation to do so. The thing he cares about most right now is why Lion has that sword in his possession. Its true owner should have passed away long ago. Obviously, this comment from Ian immediately triggers Ajin. She immediately draws her sword and launches a surprise attack, catching him off guard. Ajin demands to know why he knows about her master's affairs. She had clearly been trying hard to avoid this truth, but now Ian is digging it up, which deeply hurts Ajin. If it weren't for the fear of hurting her master, she would have skewered Ian right then and there. It turns out Ajin only finished off the wolf that was about to attack Ian. Afterward, they both shake hands and make up, and she even wants to introduce him to her master. Just then, Lion suddenly notices something unusual. He tries to warn Ajin to move away, but unfortunately, she doesn't pay much attention. Suddenly, a mysterious, dark hand appears, attempting to harm her, but Ian reacts instantly, throwing his body in the way to protect Ajin and sustaining serious injuries. Even though he is in agony, he tries his best to hold the hand back and tells her, "Ajin, run away quickly, it's targeting you." Seeing Ian so badly hurt, she refuses to leave and wants to save him at all costs. Out of options, Ian asks Lion to quickly take Ajin and run because he can't hold on much longer. Seeing how dire things are, Lion doesn't hesitate for a single second and scoops up Ajin to leave, no matter how much she struggles. Even though he managed to stop that hand and is critically wounded, seeing that Ajin, the final disciple and Inarin's hope, is safe, Ian feels satisfied. Perhaps because he has lost so much blood and feels that he is about to die, he starts to see the image of Inarin, the master he has always revered, coming to take him to the other side. But in reality, it's very underwhelming. There's no master here, just Riley, who is getting goosebumps from hearing Ian's cheesy, deathbed-like lines. Afterward, he tells Nen to quickly take him to Brycia to be healed. With some blood loss and a hole in his body like that, he can probably still be saved. As for himself, he is going back to Inarin to clarify a few things. Elsewhere, while Inarin is feeling her way around with her staff, Riley suddenly jumps out and attacks with his sword. However, she blocks his strike with her staff. Riley is extremely frustrated and demands, "Tell the truth, old lady. Who are you exactly, and what are you plotting?" Naturally, Inarin is bewildered, having no clue what is going on. Why is this guy suddenly having a breakdown and trying to skewer her with a sword? It turns out Riley went to the place where she said her disciple was, but when he arrived, there was no one there except for the butler he was looking for, who had a massive hole in his chest and was dying. Hearing this, even Inarin is surprised. She tells him to calm down and talk things through, because clearly, they and Nen were all together at that time, so how could they have had the chance to attack that place? Suddenly, Inarin seems to realize something and asks if he has dealt with any of the 6 great apostles, as she has sensed a rather familiar energy nearby recently. It seems to be that of the priest, Libera. Riley still doesn't quite understand why he is here. Inarin guesses that their target this time is Riley's holy sword. It seems he caught the scent of the sword when Ajin secretly took it out. This also means the person holding the sword has now fallen into their crosshairs and is in danger somewhere in the forest. Lion has managed to bring Ajin here, and they are hiding to avoid being detected by that hand, but for some reason, Ajin takes advantage of the moment he is distracted and grabs her weapon to confront it directly, seeking revenge for Ian. This girl must be delusional about her own strength, not knowing her own limits, and thinking it's easy to take down a villain. She immediately charges out with her sword to finish off the opponent, but the moment the blade touches it, the hand dissolves into thin air, then reforms and attacks Ajin. Lion is terrified to see this, but he is still determined to jump out to protect her. He thought for sure he was going to meet his maker, but luckily, they have the ancestors watching over them, so Inarin arrives just in time to save their lives. As soon as Ajin releases the holy sword, Inarin immediately catches it. A few hours ago, Inarin told Riley the whole story. Originally, as the right hand, the power she received was the blessing of the sword. This is the type of power that can only be granted to one person. However, this place and earth are 2 different worlds, so the god of each world has taken turns granting this power to the worthy, along with the holy sword. When Inarin passed away 35 years ago, the blessing of the sword hit a slight glitch, so it chose Riley, who was just born at the time, as the next master. And the reason someone who passed away like her can still exist is because it is her mission to wait for the day the hero of salvation comes, so she can hand over the holy sword and the salvation of the soul. Similarly, this sword has also had to wait a very long time to fulfill its mission, to serve its master, the hero of the world. After Riley receives the sword from Inarin, he tells her to step back with the others and let him handle this. She goes over to Lion and Ajin and tells them both to watch closely what is about to happen, because that is the most accurate way to use a sword. Next, Riley starts his work, fluidly swinging some basic sword strokes with great power, and easily neutralizing all the enemy's attacks. However, one thing still bothers him. If Libera's target is the holy sword in his hand, then he should have planned hard to steal it or done something similar. So why is he fighting so carelessly? Or perhaps this sword wasn't his target from the beginning, but something else entirely? Sure enough, just as Riley feared, while he was fighting, the scumbag Libera tried to sneak attack Inarin. What he really wants is the position of the right hand, which has been vacant for 10 decades. But how could Riley let him have his way? Especially when this scumbag has offended him so many times and even dared to hurt his people? With old grudges and new ones piling up, there is no way he's letting this slide. This time, Riley is determined to fight this guy to the death. Just then, Ian, Nen, and Brycia rush to the scene. When Riley sees them, he is very worried about Ian's injuries. Both Nen and Brycia don't understand why he insisted on coming here at all costs. It turns out his goal was to quickly see his master, Inarin, after 15 years of separation. And here, Riley thought something terrible had happened. He tells Ian to hold off on the mushy, sentimental stuff, because there is something more important to deal with over there. Afterward, Riley asks Nen to set up a magical barrier to protect everyone, while he goes back to fight that scumbag, Libera. Lion, on the sidelines, watches the strange, yet impressive sword techniques of his little brother with his eyes wide open, unable to believe that someone who is usually as lazy as a sloth possesses such overpowered skills and supreme ability. Next, Riley stops fighting solo and switches to combining his efforts with Nen. She starts casting magic. 1, 2, 3, and all the way to 2021. 20 dark orbs that Libera throws out are all sucked into a black hole by her. Nen bets that he has never seen a magician who could do something like this, and rightfully so, because this is something she learned based on Riley's past life memories from Earth. At this point, Libera starts getting irritated because he can't do anything to Nen and Riley. Furthermore, the power coming from another world falling into Nen's hands makes him even more resentful, and he threatens them. Nen knows her place, but at this point, Riley doesn't give a damn about anything. He snaps back that the one who isn't satisfied and wants it all is the guy's own master. He thought everything would end if he defeated the Demon King, but surely there must be remnants of that guy left. Riley is very curious to know the real name of the scumbag behind all this, the one pulling the strings and controlling people like Libera. Just then, Inarin speaks up to reveal his identity. The truth is, that wretched person is Helena. In reality, she isn't some stranger to Riley, but the very person who gave him the holy sword and the duty to save the world in his past life. That woman is truly like a stray dog that just won't let go. Even though Riley was reincarnated, she still doggedly followed him into this life. When her identity as Helena was exposed, the guy named Libera finally showed his face, declaring that he would make Riley pay for insulting his master. His original goal was just to retrieve the right arm, but given the current situation, he had to figure out how Riley knew about his master. At this point, Nen asked him if he should retreat, but Riley had already decided to fight this jerk to the bitter end. Riley had asked her to keep an eye on him in case he tried to run away like last time. Right after that, Libera launched a lethal strike at Riley. But how could something like that ever be enough to defeat the main character's plot armor? Very quickly, he used the very attack Libera just used to counterattack with immense finesse. Afterward, the two of them clashed in a fierce battle in front of everyone. Naturally, everyone was stunned by Riley's superior swordsmanship, especially Lion, who had always thought that his youngest brother was just a spoiled rich kid who did nothing but laze around and sleep. But now, he was insanely powerful, to the point that Lion couldn't believe his eyes. Lion even wondered if Riley was a dragon. How could a human be that strong? However, Ian confirmed that Lady Iris is human, so Riley must definitely be human. Even the saintess, Brycia, confirmed through her divine eye that Riley is 100% human. There is no way the word of the gods could be a lie. Despite the fact that both of them possess terrifying power that few can surpass, the truth is that they are just flesh and blood. The fight had been going on for a while, and now Libera was starting to break a sweat due to Riley's relentless stamina. At first, he didn't understand why his master wanted him to retrieve that sword, so it must definitely have something very special about it. Riley also noticed that Libera's attacks were slowing down, so he provoked him. "Is that really all you've got? How pathetic." This remark clearly angered him, and taking advantage of that moment, Riley launched a lethal strike, cleanly severing one of his arms. The other arm was already being held tight by Nen. Seizing the opportunity, Riley flew in, preparing to finish him off. But who would have thought? Even with a severed arm, he could still deploy a solid magical barrier. Even so, Riley had no intention of letting him go. He threw his dagger, making a few basic strikes at the weak points of the barrier. Facing this action, Libera acted quite contemptuously. He didn't believe a simple dagger could pierce such a powerful barrier, feeling very smug. However, right after that, he got slapped in the face. It turned out Riley's target when throwing the dagger wasn't him at all, but the hand that was preparing to ambush him. Riley was far too familiar with these cheap tricks, And it seems there is one thing the great Helena didn't tell him about that holy sword. The sword is named Salvation. It has the power to withstand Riley's immense energy, and also the power to neutralize the superpowers of that world. This was the very sword from the underworld that they had always been desperate to find. By this moment, Libera seemed completely exhausted. Therefore, Riley decided to grant him one final chance, give a full confession of all the information he knew about that wretch, Helena. Even if he didn't open his mouth, Nen could still directly extract his memories. He guessed that he wouldn't want to end up a brain-dead wreck like that woman, Liuchina. Hearing this, Libera was scared out of his mind and finally decided to surrender. However, just as he started to stutter a few words like that person, that entity, he suddenly disintegrated into a pile of mush. This immediately scared Riley, because he didn't understand what the hell was going on. But when Nen reminded him, he remembered one thing. In his past life, those who worshipped Helena would melt like that if they dared to speak of anything forbidden. Currently, their only option was to extract Libera's memories before he disappeared completely, and use magic to slow down the process. Because this thing could not be restored by the sword or Brisia's power. Afterward, Riley used magic to sustain the decomposition process for 30 seconds so Nen could extract his memories. Right after that, Ian, Ajin, and even Lion arrived by Riley's side. Now he remembered he hoped everyone didn't see the fight just now, or it would be very hard for him to explain. But life is never that easy. What you fear is exactly what happens. Lion confronted him directly to ask about a few things. After that, the two brothers sat down together to talk seriously. In reality, Lion had many things he wanted to ask, but now he only had one single question for Riley, whether he was truly the younger brother he knew. Of course, Riley is still Riley, even if he might seem strange because of everything that happened today. But like everyone else, he also has certain secrets he must hide from his family. However, the fact that he was born as the youngest son of the Iferetta family, named Riley, Iferetta, is something that will never change. Upon hearing this answer, Lion didn't ask anything else about his brother. At this moment, he wanted to go for a walk to clear his head. It's understandable, really, because he had to process way too much information today. In the next room, the others were gathering around Ian's hospital bed. His condition had stabilized, but he probably needed to limit overworking himself for a while. Furthermore, he had been running around so excitedly that his stitches reopened, making his wound worse. Talk about being reckless. Besides that, Inarin felt that Ian had aged quite a bit. He wasn't as young and vigorous as in his youth. Otherwise, these things would just be minor trifles to him. Riley guessed that the two of them had quite a lot to talk about with each other. Unfortunately, Ian wasn't feeling well at the moment. Hopefully, he would be better by tomorrow. Suddenly, someone pounded on the door, making Riley think an enemy had arrived. But unexpectedly, it was Nara. The poor person had been forgotten by them on the road and had only just managed to find their way back. Soon after, everyone fell asleep. Perhaps today had been too exhausting for them. Meanwhile, Riley and Nen went for a walk and chatted. Nen confided that her head was spinning after hearing the stories today. From Lady Inarin and Ian's story, to the tales about those who possessed purple power. Even when she found out that Lady Inarin only had a few weeks to live, she felt very worried for Ijin, who would be left all alone at such a young age. Besides that, she empathized more with Lady Inarin's mood, as she seemed to see a reflection of herself when she was suffering from an incurable disease. Not to mention, the lady still had many things she wanted to say to Ian. Nen thought they would be sad about the upcoming separation, rather than happy about the reunion. Also, Ian couldn't forget Lady Inarin, because he cherished his mentor very much. Nen was certain he wanted to be near Lady Inarin for as long as possible. Afterward, she asked Riley what his plan would be going forward. He wasn't very sure either, because if it were just up to him, he would just want to go home. But with the current situation, he guessed that the monsters carrying the plague would soon arrive, and once they dealt with that guy, those people with the purple power would be done for as well. In truth, tracking down Helena was the most urgent thing right now, but Riley didn't know how to get back to Earth. Nen could only throw her hands up. More importantly, recently, Riley hadn't been napping during the day because he couldn't stop himself from thinking enough to actually fall asleep. Normally, if there was anything troublesome, Riley would ignore everything and go to sleep. But lately, one thing kept lingering in his mind, and he felt it was related to a certain maid, and he couldn't ignore what she said. He wanted to save the world. Not to mention she even went as far as to infiltrate his memories. Of course, the person Riley was referring to was none other than our Nen. Even though Riley usually lived carefree and didn't give a damn about the world, in reality, when thinking back, he was in the same boat as Ian. If this world were to perish, then there would be no future or anything else left. So, he would try his best to save it. While the two young people were confiding in each other, Inarin found them with a request she wanted to speak to Riley about. Could she have a sparring match with him? One person who possesses it, and one who was once granted power. By that sword, she was curious to know who would be the winner. Riley noticed from Inarin's expression that she had perhaps never lost before. If she had, it was probably only in a match with Ian. Challenge accepted. Anyway, Riley didn't fear anyone anymore. Afterward, he asked Nen to bring over some wooden practice swords. At first, Nen was a bit hesitant, but when she saw Riley promise to control himself, she felt relieved enough to go get the gear. Right after that was the showdown between two masters of swordsmanship, people who had once possessed the great power of the holy sword of salvation. Let me tell you, it was absolutely top tier. It was a draw, with both sides evenly matched, neither one willing to admit defeat. Just at that moment, Lion had also arrived to watch them combat. Honestly, he didn't have any ill intentions. He just wanted to observe their supreme swordsmanship. A long time passed, but it seemed the battle between Riley and Inarin still couldn't reach a conclusion. Just as Riley expected from someone who had the blessing of the sword, if her physical condition were better, she would probably have lived a few more days. However, with the disparity in their current physical states, Lady Inarin was obviously no match for him. Not to mention the last move he even used control magic. Accelerating one's own movement can be seen as a shortcut to end things quickly after suffering a crushing defeat. Lady Inarin truly appreciated Riley for agreeing to duel an old woman like her. Not to mention, she felt he shouldn't waste his talent on such things. In the end, her curiosity was satisfied. She had no more regrets. However, Riley knew full well she still held deep regrets in her heart. But Lady Inarin calmly said, "Well, it is what it is. After all, I am only human. Even when I have fulfilled the wish I've always cherished, there are still many worries that have surfaced in this new life of mine." She still hadn't taught Ajin everything about the sword, nor had she taught her about how the world works. She hadn't finished teaching Lion swordsmanship either, and not to mention, a horde of monsters was about to descend upon Ramella village. You could say these were all the lingering worries left as her time was running out. At that moment, Riley asked her about Ian. How did she plan to handle her student? Truth be told, Ian was indeed Inarin's first student, and the hero who saved her from the shackles of Helena. That was why he was puzzled as to why she had no regrets regarding him. And it was because of that uncomfortable feeling that he decided to speak plainly. Ian wished for Inarin to live a little longer. He wanted to be by her side so much that he had ceaselessly searched for her whereabouts, even when he lost consciousness after being critically wounded. Yet, Inarin didn't seem to have said everything she wanted to say to him. As an outsider watching, he felt quite annoyed. Next, Riley told her to give him her hand, and without a word, he cast a spell to slow down time. Even though Inarin was terrified because this went against the laws of nature, a bold guy like Riley didn't give a damn, because the fact that he was reincarnated with memories of his past life was already against the laws of nature. Furthermore, compared to what the goddess had done, this was nothing. Now, she could live a bit longer to be with everyone and finish her unfinished wishes. After that, Riley asked for Nen to return with him to the Count's mansion and decided to let Ian stay there. After all, a butler is also a human and needs to rest. Many days later, the newspapers began reporting on the thousands of monsters that were about to descend on Ramella village, and how they had been completely wiped out by warriors in the middle of the night. Familiar names like Ijin, Inarin, Ian, and Nara all appeared in the papers. There were even sensational headlines like "The Mystery of the Sword Sorcerer of Ramella Village Revealed" or "Light Bursting in the Sky over Ramella Village," and so on. He guessed that they were having a great time there. Oh, and another interesting thing. Riley didn't see his brother's name in the paper. Instead, he remained anonymous under the title The Mysterious Masked Man. It sounded a bit lame, but it looked like Lion had really tried his best. It was such a relief that everyone was okay. Because, after all, this was the winter break Riley had authorized. Who knows if they had finished opening up about everything they wanted to say to each other. Just as Riley was catching some sleep, Endon suddenly appeared and nagged at him. "Don't you get tired of sleeping all day?" Then he, roughly, told him to wake up to report important news about the epidemic case. In reality, Endon had chased after him as soon as he discovered him in Android. But the problem was that someone had aggressively come to find him first to suggest a collaboration, specifically to bring a longtime friend of his, who was also a skilled swordsman known to Endon. If he did that, then he would hand over the person known as the Great Plague and help him relay a message. the last words the hero said before falling from the sky that day I have never forgotten. Hearing this, both Endon and Riley were shocked, and because among the people Endon knew, Riley was the best swordsman, he wanted to take him to that guy. At this moment, it seemed like he had realized something from the mysterious statement, and Riley did too. He immediately thought of the last person with him in the final moments of his past life. None other than Abus, the Demon King. To resolve this issue, Riley went with Endon to the meeting point, an area abandoned after the epidemic. Then, a hooded kid came out to welcome them to meet his master. Initially, Riley planned to suggest they kidnap the kid as a hostage to threaten the master back. But, acting like a decent person, he wouldn't do that. Besides, Isotel had warned him not to resolve this with violence. Him bringing Riley here was like a performance, because other dragons were protesting this and demanding stronger measures. Soon after, both of them reached the mysterious person holding the plague and demanded a deal with the dragons. It seemed that as soon as he saw Riley still wearing the same face as his past life, he was very excited. He immediately challenged him, asking who he was. He didn't hide it and replied straight out that the child had no name, but his name in the previous life was Abis. Now, we finally got to admire the true appearance of the legendary Demon King. He looked like nothing more than a cunning kid. In the past life, Demon King Abis was one of the strongest entities, threatening the safety of humanity. Under the goddess's request, Riley had a fierce battle with him, and now, as the two met again in this life, the emotions were truly hard to describe in words. At this point, Endon immediately demanded the plague, but Abis said the kid standing next to him was that person. He explained that the plague was now just a normal child after being stripped of his powers. Although he lost some memories in the process, that was also good, because those were memories he wanted to forget anyway. Possessing power he didn't want was the most painful thing. Not to mention, he never intended to harm anyone. That made him suffer 100 times more. Even while in extreme agony, he still wanted to save orphaned children. And because of this, Abis decided to break his shackles. Endon, upon hearing this, still couldn't believe it, because the current appearance of the plague was so different. But Riley told him to just take him back and check first. As for now, he would have a private talk with Abis. It turned out he knew of his existence thanks to an article about the heir of Eiffel. He even kept it with him at all times, just in case he forgot Riley's face, even though he was the one who killed him in the past life. Truly a miraculous and chilling friendship. However, in all honesty, Abis had learned many things from him, and in particular, he held no grudge against the person who had brought him benefits. Thanks to Riley, he realized he had exhausted himself in the past life, and the fact that he could live the life he had now was all thanks to Riley. Thanks to Riley, he learned that small lives were worth sparing. Thanks to Riley, he took up fishing, looking after the kids, and even provided for all the children abandoned by the plague, lacking nothing. Riley was bewildered, thinking, when the hell did I teach you all this stuff? But Abis explained that seeing him always trying to save the kids with all his might had given him a profound sense of meaning in this life. Hearing that, Riley was even more shocked. He couldn't believe that an evil being who had once toyed with innocent lives was now raising destitute children. He truly didn't understand if this guy had really turned over a new leaf or was just trying to cover up the crimes he committed in the past life. You have to know that the kids had murdered their own parents and torn their friends' flesh into pieces. Once they woke up and realized what horrible things they had done, they would scream in pain and live a life full of guilt, repeating the same trauma as the past life. However, when hearing Riley say that, Abis expressed that he really didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. What are you saying? Toying with the children? Me? Riley was like, are you kidding? Do I look like I'm joking? Or are you trying to play dumb with someone here? But in reality, from start to finish, Abis knew nothing of what Riley had said because, to demons, they believe power is justice and law. The victor has the right to determine right and wrong, it's just that simple, and there are no other strings attached. But turning kids into monsters? What the hell? What benefit did he get from doing that? He didn't get any stronger from it either. Then, Abis retorted that they were talking about cowardice and cruelty. Isn't that talking about humans? Humans kidnap and experiment on the bodies of their own kind, dissecting and forcing them to become slaves, extorting and torturing them. And the nobles stand up high, enjoying those savage scenes with delight. Therefore, whether this life or the past life, Abis felt humans were just as disgusting and miserable as each other, to the point that even demons couldn't compare. Abis even swore on his entire lifespan that the demon race never did such things. He was very troubled, not understanding why Riley had such thoughts about him. Only then did he slowly realize the reason for his warped thoughts. It was that goddess at the church in his past life, who had brainwashed and manipulated his psychology, forcing him to handle all the cursed children with his own hands, simultaneously pushing him into a pit of despair. All this time, on the other side, Endon had confirmed that this child was indeed the plague by reading his memories, but he still didn't understand the story. How exactly does he strip away that power? Endon only caught a glimpse of his memories, but it was enough to feel the true nature of Abis's ability. This guy is monstrously strong, just like Riley in this current life. Seeing Endon staring blankly, the kid, Nen, thought he had gone mute and started shoving food into his mouth. With a completely innocent look, Nen told him to hurry up and eat. Endon couldn't help but give up. "You little brat. Do you have any idea how crazy I went while you were running around spreading that plague?" Although he was furious, he couldn't vent his anger on a child who had no memories or powers. He decided to let it slide just this once. Afterward, Endon asked the kid about Abis. Nen answered honestly that he saw Abis as a kind, smart, and capable leader. Everyone followed his commands. At times, Abis acted like the grandfather of all the kids there. In short, he was flawless. Endon also admitted that the guy radiated a charisma that far exceeded his apparent age. Anything else? The boy suddenly remembered that Abis said he wanted to drink something called a cola. Wait, hold on a second. Endon felt like he had heard Riley mention this before. He guessed there might be some connection between the two of them. Elsewhere, after chatting with Abis, Riley realized a few things by comparing his past life memories with the guy. First, the demon race never actually wanted to push humanity to extinction. Second, what Abis did wasn't his own intention, but that of another AI. And third, the reason the demon race targeted their world was simply to find the goddess from his past life. Abis guessed that the goddess and those who knew him had conspired beforehand, with the goal of pushing both species to the brink of annihilation. Both Riley and he had been played for fools. Then, Riley asked Abis about his original goal and how he was able to interfere with this world. The reason Abis could intervene was that he had dealt with the god of another world. Honestly, divinity isn't as terrifying as people think. Humans just love to overhype the idea of gods, but it's not really what they've been told. The truth is, gods can be stabbed just like anyone else. In fact, Riley's ignorance of this fact was part of their plan. It's infuriating. Riley thought he could finally rest after fighting and serving like a dog, but he never expected to realize he had been deceived all along. At this moment, Abis asked if Riley could gather the 6 people he trusts the most, because he wanted them to help resolve the current situation. He even wanted to show him what the real deal looked like, those bearing purple power. Also known as the 6 Great Apostles. They held power from the previous life, and it seemed like they were just poor imitations. In short, Abis wanted to create 6 counterparts, but a much more VIP version that would completely outclass those fakers. Abis didn't care if Riley agreed with his plan or not, because he could infiltrate that world with these kids once they grew up. After all, he was a 1,000-year-old demon king. After a moment of thought, Riley decided to go along with it because he couldn't pass up such a perfect opportunity for revenge. Just then, Nen found Riley and told him that the kid was the source of the plague from before, but Riley seemed to know that already and wasn't surprised. However, Endon had something more important to say. He asked Riley and Abis straight up, "What the hell is a cola? Is it so delicious that you both have to go searching for it?" Since he was curious, he wanted to try this cola too. Abis guessed that perhaps one of the 6 had already been chosen. At the Iferetta Count's mansion, Nen was sitting in the study with Riley's puppet. She felt the young master was late and worried if everything was okay. Just then, she heard Sira's voice outside, saying the young master had returned. Nen panicked and hid the doll, as she had just been fooled by it. Why would he come back suddenly without any notice? Thankfully, she managed to hide it just as Sarah walked in. However, Nen didn't expect that Riley would betray her and tell Sarah everything. As a result, Nen got a good scolding from Sarah. Obviously, the young master could communicate with her telepathically, but she had been so panicked that she forgot. After all, she had forgotten the anti-gravity spell previous times, forcing him to struggle up the mountain, right? So now, they were even. Seeing that Riley was genuinely remorseful, Nen wasn't angry anymore. The important thing was that he had returned safely. Besides, she felt it was interesting that they both shared the same fate and were reborn in this world. That alone was enough to call each other friends. Later, Riley told Nen about assembling the 6 people similar to those with purple power. He needed her opinion. Nen had returned early and handed him the list of 6 people Riley felt were suitable. Nen also agreed that these were reliable people with great skills. However, Riley was still torn between Ian and Eugene, as both were successors to Inarin's swordsmanship. She felt Ian was more reliable, but he was currently injured. Nen suggested that Eugene wasn't a bad choice either. Furthermore, convincing them about Riley's past life and the whole Helena situation would be very time-consuming and annoying. So, he wanted Nen to handle it. Seeing that, she had no choice but to accept. Riley also warned Nen that they wouldn't be gone for too long this time, because time flowed differently in the two worlds. It wouldn't take a minute here, unless they stayed so long that they grew old. First, the two of them needed to convince the first person on the list, and the one closest to them, Sarah. Sure enough, after hearing Riley explain the situation, Sarah's brain was about to explode. She was like, what the heck is going on? Oh heavens, the underworld, the afterlife, the rise of a threat. How am I supposed to process all this information? And not to mention, leading a knight would be better than a servant like her. She felt like she would just be a burden if he took her to such a dangerous place. However, Riley didn't think so. On the contrary, he highly valued Sarah's instincts and sense of smell. With just a small test, he saw her potential because, just a few seconds ago, she had dodged his surprise sword strike with her eyes. Seeing that Sarah was still worried, Nen came over to reassure her, please trust them. The young master chose you because he sees you're a perfect fit, and your ability is so top tier, it can't be compared to any AI. Only when recognized so sincerely by Nen did Sarah confidently agree to the deal. Afterward, the stone-cold Riley didn't hesitate to shatter the heartwarming atmosphere between the two and urged them to hurry, as there were many others they still had to convince. A scene of a desolate, ancient temple appeared. In the center stood a small stone statue of a goddess with her arms outstretched. Brycia prayed before the statue. Her entire body emitted a golden light. Brycia kept her eyes closed tightly, her hands clasped, in front of her chest in a gesture of deep devotion. Then, space shifted. A giant shadow appeared before her eyes. It was Inez. She spoke. My child, the time has come for me to reveal my final truths to you, she replied in shock. The final truth? You must be joking. My goddess? She continued. I will bless every path you take, every moment, just as I always have. Brycia's eyes widened, her pupils turning into golden swirls, showing extreme shock. Inez spoke gently. No, my child. Please, don't weep so sorrowfully, she choked out. But I'm still not ready. I need guidance more than blessings. Goddess, please don't go, she added. When you awaken, follow the young man who has come to find you. Illuminate the path he walks. Then, she gradually vanished into the air. But her voice echoed, never forget, my child. You will receive my blessings in all things. In your heart, I will always be there. Brycia lunged forward, one hand reaching out as if to grasp something incredibly important that was slipping away. Please, wait. Goddess, please let my prayers touch you a little longer. Don't take your voice away. Please, not now. Despite her desperate cries, there was no response. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she remained shaken by the truth. Nara heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing the saintess, she asked, Brycia, are you okay? Wiping her tears, she replied, I'm fine. He continued, Young Master Riley said he had something to discuss with you, but if you're struggling right now, we can wait. She slowly stood up and answered, No, now is fine. Behind them were Riley, Sarah, and Felicity. Brycia spoke first. Young Master, he continued, you've come here because you are on your great journey and need my help, right? Riley's expression was calm, contrary to her composure. She asked angrily, Well, tell me, what exactly are you planning? He said coldly. That is why I need your help in the lower realm. Do you understand now? Nara's eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock. What the hell? The lower realm? 6 counterparts? As for Brycia, she was a bit stunned. They both spoke in unison. I will go with you. He looked at her in surprise and asked, You understand what he's talking about? She calmly replied, Not everything, but the goddess guided me to follow him on this journey. Brycia added, And if we succeed, the world will be at peace without the need for divine intervention. She remembered how Ines Nara would touch her chin with one finger, looking off to the side with a hesitant, flustered expression. Well, if you've already seen it that way, then I, the Saintess Brycia, will join you too. Riley narrowed his eyes, a sly smirk on his face. It feels like you're letting yourself be led by the nose. A bit too much, Nara. He seemed at a loss for words. Led by the nose? Choosing to come along was my own decision. Felicity smiled at Riley from the side. Things are going more smoothly than I thought. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, if we can convince the other two, everything will fall into place. The scene shifted to a deep blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and blinding sunlight. Below, Glimpses of sturdy buildings with dark gray tiled roofs, stone-walled houses, and downward-leading stairs gave the impression of a peaceful, ancient town. A young man wearing a white headscarf and gray tunic was helping a young boy in a brown shirt carry a heavy piece of wooden timber. When their attention shifted to the other side to Riley, Sarah, Felicity, and Bricia, they wondered, who are they now? Didn't they just come looking for Inarin earlier? As he walked, he spoke. I heard the village had been completely ravaged, but it actually looks pretty decent. A man with snow-white hair stood blocking their path. He held a cane in his hand. Oh, it's almost completely unscathed, he replied, and not a single soul was injured. It's all thanks to Inarin's disciples and her guest. Sarah asked, puzzled. Inarin's guest? Who could that be, Nen? Felicity hesitated. Well, then... Felicity whispered something into her ear. Upon hearing it, she fell into a state of deep gloom and despair. Riley, seeing this, asked, Hey, what's wrong with her? The man replied, She's feeling sad because she missed the events that happened last winter. He added, Good grief, it's just a small thing. Riley changed the subject. Regardless, Ian has to be at Inarin's place. Is her house still in the same place? Nara answered him. It is, and I believe Ines and Master Rian are both there too. Sarah shouted. What? Master Rian? She spiraled into a state of panic and mental collapse. Am I really the only one left out? This all happened so accidentally. It's not like you were abandoned or anything. Ignoring her protests, the group had already moved far ahead. She felt a bit neglected. Are you really not going to wait for me? We aren't going to stop and wait for you, so stop sulking, Nen, and hurry up. Master, wait for me. They arrived at a large house with a rustic, antique style. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the quiet space. The four of them stood waiting on the porch. He turned to Bricia and said, It seems like nobody is home. She also looked surprised. That's strange. They're always around the house whenever we come by. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. This caught Nara's attention. Upon seeing something, his eyes widened in surprise. He stammered, Master over there. Riley turned around. What is it? A voice rang out. It's wonderful to be outside again. During the winter, it was just too cold to take a walk. It feels like spring is almost here, don't you think? One hand was placed upon another. A different voice responded, If your hands are cold, let me warm them for you. I used to do that for you before, remember? At that, the other person replied shyly, It wasn't just my hands. I remember you used to warm my face too. Are you planning on doing that now? That comment made the old man's face turn bright red. It looked familiar. It was the old man from before, Ian. The five of them standing on the porch witnessed the scene, each with a different expression. He turned around, slightly stunned. Master? He offered a strained smile, and scratched his head, looking embarrassed to be caught in the act like that. It was truly awkward. Inarin, standing behind him, laughed gently. What's the harm? It's not like the kids were startled or anything. Felicity laughed dryly. Oh no, it really did take us by surprise, he continued. Anyway, where are Inez and my brother? She answered kindly. They've gone off to train. She added, After watching you and the boy spar, Rian has changed a bit. It seems that really fueled Inez's competitive spirit as well. Ian looked at Riley. Master, he even asked me several times about his thoughts on swordsmanship. He looks completely different from the man I met at the villa. He looked a bit dazed. Rian? Felicity said. Well, when will they be back? It would be better if we talked to everyone at once. Inarin answered, checking her watch. Looking at the time. They should be back soon. Bam! The door swung open, and a girl with gray hair appeared with a radiant smile. That was Ines. You were training like crazy again today. Did you and grandmother have a good time together? But in contrast, there was silence from everyone else. They looked at her like she was an alien object. She asked, flustered, What's going on? The man behind her was slightly stunned. Riley, that's Ryan. Riley spoke coldly. We need to discuss a few things with Ian and Ines. Rian avoided his gaze. Then I'll go train some more. Go ahead and talk. Riley opened his mouth. No, you have to be here too, Rian. A fire was blazing intensely inside the fireplace. The thick logs were stacked in a crisscross pattern, burning bright red. So, I need to put together a team that can accompany me there. Is everyone coming? Ian hesitated slightly. I will. Ines, standing behind, said with determination, I'll go. Nara asked, Huh? Are you sure about that? This isn't a normal trip, Ines retorted. Of course I'm sure. If you can go, why shouldn't I? She pondered. Perhaps I can improve my skills, and I'd also love to see a sword from another world. That sounds like a great experience. Riley replied. All right. Then Aaron is coming with us. And you, Ian? His eyes. Ian narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth drooping down. Felicity turned to speak. But, if Ines is coming along, we already have 6 people, Master. He replied. That's true, but I've changed my mind. He continued. I think, bringing the 2 disciples who have learned Inarin's swordsmanship will be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He seemed to have made up his mind. He interrupted. If that's how you see it, then I'll go too. A voice cut through his words. Wait. It was Ryan, he continued. I will go in Ian's place. Felicity was surprised by his reaction. What? You're joining us, Master Ryan? He replied solemnly. I am a disciple of Inarin, and I have mastered her swordsmanship. I have also trained with Inez many times. We will coordinate very well. Besides, Ian has not fully recovered yet, and I know that he and the Master have not truly reconciled properly. He added, considering all those factors, wouldn't it be better to choose me? I think everyone agrees with my proposal. Riley seemed thoughtful. All right, he smiled at Ryan. But you don't have other motives, like getting in my way, do you? Ryan avoided Riley's gaze, distractedly replying, I do have a few motives of that nature, actually, he asked. What are they? Then, suddenly, Ryan's gaze darkened. He spoke with sadness. I want to test my swordsmanship on this journey. To be more precise, I want to test the sense of determination I've found. He continued, as you know, my sword had lost its way. Every technique of swordsmanship I possessed had been tainted by evil intentions. The sound of swords clashing rang in his mind. I realized that after being forced to leave the villa that my swordsmanship lacked purity. The image of Ryan and Inez training together flashed by. Even though learning the Master's way and sparring with Inez helped purify it to some extent, it still didn't feel quite right. He continued. And after seeing you and Ian fight, Riley looked down with determination and regret. Wielding a sword to help others, it helped me realize a few things. What needed to be purified wasn't my sword, but my heart. Volunteering to help to show my gratitude. Riley smiled enigmatically. If only Father could see this now. His clear voice rang out. All right. He looked Ryan straight in the eye, a smile still on his face. Welcome to the team, brother. The scene shifted to a forest with skeletal, barren trees standing out against a magical pinkish-purple sky with weak rays of light filtering through. A voice called out, Hey, kid! It was Endan and Abbas. Abbas replied nonchalantly, What is it, Kita? Kita? What do you mean? He was fishing. Endan replied angrily, I am a dragon. An actual dragon. Abbas showed a look of indifference. He said, All right, little dragon. This made Endan even angrier. He asked, Are you really friends with Riley? I thought Riley would hate an annoying brat like you. Actually, Abbas smiled and replied, I'm an old friend of his, so we're perfectly fine. Contrary to his nonchalance, Endan questioned him indignantly. Tell me the truth, kid. You're not just an ordinary human friend, are you? You blocked all the magic I directed at you. Abbas replied, Why wouldn't I block it? What if you tried to read my memories? That's a private matter. He turned to the person next to him and suggested, But if you're that desperate to know, I'll tell you from the very beginning. Endan, hearing that, was curious. You're really going to tell me? Abbas replied happily. Of course, little dragon. You seem to be a rather curious fellow, so I understand. That phrase hit a sensitive spot for him. He roared, Just dragon. Drop the little part. Abbas ignored him. All right. I suppose I'll start by telling you about the conflict that occurred between demons and humans in the lower realm. This made him feel even more dissatisfied. Ignoring me again. Are you? He reminisced, seeing the image of a shadow standing tall on a rocky peak. He said, I was the demon king there. I reached the pinnacle of the demon race and became the terror of humanity. He continued. But in the end, it seems I've met a meaningless end, shattered by the sword of a human who received a blessing. Wait, the sword Endan? Could that human be Riley? The forest's hue shifted from a magical purple to the dark, gloomy blue of night. Riley shouted, Endan, Abbas, you two aren't fighting, right? He frowned at the scene. Abbas and Endan were just sitting together. Abbas spoke first. You finally returned. Endan's strange behavior made Riley ask, What's wrong with Endan? Endan smiled and replied, I told him some old stories of mine. He seems more interested in the world than our affairs. Endan paced back and forth, then stepped toward Riley, patted his shoulder, and shouted, Hey, Riley. He kept yelling, making Riley flinch. That place called the Underworld or whatever, we're going down there right now. Riley stammered. Huh? Are you okay? Then, Endan's eyes gleamed as he imagined fancy mansions and cars. I finally understand what you used to say about cars, planes, and buildings. I always thought you were talking nonsense. But it turns out it was all real. He shook Riley violently. I have to see them for myself. Let's go. You hear me? Hurry up, Riley quickly said. We'll talk after you let go of me, you idiot. Felicity looked over at Rianne and Sarah in a panic. Rianne spoke up, pointing to the red-haired man, and Sarah added, Isn't he your healer? Felicity thought to herself, I think it's better to explain everything now. She said, Actually, Endon isn't a human. He is. Before she could finish, Nara interrupted. Wait, what did you just call him? But he's one of those, isn't he? The red dragon, Endon? Rian frowned. A dragon? He sighed. Nonsense. Sarah scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Come on, how could that be? She reconsidered. But thinking back, her illness was truly severe, and somehow he had healed her almost like a creature with immense power. Rian also hesitated. In truth, the energy he radiated at that time was beyond the scope of any human. It was as if it belonged to a powerful, transcendental being. Both of them seemed to share the same thought. If he's a dragon, that makes perfect sense. Riley spoke to Endon. Calm down. I need to stop by your cave first. I need to borrow some weapons. Endon replied, Huh? Why mine? Riley said casually. Just let me borrow a few, and I'll let you fly a plane in another world. Deal? Endon's expression turned strangely serious. He pointed forward. Let's go. Quickly. Riley gave a sly smile. All right, I'll be back later. You two stay and chat. This left Felicity in a panic. Master, wait. His hand reached out toward the darkness. The others were completely bewildered. Voices rang out one by one. So, what do we do now? Obviously, we wait. But we don't have anything to talk about. Does anyone want tea? A magical, eerie voice resonated. Are you all the pieces Riley collected? That voice made Felicity turn around, alert. Relax, I just want to observe you. He continued. You will soon stand alongside us in a crucial battle. So, that's not it? Nen, are you checking if we actually have the strength? Sarah asked from behind. Nen, what's wrong? She raised her hand to stop her. This person is very dangerous. Please, stand behind me. Abus laughed arrogantly, so conceited. Do you think you alone can fight me? His hand flashed with purple energy. Hopefully, you can say the same after tasting this move. This stunned her. She thought, isn't this a technique exclusive to the Abbas clan? He cast a spell, and Felicity defended herself, thinking, even if I can't beat him, at least I can buy us some time. This is the Demon King who fought with Master back then. Surely I'm strong enough now? Abbas smiled. That was just a warm-up. Don't overthink it. Nen jumped, startled, and turned back to see where he was, when a painful, sharp crashing sound echoed. The impact was intense. Nen was thrown into the air by Abus, unable to even react. Sarah and Bricia stood by, terrified and worried for her. Nen was tossed aside by Abus and fell to the ground in pain. Abus looked down at Nen, who was sprawled out, and mocked. I made sure not to use my full strength. Among Riley's followers, I know you're the one he favors. Perhaps you hoped for a one-on-one, but this little workout is just to help you adapt to a real battle. Nen heard him, and her whole body trembled, angry and humiliated. But the test didn't stop there. He turned and leaped straight forward, surprising Nen. Do you think the enemies you'll face in that world will fight the way you want them to? She looked in the direction he went in a panic. No, not the others. Abus, surprisingly, still had the mood to comfort her. Don't worry. Sarah, tense, raised her two swords to the highest level of alertness to defend. She immediately sensed danger above her head. I definitely won't harm them. Sarah swung her sword straight up. But those clean strikes were easily dodged by Abus. He mocked her, analyzing. I suppose. Your eyes can't keep up with my movements. You're just sensing them, aren't you? Nara and Inez ran toward him, panting. Who do you think you are, you shorty? What are you doing to Nen? Abus excitedly dodged their attacks. Revenge? Good friends? Huh? He snatched the staff from before Abus's eyes in a flash, held the staff with one hand, and kicked Nara straight in the stomach with his knee, causing her to cry out and fall backward. He glanced back with hawk-like eyes, turned in an instant, and Abus used the staff he'd just taken from Nara to block Inez's sword. To her utter disbelief, the sword in her hand shattered without Abus even attacking. Giving her no chance to react, Abus unleashed an invisible kick, proving his formidable ability. Bricia witnessed Abus's terror and screamed in panic. Nara, Inez, wait, I'll heal you both. Abus glanced at her. You have a priest? They are the easiest targets in that world. Bricia, who was worried about Nara and Inez, was startled by his words, her face turning pale with absolute terror. Sarah, seeing her so scared, yelled furiously, "Miss Brycia, just stand there. I'll protect you." Abbas was unfazed by her threat. He simply tripped her, making Sarah stumble. Abbas grabbed her wrist. "No. I'm afraid you can't do that." He only needed one arm to throw Sarah, literally, making her fly backward. A loud thud echoed. It seemed Abbas's throw wasn't gentle at all. Sarah collapsed at the base of a tree, and behind her, Rian hadn't even realized what was happening. He quickly caught Sarah. "Damn it! What the hell?" Not giving Ryan a chance to process the problem, Abbas charged and landed a punch, making Rian groan in agony on the ground. He chuckled, looking down at Rian. Before he could even react, Abbas teased, "He likes the look in your eyes the most," but suddenly, countless purple flames surrounded Abbas from nowhere, making him slightly surprised. A trembling voice rang out, "Stop right there." It was Nen, who had recovered a bit. She panted, trembling as she threatened him. "Move one more inch, and I'll burn you to ashes." Abbas gave her a deadly look. He seemed very displeased at being threatened. He said languidly, "If you're trying to catch me off guard, I applaud the effort, but you know already, don't you? I've already won this match." Nen's stubborn expression turned to shock, then she bitterly accepted the truth and clenched her hands to retract her magic. Abbas, satisfied, smirked mockingly. He announced, "That's enough of a warm-up." Unlike the chaotic brutality on Abbas's side, Riley was leisurely collecting items with Endon. This should be enough for them, right? The spirit beside him glared angrily. "So, Nen, you came back here just to steal your master's things?" Riley placated her. "He uses them too, and even better. Nen thanks me for finding a way to use them." Endon walked over. "Hey, Riley, are you good with armor? I brought a few pieces." Riley interrupted. "Armor? Who needs that?" He shrugged. "The only thing people need to do is not get hit. That's it." Endon snapped. "Why don't you try looking at things from someone else's perspective for once? Anyway, hurry up and pack this stuff. Accessories won't make us stronger. Nen, this is enough. What we need is skill. Skill. You know?" Meanwhile, Riley stood in a corner, pondering, for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. "I still haven't chosen the right gear for Nen." Endon was so angry he could explode. "Huh?" Riley just laughed. "Sorry, Endon. Just 10 more minutes." Endon jumped in fury. "Are you kidding me? Hurry up and pick." Riley tempted him. "I'll make sure to get you. First class on the plane, all right? Just wait a bit longer." Endon, who was hooked, asked shyly, "What class?" Riley explained, "First class is the most luxurious section." Endon asked suspiciously, "Really?" Riley confirmed, "Yeah." Endon imagined the plane. In his head, first class? Seeing it was a sweet deal, he had no reason to refuse. He cleared his throat. "I'll give you 20 minutes. Hurry up and choose." Returning to the group, Nen was surprised. "I'm not hurt at all?" Aaron and Nara also spoke up. "Me neither. Even though it's clear. I felt something snap when I got hit by his attack." Abbas giggled and stepped behind Brycia, asking, "How are the soldiers doing?" The priestess Brycia spun around in shock, asking him, "Everyone is fine. How did you do that?" Abbas grinned from ear to ear. "I told you I wouldn't hurt anyone, remember? It's been a long time since I used my power like that. I was a little hasty with the control. But if you can all believe in your abilities and in me, we can get through any kind of training." Hearing him say that, everyone thought to themselves, he definitely didn't hold back at all. Abbas excitedly raised his hands and said, "All right, that's enough. I've already sensed your strengths and weaknesses. Nen, do you want some feedback? If you don't like that, I could tell you things about Riley that you don't know." Nen swallowed hard, feeling tense. "I don't think the master would want you to," she replied. Abbas asked, "So you know, too? Did he tell you not to say anything to the others?" "I can understand that. He must have thought talking about it would only bring more trouble. But isn't everything different now? If you're going to cross over to another world, knowing a little bit would be for the best." Abbas kept rambling, while everyone stared at him with disdain. He ignored their cold gazes and continued, "But I don't think revealing that without his permission is right. There must be reasons we don't understand." Nen interrupted, suggesting, "How about we wait until the master comes back?" Having talked to his heart's content, Abbas finally noticed the intense glares now directed at the two of them. "Oh, crap. I think we're just making them even more curious now," Abbas told Nen. "I'll tell them how we got here. Since they're involved now, wouldn't it be unfair to keep secrets from them?" As for her, she remained firm. "My position hasn't changed, not even now." Abbas sighed and slumped down. He really knows how to pick people. "You're really good at keeping secrets, but don't worry, I'll take responsibility for everything I've said," he seriously announced to everyone. "Now, pay close attention to what I'm about to say, because if you want to understand Riley, you have to listen very carefully." The image of Riley's focused expression flashed through everyone's minds in the pitch-black forest. Scattered, flickering trees were illuminated by red firelight in the night. Riley walked while worrying. "Nothing happened while we were gone, right? I didn't expect picking out weapons would take longer than we thought." Endon, beside him, was furious, carrying a sack of weapons on his shoulder. "All you did was pick out. I did all the heavy lifting." Just as they arrived, Riley had to brake suddenly. "Wait, why does everyone have that look on their faces?" In front of him, Sierra, Brycia, and Nara were staring with eyes that were 7 parts admiration, 2 parts respect, and 1 part deeply moved, glistening contemplation. Abbas laughed. "I told them some stories about you. Isn't it strange to keep secrets from your own teammates?" Riley heard this, and his jaw dropped. Nen stepped forward and whispered, "Master, they've heard all about your past life. I'm sorry, I know you wanted to keep this a secret, but I couldn't stop him." Riley scratched his head, saying, "It's okay. Actually, I was planning to tell everyone anyway. I just didn't think they'd find out so soon." Sarah sighed, playfully scolding him. "You have no idea how surprised we were to think the place we're heading to is your past life." Nara excitedly continued, "You were the one who protected that world too. No wonder you have such special powers." Inez looked enlightened. "So that's how it is. I knew there was a reason she chose you." Rian also added, "I never understood your power, but now it's clear." Brycia shyly realized, "No wonder you dislike those saintesses so much." Sarah playfully scolded him. "Why hide it? If you had told us sooner, we could have helped you. No matter who you were in your past life, you are still our master. Nothing will change." Riley gave a relieved smile. "You're all right." Phi laughed shyly, making excuses. "Maybe I was just too lazy and kept putting it off." Inez, Ryan, and Sierra excitedly held the new weapons Riley had distributed. "Has everyone gotten their weapons? They're all borrowed from Endon. So Nen, make sure to return them later, okay?" Brycia awkwardly stepped forward to thank him. "As a saintess, I will help you with all my might." Riley wasn't used to this overly polite attitude. "Why are you acting so differently all of a sudden? Is it because of what you heard earlier?" Brycia covered her face with a book and whispered, "After hearing everything you had to go through, I was just worried that I had said or done something wrong." Riley laughed and teased, "Just be yourself. You're nothing like the saintess from my past life. You're much better than that crazy eccentric." Brycia felt relieved. "Really?" Riley suddenly turned around and called out, "Nen, can we talk in private for a moment?" Caught off guard, she jumped, quickly answering, "Yes," while her heart was racing. Just the two of them? Riley and Nen slipped away to a private corner. Nen nervously went through every scenario in her head. Why does he want to see me alone? Is he going to scold me for letting Abbas reveal the truth about his past life? I knew I should have stopped Abbas, Nen thought. Riley turned around and called her. "Nen, the reason I called you out here is to..." Before he could finish, Nen hurriedly bowed to confess. "I'm sorry, Master. I should have been more responsible and stopped Abbas, but I failed." Riley clicked his tongue and interrupted. "We're done talking about that. I was going to tell them eventually anyway. So, Nen, forget about it and look at this." Hearing that, Nen timidly raised her head. Riley held out a soft red scarf. It looked very intricate and seemed out of place in this atmosphere. Nen was surprised. "A scarf?" Riley explained. "You are someone very special. I thought this was the only thing that would suit you. I heard it can control the flow of mana." Nen stared blankly as she wrapped the scarf around her neck. "It suits me too, doesn't it, Nen? I brought it with me." She shyly hid her face in the scarf and said, "Thank you. But I still have a gift for you. Don't thank me yet. There's one more thing." He opened his palm to reveal 2 rings. "This is the reason I wanted to talk in private." Riley reached out and took Nen's hand. "Obviously, they'll complain if I give you more than the others, right? But these are all for you. They are rings that can increase mana flow. I noticed you still haven't worn the ring you took from Astrua, Nen. Maybe you'll like this design better." Nen was stunned, her heart in chaos. She gripped the ring, thinking to herself, "The reason I didn't wear it wasn't because I didn't like the design." Nen asked, "You have 2 of these? Are they a set?" Riley looked at them and exclaimed, "Oh, yeah, wearing both is more effective." Nen reached out her hand. Then, "Please take one, Master." Riley looked confused. "Huh? But they're a set. Why would you give one to me?" She answered with a look of determination. She remained silent, just staring at him. Riley was surprised by her steady gaze and compromised. "Fine, if that's what you want, The sound of crunching footsteps echoed as everyone realized Riley and Nen had returned. Sarah turned around happily. "They're back!" Endon couldn't help but ask angrily. "Finally back. Where did you guys go?" Sarah stood beside him, teasing. "Feeling a bit of a strange atmosphere, aren't we?" Brycia was also curious. "What were you two doing?" Riley was getting a headache from these people. "What are you all thinking? She just received her gift like everyone else." Abbas gave a sinister smile and asked, "So, are we all ready now?" Riley nodded. "If we leave now, that'd be good." Abbas called to everyone, "All right, gather around me." He leaned over and pressed his hands to the ground, creating a magic circle. Abbas announced, 7 bodies, including Riley. We will soon cross over to another world. Are you all prepared?" Brycia didn't hesitate. "Of course." Nara also got fired up. "I'm ready." Inez crossed her arms confidently. "Of course. Why do you have to check on us?" Endon was as irritable as always, yelling, "Stop talking nonsense and just take us there." Abbas closed his eyes. "Everyone, close your eyes," he reminded them. "Endon, I know your eyes are still open, you dragon cub. Close your eyes." Beneath everyone's feet, smaller magic circles appeared simultaneously. A purple light engulfed them. Abbas continued, "When you open your eyes again, the things you see before you will each look different." Ines was a bit nervous. Rian was calm. Sarah looked worried. Brycia was feeling the atmosphere. Nara was seriously prepared. Endon had an extremely confident smile, and Nen remained the most serious as always. Riley was calm and ready. It will be the place that Riley and I used to belong to. A flash of light appeared, and Riley suddenly opened his eyes. Before him was a clear blue sky, full of sunlight and tall buildings. Countless voices flooded his ears. "Is he calling you too? I missed a few calls, and that's it. Now I'm going to miss the train. Do you remember the lawn kook from last time? It's bland. Nen, I can't drink it anymore. It's completely bland. If it's like that, it's not even a daisy drink anymore. Throw it away." Riley opened his eyes wide. His gaze was full of unfamiliarity, yet familiarity. "Yes, boss. I just arrived. It's okay. Don't worry about it." Looking at the bustling crowd before him, he realized he was back. Back to the world that had placed upon him a curse worse than death. A voice beside him pulled Riley out of his thoughts. "Is this a castle? The ground is so hard." You call out loudly. Nara and Sira, full of curiosity, ask, "Master, is this the lower realm?" Nara also remarks, "The ground here is as hard as rock, isn't it? We didn't arrive too late, did we?" Riley tells them, "The ground is like that here. Don't worry, it looks peaceful enough. I think we arrived just in time. Perhaps we should start by looking around." But where did everyone else go? Sarah and Nara look around, bewildered. Nara recalls, "Now that I think about it, I haven't seen them since I closed my eyes." Sarah nods. "I thought you knew we were the only 3 here." Hearing them, Riley is startled. "What? Where did the others go?" Nen asks in confusion. "Where did the others go?" Brycia exclaims with a worried expression. "It seems we've been separated." Hearing this, Rian says irritably, "I knew we couldn't trust that weird little brat." Nen feels dizzy and thinks to himself, "I have to use my right eye if I want to find Master. Even though it hurts so much, I probably won't even be able to find their general location." She speaks up. "Using my eye is too painful. I don't think I can use it to find them." Brycia gently advises, "There's no need to rush, don't push yourself." Suddenly, a voice rings out from afar. "Look over there." A group of students, perhaps just finishing school, are standing and staring at the group in their strange clothes. One of them says, "Look at those people wearing such weird outfits." The whole group begins to gossip. Are they ghosts? Why are they dressed like that? Could there be a cosplay event in town or something? Brycia suddenly says, "It seems like they're mocking us." Rian continues, "I think the people here are starting to stare at us." Nen pushes the 2 of them along and says, "It looks like we'll have to start by changing our clothes. We're standing out too much here, Sarah." Sarah, still stubborn, says, "Clothes? We look normal enough, don't we?" Nen explains, "This isn't the world we used to live in." As Nen casts a spell, she tells the other 2, "Let's move somewhere else. Once we get there, we can think about what to do next." The 3 of them vanish into thin air amidst the magical waves. The students look on, astonished. They disappeared. So that's how ghosts dress, huh? It's a shame I couldn't snap a picture. I would have gotten tons of likes online. From a dark, quiet corner, a ghost rises from the ground and says, "Did you see that?" The other ghost replies, "Yes, I did." The ghosts seem talkative, discussing among themselves. Are they ghosts? No, it looks like something else. The scene shifts to Endon, who is furiously questioning Abbas. You better explain this logically, Nen. Abbas, seemingly indifferent, recounts. Perhaps I used too much power during the initiation. I usually don't make small mistakes like this. Endon, still not appeased, continues. From the moment you ordered me to do this and that, I knew you were going to be a nuisance. Now, everyone is separated, but you call that a mistake? Abbas, appearing somewhat helpless, says, I don't understand why you're so angry. Weren't you the one who wanted to come here most? Endon shouts angrily. That has nothing to do with it. If it weren't for Riley, how would I have gotten to use that first-class cabin? Abbas replies, What first? Aaron shouts, interjecting between the two bickering men. Stop. Calm down. What good does fighting do? Endon, let's just sit down. Endon turns around, annoyed, and asks, Are you trying to boss me around? That wasn't an order, it was just a suggestion, Aaron replies. Nen, confused, thinks to herself, Good grief, out of everyone. Why am I stuck with these two? Abbas continues. Anyway, we must get to the source of the trouble quickly and quietly. If we don't have the others, we might run into trouble. Endon shouts at Abbas again. You mean we should just hide until then? Hearing this, Abbas explains. We need to avoid being noticed by that saintess, so we must keep a low profile. So, Nen, let's cooperate, okay? Endon seems to slowly accept it. He says, Cooperate? Fine. But I'll look at things from a different perspective. He screams crazily. Instead of hiding until the trouble finds us, it would be a time saver if we cause the trouble ourselves. Abbas, with a look of weariness as if he has seen this scene too many times, suddenly speaks up. You're too aggressive, and act on your emotions too much. He lunges forward and strikes Endon on the back of the neck. He collapses to the ground to Aaron's shock. Abbas sneers. A little sleep will help you calm down. Aaron, slightly terrified, asks, He's not dead, is he? Abbas replies, Relax. I just put him to sleep. Where could the others be? What if they fell into a trap or were discovered by the enemy? If that happened, we would already know. Besides, there's no one in our team who's a pushover. He says, seriously, this world isn't that big. We'll quickly catch a scent if something happens. For now, let's focus on other priorities. Aaron asks, What other priorities? Abbas explains, We need to check what date it is. If we want to avoid being recognized by the saintess, we need to know if this is before or after Riley and I died. Riley must have started investigating already, because no one hates her more than he does. Then I will go with you and assist in the investigation, Enos says, calling him Master Abbas. He replies, Just call me Abbas. There's no need for honorifics, as long as you're comfortable with it. He reminds her, But don't abandon that little dragon. He's very arrogant and stubborn. Nen might breathe fire. She replies, That's reasonable. She then thinks to herself, Those sparks can still come out no matter how respectfully I talk to him. Ed looks at him, lying motionless on the ground, and says, Our secret is that we arrived here with 7 parts of our bodies, and we have to use that trump card wisely. The best way is to hide our identities. He thinks, I understand the desire to risk everything, but be patient, little dragon. Save that fiery energy until we play the trump card we've hidden. Riley is standing in front of a large stone slab. After standing there for a long time, he turns to leave. Carved on the slab are the words, Memorial for the Unknown Warrior. He stands still, thinking, Now I'm certain that we've arrived after my death. A couple is also heading towards the memorial. The young man says, Hey, look at that monument. Why are there people standing there? The girl walking next to him continues, They must be tourists. Nen is always interested in things like that. The young man says sarcastically, What's so interesting about a shabby old grave like that? Some people have no taste. Riley, with a solemn expression, thinks to himself, Has everyone forgotten already? If it weren't for this monument, I would have thought my previous life was just a dream. Sira, hearing this, doesn't know what to say to break the atmosphere. Nara asks, That was the end of his life, wasn't it? The place where both the Demon King and he met their end. Sira replies, He said so. Sira continues, It's just Nara flies over, sees she is crying, and panics. Sira, what's wrong? Sira says, He sacrificed himself to save the world, and yet, people don't even remember who he was, leaving behind a tiny, nameless, dusty grave. It feels terrible to see Master have to go through something like this. She cries as she says, Sorry, it just makes me sad. Nara thinks to himself, But, she's right. For someone deserving to be called a hero, how can a grave like this be acceptable? If Master had to die to save this world, there must be someone who remembers him. From afar, a young girl dressed simply, carrying a bouquet of white flowers, approaches. Because she is moving so fast, she bumps into Riley. She turns back and speaks. Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Meyer looks at him and continues. Buying these flowers took longer than I thought. Seeing the girl's face, he becomes astonished. This girl. He suddenly remembers the time during the war. She ran up to him and said, Please, Sir Warrior, please help my friends. They've all turned into monsters. The girl was the one who asked him for help before Helena intervened. Riley falls silent, then looks at the girl and smiles affectionately, thinking to himself, it looks like she grew up safely. How fortunate. On the other side, Nara is still trying to comfort Sierra. Look, Sierra, at least there's still someone who remembers him. Sarah is still sobbing. I guess so. That's a relief. Suddenly, footsteps from afar rush toward them. It seems this person is in a hurry. Then, Mir is suddenly slammed into. She tilts backward and falls to the ground. The flower petals scatter everywhere. The girl falls hard onto the ground. The man who hit her shouts, Damn it! What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in a rush? The blonde man brushes off the flower petals and glares down at the girl, scolding her. Now my clothes are all dirty. Nara sees this and becomes furious, his blood boiling, ready to lunge at that bastard. Sarah quickly holds him back, interceding. Nara, don't! We can't interfere. The girl crawls up, hurriedly picking up each flower while murmuring, These flowers were hard to get. The blonde man, seeing this, sneers. What are you doing? Begging? He takes money from his pocket, looks down at her from above, and throws the money down with a haughty expression. Hey, is this enough? I don't have time for this. Just say the price you want. Seeing this scene, Sarah's blood starts to boil even more. She screams, That dog! Who does he think he is? While he is still saying, Let me teach him a lesson. Sarah, I have to teach him before he finishes his sentence. He turns and sees that Sarah has already flown up in front of him, preparing to slap him. When he shouts, Sarah, Sarah slaps him so fast that before he can react, his face is already tilted to one side. He screams, What the hell? You crazy woman, how dare you? And Sarah, losing her patience, cuts him off. Apologize. With a murderous look on her face, she screams, Apologize to the girl right now. The oblivious blonde guy, still oblivious to the situation, kept running his mouth. What is this crazy girl mumbling about? Is she not from around here? Is there anyone here who can talk to these foreigners? Sarah ran over to Riley and asked, What should we do, master? Should we have Nen stop him? Riley walked over to help the girl. He picked up the flowers and used his magic to restore them to their original state. Seeing someone help her, Meyer said, Thank you for helping me, sir. Riley replied, It's nothing. There you go. Try not to drop them again. To which Meyer answered, Yes. As Meyer looked at the flowers, she saw them glowing brilliantly and thought to herself, Are these flowers always like this? That blonde guy, Han Sung, was still shouting, Can't anyone talk to these foreigners? How annoying. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Riley held the loose change he had thrown at him earlier and said, Pick up the junk you were throwing around earlier, Han. Han Sung turned around, thinking, When did this guy get behind me? He asked. Are you a superhuman? Riley ignored him and said, Foreigners are supposed to have permission to use their powers here, aren't they? Didn't you hear what I said? Riley threatened him with a stern voice. Get lost if you don't want to bring trouble upon yourself. Han Sung seemed a bit intimidated. He backed down and ran away for his life, shouting as he fled. You'll regret what you did today, Riley said nonchalantly. Who's going to regret what? Those are typical villain lines. I thought he'd do something worse. Meyer approached Riley and thanked him for his help. I'm sorry for getting you involved in this. Riley didn't mind at all and replied, It's fine. It was nothing. You aren't hurt, right? The girl replied, No, I'm okay. Thanks to you all. After confirming that, Riley's group started to leave. Mir called out after them, But who are you all? You don't look like normal foreigners, Riley replied nonchalantly. We're just travelers from a place very far from here. Riley put the hat back on the girl and said, Right. Do you know a reputable place where my friend and I can stay? We haven't booked a room yet, so we're looking for one now. Riley smiled and said, We'd be very grateful if you could help us. Do you have any recommendations? After seeing the face of her helper, the girl froze in surprise. Confused, she asked, Sir, have we met before? The scene shifts to an office building, where Han Sung, that blonde guy, was getting scolded for being late. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? You were late because of a fight with someone who might be a superhuman? He tried to explain. I'm telling the truth. I couldn't communicate with them. They were clearly foreigners using their powers as they pleased. The person at the desk completely ignored his explanation. That person said, All right, that's enough. Whatever the reason, you're still late. Write a page-long apology for me. Han Sung was still trying to explain. Wait, but the person lost patience and cut him off. Be lucky it's only 1 page. Now go write it. Han Sung left dejectedly. Yes. After finishing his meal, he dialed a number and said, There are some people who are said to be foreign superhumans. Meyer led the group to her house and said, This is my house. Please, come in. Riley turned to remind the 2 people behind him. Take your shoes off before going in, okay? Yes. Meyer went into the inner room and called out loudly. Mom, we have guests, Riley said. Since you helped us, we should greet everyone in the house. Where is your mom? Meyer replied. Could you come here for a second, sir? Riley turned and told the 2 behind him. Wait here. I'll be right back, okay? After going into the room, he found Meyer's mother, who was running a high fever. Her condition didn't look good at all. The girl said sadly, She's been running a high fever for a few days and hasn't been able to talk. I've tried my best, but her condition just keeps getting worse. Riley observed and thought to himself, Her condition isn't good. It must be very hard for her to take care of her mother all alone. Riley took her hand and said, Let me check. He channeled his mana into her mother to soothe her illness. He thought to himself, Even though this is just a temporary solution, sharing my mana should be fine. Later, I'll have to ask someone with high medical expertise to check on her. After that, Riley turned to the girl and said, It seems she has a pretty bad cold. Resting is the best thing, so she'll be okay, Meyer said happily. Really? Riley gently comforted the girl. Everything will be all right. This phrase, this silhouette, reminded Meyer of an old figure who once saved her. Back then, she was just a tiny child, but she could still feel the sincerity in that person's words. I will save your friend, so don't worry anymore. Okay? Back to reality, Riley said. Everything will be all right. He thought, I definitely won't repeat the mistakes of my past life. He said sincerely. I will help your mother. You can count on me. Riley silently made up his mind. This time, I will not fail. A group of 3 Eins, Lion, and Abus had arrived at the tombstone. This was the end-of-life place the master had mentioned. Rian observed and said, So that's how it is. It turns out Riley and the Demon King were actually here. Abis exclaimed, Isn't a monument like this for a hero a bit too plain? Enis replied, I think so too. Suddenly, Han Sung appeared from behind and shouted loudly, There you are. We received reports that there are superhumans using their powers without permission from the authorities. So please, cooperate and verify your identities. Ines was confused. What? All 3 turned around and said, Verify our identities. He said, Just come with us. It won't take much time. Once we decide there's no problem, you can go about your business freely. But Nen wouldn't have it and spoke up to explain. She thought, There must be some misunderstanding here. We aren't using any powers, and we aren't superhumans. Brycia, standing next to her, added, That's right. So why should we follow you? But Han Sung wouldn't give up and insisted on pursuing the matter because we received reports and there are procedures that need to be followed. We will verify everyone's identity. It won't take long, so please, cooperate. Seeing that they couldn't convince him, Nen, Lion, and Brycia all glanced toward Nen, signaling her. Seeing that, she could only sigh helplessly and agree to handle it herself. She stepped forward to deal with Han Sung. Seeing that they weren't moving even after he'd been talking for so long, Nen, wait, he added. This isn't a joke, miss. You don't need to complicate things. But she didn't care about any of that and raised her hand. Immediately, a mysterious power appeared and a barrier manifested, surrounding them, which terrified him. What is this? Nen then said. It's a barrier. Looks like we'll need to have a little chat. Seeing that, Han Sung immediately raised his gun, ready to fight. I knew you guys were suspicious. Stop right there, or I'll shoot. She saw him, but she wasn't afraid at all and kept staring at him. Then immediately, dashed toward where he was standing with great agility. Seeing this, he was extremely panicked by Nen's actions. After regaining his composure, Han Sung quickly pulled out his gun and said, Stop, and fired a few shots at her. But just as the bullets reached Nen's eyes, they stopped, because a barrier blocked them. The bullets didn't touch her. In order to keep the 3 of them safe and their identities from being revealed, Nen said, It seems you don't want to talk, huh? I'll have to go into your mind and see for myself. Seeing Nen stop the bullets made him extremely surprised. She stopped the bullets? While he wasn't paying attention, she had already appeared in front of him, blocked the muzzle, and warned him, You'll remember this as a trip out with your subordinates, but you'll forget everything about me and the reason you came here. Hearing that, he was terrified as he discovered. How can you use more than one ability? That's breaking the law. You're an illegal superhuman, right? But she didn't bother answering those questions. You people here probably don't know what mana is, do you? It allows us to possess things different from our innate abilities, but he didn't understand any of it. What the hell is mana? But she didn't bother talking to him anymore and directly destroyed the gun, saying, "All right, that's enough talking. Now, I'll enter your mind. I'll see the evidence of your power usage, how your world operates, and what the Saintess is doing here. I hope you'll be able to satisfy my curiosity." Meanwhile, Meyer was sitting and chatting. At first, I was a little scared because I'd never met foreigners before. Now that I know you're all very kind, I'm more comfortable. Hearing that, Riley reluctantly said, "Well, regardless, we're all human." Hearing that, Sarah comforted Nara. "Don't cry anymore, Nara." Nara was crying while saying, "But I feel so sorry for Mireille. She's had to go through so much." After that, Riley said, "I'll handle the translating, so communication won't be difficult." Hearing that made the girl feel happy. "It's so fortunate that you were able to escape abroad back then. Back then, I thought you were gone." The girl said that, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He said, "Well, it's complicated." But in his heart, he hid another truth from the girl. She would be very shocked if he told her he had been reincarnated. A little white lie probably won't hurt. Then the girl prepared to sit up and said, "I'm sure everyone else is hungry. Let me go get some drinks." Hearing that made Riley happily reply, "That's great. The person whining behind me is also close to dying of thirst. Hang on, I'll be right back." After the girl left, Sarah turned to talk to Riley. "So, what should we do now? Master? Should we look for the others?" Hearing her opinion, he agreed. "We'll try to find the location of Endon or Prisha first. As I said before, they are the only ones who can heal Meyer's mother. After that, we need to find the devil of this world, then Nen, and her special powers. All right, let's decide then. After that, we can find Lion and Inez. As for finding Helena, let's wait until everyone is together." Just then, Mir walked over with a tray of drinks and said, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I've brought some snacks." Hearing that, he turned his head to thank her but froze the moment he saw something. What he saw on the table was a newspaper. Curious, seeing Riley's interest in the newspaper, Nen handed it over to him. "Oh, right. You mentioned it earlier, didn't you? Would you like to take a look?" He replied, "I'll take a look at what the paper says. Helena, the only saintess in the city. The top-ranked saintess in the public trust survey. Saintess Helena has announced that she will be more actively involved in city affairs in the coming years. The citizens are enthusiastically welcoming the saintess's visit." That made him find it interesting. "Are you really doing this?" Sarah saw it and peeked over. It turned out to be the saintess he had mentioned. But deep down, he was deep in thought. What he wanted to do right now was cause a scene. But he couldn't. He had to suppress the urge and wait for the right moment. Currently, she is still the most cunning woman and has many holes to crawl into. I have to do everything I can so she doesn't slip through my fingers. And that is exactly why I need the 7 parts of my body. First, I have to find the flow of mana, because in this world, only Nen, Endon, and I are users who can wield mana. So, every trace of mana I sense belongs to one of them. They must have used teleportation. If I can find even a small clue, anything at all. He then used mana to track everyone's whereabouts. Riley found someone. There, he found one person. It was Nen. She was currently using mana to see Hansung's memories. So that's how it is. It seems these people were tasked with preventing mutants from committing crimes. Bricia, hearing this, spoke up. "So, they're really just doing their job?" But Nen felt like there was something else hidden beneath it. "It feels like there's more to it. Things the higher-ups are hiding." "Something else, you say?" She explained. "Since I arrived in this world, that group has been constantly planting spies around his lordship's memorial stone. Lion heard the purpose of their actions and was incredibly puzzled. But why here? It's just an ordinary rock." But she couldn't see the whole picture yet. They must have a scheme. Therefore, Nen decided she would wipe clean all traces of him here and set a trap to help identify who was following us. Rian was curious about it. "A trap, huh? Fine, then what?" Suddenly, Nen shouted, "There's a group among us that came here before." She had seen it in the memories. It was too blurry, and Nen couldn't see clearly, but she could guess where they went and teleported everyone there. "The trap is set. We can go now. Hold on tight." The 2 of them grabbed onto Nen. Bricia, right beside them, quickly grabbed onto her hand for fear of being left behind. Then the 3 of them teleported to another place. They vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. A while after they left, Hansung suddenly woke up and wondered, "Huh? Why did I fall asleep here? It feels like I forgot something important." After saying that, He let out a long yawn and exclaimed, "Good grief! With all the overtime they forced me to do, it's no wonder I developed narcolepsy." At this time, on Inez's side, he felt the teleportation. That made Inez confused and she asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" He explained, "One of the body parts just used magic. They are quite far away, Nen. We can't catch up to them." Abis poked Endon, who was still snoring. "Time to wake up, little dragon. We have to go." Hearing that, he stood up with a sleepy face. Then he summarized the situation for him. "I sense a mana source from the north. Compared to the speed of you flapping your dragon wings in the sky, it's only about 15 minutes away. We have to get there." That made Endon a bit incredulous. "You can sense mana?" Abis replied, "That's right. And this flow, if it's not Nen's, it's Riley's." So he asked, "Can you teleport us from here?" Seeing that he didn't trust him, Nen Endon said, "Who do you think you're talking to?" "Of course, I can." Hearing that, Nen he asked, "Then can we get there right now?" He replied, "Just get close to me. I'm going to cast it now." But Abis spoke up, "Wait a second. Since we'll have to avoid causing a commotion, we'd better cast an invisibility spell first." That immediately angered Endon. "Do you think I hadn't thought of that? I'm not stupid," but he excitedly insisted. "A perfect, flawless preparation. You're quite the meticulous and smart young man. Not bad, little dragon." Hearing himself being praised like that made him quite proud. "Only now do you realize that?" Inez heard those words and was speechless compared to him. She looked like the fool. Suddenly, Abbas turned to her. "Inez, you'll have to worry about quite a lot of things soon." Endon, beside them, kept muttering to himself, "I am so smart. Meticulous and smart." She, hearing Abis's words, was a bit confused. "Why is that?" As he stepped into the magic circle, he explained, "Because you are the hidden card of this team." After that, they teleported to the source of the mana. By now, the city was in the late afternoon, with fresh air and tall buildings. Riley and Sarah had separated from Nara and were walking on the street. Along the way, Sarah was constantly worried, asking, "Is it really okay to leave Nara there alone? She can't communicate with Mirror, Nen. It might be quite awkward." But Riley believed in his own intuition. Don't mind it. Whether leaving Nara there was the right choice or not. But according to Sarah, her intuition told her it wasn't a wrong choice. Hearing that, he said, "Then don't worry about it anymore. She'll find a solution and do fine. Anyway, I need your intuition to find the way." She immediately understood Riley's intention. "You mean the mana traces around your memorial stone, right? Lordship, this is so complicated. If we stayed a little longer, wouldn't we have been able to meet everyone?" As they were walking, he stopped, making her confused. "What's wrong, Lordship?" He pointed for her to look over there. Sarah looked at the police cars in front of them, feeling incredibly curious. "What are they?" "And there are those flashing lights," Riley explained to her about them. "They are like carriages, and the protectors of this world are driving them." Sarah saw many police cars and found it strange. So many people. "There must be more," then Riley added, "and it seems something happened. A whole bunch of cars are gathered in one place, which means something very serious has occurred. I have a feeling we can't just ignore it." He turned to ask her, "Sarah, what does your intuition say?" Hearing that, she looked over there, pondered, and said she thought they should continue on their path. That made him confused. "Why?" Sarah replied, "She is also curious about what's happening, but it is not a priority compared to finding the others or helping Meyer's mother." Seeing that made sense, so Riley decided, "All right, let's settle on that. Let's keep moving." The citizens walking around, seeing so many police officers, couldn't help but gossip. "What's going on? Why are there so many police cars here?" The person walking next to them explained, "If I heard correctly, there's a murderer there. And not just one, but a whole group. I heard the bodies were left in pieces. Oh my God. What on earth is happening? They must have been torn apart by some predators. My God, it's a nightmare." He heard those things and couldn't help but ponder. Meanwhile, on Abis's side, he arrived at Riley's grave and saw the trap Nen had left behind. Endon saw it and said, "Nothing but a magic matrix. It seems we missed them again." The form and shape of this trap seemed to be something Nen left behind. Abis heard that and asked, "Perhaps you could find some other clue?" But he replied, "Sorry, but I have never taught any of my students such a sloppy matrix. What else could I find?" Deep down, he was reluctantly thinking, "So we couldn't find anything, huh?" Aaron saw the situation wasn't looking good and asked, "What now, Abis? The clue we found isn't very helpful." He comforted her. "Don't worry. I already have 3 feasible plans." That surprised her. "Really? Let's hear it." He explained to her, First, go back to the alley from earlier and wait for our friends to return. Endon heard that and was so angry he nearly exploded. No way, why don't we just wait here? But he said, I wasn't talking to you. Be quiet. Abbas thought of another way, which was, the second option is to intentionally step into Nen's trap. She will surely realize it immediately and come here to find us. Endon also thought that was a good idea. Then what's the third thing? The third thing needed a bit of acting. Mentioning acting made her a bit confused. Acting? Who? He replied nonchalantly. Naturally, you. Abis clarified his plan for her to hear. As the person who possesses the best swordsmanship in our team, you will have to pretend to be Riley, the former hero of this world. Upon hearing that, it made Ines incredibly surprised, to the point her mouth hung open. Huh? Pretend to be his lordship? At this moment, she realized one thing. Wait, so this was the hidden card he mentioned? He casually replied, oh, if you cover your face with a somewhat mysterious scarf and lower your voice a bit, it obviously won't be a problem. But she remembered something. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a secret mission to eliminate the Saintess Helena? If I pose as the young master, won't she run off immediately? So what? He replied. But he then felt, I don't think that's likely. Ines, try repeating what I just said, but in a voice like Riley's. Seeing Abbas so serious, she had no choice but to say, fine, I'll try. Abbas then got into character, putting on a grim expression. At last, I have returned. She immediately stammered, mimicking him clumsily. At last, I have returned. Endon and Abbas watched this, and felt it wasn't going well. He asked, hey Demon King, this isn't going to work, is it? It's too cringy. Hearing him criticize her acting made her unhappy, so she spoke up. What's wrong with my acting? Come on, this is my first time. Suddenly, he curled his lips into a smile. Like this, you're doing well. How would Helena react if someone claiming to be Riley suddenly appeared? Whether it's the real one or not, she would definitely kill that person. Given how much she hates Riley to the point of erasing his name from the memorial plaque, Riley deliberately reappearing will become very troublesome. She will quickly try to silence the hero. Furthermore, a cult could form around this anonymous hero, which would pose a political danger. That's why I think she will definitely react clearly, perhaps through the press. It will alert our friends to our location and make that saintess feel uneasy. 1 stone, 2 birds. Now, little dragon, use your magic to translate what Ines says. But he had already done that beforehand. No need to remind me, I already did it. Seeing that she really had to act, she asked in confusion, do I really have to do this? Right now? Seeing this, he said, don't doubt your acting skills, Ines. 3 strikes and you're out, right? Finally, she put on the scarf and stood up. Standing tall on the tombstone, she pursed her lips to gather all her strength and courage before speaking. She repeated the previous lines. Upon hearing someone talking, the surrounding citizens turned their heads to look. Ines continued her act up there. After dying here, at this very spot, I, the warrior, have finally returned. As soon as they saw her, the people couldn't help but murmur, what is that kid doing? It sounds like she's saying she's the warrior who's memorialized here, but waving a sword around like that is dangerous. Should we report her? Endon, looking down from above, couldn't help but criticize. Man, that acting is terrible. But Abbas was relaxed. Just give her a chance. Sometimes, awkwardness can be our advantage. Ines attracted more attention than he had expected. Just then, someone reported her. He was secretly making a phone call to report the situation. Yes, that person is claiming to be a warrior. I'm not sure. I have to wait and see more. Yes, I understand. He saw that scene and felt satisfied. It seemed one had already taken the bait. At that moment, Ines continued acting. Now, I have risen from the dead. Quickly remove this shabby memorial plaque. Right here, build a statue of me, the city's benefactor. If you do that, everyone will remember me. As she was speaking, a fireball suddenly rushed toward her. Ines immediately reacted and fought back. The surrounding citizens were terrified. That kid just hit something. Something that fast? How is that possible? She was astonished by the flames rushing toward her. What? A fire arrow from where? Wait, fire? At that moment, she realized it was Endon. No way. Then she looked at the two of them above. Abbas smiled and asked him, have you prepared all your fire arrows, Endon? He asked him. And I just need to shoot them at Ines, right? Exactly. If you want to convince them, just shouting won't be enough. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. He said that while smiling at the perfect performance he had orchestrated. Aaron saw this and felt annoyed, thinking, are they crazy? How is she supposed to handle this mess? She looked at the incoming fire arrows, at a loss. The citizens seeing that scene couldn't help but worry. That looks dangerous. Hey kid, be careful. She struggled to use her sword to parry the fire arrows. Then, she leaped up, continuously deflecting the arrows. That made everyone marvel. Hey, did you record that? That's insane. So she really is a mutant? Then she must really be the warrior. Meanwhile, Ines, up above, kept on deflecting the endless fire arrows. She felt confused. How many more are there? Inside, she was currently exhausted and couldn't hold out for long, because she couldn't keep this up forever. At this moment, Abbas leisurely said, I like letting her jump around like that, though. Then he raised his finger, directing the fire arrows. After this last arrow, moved toward the building opposite. Hearing that, she immediately stepped forward to block. Then she took a deep breath, quickly stepped forward, and used her sword to destroy the fire arrow. When the arrow and the sword touched, it created a harsh, jarring sound. Then it caused a massive explosion, sending dust and smoke flying, making it impossible for everyone to see what was happening to her. After a while, when the smoke cleared, Ines had vanished right in front of them, leaving everyone astonished. That person disappeared. After she vanished, people began to gossip. That was really scary just now. Did you get that on video? I got it. But who on earth was that? Who cares? Quickly post it online. At that moment, she stepped onto the rooftop, breathing a sigh of relief. Done. So, that's enough attention, right? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her and asked, What were you just doing? Hearing someone call her, she was startled and turned around, jumping in surprise. Young master, you scared the life out of me. He looked at her and frowned. Using my name, huh? What were you thinking, Ines? She could only tell him the whole story, and so I just pretended, just like Abbas instructed. He said doing that would make the Saintess anxious and help him realize our location. Abbas also said that when the people on his side heard the news, it could help, with regrouping as well. Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. The Demon King's henchmen? Huh? So where are the others? Just as she was about to answer where Endon and Abis were, he suddenly vanished and said, Sorry, explain it to me later. Seeing him leave made her confused. Where are you going? Riley then replied, It seems everyone's little campaign has been successful. He hid behind a pillar, watching the situation. They had sniffed her out and come here to kill her. Then, people dressed in black rushed onto the rooftop with small guns. Hearing his reminder, she turned her head in terror. Assassins. At that moment, Jaehyun raised his gun, pointing it at her to attack. Seeing that, he cautioned her, Ines, these bullets are faster than any arrow or magic. Observe every movement from their fingers carefully. That left Ines unsure. What? Fingers? I'm not sure what you're trying to describe. But she said that, while drawing her sword, he didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger directly. Before she could make a move, the three of them all pointed their guns at her and fired, forcing Ines to quickly use her sword to block the bullets and send them flying back toward them. Afterward, she turned and lunged directly, saying, You guys came looking for this yourselves, didn't you? But just as she hit Jaehyun, he was just an illusion, which surprised her. What is this? Smoke? Riley reminded her in her mind. That was just an illusion. The real one is behind you. Hearing that made her annoyed. Why didn't you tell me before that they have this kind of magic? But that's not magic. They are splitting the power they possess, just like the Searcher tribe. He cautioned her, and she continued blocking the assassin's attacks. Then he reminded her, Watch out behind you. Someone is using lightning. You can deflect that bolt into the ground. Hearing that, she immediately turned around, thinking, Easy for you to say. Then she countered the lightning and defeated Jane, saying, One down. She turned to Jaehyun and said, Your turn, but a hand pierced through him, making her realize, another illusion? Ines had already lunged and couldn't stop. While he was raising his hand to create icy power, she was panicking. What should I do? It's too late to dodge. Young master, say something. But he replied, I don't need to advise you anymore. Then the direction of the wind changed. Instantly, several blades flew in, pinning them exactly. He then said, Your backup has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out. All of you, ganging up on a little girl? Where are your manners? Seeing that it was Sarah, made Ines happy, and she called out, Sarah. Jehu saw Sarah and was terrified. That woman, she uses knives to throw? Wait, it turns out she was the real deal, so he had returned. Seeing that everything was exposed, she turned and interrogated them. Who are you people? Why are you doing this? Who ordered you? Answer, and you'll be spared. Those words made them laugh scornfully. Spare our lives? You chose to let us live? What amateurs? Spare our lives? Are you kidding? If you were really him, you wouldn't have wasted so much time. Hearing those words left the two in disbelief. Him? She said, what does he mean? The two of you are nothing but liars and scammers. Before they melted, they told the two of them that they were nothing more than imposters. Then, the two of them quickly dissolved into sludge and ceased to exist. Seeing this, Sarah and Ines approached and realized they had completely melted away. That's right, just like the others before them. This implies that the one who gave them the orders must be. That little mouse, the Saintess Helena Lieblesla, has suffered the same fate, Aaron said. Finish what you were saying earlier. Where are Endon and Abbas? Tell me your plan after that. She then answered the earlier question. They are right on top of that building over there. But when she pointed toward the roof, across the street, there was no one. Nen Riley asked, You don't mean that slippery roof, do you? At this moment, she became flustered and spoke up. Huh? Where did they disappear to? I'm certain they were there just a moment ago. Seeing what was in front of him made him struggle to believe it, thinking, I want to believe Ines is telling the truth. But where could those two have gone? They don't even like each other, so why form a 7-person group? Nobody knows how to cooperate, he said while nursing a headache over all these issues. At a restaurant in a quiet alleyway with no passers-by, suddenly, a magic circle appeared. It was Nen's group. After teleporting, everyone was exhausted. Now, Bracia spoke up. There are so many streets and buildings, and everywhere we look seems deserted. We should probably rest here for the night. Then, Bracia asked Nen, Where do you think this is? It must be a restaurant. Then she turned to ask Real. Real, let's just call each other by our names, okay? Alright, well, Real, I have a request. Can we go check that place out? I'm curious because I have no idea what kind of place it is. Hearing this made him wonder, why don't you go with Nen? However, Bracia wanted to go. Nen said, But Nen has already done too much for one day. Don't tell me you're scared, too? Suddenly, a noise came from a dark corner, making the two of them turn their heads to look. Then, someone appeared from the shadows with bizarre gestures, with their entire body covered in someone else's fresh blood. Seeing that scene left the three of them horrified. What the hell is this? Is it a human or a monster? Nen looked at the thing, confused. No way, blood-red tears were streaming down from that person's eyes. That scene made Nen realize something unusual. Suddenly, she screamed in panic, Bracia, look out! That made her confused and ask, why? Suddenly, that person lunged from behind Bracia. At the critical moment, Rian lunged forward, using his greatsword to block the monster's attack and keep Bracia safe. Seeing that, Nen called out to Rian in worry, but he was trembling, saying, This thing is definitely not human. It blocked my sword with its bare hands. But it's okay. At this moment, Nen remembered earlier that day, it was exactly like what she had seen in his memories, the same condition as those children after Helena turned them into monsters. Rian saw her standing motionless and called out, Nen, hurry up, cast a spell or something. Hearing that, she quickly performed the incantation. She would seal it behind a barrier. Nen told the two of them to back away. Hearing that, Ryan used his sword to push the monster away. Then Nen released her power in the form of small mana currents. Those mana currents slowly touched the creature's body, causing it to shrink back in fear, using its hands to protect itself. It looked around wildly, trying to find a place to hide, but there was no opening, leaving it nowhere to run. Nen called out a few times. It roared at the three of them, so hungry. Hearing those words coming from the monster's mouth made Bracia terrified, saying, Did it just talk? Seeing that, Nen approached it and asked, You were human at first, right? Do you remember why you ended up like this? But it only repeated, Hungry, need to eat. Seeing its condition made her understand that the situation had spiraled to a point where normal communication was impossible. The situation was bad, and Rian didn't know what to do. What now, Nen? Talking doesn't seem to be helping, but she said, Then I have no choice but to help it sleep forever. Bracia heard that and said in worry, Nen, you're not thinking of killing it, are you? It has lost so much blood already, and sealing it away would she understood her concern. Nen comforted her. It's not like that. It won't be painful. The blood splattered on its body isn't its own. It's from the people it has already killed. As she raised her hand toward it, she couldn't help but recall Riley's memories when he went to the monster village. The children told him, I don't want to kill anyone anymore. I've killed my family, my friends. I don't want to anymore. You know, I don't want to keep doing things like this. Hearing that, Riley told Nen, Let me help them. Hearing that, she said, Even if we spare it, its fate is still to be killed, or to kill others. Nothing can put an end to this situation. This is the only way. This must also be how he felt, to lessen the pain and cast away some of the guilt. The only way was to face it head on. Afterward, she used mana to pin it down so it couldn't move, and it screamed in pain because this was the easiest and safest way for everyone. Then, a surge of power engulfed the monster, making it shriek in agony. Seeing that scene made Brycia scream, "Stop it! Don't do that!" Nen stepped forward and grabbed her hand, making her confused. "Brycia, but why?" She replied, "We can't do that. We have to find another way. You know how to use binding and sleeping spells. We can buy time and find another solution. Why are you in such a rush?" Those words made Nen realize she was right. "Brycia, I let my emotions take over." That made her wonder, why? That doesn't look like you at all. Nen then explained, there were children he helped in his past life, and perhaps it has become one of his worst memories. Whether it was a curse or an experiment, they all lost their humanity due to some strange power and wandered around, biting people. This person is just like those children. Perhaps I couldn't control my emotions after seeing it. At this point, Brycia finally understood the issue. So, it's all related to him? Ryan, standing next to them, asked, "And that strange power, is it Helena's?" "Of course. Who else would do such a thing?" Suddenly, she asked Nen, "Hey, I wanted to ask this earlier, but is Helena, in his memories, really a saintess?" That question made Nen confused. "What? I think so." Seeing that, Brycia said, "Then let me ask it a different way." After that, she walked up to it and asked, "Does Helena have the ability to bless and heal others?" It replied, "She has blessings that can heal and restore vitality to others." "Isn't that what a saintess is supposed to do?" "She's the one who healed him," it asked her back. "But why are you asking?" She replied, "My divine power was given to me by Inez. The saintess in this world must also have been granted power, in that same way. Yet, I don't feel any divinity in this world at all. How can a saintess exist in a world without gods?" That left Nen wondering, no gods? That's impossible. I've definitely met the god of this place, haven't I? So, she went in front of it, used her divine power, and said, "But because I serve a god from another world, Nen, that might just be a misunderstanding. And there is one thing for certain, the divine power Helena holds comes from a distorted source, because if she were a true saintess and received it from a real god, then whether it was a curse or an illness, she would be able to cure it all. It was reverting, it was turning back into a human." A golden light spread throughout the street, erasing Helena's power. On Riley's side, he said, uncomfortably, "Why hasn't anyone checked for traps?" Aaron heard that, and spoke up. "Maybe they're busy with something? If Brycia and Rian are there, she really would have a lot to do. Are you sure those people are together?" "Well, all three of us are together." "Nen, they must be too. And if both my brother and Brycia happen to be alone, I'm sure they'll run into trouble. And I knew it would be about this." Suddenly, a news alert appeared on the phone about some murderers taking over the central area. The report said the perpetrators were likely cannibalistic maniacs, and ordinary citizens were advised to flee if they encountered them. For those currently in these specific areas, Nen, be careful of these two individuals. If you see them, report to the authorities immediately. I repeat, there are murderers on the loose. The people seeing the news couldn't help but gossip. Because of that, Nen, he called out, "Sarah, Inez, I think it's best we leave here." Hearing that, Sarah wondered, why? What about the reunion with Nen? We walked into a trap. Now is the time for Nen to find her. But Riley walked over, put the hats on both of them, and said, "For now, let's go back to our future home. We'll have more time to think about everything once we get there." After arriving, purple and white rays of light erupted from the tree and spread across the branches, looking truly magical. Kneeling down on the wooden floor, Brycia asked tentatively, "How is it? Did you find anything?" Touching the tree, Nen said, "The memory is quite blurry and hard to read, but I think I found some information I was looking for." Nen speculated, Helena is definitely the one who turned this person into a monster, and it seems there are other victims as well. The number of victims is increasing even as we speak. Slightly worried, Brycia asked, "Do you think Helena could turn us into monsters too?" Nen replied, "I don't think so. Perhaps there need to be specific conditions met first." She breathed a sigh of relief. "I see." Looking ahead, Brycia continued, "Why would she do such a thing? If she's a saintess, wouldn't that be considered incompetence?" Standing next to Rian, he also wondered, "I don't understand either." Slowly standing up, Nen said, "I think we've done everything we can here. We have to go back soon. I'm going to visit the memorial." Rian asked with curiosity, "Why the sudden change? Is something wrong?" She replied, "I sense someone has walked into a trap. We must return there immediately and investigate." Glancing at the figure sitting on the ground, Rian asked, "What about him? With a cold tone, she said, "It's true that Helena transformed him, but he's still out there harming people. So Nen must receive punishment for that." Bricia jumped up. "But he didn't do that willingly," Lion agreed. "That's right, but even so, he will have to face punishment according to the laws of this world." Bricia was furious. "You too, Nen?" Feeling aggrieved, Chrysia retorted, "The Saintess is the one who caused all this. If anyone is to be punished, it should be her." Nen lowered her voice. "I agree with what you're saying. I acknowledge that Helena is responsible for everything that has happened, but this world isn't as simple as that." She then turned around and declared, "My mission hasn't changed. We must eliminate Helena and show the world her savagery. Focusing on that is our most important task." Her words left Bricia stunned. "Furthermore, that will help people like him get their sentences reduced once things are understood." Calming down, she said, "All right, I understand your point now, Nen. We will resolve everything here, and then return safely." Nen smiled. "Thank you." A purple teleportation gate appeared. Nen instructed, "I will be back." A white and purple magical gate glowed brightly beneath the stone pedestal, emitting immense energy. Looking at the high-rise buildings, Nen thought, they moved to the attic after walking into her trap. She seems to have been in such a hurry. At this moment, she was using her magic to hover in mid-air to observe below. A sound coming from somewhere caught her attention. "Some murderers are taking over the central area," a report stated. The culprits were described as crazy cannibals. Images of Sarah and Inez appeared. People currently in the areas designated below. "Nen, be very careful with these individuals. If you see them, call the authorities immediately." Nen was startled. Sarah and Inez? Looking at the screen, she thought, "So, Nen, they rushed here in such a short time? What on earth happened?" Glancing at the rooftop, Nen speculated. "There are signs of a struggle on this roof, but could it be related to the news from before?" A noise made her eyes widen as a voice spoke when the door creaked open. "Not only do they force me into slave labor all day, now they're sending me to work overtime for an outside mission? What the hell is management thinking?" It was Han Sung. He muttered, "Lately, everything has been strange, including the most recent murder. All we need to do is ambush them throughout the night and catch the person behind this." But no. Instead, they put out that crazy report and blame everything on those two. Do they think the public is that stupid? Hearing this, Nen thought to herself, so, all that recent news was just a fabrication. It was staged by his superiors. Han Sung then stood up with a black bag. "Regardless, those bastards are definitely suspicious. Just you wait, I'll sniff you out, take you down, and quit this crazy job." After finishing, he slammed the rooftop door shut. He quickly walked down the stairs with an irritated expression. Suddenly, the door creaked open again, and a voice called out from behind it. "Lee Han Sung?" Hearing the call, Han Sung turned his head to look up. "It's you, the girl from the doorway." She calmly suggested, "I want the two of us to talk properly this time. Would that be okay?" The sound of a door opening echoed, followed by an announcement. "Nara, we're back." Hearing this, Nara turned around wearily. "Everyone? You're back?" Confused, Ines asked, "Why do you look so tired?" "Lloyd," Captain Nara replied. "Me? You look like you're the one who just encountered something difficult." At that moment, Meyer trembled, hiding behind a cloak and whispering, "Uncle worried." Riley asked, "Meyer, what's wrong?" Nara answered, "A few maniacs in bright red tried to break into the house." Recalling the scene earlier, he said, "It was strange. No matter how many times I struck them with my spear, it didn't leave a single scratch. It's as if, how should I put this? They possess some quite strange physical abilities." Hearing this, Riley asked curiously, "Did black liquid flow from their eyes?" Nara replied, "Yes, I was just about to report that." Black tears were rolling down their faces. Remembering the old image, he thought angrily, "Again? Helena?" "That insane witch," a small voice spoke, bringing Riley back to reality. Uncle Meyer asked sadly, "Is my house still safe now?" Riley replied, "Of course. Nara has already removed those dangerous things." Meyer breathed a sigh of relief, thanking heaven. No wonder he looked so strong. Mentioning strength, he announced, "Uncle has someone he wants to introduce to you." Riley then called out, "Come here, Inez." Hearing that, she was startled. "Me?" He then introduced them to each other. "This is Mir. She and I met in the past. She allowed us to stay here temporarily." Looking at the girl, Inez felt a bit shy. "Meyer, this is Inez. She belongs to our group and is a very strong warrior." Immediately happy, Mir smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sister Inez. I'm so happy to finally meet a foreigner I can talk to." She was surprised. "Sister?" she thought. "No one has ever called me that before." Seeing the girl smiling so brightly, Riley thought, then she'll call you that more often. It's definitely more comfortable for this little girl to meet someone her own age. He calculated in his mind. It's better for me to quickly heal her mother so that smile doesn't fade. And if I want to do that, I need to find Bricia or Endon as soon as possible. But where on earth is everyone? Sunlight shone in the clear blue sky. A few weeks later, in a high-end location, everyone was gathering at the headquarters of the mutant agency. Ji-hun's voice rang out, "Rookies, come here." He then ordered, "This time, you two will really need to be highly focused. This isn't just a very dangerous mission. It's super, super dangerous." The person next to him laughed it off. "Come on, you don't need to worry about them." Jiu agreed. "That's right. They aren't ordinary rookies." The silhouettes of 3 people appeared. 1 week to get acquainted, plus 1 more week of actual combat training. Those monsters have completely broken every record the mutant agency has ever had. So, Nen, you don't need to overdo it. Hearing this, Ji-hun turned his head. "But this mission involves catching those treacherous cannibal murderers. At the very least, I have to warn them, right?" Jiu said. "Based on the reports, they are truly completely insane. They said they were warriors sent to save the world or something like that. There are all kinds of strange rumors about it." The person next to him added, thinking about how they could disguise themselves as normal people. "That really is insane," she asked. "If that were exposed, they would surely be caught immediately, right?" A long-haired shadow approached and stood beside them. Hansong wondered, "Hey, you rookies, you understand your roles here, right?" Someone replied, "Lie, of course we understand. The 3 of us are playing the vanguard roles, right?" Hearing this, Hansong glanced over and said, "Right, you won't have much time, but a lot of manpower has been put into this plan. So, you are not allowed to make any mistakes." That person spoke up. "Understood. Just leave this to us." Looking at the images of Inez and Sarah, that person replied, "Those treacherous cannibal murderers everyone is looking for." The silhouette was none other than Nen. She shouted, "We will definitely catch them." Sunlight shone in a small town. A voice called out, "Do you think Nen and the others are okay?" Leading the way, Riley said, "That's right. It's been weeks, and we still haven't heard anything about them." Sarah fidgeted. "I'm worried. I wonder if she's okay." Nara added, "I'm also worried about Miss Bricia." To reduce the tension, Riley said, "If they were the type of people who easily got into trouble, I wouldn't have brought them along. You don't need to worry." Looking at the ring in his hand, he thought about the ring he gave Nen. "I thought if we were separated, it would lose all its efficiency. But I can still feel her warmth. If it hasn't gone cold, then surely she has." Seeing him deep in thought, Nara, walking behind, stopped and called out, "Master." Suddenly, Riley pulled his hood up and announced, "2 are approaching, right in front." Looking at the 2 zombies ahead, he ordered, "Everyone take down one, just like last time." Hearing the order, Sierra and Nara rushed forward simultaneously. "I'll aim for the one on the right. I'll handle the left." Their attacks continuously struck the 2 zombies. Watching from afar, Riley evaluated. They look a bit less clumsy than the ones we encountered before. It follows that not only has their number increased, but they are also stronger, huh? Suddenly, someone raised their head. A voice rang out, making Sarah and Nara jump and stop immediately. "You criminals," Kim Yong shouted. "I didn't expect you to be brainless enough to walk around the mutant agency. Now we've caught you." The streak of brutal murders has also come to an end. On one side, Riley was astonished. Personnel from the mutant agency? How could they follow us like that? Sarah should have sensed them approaching. Could it be they joined hands with someone possessing teleportation abilities? Kim Yong then turned back and said, "All right, it's time for the rookies to show their talent. You guys, start the job, and we will support you in containing them." Nen's voice spoke up. "Contain them." Her footsteps moved towards Sarah and Nara. When they saw her, along with Bricia and Lion, they were surprised. Nen then raised her hand. "Running away like that must have been exhausting, right? But it's going to be okay now because I'm here to fix everything." Noticing her strange behavior, Sarah hurriedly intervened. "Nen, wait. Let us speak." Before she could finish, Nen quickly cast her spell. A beam of light tightly wrapped around a person's arm. What is this? At that moment, Kim Yong was restrained by Nen's magic. Why am I being restrained like this? The rookie soldier and the 2 zombies were also pinned to an electric pole by her. A soldier asked, confused, "Hey, what are you doing?" "You shouldn't tie up our captain like that," she calmly replied. "Take a good look at those 2. Seeing the zombies wailing, Nen continued, "Everyone would agree that the ones I've restrained are man-eating monsters, wouldn't they?" Furious, Kim Yong shouted, Don't you watch the news? Those three over there are criminals. Don't let her trick you, the soldier stammered. But you said that yourself, sir. The rookie soldiers who had made the arrests were overjoyed. Sarah and Nara were excited. So you came to help us? Now I understand what that jerk was saying. Standing opposite them, Nen smiled. I should have. Nen had cast a universal translation spell before coming to this world. Sorry for the delay. The soldiers were suddenly suspicious. There's something really strange here. That's right. Ever since I was given those instructions, I felt something was off. Sarah and Nara breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Nen had been brainwashed or something. She was honestly terrifying a moment ago. Fuming and gritting his teeth, Kim Yong cursed. Those bastards are like lunatics, he shrieked. Do you think you can just ignore your superiors and the headquarters will let you get away with it? He bellowed. Everyone, form up and arrest those rookies now. Suddenly, Han Sung appeared. Mr. Kim, you know, the young people these days yelling doesn't mean they'll listen. That method is outdated. Seeing him, Kim Yong wondered, Riley, why are you here? Han Sung replied, they are members of my team. So, of course, Nen is here too. You didn't think it would be complete without me, did you? Nen didn't beat around the bush. She turned and ordered, stop the nonsense and put an end to this. He replied. Then Han Sung said, now, if any of you are still thinking clearly, you must have realized something is wrong. The mutant officers monitoring the Central District won't be tracking serial killers and cannibals anymore. We believe Mr. Kim is involved in fabricating evidence to frame these people. Arrest him, and then feel free to go home and rest. Everyone will be transferred soon, so we request that you keep this case confidential until then. Beside him, Kim Yong exploded. Riley, have you lost your mind? By what authority? Han Sung replied, it seems you've been deep on Helena's payroll for a long time, hasn't he? I mean, if you're still willing to offer excuses like this, we'll hear the rest of it in the interrogation room. Two soldiers immediately seized him. Riley is right about some things, sir. Mr. Kim, please remain silent and follow us. After that, he could, Kim Yong screamed. Stop! It can't be like this. No! At this moment, Nen spoke up. Miss Frisia, start now. A beam of light was released from her. Golden magic enveloped the two zombies, and they were slowly recovering to their original states. Even Kim Yong was surprised. Are they being purified? Standing in the middle, Nen raised her voice. We are guests following someone else's will, and we have now found our missing comrade. We'll leave the rest to you all. Hearing that, Han Sung smiled. I see. So you only joined us to get my cooperation, huh? She turned her head and replied, from what we've gathered, there are only these two people left who have been brainwashed. So Nen, things will be fine from now on, but if anyone else appears, I'll leave it to you. Han Sung nodded quickly. I understand. I am very grateful for your concern for our well-being. Seeing the soldiers scrambling, he commanded, all right, everyone, stop standing there. Get to work. A gentle breeze blew through the air. Get ready, because the agency is going to be busy soon. Anyone who doesn't understand exactly what's happening, come to the meeting room tomorrow afternoon. Now, get some rest. The moment of reunion, everyone gathered together. What happened to you? I'll explain everything. You aren't hurt, are you? Of course not. I'm me, after all. It seems you've escaped the trouble. Huh. The gloomy palace scene appeared. What did you just say? At this moment, Junju bowed his head and replied, yes, because we lost 6 parts. I believe we will have to be patient on the throne. Helena was furious. Lost them? After I worked so hard to recommend you. So, what is your proposal? The people below trembled. Please stay calm. Do not be angry, Saintess Helena. We beg you. We are also shocked. Hearing that, Helena clutched her head. This must be a trick by Black Butterfly. That witch, even after dying, she still causes me trouble. Following that, she interrogated them. And what about the event at the memorial stone? Jonju was terrified. He trembled. We failed to capture the suspects. Helena screamed. What? A surge of magic slowly appeared. Jonju panicked. Saintess Helena, please wait a moment. I have something to tell you about the warrior, he said, scratching his own neck. Someone reported to me that the young girl claiming to be the returned warrior is not real. He added, she must be just some superstitious follower serving that warrior. And it's not just a few people. There's a whole group of them. A stream of blood dripped onto the floor. Jonju's figure had collapsed, retching. Helena's voice rang out, cold and dark. I have made my decision, she said in a low voice. You will capture those superstitious fanatics who responded to her death. No more promises of reports. You must bring me results immediately. Everyone quickly replied, yes, Saintess Helena, as you command. unreconciled. She widened her eyes and thought, even after dying, they are still standing in my way. Those cunning devils. The image of Nen appeared. That woman. And Riley, too. In Helena's mind, malice took hold of her thoughts. She was determined. I will crush them with my own hands. Nen told everyone that the mutant agency was in a state of chaos. The suspicion directed at Helena had split the entire force into conflicting factions. This conflict had helped her approach sympathetic forces and receive secret assistance. It allowed her to collect detailed information about Helena's location, how she brainwashed people, and other things. In this situation, there was no information better than that. Riley thought to himself, finally, it feels like we are gradually getting closer to Helena. I knew bringing them to this world was the right thing to do. The rest is to move forward. While waiting for Endon and AB to appear, Helena will soon face misfortune. My intuition says so, or that's what I've thought. Looking at the blazing fire burning in front of her, Sarangi. Or where did you transport us? Nen. We have to go to the house of a girl named Mirema. Nen quickly explained. I went in the right direction. I even checked it over and over again. Riley quickly ran ahead. She was panicked. Young master, wait. Seeing him stop slightly, Nen continued. Do you intend to go in there to find Ines? You can't let Helena recognize you. Take this. She held out a mask. Realizing Riley was still hesitating, Nen reminded him, hurry up. We have to settle everything here. As he put on the mask, he instructed, all right, don't worry. If anything happens, I will contact everyone through telepathy. And very quickly, with just a leap, Riley's figure disappeared from before his teammates' eyes. Nen spoke up, ordering, now, everyone, it's time to show this world their strength. Time was of the essence. While running, Riley sent a telepathic message. Can you hear me, Ines? Ines? There was no reply. He was worried. My voice should definitely be able to reach her, but why isn't she answering? While in the middle of his confusion, Riley suddenly received a signal. That voice. Young master? He immediately confirmed. Ines. I'm on my way there. How are things? Aaron reported. People with powers like you described have broken in. I've done everything I could to stop them. But the signal was suddenly cut off. A loud scream came through. Riley realized something was wrong. Aaron, Aaron. His mind became restless. Damn it. There was definitely more than one. From a nearby house, a desperate cry echoed out. Help me. Someone. Please. Anyone. A girl sat on the floor, panicked, watching the masked person reach for her. Right at this moment, Riley appeared, knocking the masked person down. Run. Hurry. The girl immediately scrambled up, trembling, saying, thank you, then ran for her life. The masked person, being restrained, struggled non-stop. He said in a cold voice. Looking at your appearance, you must be a product of Helena's, right? Are you the one who set fire to this neighborhood? Did she instigate you to do this? Seeing the other person silent, Riley angrily reminded, hey, when someone asks a question, you have to answer politely. The words had barely left his mouth when the masked person suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed straight at their own restrained arm. He stepped back in horror. You actually cut off your own arm just to escape? And you didn't even scream. Looking into the hollow eyes of this person, Riley felt a bit familiar. That face, the ability to create dolls exactly like humans and blindly follow orders, just like what he had seen in his past life. Like human-shaped automatic machines controlled by the one who created them. No matter how many times he tried to slash or destroy them, what remained were just fragments, 0 drops of blood. And yet, on the ground right now, there was blood scattered. This guy is bleeding, so that means. Looking back at the masked person, his mind trembled slightly. This is a puppet created from a real human. Helena, that monster Riley. He jumped up and kicked the puppet, forcing it back several steps. She really had tried to do everything she could while he was away. Meanwhile, his comrades were also locked in a fierce battle. Nen just landed a finishing blow on an enemy when a transmission from Riley came through. It sounded very urgent. Nen, I've found someone in a white hood. Are there any others like that over there? She asked immediately. Yes, we've encountered a few here. They're human-shaped puppets, right? There aren't many, but I could try to crush them all. His voice grew hurried. No, don't do that. They aren't normal puppets. They're actual people. Explain everything to the others and take them down. But don't kill them. Nen acknowledged the order. Understood. She rushed to stop Sira, who was about to finish off a captive. Don't kill them, Riley added. Deal with the one I knocked out here, too, Nen. In the room where they were hiding, Ines's voice rang out. Take a deep breath, Meyer. The girl being addressed was trembling violently, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Aaron was fighting two puppets while loudly reassuring her, "Master Riley is on his way, just hang on a little longer. You have to try and stay awake, keep breathing." Meyer was breathing with great difficulty. Sweat was pouring down her face. "My head, it hurts so much." A cry of pain echoed out. The girl helplessly clutched her head and slumped to the floor. Even in the heat of battle, Ines remained deeply concerned and called out to her, "Meyer." She angrily launched a powerful strike at the two puppets. "You annoying bastards." The two puppets were instantly pushed back and fell over one another. Aaron ran toward Mir. "Mir, are you okay? Let me see." Before she could finish her sentence, her neck was suddenly grabbed by the girl, and she was lifted off her feet. Looking at Meyer's gloomy expression, Aaron tried to snap her out of it. "Meyer." The girl didn't respond, her grip tightened. Aaron realized she couldn't break free. This isn't good. She's too strong. The two struggled, but because Meyer's physical strength was overwhelming at that moment, Inez gradually found herself unable to breathe. "Meyer, please," she was terrified, for on the girl's dark, gloomy face, a stream of dark mist was slowly flowing from her hollow eyes. As time passed, Inez, deprived of oxygen, could no longer hold on and drifted into unconsciousness. She didn't know how much time had passed. In a hazy state, she heard someone calling her. "Wake up, Inez, wake up." Inez started awake. Riley spoke gently. "Are you feeling okay now? Bricia just saved your life." Inez regained her composure and thanked him, but then asked, "Where is Meyer?" He frowned slightly. "I was just about to ask you that. Her mother isn't home either. The house is empty." After a moment of thought, she said dejectedly, "They must have disappeared after I passed out. I should have protected them." Aaron choked back tears and said, "I'm sorry." A bruise on her neck was clearly visible. It showed that the person who did it hadn't held back. Riley noticed it the moment he saw it. "Did Meyer do that to you?" She hurriedly moved her hand to adjust her collar and replied softly, "No." He was skeptical. "Really?" Unable to recall the situation at the time, Inez had to be honest. Mir didn't mean to do it. A black liquid was flowing from her eyes. "I definitely kept them away from her, but then they suddenly turned black." Riley pondered for a moment before instructing Bricia, "Go treat the wound on her neck. Inarin will be sad if there's a scar there." Seeing him stand up, Bricia asked curiously, "Where are you going, Riley?" He felt a bit awkward and made up an excuse. "Oh, just consider it a walk or something." In the main hall, the report from the three priests rang out. "I have broken the necks of those cultists. Your Holiness. They won't be able to flap their wings again. They thought the hero had returned or something similar." Helena said happily, "Excellent. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Now, what remains is to create new aspects of that world. Once this is settled, the fate of the entire world will lie in the palm of my hand, like a god. No, I will become a supreme deity." Her eyes were filled with ambition. "Make sure that you pass on this good news. This was the third attempt, and further failures will not be tolerated." Sujin bowed. "Understood." Just then, Jiangxi rushed in from outside, bursting through the door. "Your Holiness, we have a major problem." A group of at least 6 people was spreading. Rumors about the hero's return. There was more than one cultist. Helena was stunned. "What?" The other continued. "And the biggest problem is what they've been saying." Then, Nen's words were recounted. "We are the 6 parts, who have come here to correct what is wrong and resolve the injustice done to him. Compared to his achievements, we are but insignificant people." Helena was suspicious. 6 parts? And him? Did they really say that? Jiangxi quickly confirmed. "Yes, they said exactly that, without missing a single detail." One of the 3 priests quickly calculated. "If they are those parts, we should have Nen send talented people. Could it be that there is a traitor on that side?" Another spoke up. "Are you saying our sudden loss of contact was because of a traitor? In this situation, even if they sent the next units." Helena hissed. "Shut up. Nothing is certain yet. Avoid talking about it. There are many aspects that are still unclear. We need to examine them thoroughly." Jiangxi hesitated. "Should I secretly investigate from our side?" She frowned slightly and said, "No. I need to investigate this matter personally." A phone screen was recording a fight scene featuring Riley's group. People were commenting, "Who are these people?" A thumbnail showed the priests confronting those with skills. It looked perfect. Like a circus, isn't it? This definitely isn't just for filming, right? When the scene switched to Sira fighting a priest directly, someone was excited. "Record that part too, hurry." "What is this? Is this video staged? How are they doing that in the Holy Temple?" "I'm right there. It's real, not staged at all. They're fighting very spectacularly, but it doesn't look like anyone is getting hurt. It's almost like a performance." right? Why are there so many talented people showing off these days? Last time, there was some weird girl, claiming to be a hero too. I've seen that video too. Lately, all the rumors revolve around the hero theme. Everyone, come over here and watch. Observing the situation, Nara was a bit curious. Does this peaceful match help? Master Riley replied softly. Of course. Don't you see people are recording it? It's not just about using force to take down Helena. She understands politics very well. We need to influence public opinion. At this moment, the skirmish ended. People looked at each other. One of them worried. Hey, did they see us? Stop filming, let's go. The others also realized something was amiss. All right, that's enough to see. Nen appeared. Master, I have infiltrated the temple and returned. Riley nodded. Is that so? Did you find Helena? She said. No, she wasn't in the temple. Hearing that, he was quite surprised. She wasn't there? Was Sarah's intuition wrong? Sarah, nearby, darkened. I'm not a prophet. Sometimes I sense things wrong too. Nen was curious. Sarah, do you really think you were wrong? At the time you were confident you were right. She was a bit pensive. If Nen couldn't find her, then I was wrong. I did feel a very strong presence, but I must have been mistaken. Nen corrected her gently. It wasn't a mistake. Helena was definitely there. More accurately, she is at the spatial gate inside this temple. Sarah. Sarah realized. So that's why you said she wasn't in the temple. She nodded, assessing the aura. That must be the world of demons that Abus mentioned. Since Helena has colluded with the demons, I wouldn't be surprised if she is in that world. Riley suddenly worried. Wait, so you used your right eye? Nen was honest. Yes, and now I intend to use it again. He warned her. We just need to find Helena. Why do you have to use it to find others too? Don't push yourself. She stayed silent and thoughtful, then proposed a plan. I will find the goddess of this world. Riley was stunned. What? Why that woman? Nen explained. Bricia said something. She couldn't sense the goddess of this world. Then who is the goddess I met? Even though we were separated in a hurry, her existence is still there. Riley warned carefully. All right, instead of that, take a rest and continue searching later. Seeing her still trying to search, he worried. Hey, I told you to rest. Nen reassured him. It's fine, at least up to this point. Then, she suddenly froze. Astonishment and confusion were clear on her face. Riley noticed the change in her and asked, What is it? Did you find her? Nen hesitated. I found her, but something is strange. The location of Helena that I saw before and the location of the goddess just now are exactly the same. It's as if they are the same person, no, rather, they have merged into one. Something is very strange. I have a bad feeling. Maybe it's best if Nen doesn't intervene with the spatial gate. He stayed silent and pondered. If Abus were here, they would have gone there with blind faith. Looking at the vast sky, Riley's mind was in turmoil. Where on earth are those two? At that moment, Endon and Abus's group appeared. Endon's voice rang out. Are these your minions, kid? Abus explained. They are more like friends than minions. He didn't seem very reassured. These guys look weaker than me. I don't know if they can help. Abus smirked, provoking him. Why don't you try to verify it? If they are about to die, I will stop it. Endon laughed. Sounds reassuring, right? Are you confident that you can manage your friends so they don't lose their lives? He replied calmly. What does that mean? I'm just worried about your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the three friends of Abus charged forward. Meanwhile, Endon remained naive, still not grasping the other side's intentions. Riley thought to himself, I'm sure they're fine. At least I hope so. A few days later, just as he had hoped, the rumors spread rapidly while the media remained silent, as if baffled by what had happened. On an unofficial social media platform, it was described as if they were playing an exciting game. Everyone was rushing to investigate the hero. These days, everyone knows about the hero, so the hero has completely become the hot topic amidst the fast-paced life here. To everyone, it had become an urban legend. Nen pulled up her hood and asked impatiently, Young master, are you ready? Riley advised, wait until the crowd gathers even more. Nara, standing nearby, spoke up. Are you okay? He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She honestly expressed. After what happened in the future, you've been constantly acting without any rest, as if you're making decisions and acting more impulsively than before. Riley calmly replied, It's nothing. My inner thoughts have just changed. I've promised not to pretend like I don't know anything anymore. To his surprise, Helena is even crazier than I imagined. It's time to play for real. Looking at the person beside him, he signaled, Nen, let's start. Right now, there isn't anyone in the city center who hasn't heard the rumor about the hero who saved the world instead of a saintess. Nobody knows the age, gender, or appearance of that person. Nen, people's curiosity is only growing, and that curiosity has reached a point where it's now becoming increasingly blurry. But what if there were a huge turning point right now? What would happen? Everyone would surely the time has come. And Nen quickly stepped out. Everyone, listen, I'm here to tell you all the story of the one who saved the world. The thing you've been curious about all this time. The crowd immediately started whispering. Who is that? Is that the real person? They're about to give a speech. Huh, it doesn't look like the person from before, but they look quite different, don't they? Two friends walking together pointed. Look, a follower of the hero. Finally, I get to experience it firsthand. A couple nearby whispered. Last time, a kid gave a speech right in front of the memorial for the fallen. Did something like that really happen? Tell me about it. The murmurs grew louder. Isn't this what Minchan filmed and it went viral? Is it true? Hey, let's go check it out. Hurry. It looks quite similar to what the news described last time. Have you heard about the article covering the theories regarding the hero's conspiracies? If we film this scene and sell it to a broadcasting company, do you think they'll pay us? What's going on? The hero? The memorial again? Why are there so many people here? Is something wrong? Could there be some new clue about the hero theory? I want to see it too. Like a school of fish discovering bait, they became more excited than before. Riley smiled slightly, knowing full well that people are always like that. The hero, the champion, the benefactor. Apart from just following these individuals of justice, the people here always try to exploit their interest. Nen excited the crowd. Everyone, thank you for being willing to listen to me, to know the truth. From now on, please spread what I have said and let more people know about it. Now, I will tell you about the one who died. Here a year ago, the main character of this memorial, the forgotten warrior. Nen's image was quickly broadcast on the news. A male editor spoke up. Do you think this is real? The forgotten warrior. Is he the hero, who truly saved our world? And none of us knew about him until now. Was his existence deliberately hidden? The female lead anchor also concluded, I believe this is the first time this has been mentioned publicly in the media, despite the widespread rumors. He agreed. That's right. Let's watch a few more videos. The screen immediately changed scenes. Nen's call rang out, clear in every word. We all must remember. Wake up from the dream. It's time to break the outer shell and look up at the sky. As she finished, a surge of spiritual energy was immediately summoned by her. Everyone was astonished. What's that? Then, the space suddenly erupted with a loud explosion, accompanied by rocks and dust rising thickly. The crowd was noisy. She just destroyed the memorial. A fireball. She must be a superhuman. Nen's voice echoed. Now, he has returned. This memorial is no longer needed. We are his comrades in arms. 6 of us have come to this world to watch his wishes be fulfilled. Sitting in front of the screen, Ganu was excited. Yes, that's exactly the part. I find this the most useful information, the female editor asked curiously. Why? He explained. Because according to experts who reviewed the footage, what that woman used was not a supernatural ability. This shows for certain that she possesses a type of power never seen before. So, that makes the claim. That she is from another world more convincing. That makes sense. The male editor was a bit confused. Then what danger will they pose to us? Are people not feeling worried, Nen? I heard that area has been completely cordoned off, right? The editor added more information. That's right. An unknown person has blocked authorities from accessing the site. The report says witnesses heard gunfire and explosions. The other editor's comments rang out. Oh my God, so aren't the residents in danger? It's too early to say that. There are no reports of casualties at all. How can that be? The male editor led the story. All right, moving on to the next topic. The news about the existence of another world is a hotter topic than ever. A horrifying truth has been brought to light thanks to the aforementioned events. Now, we will discuss the fall of the Saintess. Helena, the TV flickered, and the signal was hit with a hard punch. Riley, curious, said to the person beside him. Nen, still no news from Helena and her people? Nara was busy fixing the TV. Young master, you said doing this would be very useful. Nen said softly. No, it's nothing, Rian. I checked the superhuman agency, but no one had heard anything either. They said the number of infected people and humanoids is decreasing, clearly because Prisha has cleansed about half of them. Prizia added, it seems people are increasingly losing faith in the Saintess. Ines said happily. Once she finds out, she'll definitely go crazy. The TV, after being beaten by Nara, wasn't much better. The signal was still flickering. The sound from it crackled. Breaking news. We are temporarily suspending regular programming to bring you an urgent report. An unusual phenomenon has been seen in the sky over the Western District. Residents have been requested to evacuate to the Southern District immediately. I repeat, an unusual phenomenon has been seen in the sky. Wait, from the portal of that strange phenomenon, a figure suddenly appeared. Is there someone over there? Zoom in. Looking closely, the lead anchor exclaimed in astonishment. Seriously? Two people are crawling out of that strange phenomenon in the sky and falling. This is what is happening live. Requesting nearby residents to evacuate immediately. Inez was anxious. It's Abis and Endon. Riley was calm. Finally, they appeared. Everyone, get ready. We need to catch those two before they go for another stroll. He ordered. Nen, take us there. She immediately summoned spiritual energy. All right, teleporting everyone now. The space suddenly flashed, and the whole team disappeared in an instant. Abbas and Endon fell from the sky. The atmosphere in front of them was momentarily compressed and then ignited violently, creating long trails of fire. Both hugged each other tightly and landed with a thud. Just hearing it sounded painful. Endon was excited. Alive! Abbas exclaimed. Who would have thought we'd crash right into her at the final stage? The monsters gathered and whispered, we should have protected the Demon King better. Right? That lizard, if you're weak, you should at least know how to listen. I knew he was an idiot from the start, murmuring. Endon heard it and felt guilty. Minions aren't allowed to talk that much, got it? You've only won once and you're already starting to hallucinate power? Not long after they landed, Abis realized Inez was running towards them, mouth shouting, Abis! Endan! He had just begun to greet her. Inez, it's so nice to meet. Before he could finish, he was slapped. Endon suffered the same fate. She was angry. Before leaving and disappearing like that, you should have at least said something. Abbas was embarrassed. Sorry. Endon blew up. You dare hit me? You little. The monster's eyes widened. That girl dared to hit the Demon King? That human is crazy. How insolent. Riley, curious, pointed at one. What are these things? The monster, upon seeing him, panicked. Ah, the warrior. Abis happily said. My companions, we made a quick stop to the demon world. I appeared before the remaining demons and started eliminating the traitors among them. I killed those people with my own hands. Helena's image flashed through his mind at that moment. He added, but before I could deal with the last one, I encountered the enemy. Riley was surprised. So Helena was in the demon world? Abbas smiled brightly. Nen, you should have seen the look on her face when she saw you. That face of hers will be even funnier. Nen was worried. Then, are we going to the demon world now? The hole in the sky was still open. Observing the strange portal in the center for a long time, Riley said softly, no need to go. Surely she will come here herself. And, as predicted, very quickly, Helena appeared. She spoke in an eerie voice. Listen, citizens. The demons are still eyeing this world. The demon I defeated with my prayers a year ago still lingers among us, causing chaos in our lives. We must stop it. Only by joining forces can we have the strength to resist. The time has come to cast off corruption and overcome those who torment us. Close your eyes to the demon's whispers. Riley lifted his head to observe her. The noon sun forced him to squint to see clearly. Tightening his grip on his sword, Riley's mind cheered. Finally! A preemptive strike was launched instantly. The gleaming blade tore through the space, surging forward with the power of a storm. Helena started, tilting her head to dodge. Sensing the familiar pressure, she widened her eyes in horror as she recognized the sword. No, Riley replied coldly. Long time no see. For you, it's probably only been a year, right? Not that long, I suppose. Helena's face darkened. He continued. But for me, it's been 25 years. You better understand that. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. Sweat beaded on her forehead as her mind spiraled into panic. Warriors, the gods idolized by humanity, became noble and even untouchable. Those transcendent beings possessed infinite power. Although people had long said that humans could never catch up to them, Helena never believed it. She wanted to prove the opposite. She believed the idea that humans could not become gods was simply an illusion born from their own shortcomings. Helena colluded with the demons, causing the world to tremble. Destroying the warriors and the Demon King, both of them are useless. They lack the qualifications to become gods, because they were too weak to seek the power to lead to their dreams, and while humanity was reeling, she would support them only she could do it. Helena swallowed the facade of being a goddess, claiming only she could become a true saint. Helena tried to regain her composure. And yet, these redundant fools dare to stand in my way. She trembled involuntarily. Could this be the final trial on my path to becoming a god? Yes, a trial this difficult that must be it. Riley looked at her with contempt. Is that all you're mumbling about? No one wants to know what you're thinking. A massive surge of power rushed toward Helena again. She quickly created a shield to block it. Don't be so hasty. You think this kind of scattered attack can kill me? Helena summoned her puppets. Come forth, my disciples. Turn this warrior into an offering for me. Sarah suddenly grew terrified, pointing forward. Young master, look. In the crowd of puppets, a familiar, emotionless face has appeared. Riley, furious, prepared to charge. What did you do to her? Ryan reached out to stop him. Riley, wait, he urged calmly. Go finish other things, we will handle them. Sarah reassured him. We definitely. Abies whispered to the person next to him. Endon, you follow Riley. Endon was reluctant. Why me? He tried to persuade him. Because you're compatible with the mid-air battles. Take Riley up there and support him. You can do it, right? He pouted. Wait, why does it have to be me? Abies had to resort to blackmail. So, you don't want to go first class on the airship anymore, right? Endan jumped in surprise and hurried forward. No, I'm going. Riley, let's go up. Seeing his comrade's foolish reaction, Abies smiled, very satisfied. He thought to himself, so, it's finally starting. The battle for the fate of the world. When they saw Endon transform into a dragon, the citizens were terrified and ran away. A monster. There's a monster in the city. Yet, Riley didn't get angry. He just quickly launched himself into the air. Helena squinted at Riley and mocked him. The way you keep clinging on, you look like a cockroach. But now, you look more like a mosquito. To think she could still be so calm while surrounded. Thanks to his coordination with Endon, Riley closed in and struck at Helena. She clicked her tongue. Oh, please. Is this the attack you've prepared? Magic in her hand was aimed at him, and in the blink of an eye, Riley was counterattacked. A loud explosion echoed, rubble flew everywhere. Endon worriedly watched him crawl out from the wreckage. Riley, are you okay? Riley's voice trembled. Did you see it, Endon? That butterfly. Every time I dodge or block an attack, a glowing butterfly appears behind me. Endon looked around. That? Yeah, I see it. Riley cautiously suggested. I want to get a better look at it, but it's hard to move. Can you attack for me? He hesitated. I really don't like this, but perhaps. This is a good time to show off the things I've learned from those horned bastards. After calculating, Endon readily accepted. All right then. He immediately transformed back into his human form. Let's see how you'll handle this. A skirmish in the style of Abies. In another scene, a puppet just took a heavy blow from Inez. Its body was pushed back, and a dry cracking sound echoed. She said coldly, Now that Meyer has lost consciousness, you can't control her anymore. Do you like that, you fraud who dares to imitate Meyer's mother? Jimin laughed gleefully. It's you, is it? The one who turned my dolls into a mess with that strange energy? I was certain a few of my disciples had snapped your neck, yet you're still here, Aaron asked angrily. So you're the one who kidnapped Meyer? Jimin replied nonchalantly. Kidnapped? Do you know how much I care for the child? She's the only one who escaped being tainted. The final piece in my collection. How could I treat her carelessly? Inez's expression darkened. So, you're the one who turned the children in the Center District into monsters? Jimin was confused. The Center District? You mean a few years ago? And Meyer was the only one who escaped? Her voice, like a ghost, recounted the cruel deeds. The children are very simple creatures. They didn't know I killed their parents. They followed me around like cute little chicks. So, what if I wanted to turn them into my toys? In the end, one of them caused trouble and escaped. Inez trembled slightly. So you only care about Meyer like a sick joke? Jimin wore a ghoulish smile. What? What's wrong with that? The child was protected, and I still got to enjoy my fun. So, both parties benefited, right? Hearing these sickening words, she drew her sword in anger. You lied and tricked her into thinking her mother was ill. It's so sad that she even called you mother. Mir appeared from nowhere, standing between the two. Wait, Inez. Inez was astonished. What are you doing? She's not your mother. She's the one who lied and killed your friends. The little girl said sadly, Yes, I heard that, I know. Jimin was smug. See? The child I raised won't mistreat me, will she? Meyer said softly. I didn't want my mother to die, did I? I didn't, because those happy moments were very real. Inez couldn't believe what she just heard. She opened her mouth, then closed it, finally whispering helplessly, Meyer. Seeing this, Jimin offered an enticement. So, can you do your magician friend a favor? The girl acted as if she didn't hear her and continued, Please cover my ears and eyes. That way, I won't know what happened to her. Inez was stunned. Her face turned pale. But Meyer, what is this? How can you live alone without your mother? Mier replied coldly. It is true that I cherish the memories of when we were together, but I cannot forgive everything you've done to others. This is all I can do for the people you've harmed, and I just wanted to tell you this before it happens. Jimin shrieked. You little brat! I gave you food and shelter, and this is how you repay me? You are mine, and it's time you became my doll again. Her words cut off because Ines had furiously charged forward with her sword in hand, using magic to cover the child's eyes and ears. Mir said sadly, Goodbye, mother. The space seemed to freeze, silent without a single sound, and Jimin's life met its deserved end. The full moon hung high in the black sky above the city. Abis accidentally glanced over at Felicity. He couldn't help but ask, What is that thing next to you? Felicity's eyes widened, confused. What? Abis continued. The black butterfly right next to you. Where did it come from? You still don't get it? Butterfly. What are you talking about? He panicked, pointing out, It's flying right next to you now. Is it some kind of hidden spirit beast or something? Felicity still didn't understand and replied, But I don't see anything. At the same time, a white butterfly appeared in front of Helena. The aerial battle continued. Endon's investigation helped him understand a few things. He was the only one who could see that butterfly. No matter how many times he explained where it was, he couldn't find it. So, he concluded he had to solve everything himself. Riley thought silently. The problem is, how do I get close to it? Suddenly, there was a silent notification. Reporting to Riley. Young Master, we have finished dealing with Helena's disciples, and will join the battle with you now. He replied, Forget it. You guys can't do anything anyway. The person denied. No, but there is something we must report to you, Abi said. There is a black butterfly following me. And I think you should check it out, Riley asked worriedly. You just said a black butterfly? Helena reached out, countless streams of dark energy gathering at her fingertips. The terrifying pressure made Endon's face pale. Then, they transformed into a bolt of pitch-black lightning. It shot straight toward Riley. Seeing this, Endon could only scream. Riley was shocked, sitting and clutching his head as he waited for the black lightning to strike. Riley was cautious, but in the split second before catastrophe struck, he opened his eyes in amazement, suddenly discovering the lightning bolt. The darkness was shattered by an invisible force. Riley was pulled into a spiritual realm, and suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, whispering, The time has finally come, warrior. He spun around, muttering, Nen? The goddess of this world, Felicity, spoke coldly. So, you know about the black butterfly and the white butterfly now, don't you? Riley couldn't help but ask, What exactly are they? It seems no one else can see them but me. Felicity slowly explained, They are a part of me. The power to decide my fate was split into two butterflies. Riley asked, So, in the end, did Helena absorb you? And because of Nen, you two are inseparable? She replied, No, it's not entirely like that. I had carefully prepared to equip myself for this day, and thanks to those precautions, I wasn't completely overtaken by Helena. Riley immediately latched onto the key point. Precautions? She continued. Because Helena could make all of my power vanish, I gave half of it to you, warrior. That's why you were reborn with your memories intact and could see my butterflies. Nen's butterflies were another one of my precautions. The reason you two met is all because of my power. Riley interrupted. Wait, what about Abus? He said he could see them, Felicity. She explained further. That's because the Demon King was with you in the final moments of your life before being reborn. You both shared the fated rebirth that I granted you. Helena realized what I had done and hoped to destroy that world before you were reborn. But as you know, she failed. At this, her voice softened. Warrior, I am truly sorry for letting my foolishness drag you into this suffering. The power of fate has returned to you, and you have once again received the holy sword you once rejected. It was all my doing. However, there is no way to save. Before she could finish, Riley spoke up. Don't you dare make excuses, Felicity, she stammered. I'm sorry. I said something wrong again. Riley placed a hand on his chest and declared, No, that's not what I meant. Now is not the time for apologies. Isn't stopping Helena the most important thing right now? If using me as a tool to create the peace you spoke of is true, then it's time to see if it works. A goddess of the world acting afraid right now is just ridiculous, isn't it? If something has happened, you have to fix it. Even if it's too late, there's no time for regrets. What matters is facing it until it's over. Felicity heard this and softly called, Warrior. I admit, hearing you say that is a bit strange. Being teased like that, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Come on, why do you have to kill the mood when I'm in the middle of a speech? It's all your fault. But even if we ignore this, it will only return to haunt us like those fake butterflies. Felicity smiled gently at him, then softly asked, Warrior, can you burn the butterfly I sent to Nen? I sent two, but they exist in the same world. If one is destroyed, the others will also fade away. Once Helena loses her power, she will be nothing but an empty shell with a high ego. Defeating her won't be difficult. After that, he said, if I do as you say, what will happen to you? Facing the question, she hesitated for a moment and replied, I will disappear completely, destroyed. But don't worry, this world will be fine. Even without the power of fate, it can still live well. Facing Felicity, he asked, You've decided that? She softly replied, Yes. Receiving the answer, Riley didn't ask further. Fine, he replied, then I will do as you say. Riley struggled to open his eyes, suddenly hearing someone shout, He's awake! A crowd greeted his eyes, everyone looking extremely worried. Endon squatted in front of him, anxiously asking, Hey, are you okay, Riley? Nen also cried out. Riley slowly regained his senses and asked, Where is Helena? Sierra replied, She ran off while you were unconscious. Do you know how hard it was to block all her magical attacks while you were lying there? Sarah continued, But my intuition tells me she hasn't gone far. Nen spoke up. I've placed a tracking mark on her, Nen. We can go find her right away. Rian crossed his arms in a corner and said, I heard the mutant agency has sent agents too. Abbas chimed in. And a bunch of reporters too. The bright moon still hung in the night sky. I see. Riley stood up and began assigning tasks to everyone. Rian, you and Sierra, go gather the mutants near Helena's location. Aaron, Bricia, Nara, you all will be responsible for Mireille's safety. Having saved the girl, the three girls replied in unison. Understood. He continued to order. Abbas and Nen, you two come with me to follow Helena. Just then, Nen asked, But Master, have you found a way to defeat her? Riley didn't look back, only replying, Yes. The goddess herself told me. But seeing him hesitate, Nen quickly asked, But why? He recalled the moment in the spiritual realm earlier, answering somewhat vaguely, I don't know. When she asked, she showed a face I didn't like. He answered, I won't do it her way. Abbas, hearing that, muttered, Oh boy. Defying a god? Is that really okay? Riley looked up at the night sky, replying firmly, It'll be fine, because whenever it comes to gods and those fate things, I've long since been freed from them. A series of fireballs frantically bombarded the buildings. Somewhere, a reporter was reporting live from the scene. We are in the middle of a crisis. After betraying the world's trust and committing the most heinous crimes, the Saintess Helena is now raining destruction upon the city. Everywhere was engulfed in a sea of flames. The reporter continued to narrate. Although the mutant agency is trying their best to stop her, we haven't seen any sign that they can gain the upper hand. Just then, a person in a brown cloak slowly stepped into the chaotic scene. The reporter immediately warned, Hey, step back. It's dangerous over there. Both were extremely confused. Everyone in the city has escaped the crisis, so why are you still trying to approach? The man in the brown cloak only silently replied in his head, That's right, because I'm not trying to run away. He took off his cloak's hood and continued to think, What I want is to have a chat with that saintess. After that, he vanished right in front of the reporter, leaving her puzzled. Huh? Where did they go? The cameraman next to her immediately pointed the lens to the sky and replied, Right above us, look toward the sky. Only to see in the sky a long line of floating glass panes arranged like a bridge, and Riley was walking on it. The cameraman below asked in surprise, Are they from the mutant agency? But why haven't I seen them before? The reporter also widened her eyes and softly replied, No, it's him. The person that the 6 people from that world said they believe in the unknown hero of the memorial. Time flashed back a little earlier. Riley's group of 3 was discussing the plan. Abbas asked, Warrior, how do you intend to defeat the Saintess? Riley replied, We'll start by finding her. She is carrying a piece of the goddess's power. Nen, searching for the black butterfly will be helpful. Felicity spoke up, Master, about that. The goddess said her power was split into 2 butterflies, but if the 2 are temporarily forced to combine, even though the owner has been split, could that stop Helena immediately? After hearing her, Abbas affirmed, Now it's all clear, but she appeared a bit hesitant. The problem is that I can't see the butterfly, so Nen will have less control over it. If only I could look through your eyes, Abbas. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, full of surprise. Abbas was a bit stunned, then turned to ask Riley, Warrior, do you see where the butterfly is now? He replied, Clear as day. Felicity also wondered, Huh? So where is it now? he continued, right in front of Abbas. But the black butterfly quickly flew elsewhere. Riley watched where it flew. Now it's flying away again. The black butterfly, after rising high, began to fly in circles, making him wonder, why is it flying in circles like that? Hearing that, Felicity asked him, Master, did it turn a circle before flying into the air? He asked back in surprise. Huh? How did you know? Felicity excitedly replied, I knew it. I think I figured out how that butterfly moves. The way we control our limbs or eyes, it feels just like that. Now I can use it to catch Helena as we hoped. Hearing the good news, Abus next to him smiled. Lucky, warrior. Looks like we have a solution that the goddess doesn't know about. Riley pouted, indifferently replying, Of course. It's not like the gods know everything. Returning to the battlefield in the city, Helena was flying in mid-air, loudly declaring, As if there's anything I don't know. Since I've possessed the power of fate in my hands, sooner or later, I will become a god. I won't have to be like you lowly creatures anymore, she said, then continued to violently bombard the buildings below. Just then, a voice rang out, making Helena freeze. You're like a child throwing a tantrum. Abbas suddenly appeared in front of her and began to mock. That diversionary attack of Endens earlier surely wasn't enough to satisfy you, right? That's why you're here wasting energy like this? Or is it because you're too afraid of us? Hearing such words, Helena gritted her teeth in anger. She waved her hand, casting spells while muttering, Fate is truly cruel, but perhaps to hold more. She had to endure even tougher challenges. Countless streams of dark energy swirled around her, making her expression dark and terrifying. She let out a challenge. I'll crush you like a cockroach. Ibis grew serious and charged at her with all his might. From another angle, Riley also gathered his strength to attack. The two of them, front and back, locked Helena in place. Unleashing fierce attacks, Riley constantly pressured her with a series of razor-sharp sword strikes, while Ibis used powerful kicks and punches to cut off her escape route. Helena began to sense the danger. She thought to herself, Damn it, I'm not strong enough to fight them both. I'll have to use the power of destiny once again. A white butterfly flickered. Both Riley and Ibis noticed it. Riley seized the moment and shouted, Ibis, now is the time. Hearing this, Helena was deeply confused. These pests expect me to use the power of destiny? What is he ordering the Demon King to do? Suddenly, with a whoosh, something zipped past her face. Looking closer, she saw it was Ibis charging forward, which caught her off guard. What the? But in the blink of an eye, she was right on his tail and flashed a sinister smile. Thinking of running away alone, huh? She grabbed his shoulder and whispered something, then turned her back on her enemy and slammed him straight into the ground, accompanied by a mockery. Why do something so stupid? Helena looked down with contempt at Ibis, who was struggling on the ground, and sneered. I didn't expect a fool like you to make me put in so much effort. In the end, both you and that warrior are just idiots. As soon as she finished, a snort of laughter rang out, followed by Ibis's uncontrollable laughter. We're idiots? I tried my best to hold back the laughter, but I can't anymore. Even though he was being pinned to the ground by Helena, he sarcastically retorted, If you had ever witnessed the battle between me and that warrior, you would know about the nearly infinite resurrection power of a demon king. The core inside my body has to be blown into pieces hundreds of times before I'm truly destroyed, and only that warrior has ever been able to do it. This statement completely enraged Helena. She swung her hand, unleashing magic, and roared, Fine then. I'll extinguish your life 1,000 times right here, right now. Thanks for stupidly telling me exactly how to do it. However, immediately after, her wrist was locked tight by magic chains, accompanied by a shout, Stop! Not far from her, a group of agents from the paranormal agency was working together to control the magic chains. Han Sung, the leader, declared loudly, Now you will face the entire paranormal agency. Your current situation is no different than a mouse, trapped in a cage. Threatened like that, Helena just glanced sideways and sneered. As soon as there's a chance, these bugs gather together, but you can't resist me forever with such pathetic powers. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted her. I know what I'm aiming for is to make you live a little longer, so he could explain the movement of the butterfly to me. Helena looked in astonishment toward the owner of that voice. All we need is a few seconds to do that. Riley suddenly appeared in midair, holding his sword in one hand and holding Felicity in the other. He whispered into her ear. Behind Helena's head, a black butterfly appeared from nowhere and gradually merged with the white one. At the same time, Riley swung his sword, severing one of Helena's arms. The event happened so suddenly that she was stunned, while he smiled softly and said, That's right, Helena. After that, a series of pitch-black arms emerged and grabbed Helena's legs. In his next words, Riley said, "Time to tear this place apart." Helena still clutched her bleeding arm wound, her mind full of questions. What is happening? She fell into the depths of her own thoughts. Lost in thought, destiny was supposed to protect her from death. At that moment, a whisper echoed in her ear. Now aim for the left side of her head. At that moment, a black and white butterfly landed on her head. The black half was the death she had to face, and the white half was her final obsession. A giant scythe swung down on Helena. She spat out blood, thinking to herself, "Strange, these lingering thoughts are still echoing in my mind. How strange, how can this be?" She widened her eyes in disbelief. This is not normal at all. At that moment, she suddenly imagined the figure of a person. Helena told herself, "A familiar force is blocking my destiny, but only she is the only one who could do that." But she quickly dismissed that thought. That cannot be. I personally took care of that goddess. While she was preoccupied with her thoughts, the other two rushed in front of her. Suddenly she said, "Goddess?" This remark also made Nen pause. The more Helena thought, the less she understood. But how? She finished her sentence and poured all her strength into an attack. "I just need to kill you next." He also regained his focus and continued the battle. Riley whispered softly, "Calm down, Helena." At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Young master." Suddenly, he dashed toward Helena and grabbed her. He shouted, wishing to awaken her, "You might be a perfect replica of the goddess, but she is not your problem right now." Hearing this, Helena was stunned. Riley widened his eyes and continued, "It's me." Then, he started to reminisce about the past. "Falling into your trap helped me learn a lot of things. Hearing about me, I should have heard that thousands of times," Riley continued. "In the end, I hate every word of it now. Even with the peace that everyone talks about, will it really bring back my lost family, the children who sacrificed themselves, or the comrades who fell? I just feel like it's all useless." He thought of the bloodshed and sacrifices. Riley continued to confide about the past. "So, when I got a new life, I wanted to live alone for peace. I didn't want to worry about anyone else ever again. But then, at this point, the image of the person he loved, coughing up blood in front of him, flashed in his mind. He already knew he couldn't avoid certain things. Then, thinking of those bastards, he said with hatred, "There are some scum that I cannot ignore." Riley also didn't forget to mention the old foxes lurking in the shadows, and a few things he couldn't help but pay attention to. He lowered his voice and continued, "I started to think that all of that was the price I had to pay for ignoring peace." Continuing this, his voice was almost choked up in his throat, but it wasn't just that. The reason for it is even more complicated than that. At this moment, those whom Riley loved all appeared in his mind. "It's because there are more and more people I need to protect," Riley continued, as if to awaken her. "Peace is a chain that I cannot create alone." An image of a marionette chessboard tied by red threads appeared in his mind. "Everything is linked. We have to commit to it." Finally, all the pieces fell on the board, except for one unique piece that remained standing. "And it's also great that I tried to do it alone in my past without going crazy." He looked down at her and said, "That is what I realized. Helena, it's all thanks to you." She heard this and gritted her teeth at him. Riley reached out and gripped her tightly, coldly saying, "Now it's time for me to finish what I started." Helena struggled and said, her voice full of unwillingness, "Warrior, no, wait, you can't kill me like this," she shouted, starting her psychological manipulation. "If I die, the power of destiny will disappear, and the whole world will head toward destruction. I must become a god and restore the balance." Seeing him silent, she thought she had the upper hand, and became even more complacent. "And once I hold that divine power in my hands, I can use it to return your family and comrades to you." Riley was surprised by this information. Finally, he made a decision. "All right." Hearing this, Helena was overjoyed. "Finally, you're willing to listen." But suddenly, he put his sword to her neck and told her the truth. "Just the thought that a miserable human could become a god left me with no other choice." She was immediately panicked. At this moment, Helena was truly afraid. She trembled and said, "Wait, let me talk." Then suddenly she screamed, "How dare you do that to someone who is about to become immortal like me?" Blood-colored liquid splattered. That ear-piercing voice fell silent, leaving only a dark voice muttering, "For you, there is no better ending than this." This time, it was truly the end for her. His close subordinate happily stepped forward and asked, "Is it finally over, young master?" Riley replied, "No, there are still people we need to." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, a white butterfly flew by, followed by countless white dots. It turned out her body was dispersing into them. Their light was so blinding that he had to cover his eyes, feeling confused about Helena's body. Then suddenly, a fierce light erupted, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, a voice rang out, In the name of the devil, a girl's silhouette appeared with a butterfly perched on her hair. The girl looked around in astonishment. Where am I? Suddenly, Riley spoke up. I'm glad you escaped destruction. Seeing two familiar faces, the girl immediately remembered young Master Riley and Nen. She still hadn't recovered from everything. But what had happened? Didn't you burn my butterflies? Riley replied immediately. No. For many reasons, I left two behind, he continued. First, your eyes. She was surprised. My eyes? What about them? Riley continued. The look that I saw in them. I had a glimpse of it before, and then the image of that face crossed my mind, his eyes clouded with a fleeting, sorrowful look from my past life. He clenched his fists, staring at himself. It was the same expression he wore when he'd given up on everything. Felicity took off her cloak's hood, revealing a bewildered expression. Wait, hold on. But weren't you the one who wanted us to disappear? He couldn't hide his surprise as he explained. Then I thought you'd immediately burn those butterflies, Riley. He cut her off with a calm, steady demeanor. What are you talking about? He smirked, staring right at Felicity. You already apologized to Nen and me, didn't you? For everything you did? She nodded mechanically. That's right. The very next second, Riley's voice exploded, sharp and loud. Exactly. And that's exactly why you can't just go and die like that. Don't even dream of finding an easy way out. You still owe us, you know? Felicity lowered her voice to diffuse the situation. I see. What you said, it's true. The warrior finished. He covered his mouth and let out a chuckle. Riley was annoyed. Why are you laughing? Felicity finally admitted. I just realized once again that you really are that warrior. He admired the courage and integrity in Riley. Honestly, you're the only one who would dare to stand up to a god like this. You don't even treat me like a goddess, he retorted with a casual smile, not bothering to deny it. Fine then, just blame it on your own bad karma. Felicity replied with a positive and sincere attitude. Even though it's late, it's time for me to pay my debts to you two. She used the last of all her strength. To use it only to save myself, that would be wrong. Nen's eyes shimmered as she looked at the goddess. Felicity truly wanted to make amends. She spent a long time explaining, I am too weak now to grant you two invincibility or eternal life. However, I can give you the chance to choose your own destiny. As she spoke, her long, slender finger rose slightly, acting as a perch for a black butterfly. Since the two of you have been toyed with by fate for so long, I believe you both deserve to be rewarded for what I have done. Nen. She decided to offer the brave couple before her a wish. Warrior, or rather, Riley and you, Nen, please tell me your thoughts. She concluded with a gentle smile. What destiny will you choose? Riley was cautious and guarded, while Nen showed a certain sense of appreciation in her wide, round eyes. After a few seconds, they both lowered their gaze to the ground, but their voices rang out in unison. I'm returning to the city. Buildings stood filled with cracks, relics of a shocking battle. Hansung hurried his steps to catch up with the young man in front of him. Are you leaving already, Lion? Hearing his name, he politely turned his head to greet him. Lie. Huh? Lion stated his stance straightforwardly. Because my group and I don't belong in this world. Nen, we have to go back quickly. Hansung laughed lightly. It's a pity you all have to go. Thanks to you, the office is finally back in order. He laughed until his eyes crinkled, touching his neck, feeling both awkward and curious. Can't you stay and work full-time? I'm not joking. We'd really love to have a colleague like you. Just as he was about to answer, Lion heard someone calling his name loudly and deliberately. Lion, it's Riley, he impatiently urged him. What are you doing, huh? Let's go. Another new trouble arose when Endon jumped up. No way. I didn't say I was going, he shouted, punching the air with a look of anger and dissatisfaction. That bastard Abus didn't let me see anything. He said I could go on the plane. And in first class, too. Riley watched with a tired sigh, not bothering to coddle him. Good grief. Enough. Just then, Abus didn't even open his mouth. He just calmly snapped his fingers. A towering pillar of light appeared, obscuring Endon entirely. Riley asked with annoyance. Hey, where did he go? Abus nonchalantly replied. I just let him go play. That lizard is thousands of years old. I can't stand seeing him whine like that. Two dark spirits were teary-eyed and clinging to him. Do you really have to go, Great King? Oh, Great King. Abus curled his lips into a comforting smile. Don't be sad. After all, I've already died, so leaving is the right thing to do. They couldn't help but worry about what would happen to him. But in that world, is there anyone to serve you, my king? That's what we're most worried about. He confided gently. If that's what's bothering you, there is someone. Even though they are just a human child, keeping them by my side is truly very useful. The two dark spirits shouted in response. More than us? Abbas laughed at their cuteness. Genti no, not just him. The other warriors standing there couldn't hold back their laughter either. The atmosphere was truly comfortable and warm. Rian looked at them, close and happy together, his lips pressed tight as if suppressing something. Suddenly remembering he hadn't given Han Sung an answer, he quickly turned his head. Rian scratched his face with a confused expression. I'm sorry about the office thing. Han Sung, being smart, already understood and shrugged sympathetically. I understand. I was just teasing. He even happily laughed and offered him advice. Besides, you and your younger brother Nen should sit down and talk about your differences. He nags about you to me every day, doesn't he? The conversation from that day, as Han Sung described, flooded back. I left because I hated him. So, you aren't as mature as you look, huh? Rian mumbled a few things, then rose on his toes and turned away decisively. Anyway, I have to go now. Take care, Han Sung. He watched him go and replied briefly, You too. He tilted his head, watching his back, and remarked, No matter which world they're in, warriors are all the same. A sigh escaped under the sunset. Han Sung added lightly, Surely, that's just what life is. Only then did Meyer dare to ask, Are you sure you want to come with us, Meyer? The little girl smiled brightly and answered firmly, Yes, I'm sure. She brought up sad memories but in a light tone. I have nothing left in this world. Even if it weren't real, I still wouldn't want to return to that home without Mom. Meyer looked directly into his eyes. So, I will go with Master Riley. The one who decides your future is yourself, right? Seizing the opportunity, Sarah excitedly suggested, How about we let Mir work as a maid at the mansion? Surely that will help a strange new world become more familiar. Riley laughed at her recruitment style. I'll have to talk to my parents first, but I'm sure it'll be fine. The sunset sky gradually turned purple. It was getting dark. At that moment, Abus asked brightly, Okay, is everyone done chatting? He spread his arms and called out to his comrades, Please surround me. Close your eyes just like the time I arrived here. When everyone agreed to follow, Abus bowed slightly, closed his eyes tightly, and smiled. All right. A circle of runes appeared, the light resonating with his joyful voice. Let's all go home. Space shifted once more. Riley and Nen returned to the villa together, she said excitedly. We made it back before dinner prep, Riley gently encouraged her. You've worked hard, Nen. Nen hurriedly wanted to go inside. I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner right away. I need to hurry. At that very moment, Riley grabbed her wrist firmly and pulled her back gently. She was bewildered. Master? You didn't say. But his hands moved swiftly to take something out. A split second later, a shining silver ring was slipped onto Nen's ring finger. She was so stunned she couldn't say a word, only able to silently think, the pair of rings from that time. A moment later, Nen fiddled with the ring, panicked. Why are you putting this on me? It would be better if you kept it. A breeze blew through the garden where the two stood facing each other. Riley was silent, but didn't hesitate to show a serious and sincere look. Nen finally understood. Her lips curled slightly. She smiled, her slender fingers reaching up. Nen silently looked at Riley's hand. On his ring finger, he was also wearing an identical ring. The two hands were placed close together. Nen happily expressed, So this was your intention, Riley. Only then did he break into a smile, his voice sweet. Nen. She widened her eyes, filled with joy, and responded to Riley. Just as the atmosphere turned intimate, a gasp of surprise suddenly interrupted. My God! Riley and Nen froze. No one moved, only their eyes and stiff necks simultaneously turned toward where the voice came from. Iris covered her mouth, but couldn't hide her wide, shocked eyes. She stared at the couple. What are you two doing there, huh? The new day knocked on the door with gentle sunlight, a blue sky, and a cool breeze. A long time had passed 6 years later. In the garden, there was a grand party today. Blessings filled the space. Cheers. May you have 100 years of happiness. The white hem of the bride's dress fluttered in the wind. The meticulously embroidered patterns highlighted her elegance. Inarin, lovely as ever, linked arms with Ian. He squinted his eyes and waved his hands amidst the laughter and cheers for Ian and Inarin. It was time for the most anticipated part. The bride's bouquet was tossed into the air. Inarin gratefully said, Thank you, everyone. The purple rose bouquet was instantly snatched up by someone. A happy voice rang out. Yay! Little Rini hugged the bouquet tightly, smiling until her cheeks flushed red. I caught the flowers. Just as she was excited, she puffed out her cheeks and pouted because Nara picked her up. Miss Rini, please stay still. Sarah stood with her hands on her hips, teasing her. Like mother, like daughter, but this is a bit too much. You even have the master's stealth skills. Even after using my intuition and Nen's eyes, last time, it still took 2 days to find you. It turns out you were sleeping in the grass that day. Nara was dripping with sweat, breathing hard while laughing. Ian must have felt like this when he used to look after Riley. I don't regret becoming a maid here, but I have to admit, it's exhausting. This would be easier if Meyer and Inez were here, Sarah said. With arms crossed, he nodded, realizing there was no other way. They had both chosen the path of adventure, remember? And at the end of the day, it was the protagonist's strength that inspired them. I really should have gone with them. As the two stood there, someone called out loudly, "Nara, Sarah, we finally found you two." Both turned their heads and called out, "Oh, Bricia," she said happily. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? Everything at the temple has finally settled down, so I could finally come to visit." Nara and Sarah took turns. "We thought we'd never see you again," Prussia teased. "Are you not happy that I'm here?" Nara rushed over, looked straight into her eyes, and insisted, "No, of course not. You have no idea how much I've missed you." The sweet words contradicted his facial expression, which startled Prussia. "What? You?" She was so flustered and embarrassed that she pointed at Nara and scolded, "What do you mean by that, huh?" He looked confused and tried to soothe her. "Calm down, don't yell." Sarah stood there, watching the two bickering like lovebirds. Goodness, everything becomes so sweet when these two are around. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, and she muttered, "Wait." The absence of the little girl in the yellow dress made Sarah panic. "Nara, Miss Reenie, where?" Nara suddenly panicked and looked around. "Huh?" Prussia stood there, confused by their sudden frenzy. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Nara tried to hold it in but couldn't help but shout, "Miss Reenie!" In another corner, the bride and groom were being congratulated by the patriarch, Stein. Ian bowed politely, expressing his deep appreciation. "We are very honored that you came to attend the wedding." Master Iris couldn't hide her delight. "We are so happy for you both." Inarin, who hadn't expected Ian to have such a great teacher, replied skillfully, "Thank you, Lady Iris." But Ian achieved this all on his own. Over in another corner of the party, Lloyd slowly approached the young man, Rian. "So, you're here. I've heard everything from Riley and Ian." He turned around and greeted Lloyd. Lloyd continued the conversation, keenly noticing that Ryan looked different than the last time they met. "Seeing you now, you look much happier than before. I'm glad you're still doing well." Rian looked indifferent. "I'm no longer the eldest son of the Iferetta house. You don't need to be so formal with me anymore." Lloyd instinctively reached up to rub his neck, his voice softening. "You're right, aren't you? Well then." He then put his arm around Rian's shoulders, quite forcefully, and laughed. "Let's go grab a drink, brother. I've got some fine wine I brought from the capital just over there." Rian frowned. It was all a bit too much. This felt like they were getting too close. Under the tree, another voice spoke up. "Tell me the truth, Riley." Endon was interrogating Riley, remembering the time he hid in his tavern because everyone started pushing him and Nen about why they hadn't officially made their relationship public yet. "Something happened between the two of you, right?" He logically laid out the details. "And then, you suddenly appeared with a little girl you call your daughter, who looks exactly like both of you." Riley looked away, hesitating. "That's right. Thinking back, after that day in the mansion, Shin looked at you and Nen and said, 'You two are always together, aren't you?'" Iris chimed in excitedly, "Just like us." As the family of four walked down the hallway, Nen suddenly grimaced, tightly shutting her mouth as her stomach churned. She turned back in confusion. "Father, Mother, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been feeling a bit nauseous for the past few days." Iris and Steve fell silent, staring at their daughter-in-law. Nen trembled even more. "Why are you both looking at me like that?" The pale-faced man gently asked. "You're not suffering from morning sickness, are you, Nen?" Iris called out to her son's name firmly and more seriously than usual. "Riley?" He answered calmly, "Yes, Mother." As soon as he turned his face, he was hit and felt a sharp pain. Now, recounting this to Endon, he still felt uncomfortable about a few things. And that's what happened. "I've never seen Father and Mother like that before. It's still bothering me." Endon, at this point, snapped and raised his voice. "For heaven's sake, that's not what I wanted to ask," he yelled, as if he wanted the whole forest to hear. "Has your brain rotted?" While the two were chatting, Nen didn't notice little Reenie hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping. Only Nen found the little girl. "Finally found you, Reenie," she asked sweetly. "Nara is looking for you everywhere. What are you staring at?" Reenie looked at her mother and said honestly, "Father is talking to a very strange person." Nen hugged the child and walked away. "Now, you shouldn't eavesdrop like that. Come with Mother." Rini obediently didn't argue and nestled against her, following her. After taking a few steps, Nen couldn't help but curiously glance back for a few seconds. She focused on her husband, Riley, and it seemed he felt someone watching him. Nen's mouth curved into a radiant smile, her eyelashes trembling. Her eyes smiled along with her. Riley looked at her, nodding with a loving smile. Endon noticed it immediately and started interrogating him. "What are you smiling at, huh?" Dialogue with his friend Riley was always sharp-tongued. "Because you look ugly." He was furious. "What do you mean, insulting me out of nowhere?" Nen looked at Rini, chatting with the little girl on the way back to the party. As she reached up to brush her hair, her wedding ring on her ring finger shone under the sunlight, the blue stone becoming even more prominent. That same hand, the day Riley put it on Nen's finger, "Girls who don't bother me with troublesome things are my type." Listening to his confession, Nen looked bewildered. What? What? I don't understand anything." He blushed from embarrassment. "Nen," with a somewhat confused tone, "you are the only person who makes this life more complicated. I'm trying to say that I have feelings for you, okay?" Every word of his expressed sincerity. Remember when the goddess asked us what fate we wanted? When we said we didn't need it anymore, Riley confessed many things he had hidden in his heart. Lunch today, tomorrow's nap, the direction we are heading on our own path. I don't want it to depend on anyone. We can't just let ourselves follow the flow of destiny anymore. Every decision in my life from now on must be made by me. Nen stood by, listening. She didn't dare miss a single word, especially the final confession. I want to say that life should also be decided by the person standing next to me, too. Riley stopped for a few seconds, then spoke each word slowly and softly. Nen, will you marry me? His hand cherished hers, their fingers interlacing. Nen raised her other hand to touch Riley's, her small lips gently letting out a soft sound. Yes. Nen leaned closer. Of course, I agree. Recalling that moment, she instinctively blushed. Rini asked worriedly, Mom, are you sick? Your face is so red. Nen rubbed her face and smiled. Just Mom feels a bit hot. She took the little girl's hand, but still couldn't stop herself from laughing a few more times. There is no way to know what our choices will lead to, or what the future will bring. Therefore, what matters is what happens after we have made those choices. All that we can do is cast away regrets and continue living with the people who have been by our sides. After the interview with Endon, Riley wearily stretched and yawned. That's enough. I'm so sleepy. It's better if I just take a nap. He didn't bother with his hot-headed friend calling him from behind. Closing the journey, one can only conclude one thing. All that a warrior can do is choose to live for today.